The moment the word approved was uttered, it was as if it were a decree from the heavenly emperor. The passage between the two realms opened silently in the darkness, and several carefully selected nightmares made their silent appearance. In the lavish ball, no one noticed that several shadows had suddenly appeared. Gong Yang Yu was dancing passionately with a noble woman in his arms. Although she was wearing a mask, he recognized her as the wife of the Yuchi family head. The two danced as they walked toward a dark corner. Just then, a shadowy figure seemed to move in the dark corner. Gong Yang Yu frowned. Someone was already there? Just as he was about to move to another spot, he froze. A woman in a long black dress emerged from the shadows, like the most dazzling pearl in the night. Her graceful figure was captivating, and the black dress flowed down like ink, its hem swaying gently with her soft steps. What is most eye-catching is her face, which is half hidden by an exquisite mask. The mask is made of fine black velvet, and its edges are inlaid with sparkling diamonds, like stars in the night sky. Beneath the mask were breathtakingly bright red lips, as red as blood. A silent allure emanated from her, as if concealing endless charm and temptation, making one want to explore the full picture of her peerless beauty behind the mask. Upon seeing the woman, Gong Yang Yu barely hesitated. He politely apologized to Mrs. Yuchi, claiming he was unwell, and left immediately. Then he walked straight toward the woman with fiery red lips, took the rose from his breast pocket, and stopped her. "Beautiful lady, did you drop this flower?" The woman did not answer, but stared intently at Gong Yang Yu, her eyes, like black gemstones, filled with desire, and her scarlet tongue silently licked her red lips. She reached out to the flower, but slapped it away from Gong Yang Yu's hand and instead took his hand. The cold, slippery touch sent a shiver through Gong Yang Yu's heart. Was it really that direct? As a seasoned lover, he could easily utter sweet words. "Beautiful lady, the moment I saw you, I realized that the jewels were fakes, and your eyes were the real gem." The woman remained silent, pressed herself against him. Overjoyed, Gong Yang Yu immediately led the woman to a corner. In the darkness, the woman being held tightly had a crimson light in her eyes. She laughed silently, and the latter grew wider and wider, until his mouth split open, and muscle fibers along with the flesh tore apart, revealing shark-like, ferocious teeth. "Ah!" A piercing scream shattered the beautiful, ambiguous atmosphere of the ball. The group of noblemen and women were startled and stopped what they were doing. They looked in the direction of the sound, and their expressions changed drastically. Gong Yang Yu was lying on the ground, screaming in agony, clutching his neck tightly. Through the gaps between his fingers, you could see a huge bloody hole in his neck, as if he had been torn apart by something. Beside him, a woman in a long black dress, her face covered in blood, was chewing voraciously. Blood and bits of flesh flowed down her swan-like neck, making her already pale skin appear even paler. "It's a nightmare creature!" a nobleman suddenly exclaimed, pointing intently at the slit-mouthed woman. But the next second, several screams rang out again in the arena. Some of the men's female companions had opened their blood mouths and were frantically tearing at their flesh. At the same time, the shadows beneath some people's feet surged silently, and the shadows slowly rose from the ground, transforming into tall, shadowy monsters. "Ah! Damn it! Why are there nightmare monsters here? Where are the law enforcement officers? What the hell are they doing?" The scene instantly descended into chaos. Although there were many extraordinary individuals among the nobles present, many of them had relied entirely on resources to achieve their status, and some had never even experienced any combat in their lives. Now they were completely panicked. At this moment, a powerful golden-level warrior hurriedly dressed, and terrifying flames suddenly erupted from his palm, burning a slit-mouthed woman to ashes with a single blow. "Shut up, all of you!" The sheer power of gold intimidated the entire audience. Gradually, more and more nobles calmed down and began to resist. The slit-mouthed woman and the Shadow clan were not very strong, and they were wiped out in no time. However, due to the sneak attack, many nobles were injured. In the crowd, Lin Kanyang, who was being closely embraced by the noblewoman, revealed a cold smile. "This is just the appetizer." His goal wasn't to kill these nobles, but rather to get them to kill the nightmare creatures as much as possible. So the sneak attack just now was merely a well-intentioned reminder. "Where are you going?" "I'm scared." The noblewoman clung tightly to Lin Kanyang, seeking a vague sense of security. Tears soaked through the thick foundation on her face, making it look unusually muddy. A look of disgust flashed in Lin Kanyang's eyes, and he shoved her away, saying, "You fat wretch! Get lost! You!" He ignored the noblewoman's clamor and walked step by step into the arena. His unconventional behavior immediately attracted attention. Some people looked at the mask on his face with some confusion, wondering why he would wear a full face mask to a masquerade ball. However, several nobles in the room recognized the silver mask, and their pupils suddenly contracted. "The seven deadly sins." A gold-level expert trembled as he spoke. Upon seeing the familiar silver-white mask, even a gold saint felt a chill. In today's world, who doesn't know the name of the 7 deadly sins? Even the 7 kings would be wary of the silver-white mask. The moment the words 7 deadly sins were uttered, it was as if time in the ballroom had been put on hold. The entire hall fell silent instantly, and everyone froze in place, as if petrified. Countless fearful gazes were fixed on Lin Kanyang. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked step by step to the center of the dance floor, the crystal chandelier above his head flashing continuously, illuminating his tall figure in varying degrees of light and shadow. A silver mask, a tailcoat, white gloves, the iconic clothing came into view, and panic spread like wildfire, making even breathing difficult. You. The noblewoman who had been pushed away earlier collapsed to the ground in fright. She could hardly believe that she had just been dancing with one of the 7 deadly sins, and even groping him. Upon realizing this, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "You are the chief candidate of the 7 deadly sins. What are you doing here?" A gold-ranked expert recognized the meaning of the mask, but dared not be careless in the slightest, even though he was not facing a formal member of the 7 deadly sins. Feeling the fear instilled in him by the nobles, Lin Kanyang was filled with excitement. He loved this feeling. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly, like a villain appearing in a movie. His arrogant gaze slowly swept across the entire scene. "What are you doing?" "We, the 7 deadly sins, are going to destroy the world, and you, the noble elites of the empire, are the biggest obstacle to the 7 deadly sins. You control the most resources and the strongest forces, possessing power far exceeding that of ordinary armies. Once you join the battlefield, it will be even more difficult for the 7 deadly sins to destroy the world. Therefore, I have come on the orders of Lord Pride, the foremost of the 7 deadly sins, to send you on your way." The nobles were instantly terrified. They never expected that the reason they were considered a thorn in the side by the 7 deadly sins was because the nobles were too powerful and occupied the most resources. They were speechless with bitterness because they had no intention of going to the front lines to fight. "The nightmare has arrived." Lin Kanyang frantically opened his arms, as if to welcome a new life. In reality, consciousness is connected to dreams. My lord, send a few more nightmares. Sumu agreed. Suddenly, a huge rift appeared in the center of the ballroom, and a terrifying and ominous aura spread wildly. The next moment, a humanoid crocodile, more than 3 meters tall, emerged from it, its cold scales and sharp claws making it look like a perfect fighting machine. Gold-tier nightmare monster. This was only the first one. Soon, 8 scarlet beams of light shone from the crack, accompanied by a creaking sound, and a human-faced spider with 8 compound eyes emerged. Following closely behind was a giant humanoid wolf covered in white bristles, resembling a werewolf from mythology. 3 golden-level nightmare creatures appeared, and the atmosphere in the arena instantly froze to an extreme. Ah! Suddenly, a scream erupted from someone, like a signal flare, and countless nobles fled through the gates. Lin Kanyang sneered, and the bronze ring on his hand emitted a faint light before his figure disappeared, and these 3 gold-level nightmare creatures began a massive slaughter. Lin Kanyang did not leave, but instead took advantage of the night to travel through the noble area, and then randomly selected a noble mansion to release a group of nightmare creatures. Moments later, the entire noble district was in chaos. Flames, explosions, and screams filled the air, turning the once luxurious aristocratic area into a living hell. Now, the nobles who were previously too afraid to go to the front lines were finally forced to confront the terrifying nightmare creatures, because their homes had become the front lines, as flames soared into the sky. Lin Kanyang's figure, illuminated by the firelight, gradually left the noble district and disappeared into the night sky. His mission was not yet complete. Sumu had given him the task of stirring up chaos among the nobles, and nobles were not only found in the Crimson Flame Empire. He rushed to the next location without stopping, diligently completing the leader's tasks, hoping to become a full member of the 7 deadly sins as soon as possible. While Lin Kanyang was busy, the other members of the 7 deadly sins were not idle either, but took turns going to the dream world to cultivate. In the face of the impending catastrophe, the strength of the silver rank is no longer sufficient, and the official members must keep up with the times and advance to gold rank as soon as possible. The Dream Time Chamber is the best place for cultivation. 1 day of cultivation there is equivalent to 1 year of cultivation in the outside world. With the support of abundant resources, advancing to the gold rank is not a dream. 2 days later, Sumu finally arrived at the coastal border. There are many cities along the coastal border, and the final stop of the train he was on was a coastal city called Seaside City. Before he came, he had read about the coastal city. It was a very prosperous city with a port and a thriving maritime trade. Every year, the seafood it caught was sold throughout the country, but when he got out of the car, he saw only desolation. The once towering buildings were now just ruins, with steel bars exposed like twisted skeletons, concrete fragments scattered all over the ground, and wisps of black smoke rising from some places. The streets were riddled with craters of all sizes, and abandoned cars were parked haphazardly with broken windows, scratches, and dents all over their bodies. Some were even overturned. Few shops on the street were open. Most had their doors and windows tightly shut, and their signs were teetering on the verge of collapse. The once dazzling shop windows were now just broken glass and looted shelves. I found a mithril bullet casing. In a nearby alley, a ragged child picked up a mithril bullet casing, a look of excitement flashing across his face. Beside him was a little girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old, equally dirty, with bright, clear black and white eyes full of joy. Great, brother, we can go exchange for food now. Yes, you're right, let's go. The older boy held his sister's hand tightly, stuffed the mithril bullet casing into his pocket, and walked away. quickly, as if afraid that someone would steal the casing. Seeing this, Lin Lingling looked distressed and quickly caught up with the children, taking out all the candy she had and giving it to them. When she returned, she kept sighing, "Damn arrogance!" If it weren't for him, so many children wouldn't be displaced. Lin Nangsing and the others nodded in unison, sharing a common hatred for the enemy. The arrogant man in the crowd calmly pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, offering no rebuttal. When he decided to open the gates of nightmares, he knew he would be condemned by everyone and become the worst person in the world. People only see arrogance deliberately unleashing countless nightmare monsters to harm the people, but they don't know that without arrogance, the world would be completely destroyed in less than a year, and no one could save it. While releasing floodwaters will certainly cause casualties, if the floodwaters are not released, everything will be submerged when the dikes breach. Using the name of world destruction to perform acts of world salvation, choosing such a path inevitably leads to opposition to the entire world. The Savior bears the infamy of destroying the world. Such heavy pressure is enough to crush a person with a firm will, but it cannot crush Sumu. Because Sumu had no pressure and no psychological burden, he had destroyed the world many times and was feared by the world, and he had also saved the world many times and was revered by all people. The world's slander and praise are irrelevant to him. His way of thinking is different from that of humans. Rather, it leans more towards that of gods, like a high and mighty deity overlooking the world's vicissitudes and changes. He only does what he thinks is right, or rather, what is interesting. Captain, weren't we supposed to be greeted by the garrison in the coastal city? Where are they? Could they have been attacked by the nightmare creatures? Lin Nangsing asked, slightly flustered. Upon hearing this, the nightmare apostles who had just disembarked from the train immediately began to discuss among themselves, their expressions visibly filled with panic. This time, Sumu came to provide support not only with his own small team, but also with hundreds of nightmare apostles, most of whom were eliminated from the previous exploration program. Some of the eliminated nightmare apostles returned to their hometowns, while others, captivated by the prosperity of the capital, settled there temporarily. Then, when the cataclysmic crisis occurred, these nightmare apostles in the capital were conscripted and placed under the unified management of Sumu, forming a special operations team. Many more special operations teams composed of nightmare apostles are being formed, but Sumu and his group were among the first to arrive. They're here. Sumu suddenly looked towards the end of the street. Before long, a dark figure appeared at the end of the street, and the roar of armored vehicles came from afar. It was a team of about 20 fully armed soldiers in special operations uniforms, following closely behind the armored vehicle. Rumble! The armored vehicle slowly came to a stop in front of Sumu and the others, and a burly man dressed as a sergeant jumped off the armored vehicle. "Which one of you is Marquis Sumu?" Before Sumu arrived, he had already been specially promoted one rank by the Red King and became a Marquis. This is a title that only the golden nobility can possess. Sumu slowly stepped forward. "It's me." The sergeant glanced at Sumu, frowning slightly at his delicate, refined appearance. "These are the reinforcements sent by the Empire." The sergeant gave a military salute and said in a respectful but not arrogant manner, "This humble officer greets Your Excellency Marquis. You must be tired from your journey. Please come with me to the base to rest." "No need for rest. I remember that Yu Chi Hong is in charge of the coastal city, right? Where is he?" "Take me to see him," Sumu said directly. Because the number of gold-level experts in the Crimson Flame Empire was limited, these gold-level experts were stationed in different areas to defend the coastline. After all, the Crimson Flame Empire has a very large coastline. Once the gold-level experts gather together, other areas will fall into disarray. Yu Chi-hong is a gold-level expert stationed in the coastal city. The sergeant looked troubled. Lord Yuchi is probably too busy to see you right now. The situation in Haben City is not optimistic. A golden nightmare creature has attacked the city multiple times. Lord Yuchi is currently keeping an eye on this nightmare creature and cannot spare the time. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. In that case, we should meet you. Our special operations team is here to provide assistance. My lord, the situation is like this. The golden nightmare is not actually that strong. It is just too cunning. It comes and goes without a trace. Lord Yuchi has fought with it many times and even set up a net, but it will not take the bait. As soon as there is the slightest disturbance, it will immediately escape. So taking more men won't help. It will only alert the enemy. Lord Yuchi specifically instructed that after you arrive, you should first go to the base to rest. Once you've rested, stay in the coastal city and clean up any stragglers who have slipped through the net. You can leave the front lines to Lord Yuchi. The sergeant seemed afraid that Sumu would feel slighted, so he quickly added, the front line is a large-scale operation, which is not conducive to your Special Operations Team's combat operations, but it's different in the city. You've seen the state of the coastal city now. It's all caused by those who slipped through the net. Taking advantage of the fact that the border wall was not yet fully completed, they infiltrated the city and wreaked havoc. With so many people in the city, we couldn't operate effectively. Your Special Operations Team is composed of Nightmare Apostles. They'll certainly be more adept at handling this situation. So, what do you think? Sumu nodded. Lead the way. The group followed the sergeant to the base, and through observation along the way, they gained a deeper understanding of the basic situation of the coastal city. Although the coastal city has been invaded by some nightmares, there are still a large number of residents in the city. However, these people usually dare not go out unless there is a special reason. It is okay during the day, but especially at night, the coastal city is as quiet as a ghost town. Even at home, the residents dare not make too much noise. Upon arriving at the base, Sumu could see the massive high wall built on the outskirts of the coastal city from afar. It was a tall, silver wall that gleamed with a cold metallic luster, winding and coiling like a giant dragon, resembling a steel spine erected between the earth and the sea. However, the silver wall is not yet complete and still has many gaps. Holy crap, this huge city wall isn't made entirely of mithril, is it? How much did it cost? Lin Nangsing exclaimed in shock. How could that be? Lin Lingling put her hands behind her head and looked at the city wall. That city wall is made of mithril alloy, but some mithril has been mixed into other metals. If it were made entirely of mithril, the entire mithril mines of the Crimson Flame Empire wouldn't be enough. My lord, the conditions are simple. Please make do and rest for a while, the officer said politely. No need. Just bring out the information about Nightmare in the city, as well as the map of Seaside City. Sumu waved his hand. The sergeant looked slightly surprised. Are you going to start the operation now? Yes. Please wait a moment. The sergeant turned and left, and soon returned with a thick stack of files and maps. My lord, the information and maps about the nightmare are here. I have also spoken with the city guards and law enforcement officers. If you encounter any problems during your operation, you can contact them. I have other tasks to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Okay, go ahead. The sergeant saluted respectfully and then left with his men. After he left, Lin Nangsing came over and said, Captain, although this person seemed quite polite, I felt like he was ignoring us. The same goes for the Golden Nightmare, Yu Chi-hong, who is in charge. Can he spare a single moment? No matter how cunning the Golden Nightmare is, with so many experienced nightmare apostles like us, we can definitely help him, but he won't even meet with him. No need to worry about it. Sumu didn't say much, but directly took out the files and maps and started looking through them. A moment later, he gathered more than 100 nightmare apostles and began issuing missions. The more than 100 nightmare apostles were in a loose formation, dressed in strange and inconsistent clothing, and exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay, resembling 100 or so ruffians. As the sergeant said earlier, these nightmare apostles are indeed not suitable for large-scale operations. They are better suited for solo or small team battles. It's like a pile of shit when gathered together, but scattered like stars across the sky when scattered. Moreover, these 100+ people clearly had different thoughts. Some were very excited and eager to try. Some looked indifferent, as if they didn't care about anything, and others had obvious resistance on their faces, as if they were very reluctant to come to the front line. The impact of the world's destruction is the weakest on the nightmare apostles, because they may not even live to see the day the world ends. Some of them are psychologically twisted, and even think it's good that everyone has to die, so they won't be alone. This group of unruly individuals gathered here for two reasons. First, the Red King's orders, and second, Sumu's reputation. As the leader of the first squad that stood out from the crowd, and having returned safely from 2 exploration missions, these nightmare apostles naturally understood Sumu's strength. However, these external factors can only force them to come to the front line. As for how much effort they are willing to put in, only they themselves know. The only way to motivate this group is to lure them with benefits. Anyone among you who feels the signs of a nightmare and is about to be pulled into the nightmare world, please raise your hand. Sumu looked at everyone and smiled gently. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment, and after a moment, a few people raised their hands. At this moment, a burly man standing 2 meters tall stepped out from the crowd. After he stepped out, everyone realized that the burly man's left hand was not a human arm, but a metal left arm made of mithril alloy. The intricate details and gears were faintly visible, and the small cannon muzzle and retractable blade were cleverly hidden within. Captain Su, my nightmare symptoms are very strong. I estimate I will enter the nightmare world in the next 2 days. You asked us to raise our hands. Are you planning to make us not participate in this mission? After all, if we get injured in the coastal city, we may not survive the next nightmare world. The burly man spoke for most people. These nightmare apostles did not want to get hurt while saving the coastal city. They could save some people, but if they were injured, who would save them after they entered the nightmare world? Most nightmare apostles are selfish, because it would be difficult for someone who isn't selfish to have survived this long. Under everyone's gaze, Sumu shook his head. Everyone must participate in this mission. Upon hearing this, many people's expressions changed, especially the burly man who was the first to step forward, whose face turned particularly ugly. Captain Su, although we respect you, our lives are also precious. You know better than we do the dangers of the nightmare world. To be honest, the fact that we've survived this long and even advanced to silver rank is largely due to luck. For us, just being alive is already a feat. If we were injured during this mission, even a minor injury, we could lose our lives once we enter the nightmare world. Yes, Captain Su, you've become an imperial nobleman, willing to risk your life for the Empire, but we're nothing but trash who could die at any moment. We're not as noble as you. As everyone chattered and their hearts grew increasingly unsettled, Sumu remained smiling. "Gentlemen," his mellow and gentle voice spread like ripples on water, seemingly possessing some kind of magical power that instantly calmed everyone's restless hearts. It wasn't that Sumu had much personal charm, but rather the endless demonic sound. "I know your concerns. I am also a nightmare apostle, so I understand your thoughts very well. What you are worried about is nothing more than the signs of nightmares. What if I had a way to resolve the signs of nightmares?" Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, curing nightmare symptoms. "Are you kidding me? How is that possible?" From ancient times to the present, everyone knows that becoming a nightmare apostle means death, and no one can escape the signs of a nightmare. Some people found it unbelievable. "Captain Su, your solution isn't to inject us with sleep-inducing drugs to force us to stay awake, is it?" This method is certainly feasible, and I believe many people have used it, but it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. While prolonged sleeplessness may prevent us from entering the nightmare world, it will place a huge burden on our bodies and minds. In the end, there are only two paths: either die from prolonged sleep deprivation, or, unable to endure any longer, enter the nightmare world in a state of extreme exhaustion, where death is still inevitable. Sumu shook his head. "I'm talking about a solution, not using sleep-inducing drugs to delay things. The Empire understands the nightmare world better than you think. The so-called nightmare symptoms are nothing more than the connection between your souls and the nightmare world. As your connection deepens, you will enter the nightmare world. I possess a batch of extraordinary potions that weaken this connection, called the Dream Severing Potion. Taking it will weaken the connection and prevent you from entering the nightmare world." The crowd was in an uproar, finding it unbelievable that such a miraculous medicine existed in the world. It was clear that Sumu spoke with certainty, and he even brought up the Empire's endorsement, so they couldn't help but believe him a little more. "Is there really such a potion?" the burly man asked urgently. He was about to enter the nightmare world. The last time he entered, he lost an arm. Although he replaced it with a mechanical arm, it still affected his strength. To be honest, he was really unsure whether he could survive the next nightmare world. Sumu smiled slightly. Of course, they said that. But what they really thought was completely different. Of course not. He's lying again. However, although the dream-breaking potion is fabricated, it can indeed help nightmare apostles weaken their nightmare connections, just as he did to Duamu King before. As long as he takes her to the nightmare world, and then brings her back, this back and forth is considered experiencing a nightmare, and the connection will naturally weaken. Sumu certainly wouldn't be so kind as to help these nightmare apostles for free. His real purpose was control. Seeing that everyone was skeptical, Sumu smiled slightly. "The few people who just stepped forward, come in with me, and you'll know once you try." The burly men exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and finally followed Sumu into the house. They reasoned that, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sumu would not attack them, nor would he have any reason to do so. Otherwise, he would be unable to lead the team. Bang! Sumu closed the door to the room, cutting off the view from the outside world. He flipped his hand, and 4 bottles of light blue potion appeared in his hand. This is the dream-breaking potion. After taking it, your connection with the nightmare world will be weakened. However, since it works on the soul, your consciousness will be temporarily blurred, and you will fall into a state of slumber. Looking at the potion in Sumu's hand, the 4 burly men hesitated. It's common sense not to eat things given by strangers. Sumu smiled slightly. You are all people who are about to die anyway. I have no reason to lie to you. What would be the point of feeding you poison? Everyone thought about it and realized that this made sense. The nightmare world was coming, and none of them were sure they could get through it safely. Even if they were lucky enough to get through it, what about next time? And the time after that? Giving poison to a dying person is indeed pointless. The burly man gritted his teeth, grabbed a bottle of dream-breaking potion, and drank it all in one gulp. Not long after, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground, falling asleep immediately. The other 3 nightmare apostles' expressions changed slightly. They checked the burly man's breathing and then examined his physical condition. Finding that there was nothing wrong with him and that he was simply asleep, they were relieved and swallowed the dream-slaying potion. Soon, all 4 of them fell into a deep sleep. A strange smile appeared on Sumu's lips. There is no such thing as a dream-dispelling potion. It's just a sleeping pill. With a wave of his hand, he directly took the 4 people into his dream, then opened a passage between the 2 worlds, bringing them into the black mist. About 5 minutes later, the 4 returned to the real world. Since they had already been to the nightmare world, the signs of the nightmare had disappeared. What they didn't know was that while they were asleep, Sumu had already used his mental power to invade their souls and conduct a hypnotic suggestion. With his current mental strength, he is already no weaker than a gold-level expert. Combined with the mysterious and unpredictable laws of dreams, hypnotizing a few unsuspecting silver-level superhumans is not a small matter, but at least a medium one. Of course, what he did was not to completely erase their self-awareness and turn them into puppets like Yen Wu did, but to add a command to their souls to obey him. Click, the door opened. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the 4 burly men walked out the door with beaming faces. Someone who knew them well quickly asked, "How are you feeling?" The burly man looked at Sumu gratefully. "Captain Su, this potion is truly miraculous. My nightmare symptoms have completely disappeared." Ha ha ha. The other 3 also expressed their gratitude, overwhelmed with emotion. "Captain Su, can this dream-slaying potion be reused?" Sumu smiled and said, "The dream-slaying potion is not useless and can be reused. Theoretically speaking, as long as you have enough dream-slaying potion, you can completely get rid of your identity as a nightmare apostle." Wow! The crowd gasped in shock. Shedding his identity as a nightmare apostle. And now he could live a normal life. This was something they never dared to dream of, yet now it was happening right before their eyes. In an instant, many more people in the crowd raised their hands, urgently saying, "Captain, I'm also feeling the signs of a nightmare. I urgently need a bottle of dream-slaying potion. Captain, don't forget me. I'll be heading to the nightmare world in less than 3 days. If you can give me the dream-slaying potion, I promise I'll do whatever you say." Everyone, Sumu gestured with one hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The dream-slaying potion is extremely precious. We are all adults and know that there is no such thing as a free lunch. So if you want the dream-slaying potion, then go and complete the tasks I assign. Every day, I will select 3 people who kill the most nightmare creatures and reward them with the dream-slaying potion. The enthusiasm of everyone was instantly mobilized. Even some crazy people who were seeking thrills and willing to go to the nightmare world realized the value of the dream-slaying potion. They could sell it to other nightmare apostles if they didn't need it themselves. Those nightmare apostles would definitely be willing to pay any price to survive. The mission has been assigned to you. Head to your assigned areas and clear out the nightmare creatures. At Sumu's command, more than 100 nightmare apostles excitedly sprang into action. He sent everyone, including Yang Dongqing and others, but he himself did not go. For him, finding the nightmares hidden in the city and then killing them was too time-consuming. For the sake of efficiency, he went directly outside the high walls. Outside the high walls, the battle between humans and nightmare creatures seems to have never stopped. Dark red bloodstains, wreckage everywhere, broken weapons, scattered bullets, all sorts of shocking elements came together to form the appearance of the battlefield. Tap, tap, tap. Soldiers stood atop the high wall, unleashing a hail of bullets. Outside the wall lurked all sorts of nightmare monsters, mostly zombies and ghouls, the most common monsters in nightmares. Bullets are the best weapon against this monster, and even soldiers made up of ordinary people can defend themselves with firearms and mithril alloy walls. But the nightmare monsters are not only zombies and ghouls, but also many translucent ghosts with ashen faces and bloodshot eyes, making them extremely creepy. Ghosts are also one of the most common nightmare creatures that humans dream of. They are generally not very strong in combat, but the most troublesome thing is that ordinary bullets are completely ineffective against them. Only mithril bullets can be used. The soldiers are mostly in squads of 10. Each squad is equipped with a sniper who uses mithril bullets to eliminate these ghost-like nightmare creatures. As for the superhumans in the army, their tasks are even more arduous. Some powerful nightmare creatures possess extremely high mobility and can easily climb high walls, not to mention the flying nightmare creatures. Sumu entered sleepwalking mode, standing atop the high wall, watching the fierce battle between humans and nightmare creatures, his brow furrowing slightly. Although it seemed that humans had repelled the nightmare creatures' attacks time and time again, the soldiers were already exhausted. As for the superhumans, they were mostly not nightmare apostles. They were either retainers hired by nobles or were of noble birth themselves. Their combat awareness was weak, and due to fear, they could not exert much combat power at all. This war is unlike any other human war before. They are facing fearless and tireless nightmare creatures. Ah! A shrill scream rang in Sumu's ears. A demon with a goat's head and a human body was rampaging on the high wall. Its horns were like twisted withered vines, and its cold goat eyes flashed with a scarlet light. Its body was covered with rough, rotten black fur. It is very tall, over 3 meters high, with legs like thick tree trunks, its hooves making a dull sound when they hit the ground, and its long, thin tail like a sharp thorn. With a gentle flick of his wrist, several soldiers were pierced through like candied hawthorns. Nearby soldiers panicked and opened fire, but the bullets couldn't even break its skin. In fact, the soldiers were so flustered that they couldn't aim properly and ended up killing many of their own soldiers instead. Several bronze-level extraordinary beings braced themselves and faced monster with the head of a goat and the body of a human. 5 fingers flame bullet. Hearts of steel. Thorns. Extreme cold and freezing. Various different abilities bombarded the goat-headed monster, causing some damage but not fatality. Instead, they ignited its ferocity. The javelin-like, slender tail pierced fiercely towards the clumsiest heart of steel man. The man was clearly terrified. Gripped by fear, he stood frozen in place, ultimately dying from a pierced heart. With one comrade dead, the morale of the rest of the group plummeted, leaving only fear. They turned tail and ran, yelling, but the problem is, where on the battlefield is there any place that is absolutely safe? They escaped the goat-headed monster, only to be met with a giant bat with a blue face and fangs, which then drained them of their life force. Only one member of the extraordinary team survived. He collapsed to the ground, his crotch soaked. If a silver-level extraordinary individual hadn't come to his aid and dealt with the goat-headed monster and the bats, he would have certainly died. Sumu shook his head at the sight of the battle. The ram-headed monster and the bat were not strong, only at the level of bronze Tui. These bronze transcendent beings were not without a chance to defeat them. In fact, with good teamwork and numerical superiority, they could easily win, but they collapsed at the first touch. The silver-ranking transcendent who came to the rescue was also a complete novice. He easily crushed the bronze-ranked opponents by relying entirely on his superior cultivation level, but was utterly helpless against those of the same level. His combat skills are too poor. He can't even compare to nightmare apostles of the same level as other superhumans. Sumu shook his head helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it. In the world of dreams, there are only two ways to become an extraordinary being. Either take an extraordinary potion or become a nightmare apostle and awaken on your own. What kind of person can take the extraordinary drug? It goes without saying that they must be rich, powerful, and from wealthy families. Ordinary people simply cannot afford them and have no way to purchase superhuman potions. This results in most superhumans having extremely poor qualities and completely lacking the courage and fighting spirit to fight. Of course, not all superhumans are so bad. Many are clearly battle-hardened, but such people are too few to influence the course of the battle. I didn't expect to put in too much. Sumu really didn't expect that even though he only released a month's worth of the drug and deliberately placed it in the sea, humans still didn't have the upper hand. His original plan was to release another batch once humanity had digested most of these nightmare creatures, repeating this process to reduce the pressure on the Seven Kings barrier and delay the world's destruction. In theory, as long as the speed at which humans kill nightmare creatures exceeds the speed at which nightmare creatures increase in the Seven Kings barrier, the time it takes for the dream world to be destroyed will be extended to the maximum extent. Unfortunately, ideals are often grand, but reality is often harsh. Given the current situation, it is impossible for humanity to eliminate these nightmare creatures within a month unless the Seven Kings intervene. However, all seven kings were injured by the faceless angel and were holed up in their palaces to cleanse themselves of the remaining destructive power. They could not act rashly. Otherwise, with their injuries not yet healed, they might damage their very foundation. In this light, the current seven kings are also useless. 7 against 1, with royal treasures, and they were fighting the weakest saint-level nightmare. Yet they still managed a Pyrrhic victory in the end. They were far inferior to the first kings, who fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They were born into royalty, and their power came from inheriting their bloodline. They easily became the Golden Kings, like flowers in a greenhouse. Is the plan to save the world going to fail like this? Sumu fell into deep thought. He had planned everything, but he hadn't expected these people to be so incompetent. They could have easily won the war if they had just played normally, or even without playing exceptionally well, but they still ended up losing. This reminded him of his early school days when he skipped class to play games at internet cafes, where he encountered many bizarre teammates who would play recklessly when things were going well, and feed the enemy when things were going badly, their motto being to lose. After a moment's thought, he couldn't come up with a solution, because even he would find it difficult to change the fact that humans are weak in a short period of time. He could only take it one step at a time, at least improving his own strength and accumulating more killing intent, so that he could break through to silver level 3 as soon as possible. Sumu's figure vanished instantly, disappearing directly into the depths of the sea. Looking at the countless nightmare creatures that seemed to be endless in the ocean, he activated the sealed dust and absolute thoughts. The materialized mental energy surged forth like a tide, instantly engulfing thousands of nightmare creatures. Immediately, he extended his fair and slender hand and gently grasped it. Boom! 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 Terrifying pressure pressed in from all directions. The nightmare monsters' bodies trembled slightly at first, then felt as if they were being struck by countless heavy hammers at the same time. Their bones cracked and their flesh was mercilessly crushed like fragile paper. Their eyes bulged out and their mouths were wide open, but they couldn't make a sound. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies gradually flattened under this terrifying pressure until they exploded with a bang, turning into a lifeless pile of minced meat. The stench of blood and decay filled the air, and the seawater instantly transformed into a writhing carpet of flesh. As thousands of nightmare creatures died, Sumu greedily inhaled the invisible, malevolent energy drifting in the air. That malevolent energy surged wildly into his soul, and gradually, his soul was stained with a faint black layer. Sumu frowned slightly. A demon heart soul was not yet perfect. If an ordinary silver transcendent had hunted thousands of nightmare creatures, a demon heart soul would have been perfected long ago. This is because his soul is too strong. If the soul of an ordinary silver-level superhuman is a pool of water, then pouring a large bucket of ink into it will turn the pool black, but his soul is an ocean. If you want to turn the ocean black, then you would have to put in a lot more ink. However, this is also a good thing. Once he cultivates demon heart soul to perfection, he will immediately obtain a murderous aura no weaker than that of Lin Kanyang, the golden troll. Sumu first entered a dream to replenish his mental energy, and then began hunting again. He had just killed over 1,000 nightmare creatures with a single move, seemingly effortlessly, but in reality, it had consumed all his mental energy. However, he has a lot of mental energy. With continuous hunting, the progress of the demon heart and evil soul increased rapidly, and the proficiency of concealed dust and severed thoughts also increased accordingly. Of course, the hunt wasn't going to be so smooth. Some nightmare creatures that were close to the gold level discovered Sumu and quickly gathered around, causing him a little trouble. When he encountered a nightmare creature that concealed dust and absolute thoughts couldn't kill instantly, he activated the Eye of God and killed it in another way. With his current strength, he is virtually invincible below the gold rank. After killing for a long time, Sumu was also wondering why he couldn't find the golden nightmare creature. As the sergeant previously mentioned, there exists a golden nightmare near the seaside city, but it is exceptionally cunning and rarely shows itself. Even if this golden nightmare doesn't show up, what about the others? After a moment's thought, Sumu guessed that these golden nightmares might have some kind of territorial consciousness, which was why they were scattered. But where is Yuchi-hong, the golden nightmare? Yuchi-hong was not seen at the front line. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared on Sumu's lips. It seems that Lord Yuchi has also prepared a surprise for me. On the high walls of the seaside city. Why do I feel like the nightmare creature's offensive has weakened? Is it just my imagination? A silver-ranked transcendent covered in blood asked blankly. It's not an illusion. It's actually weakened. Look, the number of nightmare creatures emerging from outside the high walls has decreased, someone shouted in surprise. Gradually, as time went by, more and more people discovered this situation and began to rejoice. Have we almost wiped out all the nightmare creatures near the seaside city? Definitely. The Empire has deployed so many legions and superhumans. No matter how many nightmare creatures there are, can they outnumber us? These damned monsters must be scared, so they're starting to back down. Brothers, keep killing. Victory will be ours. In an instant, the morale of the human side soared. That night, Sumu quietly returned to the coastal city. He had absorbed too much malevolent energy today and needed to digest it properly. Upon returning to the base, he summoned the Nightmare Apostles and inquired about the day's battle. A total of 124 Nightmare Apostles were sent out, but only 98 returned, with 26 lost. However, the results were still good. Most of the nightmare creatures in the city were wiped out, and the rest went into hiding and were difficult to find in a short time. Looking at the remaining 98 people, Sumu noticed that most of them had only minor injuries, and some were even uninjured. He suddenly frowned and asked, "Where is Yang Mo, Yang Dongqing?" Lin Nangsing said with a somber expression, "He's dead." How did he die? Sumu was slightly surprised by the sudden news of Yang Dongqing's death. Among everyone present, apart from himself and Lin Lingling, Yang Dongqing was the least likely to die. Although it is only at the silver level 1, it has undergone mithril activation and fused with the gold treasure 7th King of Hell, which is a replica of the royal treasure 10 Kings of Hell, giving it super strong adaptability. Unless a powerful expert of the gold rank intervenes, Yang Dongqing will have a very difficult time dying. I saw him chase a dark figure into a house, and then I heard fighting coming from inside. I wanted to go and help, but the house suddenly exploded. After the explosion stopped, I saw Yang Mo lying on the ground covered in blood, not breathing, Lin Nangsing said in a low voice. Although he hadn't known Yang Dongqing for long, they were still in the same squad, and Yang Dongqing had died right in front of him, which inevitably touched him somewhat. Where is the body? The corpse was swallowed by the shadows. What about the bodies of the other dead? They were all eaten by the nightmare creatures. Lin Nangsing clenched his fist tightly. I used the Y of the sky to investigate before. The bodies of those who were killed were quickly devoured by nightmare creatures that appeared out of nowhere. Okay, I understand. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses, a flash of crystalline blue light appearing in his eyes. He then selected the 3 people who had killed the most nightmare creatures, gave them hypnotic treatments, and began to compile the intelligence they brought back. The nightmare creatures that invaded the city were mostly bronze, with silver being a minority. Logically speaking, 100 or so silver nightmare apostles would have no problem dealing with the nightmare creatures in the city. Every nightmare apostle who can advance to silver level is an experienced individual. No one is better at dealing with nightmare creatures than the nightmare apostle, because those who aren't are long gone. But just one day later, more than 20 nightmare apostles died, and the strangest thing was that the survivors only had minor injuries at most. If the battle was really that fierce, why weren't the survivors seriously injured? Even if everyone was fighting separately, and each was responsible for their own area, were the 20-odd people who died just unlucky enough to encounter a powerful nightmare? The vanished golden nightmare, the elusive Yuchi-Hong, the mysterious death of Yang Dongqing. Sumu's lips curled slightly. Interesting. In the wilderness, an SUV is speeding along. In the car, Yang Dongqing, sitting in the passenger seat, looked worried. Deputy Commander Yan, why did you let me fake my death to escape? Now that we're far from Haben City, can you tell me? Yang Dongqing asked Yan Moxie, who was focused on driving. Yan Moxie stared intently ahead and calmly said, the commander has a major operation planned. All Revolutionary Army members lurking throughout the Empire are to return to headquarters. What big move! Attack the Crimson Flame Empire. Yan Moxie's deep voice rang out in the carriage, quickly drowned out by the engine noise, but in Yang Dongqing's heart it was like a thunderclap that lingered for a long time. Now? Yang Dongqing exclaimed in surprise. Yanmoxi nodded. That's right, now. But now that nightmares have invaded, and humanity is killing each other, won't that? Yanmoxi was silent for a moment, then slowly said, now is the best opportunity. The Crimson King is seriously injured, and almost all the major military groups within the Empire have gone to the coastal areas, leaving only some cowardly nobles. Moreover, ever since the last time the 7 deadly sins candidate chief caused a ruckus in the noble district, those nobles were terrified and began to band together, which resulted in almost no defenses in other areas except for the capital. If they seize this opportunity, the Revolutionary Army can at least unify the southern region of the Crimson Flame Empire, occupying half of the country. Yang Dongqing fell into a deep silence. Reason told him that with the world on the brink of destruction, now was not the time for a human civil war. You don't want to revive Jasmine anymore? Yanmoxi's calm words were like a sharp knife, piercing Yang Dongqing's heart. Of course I want to. I think about it all the time, Yang Dongqing said excitedly. Now is a golden opportunity. As long as the Revolutionary Army overthrows the rule of the Crimson Flame Empire and kills the Crimson King, they can obtain the Supreme Heaven, and your Jasmine can be resurrected. Upon hearing the mention of the Supreme Heaven, Yang Dongqing suddenly recalled his journey with Sumu to the Nightmare World to search for the first Crimson King, a matter he had long suspected was related to the Supreme Heaven. Perhaps it won't be that smooth until— Yang Dongqing suddenly let out a shrill scream, clutching his head tightly with both hands, his expression ferocious, his eyes bulging. Sizzle! The SUV plowed 2 long black tracks into the ground. What's wrong with you? Yanmoxi asked, frowning. I can't say. Is this the contract you signed before? Could its contents be related to the Supreme Heaven? I can't say. Yang Dongqing's expression became increasingly ferocious and painful, the pain in his soul even surpassing the pain he felt when he fused with Mithril. You just need to nod or shake your head, Yanmoxi said somewhat impatiently. You mustn't ask any more. I can't reveal any information, not even a nod or a shake of the head. If I do, my soul will shatter instantly. A hint of disappointment flashed in Yanmoxi's eyes, and he fell silent. Yang Dongqing took a long time to calm down. He was breathing heavily and leaned back in his seat, his eyes bloodshot. Silence fell between the two of them again. After a long silence, Yang Dongqing said in a low voice, although I want to revive Jasmine, I don't want the world to be destroyed. If the world is destroyed, what's the point of reviving Jasmine? To make her experience the pain of death again? Yanmoxi let out a cold laugh that was hard to understand. Do you really think that those corrupt nobles can save the world? Do you know how stupid those nobles are? Ever since they were attacked by the 7 deadly sins chief candidates, they have started to see themselves as saviors. They believe that, because they are too powerful, and are the main force for saving the world, they are seen as a thorn in the side by the 7 deadly sins and are being targeted. Under the guise of saving the world, these nobles recruited soldiers and built shelters on a massive scale, proclaiming themselves humanity's last hope. And what was the result? These worthless scoundrels didn't even dare go to the front lines. Yang Dongqing pursed his lips tightly, thinking to himself, it seems the Revolutionary Army didn't go to the front lines either. Yanmoxi remained immersed in his own world, continuing to preach, the Revolutionary Army is the savior. Only when we overthrow the corrupt nobles can we lead the people of the entire Crimson Flame Empire to survive. Upon hearing this, Sumu in the back seat smiled silently. No one knew whether he was smiling at the nobles, the revolutionaries, or both. Humans are always so interesting, possessing the inherent ability to be masters of internal strife. Don't be fooled by their lack of skill in dealing with nightmare creatures. When it comes to internal conflicts, they are all incredibly adept. He didn't care what the nobles did, whether they proclaimed themselves saviors or recruited soldiers. If they wanted to be saviors, he would grant their wish. In any case, the more power the nobles accumulate, the more nightmare creatures will greet them, and the shelters will be useless. They can just release the nightmare creatures into the shelters when the time comes. The same applies to dealing with the Revolutionary Army. Just when Sumu was worried about not finding the strength to exhaust the nightmare creatures, the Revolutionary Army assembled in large numbers and delivered themselves to his doorstep. Since both sides claim to be saviors, let's see who kills more nightmare creatures. He had known all along that Yang Dongqing was not dead. As one of the earliest superhumans to follow him, Yang Dongqing's soul had long been marked by him, and he could never get rid of it in this lifetime. Sumu smiled silently, while Yen Moxie and Yang Dongqing in the front seat did not notice that there was an extra person in the back. From their perspective, Sumu was like a ghost, which was very terrifying. He could always appear in any place silently. Whoosh! Sumu disappeared again. This time, he went directly to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Upon arrival, they found the Revolutionary Army headquarters to be bustling with activity. It was packed with people, fully armed soldiers, and many superhumans. This is only part of the story. Many more soldiers are stationed in the mountains near the base, keeping watch over the surrounding area. Commander, the troops have been almost assembled, and some who have traveled further are on their way. We expect to be fully assembled in 3 days. When shall we launch the general offensive? A man with blue tattoos on his face said in a deep voice. In the brightly lit room, all the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army, except for Yen Moxie, who was still on his way, were gathered together, totaling more than 10 people. Everyone stared intently at Yueying, who sat at the head of the table, waiting for him to give the order. The shadowy figure scanned the area, finally stating in a solemn voice, 3 days from now, at 1 o'clock in the morning, launch. Launch. The shadow's voice suddenly stopped, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat. His pupils contracted sharply, and he stared intently ahead. Activate what? A detached voice echoed from inside the room. Everyone was stunned, looked in the direction of the sound, and their expressions changed instantly. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone jumped to their feet in alarm, staring in fear and tension at the figure that had appeared out of nowhere. Tuxedos, white gloves, silver masks. The contemptuous, cold smile on the silver mask pierced everyone's eyes. Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins. Arrogance. How could that be? He actually came to our door. Why, a person's name, a tree's shadow. The moment arrogance appeared, it put these high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army on high alert, even though they were in the Revolutionary Army headquarters and surrounded by their own people. Your Excellency is arrogant. As expected of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Shadow quickly regained his composure and greeted him respectfully. May I ask what brings you here today? What do you think? Sumu asked indifferently. Shadow pondered for a moment. Your Excellency arrogance has come just as the Revolutionary Army is about to launch its general offensive, and given that I have had the privilege of cooperating with you before, I guess that Your Excellency arrogance has come to cooperate again. Upon hearing this, everyone's mood instantly went from hell to heaven. The commander actually collaborated with arrogance. With the help of arrogance, wouldn't it be easy for the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the Crimson Flame Empire? However, Sumu's answer was wrong. A simple typo caused the atmosphere in the room to freeze again. Yueying frowned slightly and tentatively asked, "Forgive my ignorance, but may I ask what brings you here, Your Excellency?" Sumu smiled slightly. "I've come to give you a big gift. A great gift." "May I ask what kind of great gift it is?" "Naturally, they are nightmare creatures." "What?" someone exclaimed suddenly, their face changing drastically. Shadow's expression changed slightly, and he forced a smile, saying, "The Revolutionary Army has never offended the 7 deadly sins. They've even cooperated with them. Humans have never offended me." The shadow fell silent, and the rest of the group tensed up, none daring to utter a sound. No one doubted that Pride was joking, because God never jokes. As the atmosphere reached its freezing point, Shadow spoke slowly. "Your Highness, I know you stand against the whole world, but the Revolutionary Army is not worth your destruction. On the contrary, as long as you keep the Revolutionary Army, we will deal with the Crimson Flame Empire. I think that human infighting would be helpful to your plans." Heh! A contemptuous laugh came from beneath the silver mask. "Do you think I need a bunch of ants to deal with another bunch of ants?" The forced smile on Yueying's face slowly froze, and his expression became serious. "Your arrogance. As far as I know, your true form cannot descend to Earth, and at the 7 Kings Conference, you released billions of nightmare creatures. I wonder how many nightmare creatures you still have now." His guess was reasonable, and not only him, but also the people of the 7 empires analyzed it in the same way. The world believes that arrogance released all the nightmare creatures at the 7 Kings Council. If there were more, why not release them all at once and destroy the world? Moreover, there aren't that many nightmare creatures in the world. The human population is close to 10 billion. There can't be more nightmare creatures than humans, right? "Just you wait and see," Sumu said indifferently. He waved his hand lightly, like an elegant conductor of a symphony orchestra, effortlessly piercing the void. A bottomless void rift appeared before everyone's eyes, and everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all assumed defensive stances. "Stop him!" Yueying suddenly shouted, and an invisible psychic force surged forth. He did not attack Sumu because he knew it was an illusion, but instead attacked the void rift directly. Unfortunately, it was useless. The 7 Kings barrier was not something someone like him could shake. At this moment, pairs of scarlet eyes opened from the cracks, and a terrifying aura spread out. Before the nightmare creatures could emerge, Shadow and the others launched an attack. Countless powerful attacks fell into the void rift, from which the inhuman roars of the nightmare creatures echoed. However, it was still useless, because there were simply too many nightmare creatures. Whoosh! A cold, sharp blade flashed, creating an opening in the crowd's attack, and then a woman whose limbs were made of blades emerged. The woman had a graceful figure, yet she exuded a chilling aura. Her hands and feet had long been severed, and sharp blades were deeply embedded in the breaks, forming new limbs. His exquisite face gleamed with a cold metallic light, like a killer from the dark abyss. "Golden Nightmare!" someone exclaimed. The woman with the blade spread her arms wide and lunged fiercely at the crowd, her limbs drawing 4 sharp streaks of light in the air. Freeze! As the number 1 person under the king, Shadow made a move in an instant, his terrifying telekinetic power enveloping the blade woman and freezing her in mid-air. But as Shadow dealt with Blade Woman, another golden nightmare emerged from the void rift. It was a ferocious bone serpent, its body 100 meters long. As the bone snakes surged out, the not-so-spacious room was instantly reduced to pieces. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of the other revolutionary soldiers outside, who rushed over one after another. Amidst the chaos, more and more nightmare creatures emerged, transforming into a surging black tide that swept across the land. The revolutionaries were no longer able to stop them and retreated in panic. Sumu stood quietly amidst the torrent of nightmares, like a god detached from the world. Damn it! How does he still have so many nightmare creatures? A high-ranking revolutionary exclaimed, but no one was destined to answer that question. Enjoy this wonderful gift, Shadow. Sumu's figure slowly rose into the air, the cold moonlight shining on the silver mask, shimmering with a dazzling cold light. Under the shadowy figure's gaze, filled with shock and anger, his body gradually faded until it became transparent. Sumu vanished into thin air, just as he had appeared out of thin air before. Within minutes of his appearance, the revolutionary army's plan to overthrow the Crimson Flame Empire was completely thwarted. He didn't care about the change of dynasties in the Crimson Flame Empire, but it couldn't be now. There are too many ambitious people and schemers in this world, but none of that matters. In Sumu's era, everyone can only act according to his will. Soon, Sumu returned to the base in the coastal city. Looking at the brightly lit base and the bustling crowd, he frowned slightly. It was late at night, and everyone turned off the lights and went to rest before he left. After all, the Nightmare Apostles were exhausted after cleaning the city all day. What happened? Lin Nangsing was startled and quickly turned around. When she saw that it was Sumu, she was overjoyed. "Captain, where did you go? Something's happened." 12 of the remaining 98 Nightmare Apostles have died. Take me there to have a look. This way, Captain. Led by Lin Nangsing, Sumu arrived at the place where the crowd had gathered. A group of Nightmare Apostles, their faces grave, surrounded the 12 corpses, examining them. "Make way, the captain is here," Lin Nangsing shouted as he pushed and shoved his way through. Sumu walked through the crowd, looking at the corpse on the ground and examining it carefully. The 12 dead men all wore expressions of deep fear, their faces contorted in horror, as if they had witnessed something terrifying before their deaths. Strangely, everyone died in a different way. Some were charred black as if burned to death, some were covered in knife wounds, and others had rotting bodies or were torn apart. "Captain, this is too strange," Lin Nangsing said uneasily. "Everyone rests in pairs in a room at night, and we have arranged for people to take turns keeping watch, but someone went to the toilet in the middle of the night and suddenly found that the person in their room was dead. He was startled and quickly called for help. Everyone woke up and turned on the lights, only to discover even more dead bodies. The strangest thing is that these people died such horribly, yet they didn't utter a single sound. Sumu bent down to examine the corpse on the ground. When his mental energy probed into the corpse, his eyes flickered slightly. What has devoured the souls of these dead? Under normal circumstances, the soul of a dead person dissipates slowly. These people have only been dead for a short time, and their bodies are still warm. Theoretically, the soul could not have dissipated so quickly. But now only empty shells remain, which means that the creature that attacked them devoured their souls. A psychic nightmare creature. Sumu's lips curled up slightly. Hadn't he just walked right into the line of fire? "Captain, have you found anything?" Lin Nangsing asked solemnly. Sumu turned around and slowly scanned the solemn-looking crowd. He saw tension, fear, and unease on their faces. "We are all silver-level Nightmare Apostles. Although our strengths vary, the difference is not too great. My teammate died right under my nose without anyone noticing. Doesn't that mean that I could be next? The unknown is always the most frightening thing. Only a gold-level being can kill 12 silver-level transcendents silently in a short period of time." In Seaside City, there are currently only 2 gold-level individuals. One is Yuchi Hong, who guards Seaside City, and the other is Nightmare, who attacks Seaside City. Sumu's words caused everyone's expressions to change slightly. He continued, "Before coming here, the royal family gave me detailed information about Yu Chi-hong. Yu Chi-hong is a gold-level transcendent being, and his gold law is called Anaga. His main ability is water manipulation. He can exert combat power on the sea that far exceeds that on land, which is why the royal family sent him here." Someone in the crowd said thoughtfully, "Since Lord Yu Chi-hong is a water elementalist, the murderer is definitely not him." The 12 people died in different ways, which does not match Lord Yu Chi-hong's attack type. It must be the Golden Nightmare hiding in the shadows. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped. Anyone who thought that a Golden Nightmare might be lurking beside them would feel a chill run down their spine. Although Yu Chi-hong is not the murderer, he is involved in this matter. Yu Chi-hong lied that he was going to deal with the Golden Nightmare and never showed up. During the day, I went to the top of the high wall, but I did not see Yu Chi-hong. He kept saying he couldn't leave to keep an eye on the Golden Nightmare, but now the Golden Nightmare has already infiltrated the city and is even wreaking havoc. I suspect that the Nightmare Apostles who died during the day were also killed by the Golden Nightmare. Only it has the power to do that. Sumu's words, amplified by the endless demonic sound, successfully shifted everyone's focus to Yu Chi-hong. The captain is right. Yu Chi-hong is definitely suspicious. I even suspect that he is colluding with the Golden Nightmare and deliberately letting it kill people. Damn! This guy's a traitor. Captain, let's go find Yu Chi-hong and confront him face to face. Seeing that people were willing to help him, Sumu smiled slightly and said, "Come with me." He took the lead, leading a large group of Nightmare Apostles to Yu Chi-hong's camp. At the camp, the soldiers on guard were terrified when they saw the large, dark mass of people. They immediately grabbed their weapons and pointed them at the crowd. "Halt! Who goes there?" a soldier shouted, pointing his gun at Sumu. Lin Nangsing was furious and kicked him to the ground. "How dare you! Open your dog eyes and look." "This is a marquis personally appointed by His Majesty the Crimson King. You dare to point a gun at a marquis? Are you trying to rebel?" In an era when nobility reigned supreme, the prestige of a marquisate was self-evident. The soldiers' expressions changed drastically. They could barely hold their guns, unsure whether to keep them raised or lower them. "Get out of the way! Tell Yu Chi-hong to come out. Our marquis wants to see him." Lin Nangsing stood with his hands on his hips and berated the soldiers. Sumu glanced sideways, surprised that Lin Nangsing possessed such talent. The soldiers naturally couldn't make the decision themselves, so they had to go back and report. Before long, the officer who had previously received Sumu and the others jogged over, looking at the menacing Nightmare Apostles with a troubled expression. "Lord Sumu, what's wrong? You are not worthy to know. Call Yu Chi-hong here," Sumu said calmly. The calm words invigorated the Nightmare Apostles. To be honest, without Sumu's leadership, they wouldn't have dared to storm the military camp and question a gold-level expert. The sergeant's face turned cold as he said in a chilling tone, "Lord Sumu, as I mentioned before, Lord Yuchi is busy keeping an eye on the Golden Nightmare and simply cannot spare the time right now. You're talking nonsense," a Nightmare Apostle with a thick beard cursed. "The Golden Nightmare has already killed dozens of our people. My brother was just killed too, and he, Yu Chi-hong, is keeping watch." "Keep watch on my ass, you bastard!" the sergeant roared, drawing his mithril saber from his waist and pointing it at the bearded man. "How dare you insult a nobleman?" Do you want to die? The bearded man sneered. Yuchi Hong killed my brother. He must have colluded with Golden Nightmare. If you dare say another word, believe me, I'll kill you. A dazzling blue light emerged from the sergeant's blade, exuding an imposing aura. He was clearly also a silver transcendent. What do I have to be afraid to say? If you're so capable, call Yuchi Hong out for a confrontation. In my opinion, he's just guilty and doesn't dare to come out at all. Oh! You want to confront me, the Marquis. Suddenly, a chilling voice came from deep within the tent, followed by a terrifying aura unique to a gold-level expert that spread out and enveloped the entire area. The overwhelming pressure turned the bearded man's face deathly pale. I, he stammered and couldn't utter a single word. From the shadows of the tent, a tall man clad in black armor and wielding a gleaming silver spear slowly emerged. The patterns on his armor resembled the winding of a dragon, and the plates shimmered with a cold metallic luster under the moonlight. He was like a majestic mountain peak, heavy and awe-inspiring. When he appeared, the eyes of thousands of soldiers were focused on him, filled with awe and trust. The soldiers made way for him. He slowly walked up to Sumu and the others. Just standing there, he exuded an imposing aura without anger, and the terrifying pressure sent chills down the spines of the Nightmare Apostles. The newcomer was none other than the gold-level expert, Yuchi Hong. Yuchi Hong gave the bearded man a cold look, and the once arrogant man lowered his head in fear, not daring to meet his gaze. Only after facing a gold-level expert can one clearly feel the immense, insurmountable gap that silver-level experts simply cannot overcome. A gold-level expert, terrifyingly powerful. You are Yuchi Hong. A calm voice broke the silence in the room. Yuchi Hong narrowed his eyes and looked at Sumu, his gaze as cold as lightning. This must be Marquis Su. I've heard that a silver-level Nightmare Apostle was recently granted the title of Marquis by His Majesty and enjoys the same treatment as a gold-level noble. Seeing him today, he is indeed handsome and extraordinary. Yuchi Hong's words, though seemingly flattering, were actually a veiled criticism of Sumu, implying that she was unworthy of her reputation and was relying on her beauty to seduce the Red King. Sumu was not angry. Instead, he smiled slightly. Now, he regarded gold as an ant, so why would he get angry with an ant? I initially only suspected that you were colluding with the Golden Nightmare, but now that I have seen you, it's no longer a suspicion, but a certainty. Ha ha ha. Yuchi Hong laughed loudly, his expression mocking. Marquis Su, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, or people will die. Sumu's smile widened. He found that the smaller version was more interesting, unlike the larger version, where no one dared to speak loudly to him. Your soul has been injured, and there is a nightmare aura mixed in with your soul aura. I have reason to suspect that you have been controlled by a nightmare creature. A hint of panic flashed across Yuchi Hong's eyes. His face gradually darkened, and his aura was like a suppressed volcano about to erupt. He stared intently at Sumu and said slowly, You doubt me in my army? Doubt a gold-level expert. Are you kidding me? This is a battlefield, not the capital. The death of a marquis by a nightmare creature is no big deal. Oh! Sumu was slightly surprised. Thanks for the reminder. In that case, you can die now. Yuchi Hong's face darkened completely, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Guards, arrest this Marquis Su and his men. At his command, the entire army remained still. The room fell silent for a second, then 2 seconds. Are you all deaf? I, the Marquis, say arrest them! Yuchi Hong roared, but no one moved. A savage glint flashed in his eyes as he looked around at the soldiers, only to freeze in shock. He saw that the soldiers around him were all looking at him with mocking expressions, as if they were looking at a clown. You all. Yu Qihong was shocked and furious, completely bewildered as to why the army had suddenly become out of his control. At this moment, Sumu's chuckled voice rang out. Yu Qihong, you're giving orders to my army to arrest me? Are you kidding me? Your army? Yu Qihong was stunned. Otherwise what? Men, seize Yu Qihong. At Sumu's command, the soldiers around him immediately sprang into action. Bang, 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 a barrage of gunfire erupted, and a net of bullets swept towards Yu Qihong. This is impossible. Yu Qihong's eyes were bloodshot. He did not sit idly by and wait for death. He suddenly swung his spear, and the water vapor in the air instantly condensed into a dark blue water shield, keeping the bullets out. Why? Why did this happen? I am the general. You traitors. He brandished his spear once more, and the azure light shield suddenly expanded and shattered. Countless splashes of water, the powerful impact, sending the surrounding soldiers flying. I understand. It's an illusion. You used an illusion to control them. It was you. With murderous intent soaring to the heavens, Yu Qihong rushed to Sumu as if by teleportation and pierced Sumu's body with a single spear thrust. Ha ha ha. As long as you die, their illusion will be broken. Mingji? It's you! Yu Qihong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He stared blankly at the person in front of him who had been pierced by a spear. It was not Sumu at all, but clearly one of his most trusted officers. The sergeant named Mingji was filled with shock and disbelief, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with rage, and he died unwillingly. It is indeed an illusion. Sumu's gentle voice sounded behind Yu Qihong. Yu Qihong was shocked and quickly turned around, staring intently at Sumu, but dared not make a move. However, it's not them who are under the illusion, but you. What? Yu Qihong was stunned. From the real perspective, what everyone saw was that Sumu exposed Yu Qihong's collusion with the nightmare creatures, and then Yu Qihong became furious and began to go on a killing spree. After killing several soldiers, he stabbed his own confidant to death, acting like a madman. Sumu's mental strength is now no weaker than that of a gold-level expert, and coincidentally, Yu Qihong's soul is injured. Moreover, he has the courage to stare at Sumu for a long time. If Sumu does not use illusion magic, it would be a bit unfair to Yu Qihong for cooperating so much. Snap! Sumu snapped his fingers, and the illusion was dispelled. Then Yu Qihong saw his once loyal soldiers now looking at him with unfamiliar, fearful, and suspicious eyes. Around him lay the corpses of several soldiers, their eyes wide open in death. This isn't real. I was just under an illusion. I didn't collude with the nightmare. Yu Qihong's eyes were bloodshot. He tried his best to explain, but even the most sincere explanation seemed pale and powerless in the face of the bloody facts. Lord Yuqi, you jest. As you said before, I am merely a silver transcendent. How could I possibly cast illusions on a gold-level expert like you? Surrounded by soldiers and nightmare apostles, Sumu smiled gently, his smile humble and polite, like a refined and gentle gentleman. Yu Qihong's eyes were bloodshot, and he wished he could tear Sumu apart. He never expected that he would be betrayed and abandoned by everyone on his own turf. Get out of my way, I'm going to kill him. He raised his spear, its gleaming tip pointing directly at Sumu. You all heard that, right? Yu Qihong not only colluded with nightmare creatures, but now he even threatened to kill me, a marquis from the capital. This man has completely betrayed the empire and the human race. and his crimes deserve to be punished. Anyone who still wishes to follow him will be punished for treason. Despite the killing intent of a gold-level expert, Sumu calmly fanned the ghost fire for everyone. Bastards! Yu Qihong's eyes were practically blazing with fury, but he dared not make a move against Sumu, who was surrounded by soldiers. These soldiers were the personal guards that the Yu Qi family had spent a lot of money to train. If he were to kill them, the morale of the family would collapse. In this turbulent era, if even his personal guards are disloyal, he as a gold saint will find himself powerless. Sumu, what else can you do besides these despicable methods? Come out and fight me if you dare. Sigh. Sumu sighed. I haven't had enough fun yet. Why are you in such a hurry to die? Can't you see the difference between us? He slowly walked out of the crowd, stood not far from Yu Qihong, and then unhurriedly took off his brown-tinted glasses. A pair of deep, bright eyes, shimmering with a crystalline blue light in the darkness, gazed calmly at Yu Qihong, sparkling like stars. Yu Qihong lowered his eyes and said coldly, I was only caught off guard and fell for your illusion. The same trick won't work on me. Prepare to die. He suddenly raised his spear, the air became heavy as water, and the sound of crashing waves echoed all around. Sumu smiled faintly. Foolish people, get lost in the illusions of floating life illusions. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Qihong, who was rushing towards him, suddenly stopped, a look of horror appearing in his eyes. This is... In his eyes, the world completely changed. The densely packed soldiers all around had disappeared. The dark night sky was filled with blood, and the earth turned gray. The whole world was so desolate and lonely. Illusion! This is all an illusion. Break it. Yu Qihong bit his tongue hard, the intense pain stimulating his taut nerves. But the surrounding environment remained unchanged. Sumu's indifferent voice echoed through the heavens and earth. I'm very curious. How does a gold-level transcendent with a damaged soul have the courage to stand before me? Die? Yu Qihong struggled to raise his spear, but... Clang, clang, clang. The clanging of chains rang out, and he was horrified. He looked down and was instantly horrified. Because he was somehow chained to a cross, his body was completely unable to move. At this moment, Sumu walked steadily in front of him and said calmly, Don't waste your energy. If you can survive the next 72 hours, I might consider sparing your life. The original floating life illusion could only last for a moment in the outside world and 24 hours inside. With the improvement of Sumu's mental strength, the duration has reached 72 hours. What? What do you want to do? I am an imperial nobleman. Wind. Sumu's indifferent voice was like a decree from the heavenly emperor. With his command, a biting cold wind suddenly swept through this desolate space. These winds were like millions of tiny blades, constantly slicing across Yu Qihong's body. Countless blood blossoms bloomed, and Yu Qihong's screams echoed throughout the heavens and earth. An hour later, the wind stopped, and Yu Qihong's injuries were instantly healed. At this moment, the arrogance of a gold-level expert was gone from his eyes. All that remained was groveling and begging. Please, let me go! I'll tell you everything! I did indeed collude with that golden nightmare. Shh! Don't say it. Sumu smiled gently. I haven't asked yet. Please, just ask already! Is this how you ask for favors? You can't even bring yourself to use the polite form of address. Please, please ask quickly. No rush, rain. Splash. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the crystal-clear raindrops landed on Yu Qihong's body, making a sizzling, corrosive sound. A Another hour passed, the rain stopped, and Yuchi-Hong had completely melted it away. Even his bones had dissolved. But soon, he was resurrected completely unharmed. "No! Spare me! Spare me! I'm willing to give you all of the Yuchi family's wealth." Sumu shook his head slightly. "Are you confused? Even if I kill you, the property will still be mine." Thunder. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the blood-red sky, and bolts of lightning, like divine punishment, struck Yuchi-Hong's body one after another. Outside world. The crowd's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. What they saw was that as Sumu stepped out of the crowd, Yuchi-Hong, a gold-level expert, charged towards them menacingly with a long spear in hand. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud and went straight to sleep. What's going on? He instantly killed the gold-level expert, Yuchi-Hong. Just how powerful is this Marquis Su? Sumu frowned slightly as he looked at Yuchi-Hong, who was lying motionless on the ground. Is he dead already? He didn't actually intend to kill Yuchi-Hong, but rather to completely control him. Yuchi-Hong wasn't a top performer at the gold level, but his superior abilities made him best suited for naval warfare. If this guy hadn't been so cowardly and colluded with the nightmare, he could have killed countless nightmare creatures if he had gone to fight at sea. Unfortunately, while ability matters, the person is not. It was precisely because there were too many such nobles that humanity suffered repeated defeats. Just then, Yuchi-Hong's fingers twitched, as if he had regained consciousness, and he struggled to get up from the ground. Sumu became interested. It was best if he wasn't dead. Yuchi-Hong struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Sumu. He then completely disregarded his noble dignity and began to kowtow and beg for mercy. "Lord Sumu, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Don't worry, I keep my word. Since you've pulled through, I'll forgive you." "Die!" Yuchi-Hong's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He grabbed the spear on the ground and suddenly lunged forward with lightning speed, thrusting it fiercely towards Sumu's throat. The terrifying speed of that golden-level expert almost exceeded the limits of human visual perception. All the people could see was a blur of motion in the air. Sumu smiled slightly, stood with his hands behind his back, and the next moment, a dark and ferocious arm suddenly rose from the shadow beneath his feet. The large hand formed by shadow clenched its fist and easily caught the thrusting spear. With a ferocious expression, Yuchi-Hong abandoned his spear, clenched his fists, and unleashed a fierce attack with dense green scales covering his knuckles. Sumu still made no move. A second shadowy hand emerged from the shadows and grabbed Yuchi-Hong's body with even greater speed, lifting him high into the air. Against the backdrop of the large, shadowy hand, Yuchi-Hong looked like a chick being picked up. The two were completely disproportionate in size. The one who made the move was naturally Bubai, who had already advanced to the gold rank. Facing a gold rank expert who had just suffered a severe injury, Bubai dealt with him with great ease. Looking at Yuchi-Hong, who was being held high in the air with a ferocious expression, Sumu smiled and said, "Yuchi-Hong doesn't have the guts to resist me. It seems you must be that golden nightmare hiding its head and tail." A crystalline blue light shone in his eyes, and a surge of immense spiritual power erupted, invading into Yuchi-Hong's mind. In an instant, Yuchi-Hong let out a shrill, inhuman scream, followed by a wisp of black smoke that flew off his body and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yuchi-Hong completely lost consciousness. His scarlet eyes regained their clarity, and then his head lolled to the side as he fainted. They run pretty fast. Sumu ignored the fleeing golden nightmare and turned to the soldiers, saying, "You have all seen what happened today." Yuchi-Hong was possessed by the golden nightmare, which is why he did these things. As an imperial Marcus, I will temporarily take over all the troops in the seaside city. The soldiers looked at each other, none of them daring to object. He could kill Yuchi Hong with a single glance, and he was also an imperial Marcus. Even if they had the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, they wouldn't dare disobey his orders. "Where is the deputy general?" "Your subordinate is here." A man who was more than half a lieutenant general hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Sumu. "Quickly prepare a cell. I, the Marquis, wish to interrogate Yuchi Hong personally." "Yes, Your Excellency," in the dimly lit prison cell. Sumu sat upright in a wooden chair, holding a cup of hot tea in his hands. He blew on the steam, took a sip, and looked relaxed. Opposite him was Yuchi Hong, who was bound hand and foot. The immense spiritual power silently invaded Yuchi Hong's soul, gradually distorting his thoughts. After a long while, Yuchi Hong slowly woke up. His face was expressionless, but his gaze toward Sumu was filled with fervor. "Letter. Tell me about that golden nightmare in the coastal city." Sumu crossed his legs, picked up his teacup, and leisurely sipped his tea. The dim light in the cell shone on his fair face, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. "Yes, Chief," Yuchi Hong told him without hesitation. "That golden nightmare is called the Dream Weaver." "What weaver?" Sumu put down his teacup. "Dream Weaver." "Heh." Sumu's lips curled into a strange smile. Then he picked up his teacup. "It really is a perfect match for your expertise." Yuchi Hong continued, "The Dream Weaver has no physical form and no ability to fight directly. Its only ability is to infiltrate dreams, transform into various terrifying monsters, and attack in the dream. Anyone killed by it in the dream will also die in reality and develop corresponding injuries." Sumu nodded, now understanding why those nightmare apostles had died, and why each one's death was different. "And it cannot be killed. Even if it dies in the current dream, it can be resurrected in other dreams it has entered. It is immortal unless everyone who has dreamed of it dies. I was caught off guard, and it invaded my dreams. In the dream, I was terrified and no match for it. It wounded my soul." "Why didn't it kill you?" "The Dream Weaver is highly intelligent and clever. It knows that killing me will attract the attention of the Empire, which will then send more powerful beings. It does not want to take such a risk, so it threatens me, saying that it will give me a chance to live, but I must not interfere with its dream-entering, killing and soul-devouring." "I see." Sumu finished his tea in one gulp, then slowly stood up. "If the Dream Weaver enters your dream again, tell it that I have taken over the seaside city and that you don't want to die, so beg it to enter your dream and kill me. It's the leader." Sumu didn't say anything more and left the cell directly. He was certain that the Dream Weaver would come, because the other party did not want to be exposed and only wanted to develop in secret. Now that the controller of the seaside city had changed, the Dream Weaver would definitely not be able to resist. Moreover, the Dream Weaver dares to infiltrate even the dreams of a gold-level expert at will, let alone someone as low as silver. All he needs to do next is take a nap. Dream Weaver? He was quite curious to see what level of skill was involved in daring to use such a name. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The cold rain fell on the bluestone pavement of the dilapidated alley, splashing up tiny droplets. The alley was very narrow and filled with a damp atmosphere. The mottled walls looked even more eerie after being washed by the rain. The puddles on the ground reflected the flickering streetlights, creating swaying shadows. Scattered pedestrians, carrying black umbrellas, silently moved among them. If viewed from above, those moving black umbrellas resembled ominous flowers blooming in the dark night. These pedestrians were all dressed in solemn black suits, their steps hurried yet silent, as if driven by some mysterious force to attend a funeral. Sumu stood quietly in the alley, wearing the same black suit, the only difference being that he didn't have an umbrella. He casually glanced at the passers-by, whose faces under the black umbrellas had no features, only pale skin. It wasn't just this one pedestrian, everyone else was the same, as if they were all copied from the same mold. At this moment, the men in black suddenly surrounded him, crowding around him. Several black umbrellas were placed together, completely blocking out the dim sky above Sumitu. The men in black were hard and cold, like corpses that had already cooled down. They stared at Sumu silently, without saying a word. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared on Sumu's lips. He casually glanced around and commented, "The scene is cramped, the elements are monotonous, the environment is distorted, the content is outdated, and most importantly, it lacks common sense." Sumu shook his head in disappointment. This kind of old-fashioned alley, yet the bluestone on the ground doesn't even have moss. Is this the dream you've woven? It's not that it's completely useless, it's practically a pile of garbage. Who taught you to weave dreams like this? Whether it was Sumu's words that touched the soft soul of the dream weaver, those faceless men in black began to move. They crowded around Sumu as he walked forward. Sumu did not resist and let them push him forward, heading deeper into the alley. Gradually, the scene deep in the alley became clear. An old house with a dilapidated red lacquered door and two white lanterns hanging on either side of the eaves, with two large black characters written on them, "Morning." Sumu looked up at the plaque above the old house, which, weathered by wind and sun, clearly read Su Mansion. Sigh. Sumu sighed heavily. Traditional Chinese characters should be used here. Do I need to teach you this basic common sense? Wah. A mournful wailing sound rang out from inside the Su residence, seemingly in response to anger. Sumu entered the old house, which was already filled with men in black who had come to mourn. He went straight into the mourning hall and saw a crystal coffin placed inside. Several women dressed in black mourning clothes were kneeling in front of the coffin, crying sadly. However, they also have no face. Looking at the crystal coffin in front of him, Sumu frowned slightly. "I'll give you one last chance. The person lying in the coffin must not be me." Although seeing the corpse of one's own kind will trigger fear in one's genes, this fear will deepen as the corpse becomes more similar to oneself. It's so cliché. I hate this feeling of knowing the ending beforehand. There's no enough. Bang. The coffin lid was lifted from the inside, revealing Sumu sitting up inside, his face pale and his expression furious. As the sappanwood appeared in the coffin, the entire old house began to shake violently, and the wailing all around became increasingly deafening. The sky was unusually gloomy, and a strong wind was blowing outside, just like a scene from a low-quality horror movie. Yeah, I knew it. Sumu looked at his exact replica in the coffin and shook his head in disappointment. Why haven't you made any progress? Didn't you listen to a word I just said? Shut up! Sumu's expression suddenly turned ferocious inside the coffin. His body rose straight from the coffin like a zombie, his eyes unusually bloodshot and filled with unimaginable malice. "You..." Bang! A long, slender, fair hand gripped his neck and pressed him back into the coffin. The dream weaver was filled with shock and rage as she watched the gentle man before her struggle incessantly. Ferocious fangs rapidly grew from his mouth, his body turned ashen, and his twisted fingernails instantly lengthened into jet black. "Come and see what a real dream is like," Sumu said with a gentle smile. Suddenly, he let go. The dream weaver's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and it suddenly stretched out its dark claws, piercing Sumu's heart. The injuries you sustained in your dream will also be reflected in reality. Sumu, you're dead. How dare you question the dream? Why woof? What? The dream weaver suddenly froze. The Sumu, who had been pierced through the heart, burst like a bubble and then disappeared. Humph, trying to run. In my dreams, I'm invincible. The dream weaver leaped out of the coffin, his scarlet eyes constantly searching for Sumu's figure. He realized how troublesome Sumu, this silver transcendent, was. The other party clearly had some understanding of dreams. However, in the realm of dreams, he is the true king. Let me see where you've hidden. The dream weaver smiled sinisterly, his senses fully activated as he meticulously perceived every inch of the dream. A moment later, he was stunned. No, not anywhere. How is this possible? This is Sumu's dream, and the dream is still going on. How could Sumu possibly escape? I checked everywhere, but why can't I find Sumu? That's not right. There's still one place I haven't checked. The dream weaver remembered the one thing he had overlooked, and that place was himself. Could it be? His expression changed slightly, and he quickly tore open the front of his shirt. The moment the clothes were torn open, the dream weaver felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, only to see a fair human face embedded in his chest. The face was still smiling, a gentle and polite smile. Oh? You found out. Sumu smiled. Ah! The dream weaver screamed in terror, frantically attacking the human face on his chest with his claws. Finally, amidst his screams, the human face was torn off alive. The face remained smiling, lips parting to reveal gleaming white teeth. It's useless. The next moment, the facial features faded rapidly, turning into a piece of flesh with skin on. At the same time, the dream weaver suddenly felt a slight itch on her neck. Just as he realized something was wrong, the flesh on his neck suddenly began to writhe wildly, and a tumor was growing rapidly at a visible speed, growing to the size of a human head in the blink of an eye. Bang! The tumor ruptured, and a brand new human head grew out of it, its fair face still covered with sticky blood. We meet again, Sumu greeted with a smile. Ah! The dream weaver frantically swung its claws, severing the human head from its own neck. The head fell to the ground, and there was no sound. I am the master of dreams. You think this kind of dream control method can? Before the dream weaver could finish speaking, she suddenly started gagging, as if something was stuck in her throat. His expression suddenly turned to extreme terror. His throat swelled more and more, and finally his mouth opened uncontrollably until it tore open, as if something was growing out of his body. You! Don't even think about it! Bang! The dream weaver's body exploded without warning, turning into black smoke that filled the sky. The black smoke quickly gathered together and transformed into a humanoid monster with a blue face and fangs, but the monster's face was filled with fear. Run! This human is strange. I was actually controlled by him in my dream. The dream weaver frantically fled, trying to escape this nightmare. However, when he left the old house, he found that the dark alley outside was no longer the place he had been looking at, but a boundless sea of clouds. Deep within the sea of clouds, a majestic celestial palace, shrouded in ethereal mist, stands atop the palace. Within the palace, on the high throne of the celestial emperor, Sumu sits with his legs crossed, one hand supporting his chin, watching the dream weaver with great interest. Beneath the throne of the immortal emperor stood 5 beings whose presence could not be directly observed. The primordial angel radiating holy light, the eternal celestial being as majestic as the stars, the sea god covered in tentacles and green scales, the twisted god with distorted features, and shadow god composed of the darkest shadows. When the five gods simultaneously gazed upon the dream weaver, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, his body trembling uncontrollably in collapse. No! This is impossible. How could I have such a dream? Want to learn? I can teach you. Sumu smiled from his throne as the immortal emperor. The dreamweaver had no time to reply. Instinctive fear drove him to flee frantically, his speed almost exceeding the speed of light. But when he looked back, he found that he was getting closer and closer to the celestial palace at the top, as if the sea of clouds beneath his feet was retreating madly, and no matter how he tried to escape, the distance was constantly closing. No! Thump! Under the oppressive power of the five gods, the dream weaver fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to lift his head, and the five gods and Sumu were close at hand. He trembled with fear. Looking at the lonely, weak, and helpless dream weaver, Sumu felt somewhat bored, as the other party had not brought him any surprises in the dream. Perhaps they shouldn't be called dream weavers. Dream Suicide Squad would be more fitting. Sumu didn't even bother with words to this boring enemy. He simply snapped his fingers, and the Dreamweaver's body began to crumble inch by inch, completely erased. Originally, Sumu wanted to give him a chance. If the dream he wove was interesting, Sumu wouldn't mind raising another pet. But unfortunately, he was useless when given the chance, so he could only die, adding a bit of malevolent energy along the way. With the death of the Dream Weaver, Sumu gained a large amount of malevolent energy, which directly caused the progress bar of the malevolent soul to increase by 10%. His demon soul is now halfway formed. Once he kills a few more golden nightmares, it will be fully formed, at which point he can consume Silver Savi's extraordinary potion and advance smoothly. The next day, Sumu released Yuchi Hong and announced to all the soldiers that the Golden Nightmare had been eradicated. Yuchi Hong had been possessed by the Golden Nightmare, which was why he committed those treasonous acts. Now that Yuchi Hong has become his man, it's natural to try to clear his name. Sumu also relayed these messages back to the capital of the Crimson Flame Empire and informed the royal family that he would lead a team to other cities to provide support. From atop the high wall, Sumu gazed into the distance. Not far away lies the boundless sea, where Yuchi Hong is wreaking havoc. Without the threat of the Dream Weaver, and with Sumu's hypnosis making Yuchi Hong fearless, this gold-level expert finally unleashed his true power. The Golden Law Naga was indeed invincible on the sea, with every move capable of triggering a tsunami. In a short time, Yuchi Hong killed thousands of nightmare creatures. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps if he could hypnotize all these golden nobles, humanity might be able to reverse its decline. Of course, this is just a thought. Hypnotizing a gold-level expert would take too much time, and it's not easy to encounter a gold-level superhuman like Yuchi Hong, whose soul was damaged by chance. He leaped down from the high wall, looked at Lin Nangsing and the others waiting below, and waved his hand. Let's go. The Nightmare Apostles left the coastal city in a grand procession, heading to the next city that needed support. 3 days later, Crimson Flame Imperial Capital, the Red King was overwhelmed by the messages coming from the coastal border. 3 cities have fallen, 1 nobleman has died in battle, 2 have fled their cities, and the border wall is still not fully completed. Are these people all pigs? Your Majesty, this is intelligence from within the country. Gongsun Quan handed over another intelligence report with a blank expression. When the Crimson King took it and looked at it, he felt his vision go black and his phoenix face was furious. Useless. They're all useless. Those nobles who dare not go to the front lines, being harassed by nightmare creatures released by the 7 deadly sins on their own turf, actually dare to ask the royal family for help. What kind of bullshit nobility is this? In my opinion, these useless bastards should all be abolished. Back then, only my father, that old man Deng, was willing to establish a noble class, saying it would be convenient for maintaining rule. Maintain what? The empire's annual revenue was all eaten up by these pigs, who just eat and don't do any work. Your Majesty, mind your image, Gongsun Quan reminded him from the side. However, his words clearly carried less weight than Dongfang Yuan's. The Crimson King roared, "Image! Image!" The Crimson Flame Empire is on the verge of collapse. What image do I have left? She stomped her feet angrily on the throne, her slender fingers digging into her hair, making a mess of it. Gongsun Quan suddenly missed Dongfang Yuan, who was at the front line. Without him, the Red King had become increasingly wild and unrestrained lately. Your Majesty, there is some good news as well. What good news? The Crimson King asked without looking up. It's about Sumu, base. The Red King raised his head. What's wrong with him? Alas. Gongsun Quan sighed deeply in his heart. Marquis Su led a special operations team to provide support from multiple directions. He not only rescued Yuchi Hong, who was controlled by the nightmare, but also killed the Golden Nightmare. Afterwards, Marquis Su went to other cities to provide support. According to the intelligence personnel there, he helped the border troops kill golden nightmares, nearly 100 silver nightmares, and more than 10,000 bronze nightmares. Ha ha ha! The Crimson King immediately beamed with joy, as expected of the male. Meritorious official I value. He should really show those good-for-nothings what efficiency and ability are. Wait, did you just say a few golden nightmares? 3. The Crimson King was slightly taken aback. The intelligence can't be wrong, right? 3. He's only a silver 2, even with not White's help? Gongsun Quan sighed again. So you only heard Sumu's name and didn't hear anything else. The intelligence is accurate. I have verified it, and many people have seen it. In addition, Marquis Su is already at silver level 3. The Crimson King's mouth gaped slightly, and he blinked. When did he become so powerful? Your Majesty, according to the intelligence. Personnel's analysis of the battlefield situation. Marquis Su is very likely to be the legendary dual-path superhuman. He has shown 2 completely different superhuman paths. One is the illusion path that he usually uses, and the other is the troll path. In other words, he is a dual silver level 3 expert, possessing 6 silver laws, and also has the blessing of a gold level Shadow Clan member and a Nightmare World deity. His overall strength is likely no weaker than those veteran gold-level powerhouses. Is dual-path strength really that strong? The Crimson King found it somewhat unbelievable. She had always thought that Sumu and her clone Su King were about the same strength, both reaching the peak of silver, and even able to hold their own against gold-level experts. With such strength and the help of Bu Bai, defeating a golden nightmare is understandable. But to kill 3 golden nightmares and countless low-level nightmares in just a few days is simply too exaggerated. Gongsun Quan shook his head. The strength is not in the dual paths, but in Sumu himself. Some veteran gold-level experts in the Empire also have the strength to kill those of the same level, but strength is one thing, and whether they can bring it to the perfect level is another. Intelligence from the front lines indicates that Sumu possesses exceptional combat talent and extensive combat experience. Most importantly, he remains calm under pressure. Even when surrounded by numerous nightmare creatures, he can always think rationally and make the most advantageous judgment in a very short time. Ordinary extraordinary individuals who can perfectly unleash their full potential can be considered geniuses, but Sumu can unleash 200% of his power. The Crimson King's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if he really enjoyed hearing others praise Sumu. Anything else? Tell me more. Gongsun Quan. He made up some more compliments, but when he ran out of things to say, he had to change the subject. By the way, Your Majesty, how is your injury? Mentioning his injuries, the Crimson King's face lit up with joy. My injuries are healing very quickly, faster than I expected. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but since the nightmare invasion, the previously blurry laws seem to have become clearer. I estimate that after recovering from these injuries, my strength will also increase significantly. Gongsun Quan nodded. It seems that Your Majesty has indeed been working hard these days. I heard from the palace maids that you have been eating fewer potato chips recently. However, Your Majesty should burn those unhealthy impurities as soon as possible. Now is the beginning of a chaotic era, and the Crimson Flame Empire needs a strong king. Slightly embarrassed by having his secret exposed, the Crimson King casually replied, I know, so why are you being so nosy? Gongsun Quan seemed not to have heard the reprimand and continued calmly, Your Majesty, it is not only you who have noticed the changes in the law. Recently, several chosen ones have appeared in the country, and none of them are nightmare apostles. Previously chosen ones could only be born in the nightmare world, but with the nightmare invasion, chosen ones have begun to emerge in the real world as well. I speculate that as the nightmare invasion deepens, the number of chosen ones will increase significantly. The Red King was overjoyed. This is a good thing. Gongsun Quan shook his head. This is not a good thing. The more chosen ones there are, the more nightmares are invading, and the number of chosen ones emerging is far less than that of nightmares. The Crimson King waved his hand dismissively. Once I recover from my injuries, a mere nightmare is nothing. Gongsun Quan, however, was not as optimistic as the Red King. He said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, perhaps nightmares are nothing, but what about arrogance? The word arrogance seemed to possess some magical power, plunging the hall into a deathly silence. At this moment, the arrogant leader was on the coastal border, gazing at the sea and sighing. Sigh. Sumu sighed. Why is this law silver 3 instead of silver 1? If it were silver 1, it should have been perfected by now, right? During his time fighting on the front lines, he had successfully cultivated the demon soul, marking the complete perfection of a demon heart demon soul. He then directly consumed the silver Fui law potion the bloodthirsty berserker, advancing to silver 3. The dream law sealing dust and severing thoughts also reached perfection early on due to the killing of enemies and cultivation in the dream world during this period. After perfection, it will automatically obtain the next dream law, because his mental strength had long since reached the standard, far exceeding the silver level. The newly acquired dream law is named A Deceitful 8 Trigrams. This law is so powerful that it surpasses all the laws he had previously acquired. The ability of a deceitful gossip can be summed up in one word: deception. It's not just deceiving people, it's deceiving heaven, earth, and everything. The 8 trigrams represent natural phenomena such as heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and marsh, symbolizing the dynamics of the universe. The 8 trigrams also correspond to the 8 directions, representing the vastness of space. The 8 trigrams also correspond to the 8 extraordinary meridians, representing human physiological health. Moreover, the 8 trigrams are divided into yin and yang, and the transformation of yin and yang represents the process of yin and yang evolution. Through the changes of yin and yang, all things in heaven and earth are created. In short, the 8 trigrams can represent all things in the universe. The true power of the deceitful 8 trigrams is to deceive everything. The reason Sumu sighed just now was because the deceitful 8 trigrams came at the wrong time. If it had come earlier, it would probably have been perfect by now. The key to deceiving heaven's 8 trigrams lies in deception. Therefore, to digest and master it, one must inevitably deceive. The more deception one engages in, the closer a deceiving heaven's 8 trigrams will be to perfection. Sumu was very familiar with lying. He lied to people almost every day, and the 7 deadly sins was an enormous lie he told the whole world. As everyone knows, the 7 deadly sins were originally just an empty shell, which he gradually created through deception. At first, the arrogant leader was just a gold-ranked warrior in the eyes of the world, but through continuous deception, his strength rose higher and higher, from gold to the king of gold to God. The 7 deadly sins also started from the very beginning, the reactionary organization within the Crimson Flame Empire, a worldwide terrorist organization, the most heinous and terrifying world-destroying organization in human history. He told such a huge lie that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he deceived the whole world. If he had possessed the deceitful gossip earlier, he would surely be all set by now. Looks like I'll have to figure out another way to fool the whole world. Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, but before that, we need to familiarize ourselves with the gossip first. Stretched out his palm and silently chanted, "Bronze Law 5-finger flame bullet." The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. 5 bright, blazing flames appeared one after another from the tips of his 5 fingers. Whoosh! 5 scorching fireballs ripped through the air, their fiery tails shooting straight toward the nightmare creature in the sea. 5 zombies were hit by the fireball, and flames instantly engulfed their bodies, mercilessly consuming them. Silver Lord Wind Dance Spirit Blade. Sumu cleaved the sea with his hand like a knife, and an invisible wind blade instantly formed and shot out. However, the wind blade only flew 10 meters away before suddenly disintegrating and scattering into the air. He frowned slightly. Can I only use the power of the bronze level? The reason he just cast 2 different laws in succession was not because he had ingested other law potions, but because of the effect of the deceitful 8 trigrams. Normally, a superhuman can only unleash the corresponding ability by connecting to a certain law. However, Sumu just deceived the bronze law by disguising himself as the connector of the 5 fingers flame bullet law, thus unleashing the 5 fingers flame bullet. However, it's not very effective at deceiving the silver law. Although it can be performed, its power is very weak. It's estimated that by the time it reaches the gold law, it will only be an empty shell. Perhaps only after the deceitful 8 trigrams is perfected can we perfectly deceive the silver law, and even the gold law. Afterwards, Sumu experimented for a long time and gained a general understanding of the current limits of a deceiving heaven bagua. In terms of combat power alone, deceitful 8 trigrams can only be used at the bronze level. Apart from making the ability more flashy, it does not enhance combat power much. But after Sumu tried it, he discovered the true use of a deceiving heaven 8 trigrams. Imitating other abilities was just an add-on. Its true power lay in illusion. As we all know, illusion is about creating illusions. No matter how powerful an illusion is, it is ultimately still an illusion. Even if you use illusion to create a world, that world is still fake. If the created world is real, then it's not called illusion. but creation magic. The greatest function of a deceitful 8 trigrams is to enhance illusions and add realism to them. For example, if Sumu wants to use illusion magic to create a tornado, although it looks lifelike, it is ultimately fake and has no destructive power. However, after adding deceitful 8 trigrams, the tornado becomes real. The deceptive 8 trigrams directly deceives the wind, causing it to accelerate its rotation and flow, thus forming a tornado. To put it simply, a deceitful 8 trigrams can add realistic special effects to illusions, making them flawless. It turns out that Sumu's illusions could only fool gold-level experts, but with the deceiving Heaven 8 trigrams, even the Gold King could not see through the illusions. An illusion that can fool the Golden King. A flash of crystalline blue light appeared in Sumu's eyes, and a plan gradually took shape in his mind. If you want to complete the deceitful gossip as soon as possible, the fastest way is naturally to directly deceive the world. However, it is too slow to create a lie from scratch to deceive the world. The best way is to continue adding lies to the existing lies. What are the existing lies? Of course, it's the 7 deadly sins. What are the most basic elements in weaving a story? Of course, there must be a protagonist and a villain. The struggle between the protagonist and the villain is what makes a story interesting. Now that we have the villains, the 7 deadly sins, who is the protagonist? Who in the world today can be the protagonist who fights against the 7 deadly sins? Even the 7 kings weren't qualified, so they could only fabricate a fake person. And this was the beginning of the lie. Sumu thought about it more and more, and it seemed feasible, because the 7 deadly sins were now too terrifying, so terrifying that they could induce despair. Even the 7 kings were afraid of pride, and it was precisely because of this that many people in the world were filled with despair. Many people believe that even if this nightmare invasion is resolved, it will be useless, because there are still the 7 deadly sins and pride. Arrogance can cause one nightmare invasion, so why can't it cause a second? The world will be destroyed sooner or later, and humanity will eventually perish. So what's the point of resisting? Therefore, at this time, a savior organization must emerge to combat pride and the 7 deadly sins and bring hope to people. This savior organization certainly cannot come from the world of gods and dreams, because arrogance is a god, and the only opponent who can contend with him is a god from the nightmare world. Given the arrogance of a god, it seems quite reasonable for him to have several hostile gods in the nightmare world. With this thought in mind, Sumu went directly to Holy Radiance City in the nightmare world. He planned to first find some members for the Salvation Organization. Just like the 7 deadly sins, where the leader is an incarnation of a god and has several underlings, the Salvation Organization should have the same configuration. Since the leader is an incarnation of a god, he cannot descend to the mortal world in his true form, so he will find a few underlings in the mortal world, Holy City. Sumu descended directly into the primordial church in Holy Radiance City. In the main hall, Cardinal Hongi was leading a group of believers to worship the primordial god statue and chant the primordial doctrine, which was a daily ritual for these fanatical believers. Sumu's sudden appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Upon recognizing the person, Hongi was overjoyed. "Greetings, Divine Envoy. We have come to greet Your Excellency, Divine Envoy." The original believers knelt and worshipped with increasing fervor, believing that their piety had attracted the appearance of the divine messenger. "Has the blasphemer been found?" Sumu asked indifferently. He never gave fanatics a kind look, because they were drawn to this kind of behavior, and even believed that divine messengers should act this way, high above and looking down on ordinary people. Hong Yi looked ashamed and knelt down with a thud. I am incompetent and have not yet found the blasphemer. Please punish me, Your Excellency. Thump, thump, thump. He kept kowtowing, trying to alleviate his guilt in this way. Get up, you blasphemers are too cunning. It's not entirely your fault. Sumu was not surprised that they could not find the first Crimson King. The first Crimson King was different from the current 7 kings. This old guy, who had survived from the turbulent era to the present day, was not someone who could be dealt with easily, even though he was seriously injured. Even a powerful figure like the Pope was tricked and killed by the first Red King, which shows his character and methods. In addition, hell is vast, and human activity is limited to the middle hell. The first Red King could easily hide in other hells and be difficult to detect. Thank you, Your Excellency. Hong Yi quickly stood up. I have come here today to give you some instructions. Hong Yi's expression turned solemn, and she quickly said, Please give your orders, divine envoy. How many gold level and half-step saint level? Extraordinary beings are there in the sect now. Hong Yi pondered for a moment. Divine envoy, the primordial god cult has over 100 gold level experts and 5 half-step saint level experts. Mu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the primordial god cult to have such a strong foundation. Even without a saint-level pope, it still had hundreds of gold saints and 5 gold saint kings. It was indeed worthy of being the largest cult in the nightmare world. How many of these people also study law? Sumu knew that most of these powerful individuals followed the divine magic system rather than the legal system, which was why he asked that question. Hong Yi hesitated for a moment, then said with difficulty, Your Excellency, please forgive me. It is true that some people in the church have also studied the law, but they did so unintentionally. Some awakened on their own, while others were connected to the law before they even joined the church. I can guarantee that their faith in the primordial angels is absolutely devout. It's impossible for them to stop. Sumu frowned slightly. Hong Yi had misunderstood his meaning. I do not doubt their faith, but rather intend to recruit a group of people to go to a nightmare and clear out the nightmare creatures inside. The requirement is that they cannot use primordial divine magic. Hong Yi was taken aback. May I ask, Your Excellency, why is this? I have my own reasons, Sumu said indifferently. The reason he made this request was that all 7 kings knew that the primordial god cult was also a force of the 7 deadly sins. He wanted to create an enemy organization of the 7 deadly sins, and its members naturally could not use primordial god arts. Hong Yi quickly lowered her head. I understand. Divine Envoy, if one has reached the gold level solely through the law, there are 22 people in the sect, and one is at the half-step saint level. From these 22 people, select the 5 strongest individuals and have them come to see me along with that half-step saint. Yes, Your Excellency. As if receiving an imperial edict, Hong Yi dared not delay and immediately went to carry it out. Watching the departing figures, Sumu pondered to himself. The 5 gold saints who also practiced the law, even if they couldn't use the primordial divine arts, their overall strength far surpassed that of ordinary gold saints. Add to that a gold king, and the Salvation Organization's foundation would be sufficient. Once the leader's identity is established, the task is considered complete. He had actually considered using the vast power of the primordial god cult to help the dream world eliminate the nightmare. But after thinking about it, he gave up, because the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. The people of the primordial god cult are all real people. Once they flood into the dream world on a large scale, it will inevitably increase the realism of the dream world. In that case, the god's interference with the dream world will be enhanced. At that time, the gods may not even need to use nightmare creatures to destroy the world. They will take action on their own. A moment later, Hongi arrived with 5 golden cult members. "We have seen the divine envoy," the 5 shouted in unison, their expressions fervent. Sumu glanced at it briefly, then frowned slightly. "Half-step saint level?" Hongi quickly replied, "My lord, it is indeed I." Sumu looked at Hongi with some surprise. This cardinal, who was devout yet obsequious, was actually the king of gold. Hongi seemed to see through Sumu's doubts and explained, "Thanks to the divine messenger who saw through the blasphemer's conspiracy, without his troubles in the church, I was able to make progress." Sumu finally understood. With the Pope gone, the primordial god cult had greatly increased Hongi's power. In addition, she had made a contribution in finding the divine messenger, and then took the opportunity to use the resources within the cult to greatly improve herself. She probably made quite a few sacrifices during this period. "What are your laws?" "The wind nightmare. The golden king of the wind element. That doesn't conflict with the 7 kings." The coastal border of the Crimson Flame Empire, Dongfang Yuan, stood atop the silver-white wall, his gaze fixed solemnly on the boundless, deep ocean in the distance. Behind the silvery white walls, countless soldiers were repairing the large holes punched in the walls by the nightmare creatures. The battle was so fierce that it had never stopped since the nightmares invaded. The nightmare creatures were tireless, but the human soldiers were not. They could only hold on by taking turns attacking and defending. He led the main force of the Crimson Flame Empire, and the border he guarded was the place most affected by nightmares. This veteran, with his gray hair and countless battles under his belt, now had a face etched with deep weariness. Dongfang Yuan knew he had to hold out until the Crimson King recovered from his injuries. Only then would the Empire have the ability to launch a counterattack. Just then, he noticed a terrifying aura emanating from the approaching army of nightmares. His expression changed slightly as he looked into the black current and quickly locked onto the figure. It was a 100-meter-long monster made entirely of azure seawater, resembling an octopus. "Child of the sea!" "Damn it, it's back again!" Dongfang Yuan roared. "Deputy General, you are in charge of guarding this place. I will go deal with the son of the sea." Before he finished speaking, he leaped from the silvery white wall and plummeted straight down under the force of gravity. As he fell halfway down, his body suddenly stopped in midair, followed by a loud bang. He flew towards the son of the sea like a cannonball. The air was instantly compressed and burst into white smoke. The sea child is Dongfang Yuan's old rival. This golden nightmare is not only powerful, but also has a near-immortal body in the sea, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Even Dongfang Yuan could only repel the son of the sea multiple times, but could not kill him. The reason why the defense line he was guarding suffered heavy losses was largely due to the sea children, who could arbitrarily control 100-meter tsunamis, which were simply beyond human resistance. Roar! As if sensing Dongfang Yuan's killing intent, the son of the sea suddenly roared, and in the next moment, towering waves and a storm swept across the land. On the horizon, a white line surged toward the silvery wall with overwhelming force. At first, it was like a dormant beast slowly awakening, but in an instant, it transformed into a wall of water that blotted out the sky. The waves grew higher and higher, becoming increasingly turbulent, reaching almost 100 meters in height, like a towering mountain or a celestial river pouring down, carrying immense force. When the shadow of the waves loomed over every soldier, it felt like death itself, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Fear and despair overwhelmed them. Dongfang Yuan roared in fury. "How dare you! Sinking stars to attract the moon!" He stretched out his 5 fingers and slammed them hard against the oncoming 100-meter-high wave. Suddenly, a powerful gravitational force swept over everything. Boom! Boom! The 100-meter-high wave seemed to have hit an invisible wall. Its forward momentum halted. Roar! The son of the sea roared, and several enormous tentacles composed of azure waters pounded the ocean, constantly stirring up huge waves, trying to break through this invisible wall. The two sides began to grapple. Veins bulged on Dongfang Yuan's aged face. Already old, he was exhausted both physically and mentally after a long battle, and was now only barely holding on. If he were alone here, he could ignore the waves and deal directly with the son of the sea. But behind him are tens of thousands of soldiers, and behind them is a city with millions of residents. If he retreats, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, he had no choice but to abandon his superior mobility and wrestle with the son of the sea, which was tantamount to attacking the opponent's strength with his own weakness, and he inevitably fell into a disadvantageous position. Just then, a scene that filled Dongfang Yuan with despair appeared. A golden nightmare emerged once again from the depths of the sea. It was a huge skeleton, as big as a small mountain. It had no lower body, but its upper body alone was like a mountain. Its white ribs were like huge fences, each one thick and strong, gleaming coldly in the dim light. Its hollow eye sockets were sunken deep, like 2 black holes that devoured all light, coldly staring at the humans present. "Damn it!" Dongfang Yuan cursed angrily, then fell into deep despair. With his current exhausted body, it is simply unrealistic for him to both protect the people behind the high walls and face 2 powerful golden nightmares at the same time. If he were in his prime, without the burden of his people, he would naturally not be afraid of fighting 2 against 1, but now he has no advantage whatsoever. The enormous half-skull floated in the seawater and arrived in front of the high wall in an instant. The soldiers on the high wall were terrified when they saw the skeleton, which was a head taller than the wall itself. They didn't react until the half-skeletal figure raised its arm and smashed it down on the wall with a huge roar. But it was too late. As the city wall collapsed, nearby soldiers screamed and fell to the ground. Those who were lucky enough to land headfirst and die instantly, while those who were unlucky lost limbs and howled in the ruins. Then, a large, skeletal hand descended from the sky, grabbed them, threw them into its mouth, and chewed them up. "No!" Dongfang Yuan stared in horror at the broken wall, but he was powerless to change anything. They could only watch helplessly as the half-skeletal figures rampaged and slaughtered indiscriminately behind the high walls. He closed his eyes in despair, unable to bear watching any longer. But the moment he closed his eyes, the devastating sound caused by the half-skull abruptly stopped, disappearing as abruptly as if erased by some force. Dongfang Yuan hurriedly opened his eyes, his pupils immediately contracting. He saw a mysterious figure appear on top of the huge half-skull. He was tall and imposing, with a black feather cloak spreading freely behind him like a dark cloud rolling in the night sky, each feather shimmering with a dark luster. What is most striking is the jet-black mask on his face, which is carved with a lifelike dragon shape, and the fine dragon patterns shimmer with a mysterious luster in the dim light. He stood atop the half-skull, his terrifying aura spreading outwards, suppressing the half-skull so that it could not move an inch. At that moment, he suddenly exerted force with his feet, and a visible storm instantly formed around the half-skull, engulfing it. The gale was like billions of indestructible wind blades, instantly pulverizing the half-skull into dust. So strong, Dongfang Yuan was shocked. A single blow instantly killed Golden Nightmare. Just who was this person? The man wearing the dragon-shaped mask glanced coldly at Dongfang Yuan, then turned his gaze to the enormous creature in the sea, the child of the sea. Han Yi kept in mind the divine messenger's teachings and was not to talk to people in the dream at will. Her main task was to kill those gold-level nightmare creatures. Therefore, he ignored Dongfang Yuan and instead set his sights on the son of the sea. Boom! A gust of wind rose from beneath his feet, and he soared through the air, heading straight for the son of the sea. Dongfang Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Your Excellency, do not engage it in battle in the sea. Wind reaches its extreme and 1,000 meteors fall." With a cold shout. From Han Yi, a black feather cloak descended from the sky. He extended his right hand, and a violent storm arose around him, frantically gathering towards his palm, eventually transforming into a rapidly spinning cyan sphere of light. Sensing a threat, the sea child ceased manipulating the waves and instead brandished its dozen or so tentacles made of seawater, lashing out at the red leaf. Red Leaf neither flinched nor dodged, the cyan orb in her hand meeting the tentacle head-on. Swish, swish, swish. The tentacles seemed to be sliced into 1,000 pieces, instantly turning into countless drops of seawater that fell from the sky. Without the tentacles obstructing her view, Han Yi directly slapped the blue orb in her hand onto the head of the sea child. The next moment, the sphere of light exploded, and a storm composed of billions of cyan wind blades pierced and cut through the body of the son of the sea, eventually shattering it into seawater. Son of the sea, dead. Dongfang Yuan, standing to the side, looked horrified. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter the words he had just finished saying. Another instant kill? This level of power clearly belongs to the Golden King. Could it be that, besides the 7 kings, there is now another Golden King in this world? After defeating 2 golden nightmares in succession, Han Yi did not linger. A gentle breeze lifted his body, and he flew away into the distance, his black feather cloak fluttering in the wind. Dongfang Yuan quickly reached out his hand. "May I ask your name, sir?" "I will repay your kindness today in the future." In midair, Han Yi turned around, and a jet-black dragon-shaped mask pierced Dongfang Yuan's eyes. He coldly replied, "Sanctuary." Azure Dragon. The cold voice gradually disappeared into the horizon, but it lingered in Dongfang Yuan's heart for a long time. Sanctuary? Azure Dragon? Who exactly is this person? After racking his brains, Dongfang Yuan couldn't find anyone who could match the Azure Dragon. He had no choice but to suppress his doubts and first repel the wave of nightmare creatures that were attacking. With the 2 golden nightmares dead, the human side, led by Dongfang Yuan, quickly repelled the nightmare creatures. While the soldiers cheered and celebrated, Dongfang Yuan returned to the camp alone, took out a token-like communication device, and contacted the Crimson King. "Your Majesty, this old minister just encountered someone." Dongfang Yuan gave a concise report of the situation, but the Crimson King on the other end of the phone remained silent. "Your Majesty? Are you listening? Let Gongsun Quan speak to you." The Red King's voice rang out. "Lord Dongfang, I am Gongsun Quan. The Empire is already aware of the situation you described. You are not the first person to encounter the Holy Temple." "What?" Dongfang Yuan was taken aback. "You mean there were other people who also encountered the Azure Dragon?" "That's right. Qinglong traveled almost the entire border and only disappeared completely after killing 5 golden nightmares. Moreover, the Holy Temple should be an organization, and Qinglong is not the only one in it." "An organization? How many people are there?" 6 people have appeared so far. Only Qinglong appeared in the Crimson Flame Empire, while the other 5 appeared in different empires. According to the intelligence shared by the major empires, the names of these 6 people are Qinglong, Bai Hujuk, Xuanwu, Qilin, and Jiwei. Apart from Qinglong, all 6 are top-tier gold level experts, almost all of them on par with you, Lord Dongfang. As for Qinglong, you are the only one I know about him. I trust your judgment, Lord Dongfang. Qinglong is likely the king of gold. Hiss! Dongfang Yuan gasped. 5 top-tier gold saints, plus a gold king. This kind of lineup was an extremely powerful force in the world. In a chaotic era, they could even establish a country. Is the Azure Dragon the leader of the Holy Temple? Gongsun Quan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, No, the people of the Dragon Abyss Empire learned from the Qilin that their operation was carried out on the orders of the Holy Temple leader to kill the nightmare creatures. But the Holy Temple leader did not appear. Even the Golden King isn't the leader? Dongfang Yuan was even more shocked. Then what level is the leader of the Holy Temple? Could it be? For a moment, Dongfang Yuan thought of the 7 deadly sins. This powerful organization and its mysterious leader were just too similar to the 7 deadly sins. Gongsun Quan seemed to have guessed Dongfang Yuan's thoughts and said directly, Lord Dongfang, you guessed correctly. The Holy Temple is probably not an organization from the real world, but rather, like the 7 deadly sins, it comes from the nightmare world. The top-tier gold-level beings in the real world simply cannot be matched one-to-one with them, and they possess an exceptional understanding of nightmare creatures. They know the weaknesses of different nightmare creatures, as if they have been dealing with them for countless years. Dongfang Yuan fell silent. It was from the nightmare world again. Just how many powerful figures were hidden in this nightmare world? However, Lord Dongfang need not worry for the time being. Judging from the actions of the Holy Temple, they may be an enemy organization of the 7 deadly sins, because what they are doing is clearly going against the 7 deadly sins. While pride is powerful, being a god in the nightmare world, don't forget that the nightmare world has more than one god. I suspect that even pride couldn't dominate the entire nightmare world. This sanctuary is most likely an organization established by a god who is hostile to pride. I hope so. Sigh. Dongfang Yuan sighed deeply, his heart instinctively rejecting all creatures in the nightmare world. Nightmare world. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Qilin, and 9-tailed Fox of the Holy Temple all knelt respectfully before Sumu, reporting on the operation. Very good, you did a great job. Sumu readily offered praise that came without expecting anything in return. But for fanatics, this praise is the best reward. They kowtowed repeatedly with great excitement. You should go back and rest first. I will have Hongyi inform you about the next operation. Yes, Your Excellency. Afterwards, Sumu left the nightmare world and returned to the dream world. When he got back, he found that the progress bar of deceitful gossip had increased a lot. It was probably because many people were linking the sanctuary with the 7 deadly sins and believed that the sanctuary was an enemy organization of the 7 deadly sins and was also founded by the gods of the nightmare world. Now it's time for him, the leader of the sanctuary, to make his appearance and solidify the lie, using the 7 deadly sins to make the name of the sanctuary resound throughout the world. Holy City. The cool moonlight shone through the glass of the primordial temple, falling on the sacred primordial statue, as if draping it in a layer of silver gauze. Hongyi stood alone in the main hall, gazing at the primordial statue. The next moment, he formed hand seals and chanted incantations. A beam of holy light shot out from his fingertips and landed on the primordial statue. Buzz! A strange fluctuation emanated from the primordial statue. causing a spatial rift to open and reveal a dark, alien space within. Your Holiness, Hungi said respectfully to the spatial rift. Came the aged voice of the first Crimson King from inside. Did Sumu come here to see me this time? Hungi shook her head slightly. No, he just asked about your whereabouts briefly and didn't pay much attention. Hey! The first Crimson King chuckled. Coldly, still as arrogant as ever, Mad King. It seems that in your eyes, I am always an insignificant little person, not worth mentioning. Your Holiness, please rest and recover. It is very safe here. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Sumu would never have imagined that you were hiding inside the primal god statue. No! Don't underestimate him. If he really wanted to find me, he would have found me. It's just that he's too arrogant and thinks I'm destined to be his loser, so he hasn't spent much time on me. Hee hee. I will continue to wait, just as I successfully seized the country before. Victory will ultimately belong to the patient hunter. By the way, what brings him here this time? The first Red King asked. Hungi recounted everything she had done. A glint of light flashed in the old eyes of the first Crimson King. It seems you went to that false world before to kill the nightmare creatures? I can roughly guess his purpose. After some time, when my injuries have healed somewhat, and you are taken to that world, I will hide within you and go with you. Hungi paused slightly. Your Holiness, isn't this too risky? Although I was one of the first agents you planted within the primordial god cult, and Sumu hasn't suspected me. What if we're right under his nose? It's all right. I have my own plans. Yes, your Holiness. You've broken through to the gold level? Sumu looked at the rebellious girl in front of him with slight surprise. Smack, smack. Lin Lingling chewed her gum and said, Well, when I was clearing out the nightmare creatures, I encountered some danger, and then I broke through. Although Lin Lingling seemed to be making it sound very casual, Sumu knew that her breakthrough process must have been even easier than she described. What is your golden law? Heavenly favorite. Sumu nodded. You are indeed a person favored by heaven. Congratulations. What is your ability? I can change the probability of things happening to a certain extent. The lower the probability of an event, the more it costs to change it. Simply put, I can manipulate the success rate. Oh? Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. This kind of conceptual ability, if used properly, can unleash unimaginable power. He originally thought that Jun Wushang would be the first to break through to the gold level. After all, Jun Wushang had received the inheritance of Master Swanking, and as long as he had enough time, becoming a gold-level person would be a natural thing, and Jun Wushang had also cultivated in the Dreamtime Chamber for a long time. Unexpectedly, he was still not as fast as Lin Lingling. Sure enough, as long as luck comes, it's like a pig standing in the wind, which can easily soar into the sky. During this period, everyone's strength has been rapidly improving. As the nightmare invasion deepens, more and more extraordinary individuals are emerging in the world. Those who already possess extraordinary abilities are also constantly improving under the stimulation of the nightmare. Although many people have died in the process, those who survive are all elites. Even the Seven Kings were no exception. Overall, human strength is still on the rise. As for Nangong Mengli and the others who followed Sumu, they were even more fortunate. With the blessing of the Dreamtime Chamber, one day of cultivation for them was equivalent to 1 year for others, and their progress was even faster. That's how people are. They are born in hardship and die in comfort. When a crisis comes, it also means that an opportunity is coming. Sumu felt that the time was about right. After a few more days, Once the seven kings had recovered sufficiently, the second wave of nightmare invasion could begin, several days later. The immortal king was the first of the seven kings to recover from his injuries. As the Golden King, known for his immortality, it's normal that he was the first to recover. After recovering, the immortal king immediately rushed to the coastal border of the Blood Moon Empire to join the battle. During this period, the Blood Moon Empire suffered the most severe losses among the seven empires because the nightmare invasion was closest to them. Fortunately, with the addition of the Undying King, the Blood Moon Empire quickly reversed its decline and gradually stabilized the situation. 3 days later, the Dragon King, who was known as the strongest, rushed to the front line. As time went by, more and more of the Golden Kings were restored, and under the leadership of the Seven Kings, humanity gradually sounded the horn of counterattack. Major news media outlets are reporting daily on the heroes who have emerged in the war, and how many battles humanity has won, and how many nightmare creatures it has killed. Victory will ultimately belong to humanity. Sumu looked at the eye-catching, bold headline on the newspaper and couldn't help but smile slightly. Finally, things are on the right track. His efforts in fighting enemies during this period were not in vain, and he even summoned Hongi and others to disguise themselves as the Holy Temple organization to help humanity through the vacuum period without the Seven Kings. With this groundwork laid, we can release even more nightmare creatures next time, and maybe even a Saint Level 1. Saint Level nightmare creatures cause the most damage to the Seven Kings barrier. If more Saint Level creatures can be eliminated, the destruction of the world will be greatly delayed. With this thought in mind, Sumu went to the bottom of the abyss and began to select a Saint-level nightmare of similar quality. Above the massive Seven Kings barrier, there were still countless nightmare creatures stretching as far as the eye could see. Although a lot of nightmare creatures had been released last time, their numbers had not decreased at all, since nightmare creatures were constantly rushing here from the abyss. Sumu began to carefully select, making sure to find the weakest of the Saint-level ones, lest he accidentally wipe out the entire Seven Kings. After circling around, his gaze finally settled on a giant nine-headed serpent. "I've chosen you." Humph! It doesn't matter how many of these weak creatures come. The Dragon King extended his 2 dragon claws and with a gentle tear, ripped apart a terrifying golden nightmare. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and blood splattered onto his fine dragon scales, adding to his ferocious aura. His feet were covered with the corpses of nightmare creatures. At this moment, he looked just like a king who had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with overwhelming power. The soldiers behind the Dragon King raised their weapons and shouted, "Long live the Dragon King! One day, I will follow in the footsteps of my predecessors and end the era of nightmares." Dragon King's cold and domineering voice resounded throughout the entire area, greatly boosting the morale of the soldiers. Just then, roar! A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the sea, instantly resounding throughout the heavens and earth like rolling thunder, shaking the sky and dispersing the clouds to reveal a dazzling blue expanse. The sound waves spread wildly in a visible ring of air, creating towering waves in the depths of the ocean. This terrifying sound wave quickly reached the land, where it sent rocks flying and trees being uprooted as if by invisible giant hands, their branches and leaves flying everywhere. The soldiers who were just cheering were instantly thrown into the air, and their cheers turned into screams. The Dragon King's expression changed drastically. This aura? Could it be? The image of the faceless angel appeared in his mind. This aura was comparable to, or even stronger than, that of the faceless angel. Two bulges rose on the back of the Dragon King, and the next moment 2 wings covered with golden dragon scales grew out. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Then, where the sea meets the sky, he saw a figure as large as a mountain. It was a 9-headed serpent with a human face. Its body was coiled and twisted, and every scale shimmered with a cold, eerie light, as if it were forged from the hardest black iron. Its 9 heads were raised high, and each serpent's head was inlaid with a huge, pale human face mask. The human face was distorted and exaggerated, with a strange crimson light burning in its deep-set eye sockets, revealing endless greed and brutality. The snake's tongue would occasionally peek out from its gaping maw, the forked tip gleaming with a black light. Each flick of the tongue was accompanied by a pungent, fishy stench, as if it could corrode even the air itself. Damn it! It's a monster just like the faceless angel. The Dragon King's newly risen ambition to end the era of nightmares was instantly extinguished. At this moment, several figures flew in from different directions. They were the other 6 kings, all drawn by the roar of the 9-headed serpent. Comrades who had fought side by side gathered together, but there was no joy on anyone's face, only endless solemnity. How could a monster of this level suddenly appear? Hades asked warily. You ask me? Who am I supposed to ask? The Dragon King remained true to his usual style, showing no kindness to anyone. When the nightmare invaded before, there was definitely no 9-headed serpent. We couldn't have missed such a powerful creature. Could it be? The Heavenly King seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. It must be arrogance that has appeared, the Crimson King said in a deep voice. The word arrogance cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. They were confident in dealing with the nightmare invasion, but they had no idea what to do when facing the elusive arrogance. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that arrogance could not appear in its true form. Damn it! He must have been collecting nightmare creatures during his disappearance. The Dragon King cursed. Talking behind people's backs, it seems you haven't learned manners yet. A detached voice rang in everyone's ears. The 7 kings were immediately shocked and retreated rapidly, then stared intently at the figure that had appeared out of nowhere. The cold, silver-white mask revealed the newcomer's identity: arrogance. Congratulations on surviving the first nightmare invasion, but this time, you won't be so lucky. Sumu glanced indifferently at the tense 7 kings. You bastard! What are you trying to do now? The Dragon King glared angrily. What for? Destruction, of course. Sumu's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, his indifferent voice rang out from the sky. A nightmare has arrived. Rumble. A hideous rift suddenly appeared in the sky, and the rift expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye until it overlapped with the sun. The light was blocked by the rift, and the world was plunged into eternal night. Roar! The roars of countless nightmare creatures echoed from the abyss rift, and a terrifying and ominous aura began to spread. This scene has appeared countless times in the nightmares of the 7 kings and even the world, and now Sumu has made it a reality once again. A torrent of nightmare creatures poured down from the abyss, casting a shadow of despair over everyone's heart, never leaving their side. The Dragon King's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Arrogance! You won't succeed! This time, I will stop you again. If I could kill your pet once, I can kill it a second time. Oh! Is that so? Sumu's lips curled into a chilling smile. How about another one? What? The 7 kings were instantly horrified. Another one? Last time, I fought with all my might against just one and was seriously injured. If 2 came at the same time, then... They dared not even think about it, but reality is always so cold. It will not refuse to come because of people's resistance, but will come even faster. Whoosh! A blinding crimson beam of light burst forth from the abyss without warning, illuminating the entire sea in a crimson glow, as if it were covered with a layer of blood. Immediately afterwards, a muffled roar that seemed to shatter the soul resounded. The heavens and earth trembled violently, and wisps of deep red mist began to appear at the edge of the scarlet pillar of light, like countless writhing snakes, rapidly spreading in all directions. The seven kings' expressions changed drastically, and a feeling of fear quietly rose within them. They could sense that some terrifying being was about to descend. That was a being even more terrifying than the faceless angel or the nine-headed serpent. The mere glimpse of aura emanating from them sent shivers down the spines of the seven golden kings. Under their horrified gaze, the figure of an evil Buddha slowly emerged from the crack. As soon as it peeked out, an extreme evil aura swept over the sky, and the twisted and painful roars of countless ghosts echoed in everyone's ears, as if they were about to fall into the deepest hell. "It's over!" The Dragon King's face showed despair. He only glanced at the evil Buddha and knew that this was an invincible being. The gap between them was too great. Is this the end? The world is going to be destroyed. The seven kings murmured in despair, a deep sense of powerlessness rising in their hearts. Those soldiers were even worse off. The figure of the evil Buddha seemed to carry some kind of spiritual pollution. Just one glance was enough to plunge some soldiers into extreme despair, causing their weapons to slip from their hands and their bodies to fall to their knees uncontrollably. Humble people, cherish the gifts from God. High in the sky, Sumu raised his arms as if announcing the arrival of a god to the world. Behind him, the figure of an evil Buddha slowly rose. God should not only bring destruction to mankind. "You have overstepped your bounds, you arrogance." A calm voice suddenly resounded through the sky, like the sound of ice shattering in the cold night, clear and cool, yet carrying a hint of nobility. The seven kings were shocked. They had never imagined that anyone would dare to confront arrogance at this moment. When they looked up, they saw a black feather cloak flowing down like ink, its wide hem fluttering gently, each feather shimmering with a cold luster, as if it were a deep silhouette cut from the night sky. He was tall and upright, his figure appearing even more slender in the black feather cloak. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the black feather cloak swayed slightly with every movement, like a night raven about to take flight in the darkness, exuding an innate mystery and nobility. On his face was a pitch-black raven mask, a half-face mask, with a few strands of black hair falling over his sharply defined jawline, and his fair skin seemed to have been tempered by the frost and snow of a cold night. This attire belongs to the holy temple. Could it be? The Dragon King exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the mysterious man moved. He stretched out his slender, white fingers and gently touched the crack in the abyss. Buzz! A vast wave suddenly appeared. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The terrifying evil Buddha that was about to be born suddenly shattered, collapsing inch by inch like a bubble. Heh! A haughty chuckle came from beneath the silver mask, his indifferent gaze falling on the figure in the black feather cloak. Who do we have here? The only one with the leisure to save these ants is probably you, Night Raven. Night Raven? Is this the head of the sanctuary? The seven kings stared in shock at the black feathered cloak in the air. They had long suspected that the leader of the sanctuary, which dared to oppose the seven deadly sins in the nightmare world, must also be a god, and now they could see some clues from the other party's action. With a single finger, He dissipated the evil Buddha who was about to be born. What else could such power be but that of a god? What surprised them was that the code name of the leader of the Holy Temple was actually Night Raven, a raven in the dark night. Clearly, his subordinates were all divine beasts such as Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Killin. Yet the one who commanded these divine beasts was just a raven. Does it have some special meaning? Or... A jet-black mask and a silver-white mask faced each other in the sky, seemingly having known each other for a long time, intertwined with a sense of destiny that seemed preordained. Arrogance, this is not a place for you. Night Raven, you're meddling a bit too much. Calm and indifferent voices intertwined in the air, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. Two unimaginable forces erupted suddenly, causing the wind and clouds to surge and the sky to change color. An eerie red light surged from Arrogance, as crimson as blood, almost illuminating the entire world, and began to encroach upon Night Raven. The raven made no move. Its black feather cloak swayed in the wind. Suddenly, a jet-black light burst forth, staining the void black. The next moment, a strange sight appeared before everyone's eyes. The sky seemed to be divided in two, one half black and the other half red. It was the clash of the two people's materialized auras in the sky, forming a unique dividing line. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound arose. The sea surged violently, and the void trembled and shook. The seven kings were immediately horrified. What terrifying power! What is going on? Isn't pride just an illusion? Why can their power affect reality? Could it be that their true forms have descended to the mortal realm? A look of panic flashed across the enchanting face of the Crimson Lotus King. The Dragon King stared intently at the two godlike figures and said solemnly, "No! They did not descend to the mortal realm. They are fighting in another dimension. What we are seeing now is merely a reflection of another dimension." Everyone was shocked. A battle in another dimension, and the mere leakage of aura can stir up the heavens and earth? Is this the true power of a god? The Crimson King clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. If they were to fight in real life, wouldn't they be able to destroy the world with a single blow? Hades' words plunged everyone into deep silence. They were top-tier powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of humanity, but suddenly glimpsed a corner of the divine realm, only to find themselves as mere mayflies that had seen the heavens. That feeling of insignificance and powerlessness was hard for them to accept. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Suddenly, Arrogance stirred. He elegantly extended a finger, and a point of crimson light condensed at his fingertip. The moment the crimson light appeared, the surrounding void seemed to be drained, and began to collapse continuously. Large patches of dark voids appeared in the sky, and countless terrifying torrents of energy surged wildly from all directions, converging on the crimson light at his fingertip. "Let me see if you've improved in the last 100 years, Akahoshi." The crimson fingertip resembled a scarlet star streaking across the sky, trailing a long tail, its terrifying power causing the stars in the heavens to tremble and nearly fall. The raven responded silently. He reached out and grabbed at the dark sky, and countless strands of solidified darkness fell like threads, transforming into a dancing black flame in his hand. That was a flame made of darkness night flame. It was just a small flame, yet it faintly exuded an unparalleled pressure that suppressed all ages and plunged the ages into darkness. The moment Night Flame and Crimson Star met in the sky, the whole world fell into a deathly silence. It wasn't that there was no sound, but rather that the greatest sound is silent and the greatest form is formless. The seven kings could see and hear nothing. It was as if time and space had been stripped away at this moment. All they could see with their naked eyes was nothingness, and all they could hear was deathly silence. Everything in the world seemed to have been erased. Gradually, after an unknown amount of time, a trace of color appeared in the emptiness in the eyes of the seven kings. It was a net that covered endless dimensions and was so large that it was unimaginable. Countless stars, formed from rules of order, adorn every interwoven node of the net. The stars teeter on the brink of collapse, their light flickering like candles about to be extinguished by wind, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. This is the law. The Dragon King's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock. Their casual strike almost obliterated the law. How is this possible? The seven golden kings were like children who had never seen the world before. They stared wide-eyed and gaped as they looked at the crumbling law. The shock in their hearts had reached its peak, and they even felt a slight dizziness from the impact on their brains, and their thoughts came to a standstill. Simply put, it's petrified. If the seven kings were like this, then the extraordinary individuals and even ordinary human soldiers present were even more shocked. The shock they felt was indescribable. In their understanding, extraordinary power comes from the law, which is the source of power for all extraordinary beings. But now, the aftershocks of the battle between Night Raven and Pride have almost obliterated the law. This is a power that is beyond their imagination. Soon, the aftershocks subsided, the law disappeared, and everything gradually returned to calm. Above the boundless sky, only two terrifying figures, seemingly unchanging since time immemorial, stood proudly. The elegant tailcoats and luxurious black feather cloaks swayed gently in the wind, as if nothing that had just happened had soiled their hems. Is this their true strength? Their clashes in another dimension can cause such a terrifying commotion. The seven kings stared up at the two of them in a daze. They felt a sense of relief that they hadn't gotten too close. Otherwise, even a wisp of their aura would have crushed them into mincemeat. If Sumu, the mastermind behind it all, knew what they were thinking, he would probably laugh it off, because it was Sumu, not them, who should be thankful. If they get too close, they'll be exposed, and they'll find that, apart from looking amazing, it actually has no power whatsoever. Everything was nothing more than a false commotion he created by using the deceitful 8 trigrams to deceive heaven and earth. The seven kings thought that the commotion was caused by the aftermath of the battle in another dimension, but in reality, Sumu had used all his strength to unleash his life's worth of illusionary arts in the mortal world. I think I know why he's called Night Raven. The Dragon King stared blankly at the cold, fair jawline beneath Night Raven's half mask and murmured, perhaps in the heart of such a being, nothing in the world is enough to represent him. As long as he is him, even a crow in the night can command the legendary divine beasts. Originally, the Dragon King thought that the code name of the leader of the Holy Temple would be a more powerful divine beast than the Azure Dragon or the Killin. However, after seeing the Night Raven, he finally understood that no matter how powerful a divine beast is, it is still just a divine beast, not a god. Arrogance, stop. There's no point in continuing. Night Raven's calm voice rang out. He gave an arrogant, disdainful smile. Meaning? Meaning is bestowed by the gods. If I say it exists, then it exists. After saying that, arrogance made another move. The battle between the two was triggered instantly. This time, their figures seemed to rise to an endless height, their silhouettes becoming blurred. Even with everyone straining to see, they could only vaguely make out 2 streaks of black and red light colliding continuously in the endless dimensions. With each collision, the void above the dome visibly twists and annihilates. This is because Sumu, in order to conserve his mental energy and reduce his weaknesses, has begun to blur the illusions. Just like when watching videos online, you choose to reduce the video resolution to save data. The seven kings wanted to continue watching the epic battle between the two gods, but the nine-headed serpent that had entered first had already attacked. As the seven strongest individuals in the arena, the powerful life force emanating from them attracted the attention of the nine-headed serpent. The enormous body of the nine-headed serpent came crashing down like Mount Tai. The seven kings' expressions changed drastically, and they all took out their royal treasures to fight back, unleashing a terrifying torrent of power that surged wildly in the sea. It's worth mentioning that the Undying King, who has been slacking off all along, still didn't bring her royal noble phantasm this time. Of course, there's also the Crimson King. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't take it out. The other Gold Kings aren't fools. It was somewhat understandable that the Undying King and the Red King didn't bring their royal treasures the first time, but they still didn't this time. Even a fool could see the problem. Normally, if an empire's royal artifact malfunctions, it would be a signal to start a war. However, now that the civil war has passed, everyone can only work together. Unfortunately, this time the nine-headed serpent was clearly stronger than the faceless angel, and even the seven kings, who had improved their skills, were still being suppressed. One of the nine-headed serpent's enormous head suddenly opened its blood-red maw, spewing out oily, foul-smelling venom like a fountain towards the Undying King. The Undying King screamed in agony as his entire body was corroded by the venom, almost turning him into a skeleton before he fell into the sea. But soon, he flew out of the sea again, his flesh and blood growing wildly, and his pale skin slowly covered the flesh and blood. Hateful, the Undying King's eyes flickered as he watched his teammates retreating in disarray. A hint of hesitation crossed his face. Just as he was about to make up his mind, the void in the far distance suddenly tore open. The next moment, 6 figures draped in black feather cloaks emerged from the void. The people who have arrived are from the Holy Temple. That's right. Sumu is that considerate. Seeing that the 7 kings were about to lose again, he had no choice but to step in and cover for them. The leading figure, the Azure Dragon of the Holy Temple, Red Leaf, arrived on the wind and joined the battle of the 7 kings without saying a word. With the addition of a Golden King, the pressure on the 7 kings was greatly reduced. The rest of the Holy Temple members turned their attention to the nightmare creatures that kept emerging from the sea. They couldn't get involved in the battle of the 7 kings, so they could only deal with the Golden Nightmare. Although the evil Buddha did not descend to earth, the nightmare passage that was opened before has never been closed, and a large number of nightmare creatures pour in every moment. The morale of the human superhumans and soldiers has also recovered somewhat, mainly because their greatest fear, arrogance, has been restrained today, which has rekindled hope in their hearts. Some people who had long since given up hope now even regarded the Night Raven as a savior and began to have faith in it. The appearance of the Night Raven perfectly matches human expectations. When pride, as a world-destroying evil god, brings despair to humanity, most people instinctively hope that a benevolent god will come to save them. Now that this benevolent god has appeared, he has gained a large number of believers as soon as he appears. Hidden in the shadows, Sumu was somewhat surprised. He could clearly feel that the progress bar of deceiving Heaven's 8 trigrams was rising rapidly, and at the same time, the primordial divinity within his body was also growing stronger. This is the power of faith. Sumu looked around and saw some seriously wounded soldiers on the verge of death, who were actually looking devoutly at the blurry figures of night crows in the sky and praying. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. The faith power they provided can actually be absorbed by the primordial divinity. Wait, Why was the faith of those followers useless during the time of the primordial god cult? He thought for a moment and realized the answer. The primal cult did not worship him, the messenger of God, but the primal angel that the messenger represented, while these human soldiers and superhumans worshipped the Night Raven, an illusionary clone he created. This chaotic battle lasted a long time, from high in the sky until the moon rose in the east, before it gradually came to an end. Although the nine-headed serpent was powerful, it was ultimately too large and not agile enough. Faced with the combined attack of the 8 gold kings and the royal treasure, it was eventually worn down and killed, so Sumu controlled Pride and Night Raven to stop fighting. 2 deities faced each other beneath the high-hanging bright moon, their silhouettes illuminated by the cool moonlight. Arrogantly glancing at the 9-headed serpent lying in the sea, he said indifferently, "I've raised you for so many years, but I never expected to raise a piece of trash, the dead 9-headed." Serpent could only offer a silent protest. He turned his gaze to Night Raven. "Night Raven, we have fought for many years without a clear victor. Why don't we use the beings of this world as a battleground and fight each other again?" The Raven calmly replied, "I'll play along to the end." He gave an arrogant, disdainful smile. "Then I am truly overjoyed." As the words fell, the arrogant figure slowly faded away, eventually disappearing completely from the world. Only that black feather cloak remained standing in the sky. The Raven's calm gaze swept over all living beings, looking at the heavily wounded and panting 7 kings, and at the human soldiers whose blood stained the sea. His deep eyes showed neither joy nor sorrow. He said calmly, "God saves those who save themselves. Fortune descends not upon people. You should all take care of yourselves." The calm words resounded through the sky, echoing in everyone's hearts for a long time. The Night Raven ignored the crowd and pointed at the nightmare passage created by arrogance. The nightmare passage, which seemed to connect to the abyss and filled people with despair, closed instantly. Immediately afterwards, his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. The others from the sanctuary also left with him. However, no one noticed that before leaving, the holy dragon, Red Leaf, quietly took off a silver ring from his hand. The silver ring slid from midair, reflecting the silver light under the moonlight, tracing a delicate arc before finally falling into the sea. The silver ring silently entered the sea and sank to the bottom. After sinking for a while, the silver ring seemed to come alive and began to move horizontally in the sea. Soon, it spotted a shark in the deep sea and instantly transformed into a streak of light, diving into the shark's gaping maw. The sharks, which had been swimming aimlessly, seemed to be controlled and turned to swim towards the Crimson Flame Empire. The Night Raven is gone just like that. The Crimson King stared blankly. The Night Raven's disappearing figure. "Otherwise what? Stay here and act out a domineering god falling in love with me?" The Crimson Lotus King's voice rang out with a hint of mockery. "You!" The Crimson King roared in fury, glaring fiercely at the Red Lotus King. At this moment, the Crimson Lotus King's clothes were torn around his waist, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin that even reflected the moonlight. Combined with his disheveled hair and cheeks slightly flushed from the intense battle, he did not appear disheveled at all, but rather exuded a touch of sexiness. In contrast, the Crimson King looked much more disheveled, with his hair disheveled, his slender left arm exposed and hanging limply. Most importantly, his expression was like that of an enraged puppy baring its teeth. "Are you sick? Why are you always targeting me?" the Crimson King roared. She wasn't familiar with the Crimson Lotus King, but every time they met, she was targeted by him. Heh! The Crimson Lotus King smoothed her disheveled hair. "I wonder who it is that keeps clamoring that she is the most beautiful woman in the world. and even has the domestic news agencies publicizing it extensively. Don't you know who is the most beautiful? The Crimson King was taken aback. She hadn't expected that even the Crimson Lotus King would know about the little things she had done in the country. Although slightly embarrassed, he didn't back down. If you're jealous of my beauty, just say so. There's no need for such sarcasm. Jealousy? The Crimson Lotus King covered her mouth and giggled. I just can't stand the shamelessness of some people. Who are you calling shameless? The Crimson King exploded, his aggression making him ready to attack. The King of Red Lotus was naturally not to be outdone. Enough! The battle isn't over yet. There are still so many nightmare creatures in the sea. If you want to fight, go find them. The 1.3-meter-tall Dragon King roared. The two then stopped arguing, glared at each other fiercely, and finally gave up. Sigh, women are such a hassle, the Dragon King sighed. Who are you calling a brat? Isn't your mother a woman? The Crimson King and the Red Lotus King cursed simultaneously. The Dragon King's face darkened and he turned away. Normally, the proud and arrogant man would never have let it go, but today, the arrogance and the night crow had shocked him so much that all his attention was on the two of them, and the sense of powerlessness in his heart made him unwilling to argue. The other Gold Kings, who were relatively normal, gathered together to discuss the matter. It seems that although Night Raven stands on the side of humanity, he also carries the contempt of the gods for mortals, and is even unwilling to have much conversation with them, Hades said in a deep voice. That's true, but the appearance of the Night Raven is a good thing for the world. It turns out that the nightmare world is not only home to evil gods like Pride, but we still have to rely on ourselves. The meaning of Night Raven's last words is very clear. God only saves those who want to save themselves, and luck only comes to those who do not give up and do not wait passively. At this moment, the oldest holy king suddenly looked at the Undying King, who had been silent all along. Undying King, where is your royal treasure? You haven't brought it out twice. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? The Undying King sneered. What do I have to tell you? The Heavenly King calmly said, now is not the time for fighting. Undying King, you don't need to say anything for everyone to guess that there must be something wrong with your royal treasure, otherwise you would have taken it out. I don't think anyone would fight amongst themselves now. That would be suicide. If you really have a problem, you'd better speak up so we can all resolve it. After all, having one more royal artifact increases our chances of winning, and arrogance certainly won't let this go easily. The other Gold Kings all turned their gazes toward him. The Undying King's face darkened. He knew that if he didn't address this matter today, things would likely not go smoothly. However, he did not say it directly, but suddenly pointed to the Crimson King, who was arguing with the Crimson Lotus King. And what about her? She didn't bring out the high heaven from beginning to end either. The Red King, who was suddenly tagged, was taken aback. What does this have to do with you? I've always worn my supreme heaven on my hand, but I just haven't used it. She extended her slender, fair hand, revealing a dark gold ring on her ring finger. The Undying King sneered. Then why don't you use it? Is it fake? A flicker of panic crossed the Crimson King's eyes. Nonsense. How could the supreme heaven be fake? And you? All right. The Dragon King, his face grim, walked over, his dark golden vertical pupils scanning the two faces. I don't care what your reasons are. The royal treasure is of great importance. No one can guarantee that we will win the next time arrogance attacks. Therefore, I must ensure that everyone can bring out the royal treasure next time. I believe that the other kings present share this view. The other golden kings nodded, their gazes fixed on the Crimson King and the Undying King. After much hesitation, the Undying King finally revealed the truth. My royal treasure, that crimson moon, is with the progenitor. She is often delirious and therefore unable to come to fight. The Dragon King frowned deeply. Then why don't you take the crimson moon and use it yourself? The Undying King shook his head with a wry smile. It's no use, because the progenitor of the vampires is a crimson moon. What? The Holy King exclaimed in shock. The progenitor of the vampire clan was a living, breathing human being. How could he possibly be a royal artifact? The Undying King remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, a crimson moon is actually an outer garment. Wearing this garment, one will not die no matter how severe the injury, and will be able to recover. It is true immortality. But it is precisely because of this powerful vitality that Crimson Moon is different from other royal treasures. It is not an inanimate object, but a living thing. Crimson Moon was worn by the first undead king for many years, causing her life force to become closely linked with Crimson Moon. A Crimson Moon is like an infant, constantly imitating and learning from the first undead king. She could be considered another first-generation Undying King, but with the death of the first king, the connection between them was forcibly severed, causing damage to Crimson Moon's consciousness and confusion of memories. Although this didn't affect her abilities, it ultimately created a mad and deranged progenitor of the vampires. You mean, the progenitor of the vampires was actually an incarnation of the Crimson Moon? She forgot her identity as a royal artifact and instead regarded herself as the first immortal king? Hades asked, frowning. That's right. The Undying King nodded. Therefore, I cannot use Crimson Moon for the time being unless I kill the vampire progenitor, who is an avatar. But the vampire progenitor, who is Crimson Moon, is immortal. Can't you find a way to take your clothes off? How can she shed it? The progenitor of the vampires is the Crimson Moon. Unless she willingly transforms back into a royal treasure, no one can obtain the Crimson Moon. A dead knot. What if we just send the progenitor of the vampires to the battlefield? The Undying King looked troubled. Her condition is already unstable. If she goes on a killing spree, she may go mad and become indiscriminate in her attacks. Moreover, most importantly, she will instinctively drink human blood. In other words, she may target humans rather than nightmare creatures. Upon hearing this, all the kings frowned in worry. They had intended to solve the problem of the royal treasure for the immortal king, but it seemed there was no solution. Thinking about it, it makes sense. If it were easy to solve, the Undying King wouldn't have been able to hold out until now. I would have solved him long ago. And what about you, Red King? The Dragon King looked at the Red King, who had remained silent. The Crimson King panicked slightly. My problem is even more difficult than that of the Undying King. If you can't even solve his problem, then what I'm saying is pointless. What she said was true. Although the Crimson Moon was temporarily unusable, at least it was still in their hands. On the other hand, the high heaven had already been taken by pride. Want to snatch the supreme heaven back from a god? If they really had that kind of power, they wouldn't need the supreme heaven at all. How do you know we can't solve this if you don't tell us? The Undying King pressed, revealing the problem with his royal treasure, naturally unwilling for the Crimson King to continue hiding it. But the Red King was like a turtle trying to eat a weight. He was determined not to say a word. Do you think I don't want to solve this? If I could, I would have told you long ago. It's precisely because I can't solve it that telling you would only add to my troubles. Alas, that is not true. The Holy King stepped forward and said kindly, Red King, you are still young. Your vision is limited. Just because you think a problem is unsolvable does not mean that others cannot solve it. Humph. The Undying King sneered. Do you really think everyone here is a fool? Judging from your evasive manner, we can tell that the supreme heaven has definitely been lost. So what if it's lost? Now that the 7 kings are united against a common enemy, no one will attack your crimson flame empire at this time. You might as well just tell us where the supreme heaven is. Perhaps we can help you find it. The other kings looked at the Red King calmly, clearly thinking the same thing. The Red King's cover-up has already explained everything. It's clear that the supreme heaven has been lost. If it hadn't been lost, the Red King would have used it long ago. There's no reason not to use it after 2 perilous battles. Red King, you don't need to worry that we will take the supreme heaven for ourselves once we find it. Only the Crimson Flame royal family can use the supreme heaven. Right now, the most urgent task is to increase everyone's strength, so we will definitely return it to its rightful owner once we find it, the Dragon King said solemnly. Faced with the crowd's questioning, the Crimson King's expression was grim and uncertain. Finally, she sighed and said, "It's no use. You can't find the supreme heaven." Her words were tantamount to admitting that the high heaven had been lost, but the Golden Kings were not surprised, as it was expected. Is there anything in this world that even the combined efforts of the 7 kings cannot retrieve? The Dragon King asked arrogantly. Where is the supreme heaven? In the hands of arrogance. Dragon King. The group remained silent for 3 seconds, exchanging bewildered glances. Seeing everyone's silence, the Crimson King was somewhat displeased. He didn't want to speak, but they insisted he speak. Even if he spoke, they couldn't do it, and yet he still insisted on speaking. Why did it end up in the hands of arrogance? After a long silence, the Dragon King asked in a low voice. Even he himself didn't realize that when the name arrogance was mentioned, he subconsciously lowered his voice. Since he had already spoken, the Crimson King no longer concealed his intentions and stated directly, "My father took the supreme heaven to the nightmare world, and then he died there." Naturally, the supreme heaven was lost in the nightmare world and was later obtained by pride. I wonder which of you can snatch the most high back from the clutches of pride. The Dragon King coughed lightly, looked at the nightmare creatures raging on the sea, and said with feigned seriousness, "The war is urgent now. Let's discuss this matter later." After saying that, he turned and went out to sea. The other kings also acted like birds and beasts and dispersed one after another. Humph! Red King pouted. A bunch of cowards. If Night Raven were here, perhaps I could use my beauty to get help to help me reclaim the supreme heaven. Recalling the Night Raven's noble appearance, which resembled that of a prince of the night, the Crimson King couldn't help but swallow hard. Your Majesty, Dongfang Yuan called out repeatedly, finally bringing the Crimson King back to his senses. Your Majesty, Lord Night Raven is a deity. You must not have any blasphemous thoughts. If you offend Lord Night Raven, who will stand against your arrogance? Dongfang Yuan advised solemnly. The Crimson King blushed slightly. Old Deng, what nonsense are you talking about? How am I blaspheming the gods? I was just thinking casually. It's no use even if you think about it. You've witnessed the power of the gods. They can even erase the laws. No one can guarantee that they can see into people's hearts. You should give up your thoughts. Besides, didn't you take a liking to Sumu? At worst, you can just have him wear the black feather cloak. Seeing that the Crimson King's expression was gradually darkening, Dongfang Yuan quickly muted his microphone. What's wrong with me? As the Queen of the Crimson Flame Empire, what's wrong with me looking at a few more men? I haven't actually done anything. Besides, You're allowed to take more than a dozen concubines, and I can't even take a look at them. The next day, only when the sun was high in the sky did the human army, led by the 7 kings, finally repel this nightmare horde. However, a new round of battle had just begun. Because arrogance reopened the nightmare channel, the nightmare creatures that had been drastically reduced surged again, even surpassing the total number from the previous outbreak. This long and protracted war between humanity and the nightmares has only just begun. News about the Holy Night Raven spread like wildfire throughout the 7 empires. The scene of his battle with Pride was so grand that not only the soldiers on the front lines, but also the residents of the coastal cities witnessed it. News of the Night Raven spread like wildfire across the world. The songs praising the Night Raven can be heard in almost every major city, and hundreds of sects of all sizes have sprung up overnight. Religion spreads most rapidly during periods of turmoil, because when people are most desperate, they urgently need a tangible deity to give them hope for survival. Now, this savior god has appeared, thanks to Pride, whose name is known to all, and the whole world is shrouded in Pride's shadow. At this time, a true god who could counter arrogance appeared, and naturally gained the faith of mankind with ease. At the same time, Sumu also gained more faith power, with a massive amount of faith power flowing in almost every moment. As the name of Night Raven spread, the progress bar of deceiving Heaven's 8 trigrams soared, and it would be completed in a few more days. In the past few days, Sumu didn't even need to do anything. He just had to wait for the name of Night Raven to spread, because what he did this time was deceive the whole world. He had thought that the improvement of his realm would become slower and slower, but he did not expect that the opposite would be true. Although the difficulty of improvement had increased, his progress was even faster than when he was in the bronze stage. As for his silver Sui law, a bloodlust berserker, that's not a problem at all. It doesn't require any baleful aura. All he needs to do is practice and master it over time. And what he has in abundance is time. Happy New Year! May you be happy in the new year. Crimson Flame Imperial Capital. Inside the Enforcement Bureau, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was reviewing and categorizing various intelligence files. The man's name is Du Jingzi, and he is the head of the intelligence section of the Law Enforcement Bureau. As the section chief, he didn't need to organize the files himself, and could have delegated this tedious task to his subordinates, but he still chose to do it himself. It's not that Du Jingzi is particularly conscientious, but rather that he has become a completely different person inside. A delicate silver ring was worn on the middle finger of his left hand, reflecting a soft glow under the light. Looking at the various intelligence reports from recent years, Du Jingzi pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a mysterious smile appearing on his lips. The 7 deadly sins, the sanctuary, the Mad King, what exactly are you plotting? He had all the information memorized, then gently took off the silver ring from his hand and tossed it out the window. It traced a perfect parabola and disappeared into the air, vanishing without a trace. Inside the Crimson Flame Palace, the Crimson King, who had just returned, was recuperating peacefully. This time, her injuries were relatively minor, mainly because a Golden King had joined her, and the 7 kings had all made significant progress in their skills and strength during this period. As for how to heal the injury, it's quite simple. Pour expensive healing potions into hot milk tea, then eat potato chips and drink milk tea while lying in bed reading magazines. Maintaining a pleasant mood to the greatest extent possible is very helpful for the injury. She piled the pillows and blankets together and leaned against them in a very comfortable position. Her body weight pressed the soft blankets down slightly, creating a feeling of being enveloped. Two long, slender, fair legs were crossed, with a magazine between them. She flipped through the magazine with one hand and stuffed potato chips into her mouth with the other. Click, click, click. The crisp chewing sounds abruptly stopped, and the Crimson King's expression hardened. He instantly got up from the bed and looked into the dark corner of the room where the sunlight couldn't reach. "Who goes there? Show yourself to me. Glug glug." It sounded like something was rolling. Under the Red King's gaze, a round silver ring slowly rolled out from the dark corner. The Crimson King frowned slightly, raised her delicate hand, and a blazing golden flame appeared in her palm, causing the surrounding air to distort abruptly. At this moment, the silver ring stopped. It did not fall down, but stood upright on the ground. A deep and familiar voice rang out. "Minyu, it is Father King." The Red King flew into a rage. "I am your father." She suddenly raised her hand, about to unleash the golden flame. A wisp of white smoke quickly emerged from the silver ring, transforming into a phantom figure in the air, none other than the first Crimson King, Shangguan Chen. "Minyu, so many years have passed. Don't you even recognize your father's voice anymore? Playing tricks. Old Deng is long dead. Who are you anyway?" Shangguan Chen. As expected, girls change a lot as they grow up. "I never thought that my daughter would become more and more unrestrained over the years. Minyu, I really am your father. Do you remember when you were little? I took you to go boating on the lake? You saw fish in the lake and insisted on jumping in to catch them. You cried and wouldn't let me." Shangguan Chen planned to share some fond memories between father and daughter to convince the Crimson King. Unexpectedly, the Crimson King coldly replied, "Are you referring to how old I am?" Shangguan Chen was slightly taken aback, then recalled for a moment. "It should be 1 year old." Upon hearing this, the Red King flew into a rage. "You think you can remember things when you're only 1 year old?" Shangguan Chen. He suppressed his anger and continued to patiently persuade you. "You must remember what happened when you were 5 years old, right? When you were 5, you didn't like to eat and only ate potato chips every day. Your mother ordered that potato chips were no longer allowed in the palace. In the end, you went to your father, and he secretly gave you a bag of potato chips. Do you remember?" "I don't remember," the Crimson King said coldly. Shangguan Chen. "I remember when I was 10 years old. That old man threw me into the crater and said that if I couldn't activate the Phoenix bloodline, I would die inside. Even tigers don't eat their cubs. Your father was just trying to scare you back then, hoping you could activate your bloodline as soon as possible and become a phoenix. You have the audacity to utter such words. Now I believe your identity. Old Deng, weren't you dead? What happened to you? You look like a ghost?" A murderous intent flashed through Shangguan Chen's mind. If he didn't need Shangguan Minyu right now, how could he possibly be going through the motions with a fake child? Sigh. Shangguan Chen sighed deeply, a look of desolation on his face. "The reason I have fallen to this state is all because of Sumu." "Sumu?" Shangguan Minyu was taken aback. "What does this have to do with him? I am now just a remnant of my soul, and it was Sumu who killed me. Minyu, you have been deceived by him. Back then, I was hunted down by the primordial pope and fled to the abyss. After arriving in the abyss, I barely survived by relying on the power of the supreme heaven. I had been waiting, hoping for a chance to escape the abyss, but my injuries were too severe, and there were too many monsters in the abyss, so I was unable to escape for a long time. Then, not long ago, Sumu entered the abyss and found me. He claimed to be from the Crimson Flame Empire and said he had come to save me. I believed him, but he ambushed me and I died a gruesome death. He also stole the supreme heaven. Wait a minute! Shangguan Mingyu discovered the blind spot. You said that the supreme heaven was taken away by Sumu? What a joke. The supreme heaven is clearly in arrogance. Shangguan Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Didn't you ever suspect that Sumu was arrogant? How do you know about arrogance? You must have been in the abyss all these years. After my death, only a wisp of my soul remained in the supreme heaven. Sumu led the supreme heaven away from the abyss, and I took the opportunity to escape. After many twists and turns, I finally returned to the Crimson Flame Empire. Although I only have a wisp of my soul left, I was once a saint-level being, and even a wisp of my soul possesses some power. During this time, I possessed the bodies of ordinary people to learn about the major events happening in the world, and naturally I learned about the 7 deadly sins and pride. Sumu and arrogance share the same ability to hide in another dimension, making them immune to attack. And it's true that Sumu stole the supreme heaven. According to you, the supreme heaven is in arrogance's hands. Doesn't that prove anything? Shangguan Mingyu frowned deeply. What is the saint level? The saint level is the realm above the Golden King. It is precisely because I have reached this realm that I am able to survive in this world with only a wisp of my soul. Mingyu, don't you still believe in your father? I am not yet certain of your true identity. Suppressing his anger, Shangguan Chen patiently revealed some secrets known only to Shangguan Mingyu. After much effort, he finally convinced Shangguan Mingyu of his identity. Even if you are my father, how could Sumu possibly be arrogant? Arrogance is a god, and he recently fought a great battle with Night Raven, while Sumu is just a silver transcendent. Didn't you ever suspect that it was all an illusion? Or maybe it never happened at all? Impossible! Shangguan Mingyu said decisively. How could there be an illusion in this world that can deceive everyone? Shangguan Chen felt a surge of resentment. As a saint-level expert, he could naturally see through Sumu's illusions. However, the problem was that Sumu had been deceiving the world for a long time, and his arrogance and identity as the Night Raven god had long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. He couldn't shake them with just a few words. When the whole world believes a false truth, then he, the only sane person, becomes a madman spouting nonsense. After much thought, he had no choice but to go along with Shangguan Mingyu's words. He didn't want to lose the trust he had finally gained because of questioning the identity of the arrogant Night Raven god. Mingyu, Sumu is very likely an incarnation of arrogance. Gods cannot descend to the mortal world, but that does not mean they cannot descend in their own form. Shangguan Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Gongsun Quan had mentioned this guest before. That's impossible. Pride is a god, so what's the point of creating a silver clone? Of course it has meaning. Shangguan Chen sneered. Now you are only the king of gold, and you are not yet aware of some of his methods. But your father is very clear that Sumu should be the anchor point that pride left in the real world. It is because of Sumu's existence that pride was able to accurately open the passage between the two worlds. To make his fabricated lies more believable, he secretly used primordial divine magic to bewitch Shangguan Mingyu. There's a reason why the primal god cult became the largest cult in hell. It's not necessarily because the primal angels were so powerful. The main reason is that they were good at brainwashing. Are you telling the truth? Shangguan Mingyu was somewhat incredulous. Not being very bright to begin with, she vaguely believed Shangguan Chen's words. Mingyu, I am your father. Would I lie to you? Do you believe an outsider or your father? After Shangguan Chen proved his identity, he was indeed very convincing, and Shangguan Mingyu began to waver, with her doubts that had been dispelled gradually returning to her mind. Seeing that Shangguan Mingyu was wavering, Shangguan Chen quickly continued, I only have a wisp of my soul left. Why would I lie to you? The reason I risked my soul being scattered to come back is because I don't want our Shangguan family's foundation, or even the whole world, to be destroyed. Shangguan Mingyu's mind was in turmoil, and she remained silent. Mingyu, the most urgent task is to find the Supreme Heaven. Don't you want to verify its authenticity? As long as you find the Supreme Heaven, you can use it to verify it. It's no use. The high heaven has been placed in the abyss by arrogance. Shangguan Chen was stunned. He didn't know the location of the Supreme Heaven, only that it was in Sumu's hands. He didn't expect Sumu to be so insidious, placing the Supreme Heaven in the abyss again. His heart sank as he realized something was wrong. His purpose in returning was to reach the Supreme Heaven. And even if the Supreme Heaven is not in the abyss, but still in the hands of arrogance, who in the world can take it back from him? Shangguan Mingyu sighed. She had basically given up on the Supreme Heaven because it was simply impossible. Seeing that Shangguan Mingyu firmly believed that Sumu was a god, Shangguan Chen couldn't help but curse himself for being so stupid, wondering how he could have given birth to such a foolish daughter. He was the only one in the world who knew that pride was not a god, but merely an illusion created by Sumu. He had witnessed the entire battle between Pride and Night Raven that day. Although the illusion was almost real, it could not fool him, a saint-level being. Damn it! Why did the Mad King have so many different abilities after his reincarnation compared to his previous life? He was not proficient in illusion magic in his previous life, nor did he have the ability to travel between the two worlds. What wish did he make to the Supreme Heaven back then? Shangguan Mingyu gave up the Supreme Heaven, but Shangguan Chen could not. The Supreme Heaven was in the hands of a silver transcendent, and not taking it back would be worse than being killed. Are you sure the Supreme Heaven is in the abyss? The abyss seals away evil gods and countless nightmare creatures. It's not safe to leave the Supreme Heaven there. Has its location never been moved? Shangguan Mingyu shook her head. No, the location has never changed from beginning to end. As for whether it is the abyss, I am also very curious. It feels like the abyss, but it seems to have some connection with the real world. I can't explain it. Shangguan Chen was taken aback, his eyes flashing as he made up his mind. Bright moon, the highest heaven has never moved, which means that pride must have put it away. So, you can make a wish using the false highest heaven to obtain a way to retrieve the highest heaven. He didn't say that by making a wish in a false supreme heaven, one could directly obtain true supreme heaven, because that's impossible. It's like God allowing you to make one wish, and then you wishing for 100 more. It simply doesn't work. I won't allow it, Shangguan Mingyu replied decisively. Shangguan Chen was so angry that his fists hardened. My dear daughter, why not? Because it's useless. Even if there were a way, so what? Who can guarantee that taking the supreme heaven won't alert Pride? Pride can't enter the real world now. If he goes to the nightmare world, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? No, the true form of arrogance isn't in the nightmare world at all, but in heaven. Heaven? Shangguan Mingyu thought of those fanatical believers of the primordial god cult who talked about going to heaven every day. Does heaven really exist? Shangguan Chen nodded. Heaven is real. In fact, the nightmare world is divided into two parts, heaven and hell. Heaven is the place where the gods reside. If Pride is really in hell, then why is there no trace of him there? Shangguan Mingyu thought about it and agreed. She had been to the nightmare world twice and had not found any trace of arrogance. Even the nightmare apostles had never found him. So you understand now, there's no need to worry about arrogance at all. My dear daughter, hurry up and make your wish. The high heaven is a treasure of our royal family and must not be lost outside. No, Shangguan Chen. What if we anger pride? Even if he's not in hell, he can open a portal between the two worlds. If he releases his nightmare creatures into the Crimson Flame Empire, the Crimson Flame Empire will be destroyed. Don't rush. The fake Supreme Heaven still has 2 wishes left, right? Make 2 wishes. One is to find a way to obtain the true Supreme Heaven, and the other is to deal with Sumu. Sumu is the alter ego of arrogance, and also his anchor point for invading reality. Every time the passage between the two worlds opens, it is through their cooperation. Arrogance opens the passage to the nightmare world, while Sumu opens the passage to the real world. Only through their combined efforts can the passage between the two worlds be connected. Therefore, as long as Sumu is restrained, arrogance will no longer be able to invade reality. My dear daughter, have you thought this through? This is not only for the Crimson Flame Empire, but also for all of humanity. Shangguan Mingyu hesitated for a moment. Are you telling the truth? How could your father lie to you? Your father is already dead, and his remnant soul will soon dissipate into the world. Now, your father's only wish is to protect the Crimson Flame Empire and preserve the foundation of our Shangguan family. Buzz! The primordial divine arts continued to take effect, and Shangguan Chen's heart was bleeding. He had barely recovered some strength from his already severe injuries, and he used it all on his daughter. Shangguan Mingyu became increasingly conflicted. On one side was the man she loved, and on the other was the whole world. How should she choose? It seems there's no need to choose. If Sumu really is an arrogant clone, then I'm also within the scope of being destroyed. Okay, I'll make a wish. Shangguan Mingyu finally took out the fake Supreme Heaven and made a wish. After consuming a considerable amount of treasures stored in the National Treasury, the wish was fulfilled. The dark golden light slowly transformed into a line of text in mid-air. It reads, Progenitor of the Vampire clan. Upon seeing the words, Ancestor of the Vampire clan, the father and daughter were both stunned. The way to find the Supreme Heaven was actually through the ancestor of the Vampire clan. What did this have to do with the ancestor of the Vampire clan? How could it be the progenitor of the vampires? There is no progenitor of the vampires at all. It's just that Crimson Moon imitated the first Undying King. Shangguan Mingyu murmured in confusion. At this moment, the dark gold characters in mid-air changed again, and more characters as small as mosquitoes and flies appeared. They were arranged and combined to form more unknown secrets. The two were shocked after reading this. What is the Seven Kings Barrier? Why is the Supreme Heaven hidden within the Seven Kings Barrier? And why was the Blood Clan ancestor able to open it? Shangguan Mingyu was increasingly bewildered. Was this still the world she knew? She understood each word individually, but couldn't comprehend them when put together. Shangguan Chen's eyes flashed, and his face showed undisguised shock, as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret. The Seven Kings Barrier? Could this be the truth behind the disappearance of the first kings? Mingyu said the Supreme Heaven is hidden in the abyss, yet it also seems to be in the mortal world. The message she received after making a wish is that the Supreme Heaven is hidden within the Seven Kings Barrier. Could it be? Shangguan Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, realizing something. The mortal world is connected to the abyss, but the Seven Kings Barrier separates them. He knew the world was fake, a giant dream, but he couldn't find where the dream world was. Now he understood that this giant dream world was in the abyss. Ha ha ha! Shangguan Chen laughed wildly in his heart. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. What a ridiculous bunch of people. You dare to call yourselves the first king, To risk your lives for a false world, how foolish! You may remain in this false world, for I, the king, will go to heaven alone and attain eternal life. Mingyu. Shangguan Chen suddenly said in a deep voice, "The Seven Kings barrier is a barrier that protects this world. It is a barrier built by the seven first kings with their lives to isolate the invasion of nightmares. Arrogance must have some ulterior motive for placing the supreme heaven in the Seven Kings barrier. Perhaps he wants to take the opportunity to destroy the Seven Kings barrier. We can't afford to waste any more time. I absolutely cannot allow the hard work of the first kings to be ruined." But why was the progenitor of the vampires able to retrieve supreme heaven from the Seven Kings barrier? The progenitor of the vampires was formed by the combination of the aura of a crimson moon and the first Undying King. She is equivalent to another first Undying King and has some authority over the Seven Kings barrier. Naturally, she can take back the supreme heaven from the Seven Kings barrier. Shangguan Mingyu sensed something was amiss. Then how could arrogance? Buzz! The primal divine arts continue to be activated. Shangguan Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Arrogance is a god, so it is not surprising that he has some incredible abilities. The most urgent task is to control Sumu and prevent the supreme heaven from being transferred. Since Sumu is an avatar of arrogance, why only control him instead of killing him? It's not that simple. Sumu is protected by divinity, so it's too difficult to use a fake supreme heaven to make a wish and eliminate him. Shangguan Chen had fought with Sumu before, so he naturally knew how troublesome Sumu was. Even when Sumu was pierced through the body by the primordial artifact, he remained unharmed. Protected by divinity, he was practically immortal. Killing such a being would be impossible, even if the entire treasury of the Crimson Flame Empire was exhausted. After all, the price of making a wish in a false supreme heaven is double. For Shangguan Chen, the most difficult thing about Sumu was that he could enter another dimension at any time. As long as this was restricted, a mere silver transcendent, even if he had the strength to fight against a gold transcendent, would be no different from an ant in his eyes. Mingyu, you only need to wish to solidify Sumu in this world, so that he cannot escape to another dimension. If he cannot enter another dimension, he will be completely isolated from arrogance, and will be just an ordinary silver-level superhuman. Dealing with him will be a piece of cake. I'll think about it some more." Shangguan Mingyu was still hesitating. Her not-so-bright little brain felt that something was wrong. A glint flashed in Shangguan Chen's eyes, but he did not force the issue. Given enough time, he could gradually take control of Shangguan Mingyu. "Mingyu, you can take your time to think about how to deal with Sumu, but we can secretly contact the progenitor of the vampire clan and try to get her help." Shangguan Mingyu nodded, and finally put the silver ring on her hand. Night. Shangguan Mingyu secretly left the palace and went to the Blood Moon Empire alone. The borders of the Blood Moon Empire have long since become a paradise for nightmare creatures, with large numbers of them ravaging the cities and turning many coastal cities into ruins. Since the nightmare invasion, the Blood Moon Empire has suffered the most severe losses because the nightmare invasion occurred closest to it. Shangguan Mingyu stood atop a leaning high-rise amidst the ruins, the cool moonlight illuminating her exquisite silhouette. "Father, are you sure you can meet the progenitor of the vampires?" Shangguan Chen's voice came from the silver ring. "Don't worry, now I am just a remnant soul. It is very easy for me to sneak into the Blood Moon Imperial capital. I will not be discovered. You just wait here. I will definitely find a way to persuade the progenitor of the Blood Clan." Shangguan Mingyu nodded, then tossed the silver ring from her hand. A flash of silver light disappeared silently into the night, in a hidden palace in the Blood Moon imperial capital. The palace was cold and quiet. In the vast palace, only a figure in red sat alone on a bronze throne, staring blankly at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. The moonlight, like water, spilled down, reflecting on the waterfall of white hair of the red-clad figure, turning the white hair silver, and making her fair skin almost transparent. Her red dress was very, very long, the hem almost covering the throne and the steps completely, as if a red carpet had been laid out, and the end of the hem was not solid at all, but like a constantly churning red mist. Suddenly, a silver ring floated in silently, followed by a wisp of white smoke that slowly transformed into the shape of Shangguan Chen. The progenitor of the vampires calmly turned his head and looked at Shangguan Chen. "You look somewhat familiar. I think I've seen you somewhere before." Shangguan Chen smiled slightly. Shangguan Chen greets the first-generation Undying King. Upon hearing this name, a hint of reminiscence flashed in the eyes of the vampire progenitor. "It's been a long time since anyone called me by this name. I remember now. You were once a follower of the Mad King. I remember you. In that turbulent era, you were known as the Mad King's vanguard, always charging at the forefront on the battlefield, invincible in every attack and victory." A shadow crossed Shangguan Chen's eyes. He didn't want to recall the past. Back then, he was young and ambitious. In order to show his value to the Mad King, he always went into battle and was always at the forefront. Because he followed the Mad King, many enemies jokingly called him a mad dog raised by the Mad King. "It is I. I did not expect you to remember me. Did you come to me on the orders of the Mad King?" The progenitor of the vampires paused slightly after speaking, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Mad King? Who is he? Why does that name sound so familiar?" They're nothing but wandering ghosts left over from the last era, their memories already in disarray." Shangguan Chen was disdainful in his heart, but on the surface he said respectfully, "The Mad King is dead. I have come here to seek your help." "Oh," the progenitor of the vampires responded calmly, then fell silent, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation. "I know you've been searching for your memories, and I can help you with that." Upon hearing this, the progenitor of the vampires finally reacted, his ruby-like eyes fixed on Shangguan Chen. "What do you want me to do?" "The Seven Kings Barrier." Shangguan Chen slowly straightened up, his gaze intense, and said, "I need you to go to the Seven Kings Barrier and retrieve something." "The Seven Kings Barrier?" The progenitor of the vampires frowned slightly, as if he felt that the Seven Kings Barrier was somewhat familiar. "I can help you recover some of your memories first, and then I will help you recover all of them after the matter is settled." The progenitor of the vampires nodded blankly. "Please put this silver ring on your hand now." Upon hearing this, the progenitor of the vampires picked up the silver ring and slowly put it on his fair, almost transparent finger. So Shangguan Chen began to use the primordial divine art. For others, the memories of the vampire ancestor were an incurable disease, but for him, a saint-level expert, it was not a difficult task. Having spent many years in the nightmare world and obtained the Pope's physical body, he is far ahead of this world in terms of both strength and methods. As a beam of holy light shot out from the silver ring and landed on the vampire progenitor, the progenitor was bathed in silver light and appeared extremely sacred. A moment later, a glimmer of clarity flashed in the eyes of the vampire progenitor. She looked down at her hands and murmured to herself, "I seem to remember something. The Seven Kings Barrier was built by me and the other 5 first kings with our lives. But shouldn't I be dead already? Why am I still alive?" Why? The blood progenitor's eyes flashed with a scarlet light, and his eerie red dress fluttered without wind, indicating that his condition had become extremely unstable. Why am I still alive? Who am I? Shangguan Chen's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly used his own power to help the vampire ancestor stabilize his condition. Holy light, like water, surged out from the silver ring and covered the vampire ancestor. Gradually, the progenitor of the vampires stabilized. Shangguan Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the progenitor of the vampire clan was the royal treasure, a Crimson Moon. She considered herself to be the first immortal king. Once she realized that she was not the first immortal king, and that the first immortal king was dead, her consciousness would probably automatically collapse, and she would revert to Crimson Moon. Fortunately, we didn't help her regain all her memories. Otherwise, it could have caused serious problems. You did not die. You are the first immortal king, an immortal being. Even though all the other kings died, you still survived. Is that so? The progenitor of the vampires looked confused. Shangguan Chen quickly changed the subject, not letting her delve into the matter. Regarding the Seven Kings barrier, you just said that you and the other 5 first kings built it with their lives. The missing one is the Mad King, the progenitor of the vampires recalled. The Mad King did not participate. He sacrificed everything to the supreme heaven and disappeared from the world. Shangguan Chen's heart stirred. Do you know why he sacrificed everything? What wish did he make back then? The progenitor of the vampires shook his head slightly. I don't know. After he came out of the land of origin, he became very mysterious, and no one knew what he was going to do. The land of origin? Shangguan Chen was taken aback. The holy light on the silver ring surged silently, continuously exerting its influence on the progenitor of the vampire clan. What is the place of origin? A look of confusion flashed in the eyes of the vampire progenitor before he revealed the secrets of the place of origin. Shangguan Chen became increasingly alarmed as he listened, and at the same time, a surge of elation rose within him as he realized he had uncovered the Mad King's secrets. So that's how it is. So that's how it is! The Mad King's abilities in this life must be related to the origin land. He clearly didn't have the ability to open the passage between the two worlds in his previous life. It seems that he must have gained some benefits in the origin land, which should also be the reason why he used the supreme heaven to sacrifice everything. In an instant, his ambition changed, rising from the highest heavens to the land of origin. The origin land, which requires 7 royal treasures to open, must be related to the gods. Ha 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 ha! Mad King! No matter what you're plotting, in the end it's all just a stepping stone for me, just like the country you built back then that I stole. Several days later, while Sumu was fighting on the front lines, he was suddenly visited by a special envoy from the capital. My lord, His Majesty has ordered you to return to the capital, the envoy said respectfully. Oh, what brings you back to the capital? Sumu asked with a smile. His Majesty said that you have slain several golden nightmares and made great contributions on the battlefield. Upon your return, he will bestow upon you the title of Duke, which is the highest rank in the empire. I would like to offer my congratulations in advance to Your Excellency the Duke. The envoy's face was full of flattery. Can't we just impose a lockdown directly? Do we really need to go back? The investiture of a duke is a matter of utmost importance and cannot be taken lightly. Moreover, His Majesty does indeed have other matters to attend to. The envoy lowered his voice. Currently, there are also many nightmares raging in the country, killing many nobles. These nightmares are hidden between cities, and even the army can't do anything about them, so we need an experienced expert like you to deal with them. Furthermore, the Empire has recently recruited quite a few nightmare apostles, and His Majesty wishes to have you select and train them. I understand. Sumu nodded. I'll return to the capital after I finish what I'm doing. No rush, no rush. Your Excellency's affairs are of utmost importance. I will wait for you at the camp, the envoy said, bowing and scraping. The next day, Sumu then followed the special envoy back to the capital. After several days of travel, he returned to the capital of the Crimson Flame Empire. As soon as he got off the car, he was greeted by a special person who cleared the way all the way to the Crimson Flame Imperial Palace. My lord, His Majesty is waiting for you in the main hall. Looking at the solemn and majestic palace hall before him, Sumu smiled and strode into it. Upon entering the main hall, he saw the Crimson King, who sat high on the throne and wore a dark gold phoenix robe. When she was silent, the Crimson King still resembled a peerless empress. The Red Queen sat very dignifiedly, her two fair hands hidden under the wide sleeves of her robe, so that no one could see the silver ring on her hand. In the empty hall, the two looked at each other. A complex look flashed in the Crimson King's eyes. Sumu, why did you lie to me? A voice filled with complex emotions echoed in the hall. Sumu smiled slightly. When have I ever lied to you? Flash of anger crossed the Crimson King's eyes. Even now you still want to lie to me? You've been hiding your true identity all this time, lurking in the Crimson Flame Empire. I trusted you so much, and I never imagined you were actually arrogance? Sumu interrupted. Yes, that's right. Are you planning to admit it? Sumu shook his head helplessly. I think I told you about my arrogance a long time ago, and more than once. The Crimson King was stunned, blinked, and some past scenes flashed through his mind. She had met Sumu, who was wearing an arrogant mask, in front of the Law Enforcement Bureau. If you're arrogant, then I'm still the Red King. Ha ha ha. How come I never realized you were so funny before? I didn't expect you to be so trendy. The 7 deadly sins are all the rage these days, so you're joining in the fun and pretending to be arrogant. I'm not pretending, I am arrogant. As memories flooded back, the Crimson King became even more stunned. It seems that's how it is? The Red King was momentarily speechless, and her unreasonable and argumentative nature flared up as she became somewhat indignant. I don't care, you just lied to me. I thought you were joking at first. Sumu chuckled. Then how should I tell you? Should I throw a banquet, send you an invitation, and also issue a formal statement about how I am arrogant? You! The Crimson King was furious, baring his teeth. I don't care. I've definitely been deceived by you. I am. Shangguan Chen's voice came from the silver ring. He couldn't stand it anymore. Was this a question? This was flirting. He even suspected that if the two talked a little longer, the Red King would break free from the brainwashing of the primal divine art, and then, like in a fairy tale, the two would live happily ever after. A wisp of white smoke slowly drifted out of the silver ring, transforming into the appearance of Shangguan Chen. When Shangguan Chen reappeared, he was no longer in a disheveled state as he had been fleeing. He stood proudly on the high platform, looking down at Sumu below. Sumu, you didn't expect this, did you? I'll be here to expose your conspiracy, Shangguan Chen said with a mocking expression, wanting to see the shock on Sumu's face. He was certain that Sumu would never have imagined that he, who should have been hiding in the nightmare world, would now appear here openly, and even have prepared a grand gift. I've thought of that, Sumu said calmly. Shangguan Chen, You still dare to be stubborn even when you're about to die. You stole the supreme heaven from me back then, and today your retribution has come. Shangguan Chen roared. Retribution. Where is it? Sumu casually glanced around and asked nonchalantly. This contemptuous attitude made Shangguan Chen even angrier, and he felt no joy at the success of his revenge. Your retribution is me, Shangguan Chen sneered. I knew you could escape to another dimension, so even if your identity was exposed, you were fearless. Unfortunately, ha ha ha, this time you can't escape. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if you can still enter another dimension? Oh, okay, I'll give it a try. Sumu nodded and began trying to enter the dream, but found that he couldn't get in. He seemed to be sealed in the current world by some invisible force. What? We really can't get in. This is impossible. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Chen laughed loudly, extremely smug. You're only realizing this now? It's too late. Did I act convincingly? Sumu asked calmly, his expression softening. Shangguan Chen. He suddenly felt like he was being made a fool of, and the smile on his face gradually froze. They look quite alike, the Red King suddenly remarked. Shangguan Chen suddenly flew into a rage, his face extremely ugly. He hated the Mad King even more, and hated everything in this false world. Minyu, do it! Grab him! He roared, but the Crimson King did not make a move. Minyu, didn't you hear what your father said? Now is the best time to seize Sumu. The Crimson King hesitated slightly and said, but didn't you say before that, if Sumu tried to escape or resist, we should capture him? But he didn't escape. Shangguan Chen was taken aback. He seemed to have said something like that before. In his plan, he would suddenly appear to expose Sumu's conspiracy and use the fake Supreme Heaven to restrict him. In this situation, Sumu would definitely not sit idly by and wait for death, and a battle would be inevitable. But now the script does not seem to be going according to his plan. Sumu did not panic, nor did he run away. It felt like punching empty air with all your might, leaving you with an indescribable sense of frustration. Feeling frustrated and angry, he couldn't understand why he had given birth to such a foolish daughter. Father, wasn't your purpose in controlling Sumu to make the Blood Clan ancestor take the Supreme Heaven? You're worried that Sumu will move the Supreme Heaven, but now that Sumu is here and hasn't run away, there seems to be no point in taking action, right? How can that be the same? He's an enemy! An enemy! Shouldn't we take action against an enemy? But you also said that even the Supreme Heaven could not kill Sumu. Is it meaningful to take action against an enemy that cannot be killed? Aye. Shangguan Chen was a little frantic. Although he knew that Shangguan Mingyu's thought process had been rather abstract since she was a child, he did not expect that it would become so abstract as she grew up. Just then, a spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the main hall. Shangguan Chen's face lit up with joy, and he quickly looked in the direction from which the spatial fluctuations came. The next moment, he saw a cold and aloof woman in a scarlet dress walk out from there. The person was none other than the progenitor of the vampire clan, and in her hand was a dark gold ring Supreme Heaven. I've obtained the item. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise and restore my memories, the vampire progenitor said expressionlessly. Her memories, perpetually chaotic, made her like a soulless puppet, her behavior highly mechanical. No problem. Give me the ring quickly. A look of wild joy flashed in Shangguan Chen's eyes. The progenitor of the vampires did not take any action, but continued, recover your memories first. Shangguan Chen glanced warily at Sumu and ordered the Crimson King, Minyu, quickly subdue him. We can't let him cause trouble at this crucial moment. The Crimson King nodded, then waved his fair hand, and a dazzling golden flame instantly flew out, exploding above Sumu. Golden sparks scattered in all directions, transforming into a golden flame cage that enveloped Sumu. Shangguan Chen thought to himself that Sumu had lost the means to enter another dimension, and his own strength was at most equivalent to a gold-level expert. It was impossible for him to break free from Shangguan Mingyu's restraints. However, what worried him was that Sumu remained too calm throughout, as if he were watching a play, and did not flinch in the face of the fiery cage. He racked his brains, but couldn't think of any way Sumu could turn the tables. The other party's unusual behavior could only be attributed to his personality. After all, he's a madman. His thought process is definitely different from that of a normal person. If Sumu were to truly panic, he would begin to doubt whether the Sumu before him was genuine. With this thought in mind, he began to use primordial divine magic to help the vampire progenitor regain his memories. A dazzling holy light shot out from the silver ring and fell on the vampire progenitor. Under the illumination of the holy light, the vampire progenitor's empty eyes gradually regained their luster. I remember now. I remember everything. I am the first Undying King, the creator of the Blood Moon Empire. I rose during the Dark Ages. A sinister look gradually appeared on her cool face, and her ruby-like eyes shone even brighter. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Shangguan Chen's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Think about it carefully again. The first Undying King died long ago. She and the other first kings used their lives to construct the Seven Kings Barrier. The primordial divine magic was activated silently, and the progenitor of vampires felt a sudden, inexplicable panic. No! I am not dead. I am the first Undying King. I am immortal. How could I possibly die? Stop deceiving yourself. Who was the one who died while constructing the Seven Kings Barrier? You should have memories of death in your mind, right?" Shangguan Chen smiled coldly. It's me. Since you have memories of death, do you have memories of resurrection?" The progenitor of the vampires was taken aback, because she couldn't find any memories of her resurrection, even though her memories had been fully restored. How did I come back to life? I can't remember. The progenitor of the vampires trembled slightly, feeling an inexplicable chill. It seemed that a terrifying thought was lurking in her mind, something she had always known, but dared not think about. You were not resurrected at all, because you are not the first Undying King, but her royal treasure, a crimson moon. With the enhancement of the primordial divine art, Shangguan Chen's words were like sharp thorns, piercing deeply into the heart of the Blood Clan ancestor. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and the thought that had been buried deep in her heart for a long time finally surfaced. She began to question her identity and her existence. Once all her memories returned, the logic behind her survival became inconsistent, but her survival instinct made her subconsciously deny it. This can't be real. I'm wearing crimsons and moon. How could I possibly be? Whether it is or not, just take off the crimson moon, and you'll know. It's a pity that the once renowned Undying King has been impersonated by a fake. The progenitor of the vampires trembled as she looked at her pale hands. Gradually, a ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. I am the first Undying King. I truly am. She grabbed her scarlet dress with both hands and pulled hard. She was stunned, because the scarlet dress was impossible to remove. Tearing it felt like tearing her own skin. Why did this happen? Because you are the crimson moon. You cannot take it off. A bolt from the blue struck the heart of the vampire progenitor. Her usually cool face showed extreme shock, which then slowly faded, leaving behind a stagnant calm. She murmured softly, "So, I really am dead. A poignant smile bloomed on her face. The next moment, her pale skin rapidly became transparent, as if all the colors on her body had been wiped away, becoming increasingly transparent until she disappeared completely. A scarlet long dress silently slipped to the ground. The Crimson Moon is able to transform into a living being because she believes herself to be the first undead king. She has been living as the first undead king, and when she realizes that she is not, she will revert to Crimson Moon. Bite! The highest heaven fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Bright moon, hurry! Before Shangguan Chen could finish speaking, the Crimson King had already put the supreme heaven on his hand and picked up the Crimson Moon as well. The Crimson Moon instantly transformed into a pool of blood, covering the Crimson King. A moment later, the dark gold phoenix robe on the Crimson King's body transformed into a bewitching scarlet long dress. With supreme heaven in hand and crimson moon on his robes, the Crimson King, having gathered two great royal treasures, has reached the pinnacle of his life. Ha ha ha! Shangguan Chen couldn't help but laugh when he thought about how he would soon obtain two royal treasures. You are my good daughter. Now, you only need to do one last thing before you can die. The Red King was taken aback. Father, you. Whoosh! Shangguan Chen's soul transformed into a wisp of white smoke and instantly entered the Crimson King's body. The Crimson King's expression changed drastically. What do you want to do? The next moment, the Crimson King's expression turned ferocious. What am I doing? Naturally, I'm borrowing your body to make a wish. Don't even think about it. Ha ha ha. It's no use. I've been subtly influencing you with divine magic all this time. Unless I remove this influence, you won't be able to resist me in a short period of time. At this moment, the Crimson King uncontrollably raised his right hand, and the supreme heaven on his ring finger was flashing with dark gold light. I make a wish. As the Crimson King spoke, a spatial fluctuation rippled out, and countless dazzling treasures appeared before her. Among them were treasures treasured by the Crimson King, as well as treasures that Shangguan Chen had plundered in the nightmare world. Ordinary treasures are usually stored in treasure vaults because the capacity of storage treasures is limited. Only the more precious ones, or those that are frequently used, are carried with one's person. Although the treasures before them were few in number, their value far surpassed that of the Blood Moon treasury. After all, Shangguan Chen was a saint-level pope in the nightmare world, so the treasures he carried with him were naturally extraordinary. Among these treasures, the most eye-catching are one of the thighs of the faceless angel and the enormous head of the nine-headed serpent. After the faceless angel and the nine-headed serpent were killed, their corpses were naturally divided among the 7 kings as spoils of war. Inside the cage, Sumu watched this scene of fatherly love and filial piety with great interest, already guessing what wish Shangguan Chen was going to make. I wish to lift the restrictions on the use of the high heaven. Buzz! The supreme heaven emitted an eerie buzzing sound, and a dazzling dark golden light burst forth, slowly covering all the treasures in front of it. Whoosh! The treasure vanished, swallowed by the supreme heaven, and then the sound of shackles breaking echoed from the darkness. Supreme heaven restrictions lifted. Ha ha ha! A burst of wild laughter suddenly echoed throughout the palace. The Crimson King waved her hand, and the silver ring on her hand burst into light. With a spatial fluctuation, a stream of light emerged from the silver ring, revealing the body of the original pope. It turns out that Shangguan Chen was not a remnant soul at all. Although he was seriously injured, he was not so badly injured that even his saint-level physical body was destroyed. He was just pretending before. No wonder you wanted to lift the restrictions of a supreme heaven. It turns out you still couldn't bear to part with the Pope's saint-level body, Sumu said with a smile. The Crimson King sneered, with a real and powerful saint-level physical body. How could I possibly want this fake one? She slowly removed the supreme heaven from her hand, preparing to place it on the first Pope's head. Then, all that was needed was for his soul to return to its place, and the task would be completely accomplished. Don't even think about it. The Crimson King suddenly roared, his left hand fiercely grabbing the right hand, holding supreme heaven, constantly wresting control of his body from Shangguan Chen. Shangguan Chen roared angrily, "Get back!" In the end, Shangguan Chen prevailed, forcefully suppressing the Crimson King and finally placing the supreme heaven on the hand of the primordial Pope. Thanks. No need to, huh? Shan Chen suddenly looked up, and instantly, his expression changed drastically, because the person in front of him wasn't the original Pope, but Sumu. Sumu stroked the dark gold ring on his hand, feeling that familiar feeling in his soul, and a smile appeared on his lips. This is impossible, Shangguan Chen shouted in disbelief as he manipulated the Crimson King's body to strike Sumu. A blazing, golden flame roared out. Bang! Sumu was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string, and then transformed into the appearance of the original Pope. The poor original Pope was already seriously injured, and then he was hit again without any warning, leaving his body charred all over. What? Shangguan Chen's eyes widened in horror. Are you surprised? Sumu's chuckled from the side. I should thank you properly for removing the restrictions on the Supreme Heaven and returning it to its rightful owner. It's an illusion. Damn it. This can't be. When did I fall under an illusion? Sumu was slightly disappointed. Haven't you realized yet? It's not you who's under the illusion. It's the Crimson King. Shangguan Chen was taken aback, then realized. That's impossible. There's no way. I wouldn't have noticed you making a move. Who said I'm using illusion magic right now? You don't really think that I did nothing when Pride unleashed saint-level nightmares twice, and when the Crimson King was seriously injured, do you? Shangguan Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, clearly realizing something. Sumu was not lying. As everyone knows, he has a good habit of indiscriminately hypnotizing everyone he meets, and the Crimson King is naturally among those he hypnotizes. However, because the Crimson King was too strong, the hypnotic effect was almost negligible. But the Crimson King had been seriously injured twice by a saint-level nightmare. At that time, he was not simply an arrogant incarnation who did nothing but watch. The invisible hypnosis had already taken hold, and given that he had tampered with Su King's body before, and then the Red King merged with Su King, the seeds of hypnosis had already been sown. Although he couldn't control the Red King as a person, he could still manipulate his vision to create visual distortions. Originally, it wouldn't have affected Shangguan Chen, but he insisted on invading the Crimson King's body. After the invasion, the two shared a vision, and what the Crimson King saw was naturally also seen by Shangguan Chen. In particular, Shangguan Chen's soul was suppressing the Crimson King, severely limiting his spiritual power. Damn it! Shangguan Chen realized something was wrong. He might die if things continued like this, so he made a decisive decision to have his soul leave his body. It transformed into a wisp of white smoke and burrowed straight into the body of the original Pope. Shangguan Chen was extremely fast, but how could Sumu not have anticipated this situation? Although he was unable to hit the ethereal soul, the original Pope's body was still lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, a crack appeared between Sumu's brows, revealing the eye of God. The dazzling holy light blasted towards the body of the primordial Pope, its terrifying power even piercing through the void. The eye of God is now vastly different from what it once was. During this period, the primordial divinity absorbed a large amount of faith, resulting in a significant increase in the eye of God's power. "No!" Shangwen Chen shouted in panic. He had already entered the body of the primordial Pope, but the attack from the eye of God had arrived as well. Boom! The terrifying holy light pierced directly through the heart of the original Pope, forming a hideous bloody hole. Inside the hole, the heart had long since disappeared. "You deserve to die." Shangwen Chen got up from the ground with a ferocious expression, his eyes bloodshot. He covered the bloody hole in his chest with one hand and clenched his other fist. A vast and magnificent holy light gathered on his fist, and then he threw a punch, a holy light fist imprint pressed down on Sumu. But just then, a figure in a scarlet dress appeared in front of Sumu. It was none other than the Crimson King. The Crimson King was engulfed in brilliant golden flames, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. She stretched out her palms to meet the holy light fist imprint head-on. Bang! The golden flames on her body were extinguished by the fist imprint, and she was struck as if by a heavy blow, her delicate body flying backward uncontrollably, and behind her was Sumu. The Red King felt himself being held in a strong, powerful embrace, firm and warm. The first thing you see is the perfectly sculpted jawline, and a clean and warm aura lingers around the tip of the pen. Before the Crimson King could even properly experience it, she was turned upright and her feet were back on the ground. The crimson dress swayed silently, and the Red King's injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. Pieft. Shangwen Chen's face was as white as paper, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating that the attack had aggravated his injuries. "Father, what exactly happened?" "Why did you—" "Get out of my way!" Shangwen Chen roared, instantly activating the primordial divine art. Endless holy light surged forth, transforming into several chains of holy light that directly bound the Crimson King. "Father, you—" Wah! The Red King wanted to say something more, but his mouth was blocked by chains. After doing all this, Shangwen Chen's face turned even paler, and his figure became somewhat unsteady. He knew that the Crimson King, clad in the Crimson Moon, was unkillable, so he chose to seal him away first. He didn't even glance at the Crimson King. His crimson eyes were fixed solely on Sumu. Mad King! That suppressed roar contained far too many complex emotions, as if it were being squeezed out of his throat. Sumu responded with a smile. Shangwen Chen grew even angrier. That smile again! Damn it! "You deserve to die." Sumu's smile was so glaring to him, calm and nonchalant, but it was precisely because of this that he could feel the deep contempt and mockery behind the smile. It gave him the feeling that he had given it his all, but in Sumu's eyes, he wasn't even considered an enemy and was completely ignored. You could have eked out a living in the nightmare world, surviving like a stray dog, but you stubbornly hid in the primordial god statue, and even came here. "It's clear you're in a hurry to be reincarnated," Sumu said with a smile. Shangwen Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. "You knew all along?" "No, impossible. How could you know? Could it be that Hongyi betrayed me?" Sumu shook his head. "Hongyi did not betray you, but it was indeed he who exposed you." A devout fanatic, after receiving the orders from the divine messenger, should have done his best to search for your whereabouts, instead of using the primordial god cult to prioritize his own promotion to the Golden King. Even when I went there, he was still preaching within the cult. I think this must have been at your behest, partly to protect you hiding inside the primordial statue, and partly to wait for me. Find out my next move. Shangguan Chen's face turned extremely ugly. He hadn't expected that his scheme had been seen through by Sumu long ago. He was still thinking about how he had been so clever as to believe that the most dangerous place was the safest place, and how he had smugly hidden in the primordial god statue. As a result, Sumu pretended not to know anything, and a feeling of extreme humiliation welled up in his heart. Every move you make is under my control. I was eager to see what surprises you could give me, so I let you do as you pleased. In the end, you did indeed give me a surprise. You were the one who set the restrictions for the supreme heaven, and now you've removed them and handed them to me. It's truly a pleasant surprise. Enough! Shangguan Chen's expression was ferocious, his eyes bloodshot. You think you've already won. So what if you've seen through my scheme? So what if you have the supreme heaven in your hands? I am now a saint-level powerhouse. While you are just a lowly silver-level expert, I can easily snatch a supreme heaven back from you. You can try and see if I can grab it faster, or if you can make your wish faster. Silver? Sumu chuckled. Then how do you think I, Silver, escaped from the Crimson King's fiery cage? Before he finished speaking, his aura surged dramatically, instantly breaking through the silver level and reaching the gold level. A terrifying black aura surged into the sky. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and the originally soft light seemed to fearfully avoid his figure, casting a dark and ambiguous shadow around him. Strands of malevolent energy swirled around him, forming bizarre patterns on his skin, like evil marks crawling out of an endless abyss, twisted and eerie, meandering along his skin. The entire hall was filled with this ominous aura, and Sumu was like a demon emerging from hell, evil and mysterious, the golden law a troll. While Shangguan Chen was secretly working, Sumu was not idle. He used the Dreamtime Chamber to accelerate time and pushed Bai Yin San's a bloodthirsty berserker to perfection. Afterwards, he obtained the Golden Law Potion Troll from Duanmu King. With the 7 deadly sins, current immense power and accumulated resources, concocting a bottle of the most common troll potion would be no difficult task at all. This was the first time he had revealed his Yi-troll form in public. He had kept it hidden before, mainly because he was afraid of scaring Shangguan Chen away. However, Shangguan Chen is now clearly in a state of frenzied rage and is determined to fight back. Gold? Shangguan Chen sneered in a low voice. Is this all you're relying on? Mere gold, who gave you the confidence? I am a saint-level being. Even though I am severely injured and need to suppress the King of Gold with one hand, I am still invincible in this illusory world. Mad King, victory will be mine. Rumble. A burst of brilliant holy light erupted from Shangguan Chen's body, and a pair of holy wings slowly grew from his back, with strands of silver light hanging down from the wings, dispelling the gloom of the world. He clasped his hands together, then slowly pulled them apart, and a long sword shimmering with holy light gradually solidified, its radiance as dazzling as the eternal sun. Whoosh! Shangguan Chen's holy wings suddenly flapped, and he rushed towards Sumu like a shooting star, raising his light sword high and slashing down fiercely with surging holy power. Wherever the sword passed, a hideous wound was slashed through the void. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. He let one hand hang down, his palm loosely clenched, and a pitch-black demonic sword appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the demonic sword Void Devourer, one of the 12 swords of royal power. A terrifying aura rose from his arm, transforming into streaks of black energy that coiled around the Void Devourer. Buzzing. The void devourer emitted a buzzing sound, like a vengeful ghost demanding a life. Faced with the incoming sword, Sumu drew a semicircular streak from bottom to top with the void devourer in his hand, directly meeting the attack. Clang! The terrifying sword cry resounded throughout the heavens and earth, like the primordial chaos of the beginning of time. Holy light and malevolent energy spread wildly, carving deep cracks into the surrounding ground and even the entire palace. The magnificent hall collapsed with a crash, and countless pieces of rubble flew towards the two of them. However, before the rubble could get close, the terrifying holy light and baleful aura emanating from them annihilated it. The two swords clashed repeatedly, their holy light and malevolent energy colliding wildly, producing a hissing sound. Shangguan Chen looked at Sumu in disbelief. He didn't understand why the other party could block his sword. Even though he was seriously injured, he still managed to suppress the Crimson King with his remaining power, which was equivalent to that of a Gold King. It was far beyond what a mere Gold King could withstand, but Sumu did indeed block it. This malevolent aura, this is impossible. The murderous aura emanating from Sumu was almost tangible. In the vast black sky, countless densely packed nightmare creatures could be vaguely seen roaring ferociously, as if they had gathered into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Shangguan Chen was horrified. This was the murderous aura that a golden troll could possess. Just how many nightmare creatures had he killed? No, how could his soul contain so much malevolent energy? Shangguan Chen had never seen the Golden King of the Troll Pathway, but he figured that if it really existed, it would probably only have the power it possessed now. Even Sumu himself didn't know how many nightmare creatures he had killed. During this period, he was basically killing every day. Once the sealed dust and severed thoughts was activated, countless nightmare creatures died or were injured. Then, when his mental energy was exhausted, he would enter the dream to replenish it, just like a perpetual motion machine. After advancing to the gold rank, his efficiency increased more than tenfold. For someone with near limitless mental power, improving his strength is as easy as eating and drinking. Sealed away, extinguished thoughts. As the two sides were locked in combat, a burst of crystalline blue light erupted from Sumu's eyes, and a vast and powerful spiritual force surged forth, bombarding Shangguan Chen. Shangguan Chen's expression changed slightly, and he darted away, with the sealed dust and absolute thoughts following him like a shadow. His wings suddenly overlapped in front of him, and endless holy light surged forth, transforming into a holy light shield, divine protection. Bang! The materialized mental energy was shattered by the shield. Light of purification, Shangguan Chen roared, raised one hand high, and then pressed it down sharply. A brilliant purifying light was summoned from the sky, like the sun descending to earth. Wherever the light touched, all evil was instantly purified. This naturally includes the malevolent aura emanating from Sumu. The originally surging black evil energy was like a burning bonfire that was suddenly doused with cold water, and the flames were abruptly extinguished. The troll, known as the weakest gold-tier monster, is now revealing its weaknesses. It has no skills, only stats, making it seem like a super minion in a game. Ha ha ha. So what if the killing intent is powerful? In the end, it's still just the weakest gold. Reverse the realm and sever life. A detached voice interrupted Shangguan Chen's maniacal laughter. A miraculous scene unfolded. It was as if time had reversed on Sumu's body, and the previously extinguished evil energy reignited, soaring into the sky. Shangguan Chen was stunned, his expression changing drastically. This is impossible. How could this be? Light of purification. He summoned the light of purification once again and blasted it towards Sumu. However, the same thing happened again. The evil energy that had been extinguished by the light of purification reignited. What kind of ability is this? How could the troll pathway possibly have such an ability? Shangguan Chen exclaimed in a panic. Sumu smiled slightly. Who told you that my golden law only applies to trolls? Boom! Another terrifying aura, completely different from the troll aura, erupted. The aura was extremely strange, ethereal and uncertain, seemingly existing between reality and illusion, making it impossible to tell whether it truly existed. After Sumu advanced to the gold troll level, he gained a powerful physique, which naturally made it easy for him to obtain the next dream law. A deceitful gossip has long been complete thanks to the rise of the Holy Temple, Night Raven. The name of his golden dream law is also very interesting. It's an unexpected yet logical name, Nightmare. Nightmare world, nightmare creatures. Everything is related to nightmares, and his laws are also called a nightmare. He had some guesses about the name. It was obvious that the golden law was named after races, such as Shadow Fiend, Troll, and so on. Although the troll race has not yet been seen, the Shadow Fiend has been seen, and it turns out that the Shadow Fiend is indeed a member of the Shadow Fiend race. This means that the nightmare is also a race, but it is not like those nightmare creatures. A nightmare seems to be a general term for them, a race that exists between reality and illusion. The reverse life break just now is the core or ability of nightmare. It defies the world's conventional judgments about life and death, reality and illusion, and thus rewrites reality. This is the ability to transform life into death, death into life, and the interplay between the real and the unreal. Just now, Sumu used the reverse realm life-severing technique to turn the damage caused by the purifying light into an illusion, and to turn the dead evil energy into a living state. However, using the reverse realm life-severing technique consumes a great deal of energy, and he is currently unable to enter the dream world to fully replenish his mental energy, so he cannot use it without limit. This is the power you obtained from the land of origin. Shangguan Chen suddenly recalled, a glint of extreme greed flashing in his eyes. Just then, a large number of footsteps approached from afar, clearly indicating that the commotion had alerted the palace guards, and countless armored guards surged in like a tide. Their expressions changed drastically upon seeing the scene before them, especially upon seeing the Red King bound to the side. Protect His Majesty! They raised their mithril spears and fired continuously at Shangguan Chen, but no one attacked Sumu. Of the three, Shangguan Mingyu is the Crimson King, Sumu is an Imperial Marquis, and only Shangguan Chen, who has the face of the original Pope, is a stranger, so it is obvious who the intruder is. Shangguan Chen's expression was furious. Get out of my way! His wings flapped violently behind him, and endless holy light, like billions of sharp arrows, shot down countless soldiers, instantly, turning the battlefield into a river of blood. He then ignored the remaining soldiers. In his eyes, the only one who could truly threaten him was Sumu. But then he suddenly realized that Sumu was gone. The space behind Shangguan Chen suddenly distorted, and Sumu's figure emerged from it, the demon's sword void devouring, carrying a soaring murderous aura, slashing towards Shangguan Chen's neck. Clang! The void devourer was blocked by the raised wings of holy light, and the two collided, bursting into countless tiny sparks. It seemed that the attack had been blocked, but this was merely a feint by Sumu. The real attack was the touch of God. A semi-transparent tentacle emerged from Sumu's sleeve like a venomous snake, instantly piercing Shangguan Chen's body. The tentacle seemed to have no physical form, completely ignoring the saint-level body and directly attacking the soul. Ah! Shangguan Chen let out a shrill scream. Even he found the feeling of his soul being struck unbearable. But at that moment, he actually endured the pain of his soul being pierced, and with one hand he tightly grasped the touch of God. Got you. Shangguan Chen's face was contorted with rage as several thick chains of holy light surged from his body, wrapping around Sumu. In an instant, Sumu was locked up. The highest heaven is mine. Shangguan Chen reached for the supreme heaven in Sumu's hand with lightning speed, and then he grabbed nothing. What? He grabbed again in disbelief, but it was like a monkey trying to catch the moon's reflection in the water, couldn't touch the object at all. Sumu smiled slightly and emerged from the indestructible chains of holy light like a phantom. This is impossible. Shangguan Chen's eyes widened in fury. Your ability to enter another dimension was clearly sealed. He stared blankly at the illusory figure of Sumu and was suddenly stunned. You've turned yourself into an illusion. After all, he was a saint-level expert. Even though he was seriously injured, his eyesight was still sharp, and he saw through Sumu's tricks at a glance. That's right, Sumu used the reverse realm life-severing technique to turn himself into an illusion. I refuse to believe you can maintain this illusory state forever. Holy judgment! Shangguan Chen chanted an ancient and mysterious incantation. In an instant, light burst forth behind him, and blazing holy flames surged out, spreading in all directions like a torrent. In the radiance of the holy flame, a huge and majestic phantom gradually emerged. It was the figure of the primordial angel, radiating endless, holy aura. Its wings covered the sky and the sun, and every feather shimmered with holy light. As the phantom of the primordial angel appeared, golden holy words poured forth from his mouth, transforming into tangible golden runes that swirled and danced in the air before hurtling towards Sumu. Like meteors. Each sacred word carried unimaginable divine power, constantly piercing through Sumu's body like pebbles thrown into water, creating illusory ripples. Shangguan Chen stared intently at Sumu, waiting for the moment he would reveal a weakness so he could strike decisively. Enveloped by the sacred words, Sumu let out a soft laugh. He looked at Shangguan Chen and said unhurriedly, "From the start of the battle until now, you seem to have met my gaze at least 10 times, right? Has anyone ever told you not to stare into the eyes of a master illusionist?" The next moment, a voice as indifferent as a god's rang out from Sumu's mouth. Sink into an eternal nightmare. Under Shangguan Chen's horrified gaze, the world changed, inside the solemn and magnificent hall. Shangguan Chen seemed to wake from a dream, looking around in astonishment at Yi Linfeng, Xiao Chen, Chu Jun, Shen Yao. One by one, his comrades in arms who had fought alongside him under the Mad King, and were now long dead appeared before him. Their familiar yet unfamiliar faces stirred Shangguan Chen's heart. He looked down at himself. His pristine white robes had long since turned into blood-stained armor. Everyone knelt on one knee, their eyes fixed intently on the slender, yet upright figure on the throne. Shadows, like loyal guards, gently enveloped him, blurring his face and adding to his mystique and ambiguity. He sat there quietly, as if he were the master of the entire world. Mad King! What? What's going on? How did I get back to my younger self? Illusion. It's an illusion. Shangguan Chen suddenly stood up from the crowd, his bloodshot eyes scanning frantically, trying to find Sumu's figure. His actions drew the attention of everyone present. Lai Chen, what are you doing? Kneel down right now, a stern-faced man shouted. Shangguan Chen was slightly dazed as long-buried memories flooded his mind. It had been a very long time since anyone had called him by that name, to the point that he had almost forgotten his real name, Li Chen. Shangwen Chen was a new name he adopted after he seized power, in order to highlight the difference between nobles and commoners and to completely sever ties with the past. "Shut up!" Shangwen Chen roared, feeling ashamed and angry that his secret had been exposed. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected that Li Chen, who had always been calm and composed, would act like a completely different person in the court today. "Li Chen, you've gone mad. His Majesty, the Mad King, is still up there." "Enough. You bunch of illusions. It's all fake. Shangwen Chen's expression was ferocious. "Sumu, you get out here. Do you think mere illusions can trap me?" Seeing Shangwen Chen acting so recklessly, several people immediately stood up, intending to subdue him. At this moment, the imposing figure on the throne slowly raised his hand, and a dark gold ring shone brightly on his slender, fair hand, instantly plunging the hall into silence. Only Shangwen Chen continued searching for flaws in the illusion. "Li Chen, am I also a fake?" The calm voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the hall. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shangwen Chen instinctively trembled, his pupils contracting as he looked at the figure on the throne, the one that had appeared in his nightmares countless times. A deep-seated fear surged into his heart, and under the Mad King's gaze, he felt a sense of dread. But the next moment, his expression suddenly turned ferocious. "You're a fake too! The Mad King is long dead. You think you can fool me with a mere illusion? I'm a saint-level expert. His words came to an abrupt halt as a cold hand gripped his throat. The Mad King appeared before him without him noticing, his long, narrow, cold eyes staring at him, as deep and unfathomable as a frozen pool. "Shh, be quiet. I don't know what you're trying to say, but don't rush. Speak your thoughts slowly. I'm listening." "You!" Shangwen Chen's face flushed red, and his veins bulged. He wanted to use the primordial divine technique, but he was horrified to find that he had no primordial divine power in his body. All that exists is the golden law, a blazing demon. How could this be my power? "Let me go, you damned illusion! Sumu, get out here." Suddenly, a cold smile appeared on the Mad King's lips. "Oh, so you want to die?" The Mad King smiled faintly. "However, considering that you have followed me for many years, without any merit or hard work, I will spare your life." Bang! Shangwen Chen, who was about to suffocate, fell to the ground. The Mad King had already turned and walked towards the throne, his dark gold robe swaying gently with each step. Guards, break his limbs, cripple his abilities, and banish him from the palace. "Yes, Your Majesty the Mad King." Before Shangwen Chen could react, the two gold-level experts instantly attacked, driving several mithril nails into his joints. "Ah!" he screamed, but no one paid any attention, and then he was dragged out of the hall like a dead dog. He was taken to a dungeon, subjected to a series of tortures, and then thrown out of the palace. On the street, Shangwen Chen, dressed in rags, huddled in a corner like a maggot, his bloodshot eyes filled with hatred. "Sumu, get out here! Do you think you can make me submit like this? I am the king. I am the primordial pope. I am a saint-level powerhouse." Mere illusions. Bang! The size 44 shoe left a deep imprint on his face. A burly shop owner withdrew his foot and angrily shouted, "Where did this lunatic come from? Go somewhere else and have your tantrum. Don't disturb my business." Shangwen Chen stared intently at the shop owner, his eyes almost overflowing with killing intent. However, he was now a cripple and didn't even have the strength to stand up, so he naturally couldn't make a move. "Glare! You dare glare at me! Damn it! Bang, bang, bang. The shop owner kicked Shangguan Chen dozens of times until he was on the verge of death before he stopped. Pa! What a load of phlegm. He spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Shangguan Chen before leaving, satisfied. Su, you wait. This place can't hold me. Cough, cough. Shangguan Chen kept coughing up blood, but he never gave up. He quickly came up with a solution. Perhaps if he died, the illusion would be broken. So he bit off his tongue, blood gushing from his mouth. Given his current injuries, he would die soon. As his consciousness gradually faded, Shangguan Chen's eyes grew increasingly somber. Just then, "Help! Someone's injured here! Help!" Shangguan Chen's eyes widened suddenly as he saw a girl weighing over 200 pounds pulling at his body. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't because he had lost his tongue. He could only make muffled sounds. Seeing this, the girl quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, I'm a kind-hearted person. I will definitely save you." Several days later, Shangguan Chen lay on a large bed with empty eyes, like a puppet whose soul had been taken away, with the girl who had saved him nestled beside him. The girl giggled. "I only saved you out of kindness. I didn't expect you to be so handsome. Although your limbs are crippled, at least that part is still usable. Don't worry, from now on you will stay with me. I will take care of you forever. You must be exhausted. Come and have something to eat." The girl brought the stewed chicken soup to Shangguan Chen's lips, but Shangguan Chen did not move. He intended to starve himself to death. The girl tried several times, and her eyeballs, squeezed by the fat, gradually turned cold. Snap! Are you going to eat or not? Let me tell you, don't be ungrateful. It's your good fortune that this stinking beggar has taken a liking to you. The girl pinched his mouth shut and began to forcefully stuff the contents in. Several years later, Shangguan Chen finally died because the girl became increasingly unruly as she grew older, and he couldn't resist her and died one time. When Shangguan Chen woke up again, he saw Sumu. Ha ha ha. You think you can deal with mere illusions? Shangguan Chen laughed wildly. Primordial divine art. He directly activated the primordial divine art, and after a fierce battle, he finally succeeded in obtaining Bruce Supreme Heaven. He used the Supreme Heaven to obliterate Sumu, and then manipulated the Crimson King to make him remove Crimson Moon. With 2 royal treasures in hand, Shangguan Chen felt invincible. He first sacrificed the Crimson King to heal his own injuries, then took control of the entire Crimson Flame Empire, and sacrificed the entire Crimson Flame Empire in exchange for power. After regaining his saint-level status, he became an invincible being in the divine dream world, and the entire world trembled beneath his feet. In the end, he killed all the other gold kings, collected all the royal treasures, opened the origin land, obtained the divine inheritance, and ascended to demigod. On this day, Shangguan Chen wore the jet-black armor, 10 Kings of Hell. His left hand was replaced with the god's left hand. He wore Bruce Supreme Heaven on his ring finger. He held a sword of royal power. In his right hand, he wore a scarlet cloak Crimson Moon on his back, carried Starfall Heavenly Punishment on his back, and had a red lotus heaven-capturing gourd hanging at his waist. A terrifying aura blotted out the sky, yet he was full of vigor, his sword pointing towards the heavens. Holy light descended from the sky, and he was bathed in it as he slowly ascended. After passing through layers of clouds and a sky full of stars, he finally arrived in heaven. Ha ha ha! Heaven! Here I come. Suddenly, Shangguan Chen's smile froze on his face. This is heaven? The sky was shrouded in a thick blood mist. The dark earth was full of cracks and foul-smelling black. Viscous liquid seeped from the cracks from time to time. The dried-up riverbeds were piled with countless white bones. In the distance, the undulating mountain ranges appeared an eerie bluish-black, their surfaces covered with jagged ravines, as if they had been torn apart by some enormous and evil force. An atmosphere of loneliness, desolation, and decay washes over you. Just as Shangguan Chen was still immersed in this suffocating environment, one after another, towering gods emerged from the blood mist, their eyes filled with mockery and tyranny. He even saw the primordial angels, but they were not the holy beings he had imagined. Their wings were stained with blood and covered with countless densely packed eyeballs, each filled with extreme malice. Another one. It's been a long time since I've tasted human flesh. Suddenly, several enormous hands, obscuring the sky, descended from above and reached out to grab Shangguan Chen. No! This isn't real, Shangguan Chen cried out in despair. His body was being torn apart by the gods. He watched helplessly as the gods gnawed at his thighs and arms, and then ripped out his heart. Soon, everything went black before his eyes. It turned out that the primordial angel had opened its blood-red maw and was biting at his head. Sumu looked at Shangguan Chen, who was immersed in the eternal dream prison. The other man's expression was sometimes terrified and sometimes ferocious. He couldn't help but smile slightly. This is a nightmare's second core ability, Eternal Dream Prison. An upgraded version of floating life illusions. When activated, it can forcibly pull the target's consciousness into a world constructed by illusion. In the dream prison, all the scenes are shaped by the caster's mental power, just like the real world, yet full of endless calamities. Unlike a floating life, 1,000 illusions, Eternal Dream Prison is more like a custom-made service, tailoring the tribulations to the deepest fears and obsessions of the prisoners. Time loses all meaning in the Eternal Dream Prison. Unless the caster actively dispels the illusion, or the prisoner possesses extraordinary willpower to overcome fear and untangle their own obsessions, they will be trapped forever, enduring endless suffering and torment. Overcoming fear may be possible, but letting go of obsession is very difficult. Take Shangguan Chen, for example. His obsession is to become stronger and then ascend to heaven. He is willing to pay any price for this, including his dignity. For him, to break free from the eternal dream prison, he had to completely give up the idea of going to heaven, and from then on, he would honestly find a corner to live as an ordinary person and live a peaceful life. This was worse for him than death, because he is the first Crimson King, the original Pope, and a saint-level powerhouse. If he could truly hide his identity and retire to the countryside, would he still be himself? In a sense, this person is already dead. The outcome is decided, Sumu said with a slight smile. The moment Shangguan Chen entered the Eternal Dream Prison, his defeat was already inevitable. Seeing Shangguan Chen standing there blankly with empty eyes, Sumu ignored him, as his mental energy was now almost completely depleted. The next moment, he waved his hand, and hundreds of dazzling treasures appeared before him. I wish to have the seal on my body lifted. Buzz! A supreme heaven emitted a dark golden light, and the treasure in front of him instantly disappeared. Then the dark golden light became more and more intense until it completely covered Sumu. The sound of invisible shackles breaking echoed from the depths of the darkness. His previously depleted mental energy was instantly replenished, and his deep eyes shone with a crystal blue light, as if reflecting the sky above. Feeling the abundant spiritual power, Sumu rubbed the supreme heaven in his hand and murmured to himself, "From now on, there is nothing in this world that can stop me. Rumble!" Suddenly, an unimaginable burst of dazzling holy light erupted from Shangguan Chen's body, and the phantom of the primordial angel rose from him once more. "Mad King!" Shangguan Chen roared to the sky, his expression ferocious. He had actually broken the shackles of the eternal dream prison. To be precise, it wasn't him, but the primordial angel. At this moment, Shangguan Chen's condition was very abnormal. His body was becoming transparent at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a candle that was about to burn out. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Possessing the Pope's memories, he could naturally see what Shangguan Chen had done. The other party sacrificed everything to the primordial angel in exchange for the power of the gods. The gods truly don't follow reason. However, Sumu remained calm. Even though Shangguan Chen sacrificed his half-crippled body to gain the power of the primordial angel, he could not kill him. He was no longer the same person he used to be. Mad King, although I have lost to you once again, you won't have an easy time even if I die. Shangguan Chen, at his last gasp, stared intently at Sumu. Sumu casually brushed the dust off his clothes and said indifferently, "You can give it a try." Shangguan Chen suddenly grinned maliciously. "I know I can't kill you. You want to save this false world, right? Then I'll make you watch the world be destroyed. Great primordial angel, grant your power." Shangguan Chen's figure gradually disappeared until it vanished into nothingness. The phantom of the primordial angel vanished in a flash, its whereabouts unknown. Then everything fell silent and nothing happened. Sumu frowned slightly and looked around, but did not see any trace of the primordial angel's intervention. Did it fail? Or, the next moment, he suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky. In a dimension invisible to the naked eye, the Seven Kings barrier is silently shattering. It turns out that Shangguan Chen sacrificed everything. He had to attack the Seven Kings barrier. The Seven Kings barrier trembled violently, and its originally smooth surface became like a cracked mirror, revealing countless cracks that stretched infinitely into nothingness. The trembling quickly stopped. The Seven Kings barrier was not completely shattered. The power of the primordial angel that Shangguan Chen had obtained was not enough to achieve this. However, the cracks that had already been created were not repaired. In fact, with the destruction caused by the nightmare creatures, the cracks showed a tendency to expand further. If the Seven Kings barrier could last for another year, now it has less than half a year left. In fact, due to the large number of cracks, more nightmare creatures can invade the dream world on their own without needing to release their arrogance. The autonomous invasion of nightmare creatures is now random, no longer arrogantly opening channels and specifically placing them on the sea. They might appear out of nowhere in residential areas, bustling city centers, deserted wilderness. Anywhere is possible. You might be fast asleep at home when a nightmare creature quietly descends upon your pillow, catching you completely off guard. It is foreseeable that Shangguan Chen's actions will further increase human casualties, to the point that the casualties may even exceed those on the main battlefield. Sumu understood Shangguan Chen's plan. "I can't kill you, but I'll still annoy you before I die." Sumu, what exactly is going on? "Who are you?" the Crimson King asked with a complicated expression. With Shangguan Chen's death, the restraints on the Crimson King were released, and she regained her mobility. "Why did he call you Mad King? And why did he say you wanted to save the world?" The Red King's brain was completely overwhelmed. She was in a state of utter confusion. "He was clearly my father, yet he became my enemy. He was clearly my enemy, yet..." Sumu smiled slightly. "Want to know the truth?" The Crimson King nodded with a complicated expression. "Take off your clothes first." The Crimson King was taken aback at first, then her pretty face flushed red, and she said with embarrassment and anger, "Don't even think about it." Sumu was slightly speechless. "I was talking about the Crimson Moon." "Then don't even think about it." Do you think I'm stupid? The supreme heaven has already. Before she could finish speaking, she was shocked to find that her body was starting to go out of control, and she began to undress in front of Sumu. Soon, a crimson moon was removed, revealing her dark gold phoenix robe. Sumu gently beckoned with his finger, and the dew crimson moon moved without wind, flying into his hand before disappearing. "You!" The Crimson King glared at him, stamping his feet in anger. "Follow me." Sumu turned and walked into the depths of the ruins of the main hall. The Red King hesitated for a moment, then slowly followed. The two figures gradually disappeared into nothingness above the Seven Kings barrier. The Crimson King stared in shock at the enormous white light screen, upon which countless nightmare creatures lay, like moths drawn to an incandescent light bulb. "You mean the world is fake?" Sumu said calmly. "Why bother distinguishing between what's true and what's false? So the seven deadly sins have always been about saving the world." The Red King felt his worldview shattered and found it hard to believe. The seven deadly sins, an evil organization that has always committed heinous acts and sought to destroy the world, is actually saving the world in the end. Then what about us, the seven kings who oppose the seven deadly sins? Are we villains? Sumu nodded calmly. Then why don't you just tell the truth? You're clearly saving the world, but you've become the world's enemy. You must have suffered a lot for so long, right? The Red King bit his lip, suddenly feeling a pang of heartache, but along with the heartache came joy. I am delighted that Sumu is not a god who destroys the world, but a savior. Do you think people will believe that the seven deadly sins can save the world by destroying it? Why wouldn't I believe it? I believe it, the Red King said urgently. Sumu glanced at her indifferently. You're different. You're love-struck. Red King, let's go. Sumu and the Red King quickly returned to the Crimson Flame Palace, where the ruined hall was now surrounded by soldiers. Your Majesty, Marquis Su, are you all right? The commander of the troops hurriedly ran over and asked. The Crimson King waved his hand absent-mindedly. It's nothing. Let's tidy up this place. It is your Majesty. The soldiers began clearing the ruins. The Crimson King glanced at Sumu, hesitated, and said, Sumu, I already know the truth. From now on, we'll proceed according to your plan. Everything will remain the same. Saving the world is the most important thing. However, you did kill my father. Although I like you quite a bit and have no feelings for my father, and he even wanted to kill me, I think I need to recover for a few more days. You should leave now. How about a few more days? Sumu glanced at the Crimson King in surprise, realizing that she and her father indeed had little affection for each other. You don't seem to understand the situation. This appears to be my empire. Is there any possibility that you're the one who should leave? Red King. The Crimson King stammered for a long time, her pretty face turning red. Even if this was once your empire, so many years have passed. Who in this country still remembers you? They only know the Crimson King. Is that so? Sumu waved his hand lightly, and the soldiers who were clearing the ruins instantly gathered behind him, forming a dark mass. We pay our respects to our leader. The voice was loud and deafening. Red King, having operated within the Crimson Flame Empire for so long, Sumu has secretly controlled countless people. Especially now that he has broken through to the gold level, he can almost instantly hypnotize those below the gold level. The Red King stood there silently, as if nailed to the spot, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, his chest heaving. There was anger and astonishment in her eyes, but gradually, the anger seemed to be doused with cold water and began to slowly die down, replaced by endless grievances. Her eyebrows trembled slightly, the corners of her mouth turned down, and her eyes were a little red. "You're kicking me out?" Sumu chuckled to himself. He should have known better than to hypnotize the love-struck man. He had long since seen through the Red King's feelings for him, so in order to better control the Red King, he had secretly used hypnosis to strengthen his feelings. However, emotions do have both advantages and disadvantages. They can make someone fall in love with their father's killer, or they can turn love into hatred because of other things. "You're such a grown man. Why are you crying?" "Don't worry, I was just joking. I don't care about a small empire. If I wanted to, I could easily rule the world, but that would be too boring." Sumu was telling the truth. The Crimson Flame Empire was too small, and the entire Divine Dream world was too small. Besides, ruling the world was really boring. In the abyss, which resembled a black hole, a substantial darkness began to surge silently without any apparent cause. Gradually, a faint light appeared without warning, followed by a second, a third, like a wildfire spreading. More and more lights lit up in the abyss. The light grew even brighter, and it was clearly a pair of eyes. They varied in size and shape. Some resembled ghostly flames from the deepest hell, flickering with an eerie green light. Others were enormous and murky, with strange scarlet swirling in their pupils. And still others had strange runes surrounding their eyes. The only thing they had in common was that each pair of eyes revealed a detached divinity. These eyes are scattered throughout the abyss, some high, some low, some hidden, some visible, their eerie whispers intertwined and lingering, like thousands of rusty nails scraping against a rough stone slab, or like the last gasps of a dying person in pain and despair. The sentences are fragmented and malicious, with words and syllables intertwined and twisted like an ancient, evil spell. These evil gods, sealed in the abyss, seemed to sense something and awakened at the same time. Countless eyes pierced through time and space, finally settling on the Seven Kings barrier, which glowed with a soft white light. They gazed at the numerous cracks in the Seven Kings barrier, greedily inhaling the overflowing energy. Several days later, Blood Moon Empire. "Where is the progenitor?" The Undying King roared at the group of vampires. The vampires fell silent, none daring to utter a sound. "Useless. All of you are useless." You couldn't even keep an eye on the ancestor. At this moment, a vampire forced himself to say, "Your Majesty, the ancestor is incredibly powerful. If she wanted to leave, it would indeed be difficult for us to detect." The Undying King was furious and wanted to kill, but he held back because he knew that the Nightmare Invasion was in dire need of manpower. He also knew that what the other party said was true. The progenitor of the vampires was the incarnation of the Crimson Moon and was imitating the first Undying King. His overall strength was definitely not weaker than that of the Golden King. These people were simply not worth keeping an eye on. "Leng Yu, do your intelligence departments have any news?" Leng Yu, the Minister of Intelligence, quickly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, intelligence personnel have reported that someone saw a woman wearing a scarlet dress on the border of the Blood Moon Empire." The Undying King's eyes lit up. Where did the progenitor go? Judging from the direction, it should be the Crimson Flame Empire. The Undying King was taken aback. What was the ancestor doing in the Crimson Flame Empire? The Blood Moon Empire bordered the Crimson Flame Empire. Could it be that the ancestor had gotten lost? That's possible. It's not uncommon for vampire progenitors to be confused and get lost. He just couldn't understand why the progenitor of the vampires would suddenly leave the palace. "Any news about the intelligence agents lurking in the Crimson Flame Empire?" the Undying King asked coldly. Leng Yu looked troubled. "No, we haven't received any news about the ancestor within the Crimson Flame Empire. However, a major battle broke out in the Crimson Flame Imperial Palace not long ago, and the Crimson King's palace collapsed. The Undying King's expression changed slightly. Could it have been the ancestor who did it? If it were before, he would have been very happy, since the two countries were enemies. But now was a critical time, and he must not provoke a conflict between the two countries. It was our ancestor, the very same person. Leng Yu shook her head. No, it was an old man in a white robe. Because the incident occurred in the palace, our people had limited information. I heard that this battle not only destroyed the Crimson King's palace, but the Crimson King was also injured. The Undying King frowned. Although he had always looked down on the Crimson King was still a golden king. How could a white-robed old man in the palace injure the Crimson King? When did such a person appear in this world? He didn't think too much about it, but was more concerned about the traces of the progenitor of the vampires, or more precisely, the Crimson Moon. The progenitor of the vampires may die, but the Crimson Moon cannot be lost. Contact the Crimson Flame Empire immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. After a long while, the Undying King leaned alone on his throne, his brows furrowed. He had just spoken with the Crimson King, but the Crimson King said he had never seen the progenitor of the vampires, and that the great battle in the palace was caused by people from the nightmare world. That person, like the nightmare creature, was an arrogant subordinate who infiltrated the real world with the nightmare invasion. He then fought a fierce battle in the Crimson Flame Palace, intending to defeat the 7 kings one by one, but ultimately failed and was killed. The Undying King did not believe the Crimson King's one-sided story. He dialed a secret number. Beep beep. The call was answered quickly. The Undying King said in a deep voice, "Shadow, I need you to do something." The shadowy figure on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. The deal between you and me is over. In this chaotic world, it seems that the Blood Moon Empire has no intention of continuing to support the Revolutionary Army. The Undying King snorted coldly. "Shadow, don't forget, without my secret support, how could the Revolutionary Army have developed to this point? One should not forget one's roots. Undying King, you did indeed fund the Revolutionary Army, but the Revolutionary Army also secretly supplied you with a considerable number of people. We are already even. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army has been severely damaged by the nightmare creatures, and it is difficult for them to cooperate with the Blood Moon Empire. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to continue overthrowing the Crimson Flame Empire, but rather to investigate something." Shadow pondered for a moment and asked, "What are you investigating?" "The ancestor of the Blood Clan. Progenitor of the vampires is in the Crimson Flame Empire." Shadow's voice was clearly surprised. "Even I am unsure, so I need you to investigate. The Revolutionary Army is currently suffering heavy losses and is at its weakest point. If it were to operate extensively within the Crimson Flame Empire, I fear it would attract the attention of the Crimson King." The Undying King sneered, knowing that Shadow was asking for benefits. He immediately said, "Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. The Blood Moon Empire will provide the Revolutionary Army with another batch of supplies. And you don't need to worry about the Crimson King. Right now, the Crimson King's focus is on the coastal battlefield, and he can't care about the domestic situation. Furthermore, the supreme heaven that you're most worried about isn't in the Red King's hands at all, so the Revolutionary Army is safe for the time being." The supreme heaven is not in the Red King's hands? Has it truly been lost? The Undying King gave a sinister smile. "It's not just lost, it's gone forever. because of the high heaven is in the hands of arrogance. Upon hearing the word arrogance, Shadow remained silent for a long time before finally saying in a deep voice, "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Yoing looked at the dilapidated Revolutionary Army base and sighed deeply. Logically, he should have been happy to lose Supreme Heaven, as it would benefit the Revolutionary Army. However, due to his arrogance, the Revolutionary Army was powerless to fight against the Crimson Flame Empire. Pass the word down and prepare for a meeting. Yes, Commander. A man in combat uniform immediately turned and jogged out. 15 minutes later, a group of high-ranking Revolutionary Army officers gathered together. These people were mostly covered in wounds, their bodies wrapped in thick bandages, and their eyes were dull. Clearly, their previous arrogant behavior had dealt them a heavy blow. With a significant reduction in senior management, some capable middle managers were promoted to fill the vacancies, including Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing sat silently in the corner, staring blankly at the palm of his hand, where a photograph lay. The photo shows a bright and lovely girl, nestled affectionately beside a tall man. The sun was shining brightly that day, and the garden was beautiful. The girl faced the sunlight, flashed a peace sign at the camera, and exuded youthful energy. Looking at the sweet smiling girl in the photo, Yang Dongqing's icy expression seemed to melt away. He raised the corners of his mouth strangely, as if he wanted to laugh, but then forgot how to laugh. "Jasmine, I miss you so much," he murmured softly, feeling a piercing pain spreading through his heart. The meeting was still ongoing, and Shadow was deploying tasks. Soon the Blood Moon Empire will provide the Revolutionary Army with another batch of supplies. Zhusuan, you will take your men to receive them. Yan Moxie, go and investigate the whereabouts of the Blood Clan's progenitor. He's currently possibly in the Crimson Flame Empire. Yan Moxie was slightly taken aback. The progenitor of the Blood Clan is in the Crimson Flame Empire. The Blood Moon Empire is going to provide us with supplies? Could it be that the Undying King is planning to take action against the Crimson Flame Empire? But I heard that under the pressure of the Nightmare invasion, the Seven Kings have already formed an alliance. Shadow shook his head. The progenitor of the vampires left the Blood Moon Empire for some unknown reason, and the aid supplies were merely payment for our search for him. I actually hoped the Undying King intended to attack the Crimson Flame Empire. Now that the Supreme Heaven is in the hands of arrogance, the Crimson Flame Empire is at its weakest. Unfortunately, what did you say? A voice filled with shock and anger interrupted Yuing's words. Yuing frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the sound. She saw Yang Dongqing standing up with his fists clenched, like a man-eating beast. Sigh. Yuing sighed. He naturally understood why Yang Dongqing reacted this way. Master, you just said that the Supreme Heaven is in the hands of arrogance. Is that true? Yang Dongqing asked through gritted teeth, his voice trembling slightly. Indeed, this is news I just received from the Undying King. The Supreme Heaven is in the hands of arrogance. Actually, I had already guessed that the Supreme Heaven was lost. Otherwise, the Crimson King would have used it when the Seven Kings joined forces to fight the enemy. I just didn't expect it to be in the hands of arrogance. Yang Dongqing was struck dumb, his face turning deathly pale at a visible speed. He could barely stand, and despair and collapse overwhelmed him like a tsunami. If the Supreme Heaven were in the hands of the Crimson King, there might still be a sliver of a chance to obtain it, but in the hands of arrogance. Who in the world doesn't know that arrogance is an evil god destined to destroy the world? To steal the Supreme Heaven from a god is simply impossible. Buzz. Yang Dongqing began to experience tinnitus, and the world gradually blurred before his eyes. The surrounding noise seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, becoming distant and illusory. Buzzing. The tinnitus grew more intense, as if it were about to burst his skull. His heart ached as if it were being stabbed with needles. He opened his mouth, wanting to shout, but found that he could no longer make a sound. His throat felt like it was being choked by something. Endless grief overwhelmed him, a pain that pierced to the very core of his being. Yang Dongqing, are you all right? Yang Dongqing, doctor! Call a doctor immediately. Disorganized and distorted sounds kept ringing in Yang Dongqing's ears, but he couldn't hear them clearly, and his consciousness became completely blurred. When he woke up, he found himself lying on a clean white hospital bed in the medical station of the Revolutionary Army base. You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 2 days, a young woman in a nurse's uniform said with a beaming smile. Yang Dongqing's eyes were vacant, showing no reaction whatsoever. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he hurriedly searched his body. Is this what you're looking for? The nurse handed over a yellowed photograph. Yang Dongqing snatched the photo in a flash, and his eyes only regained some sparkle when he saw Jasmine in the photo. Jasmine, she must be very important to you, right? The nurse felt a pang of sympathy for Yang Dongqing as she looked at him in a daze. She's a singer, right? I really like her song, and I'm looking forward to it. As if afraid Yang Dongqing wouldn't believe her, she even took out her Walkman from her pocket. When I have nothing to do, I get out. Cold, icy words froze the smile on the nurse's face. She stood there stunned for a long time, her smile gradually melting away, and she bit her lip with a hint of grievance. I just hope you can cheer up. After saying that, she placed the Walkman on the hospital bed and turned to leave. Yang Dongqing's gaze remained fixed on the photograph in his hand. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The photo was blurred with tears, and he quickly reached out to wipe it, his movements as gentle as if he were wiping a priceless treasure. After drying himself off, he caught a glimpse of the Walkman on the hospital bed out of the corner of his eye. He stared at it for a long time, then picked it up as if possessed. A gentle breeze caresses the sea of flowers. Sunlight spills onto the hem of a skirt. The dream of springtime is like a vibrant painting, filled with anticipation for the future. A clear and ethereal female voice flowed gently through the ward, like a young girl in love whispering her beautiful expectations for the future. Hearing the familiar voice, Yang Dongqing smiled, but then she started to cry. He cried his heart out, and as the tears flowed, it felt as if all the air in his chest was being sucked out, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. People all know the hardships of life, but they do not understand the bone-chilling sorrow of unrequited love. The beauty of yesteryear, a dream that lingered for so long, now only a solitary figure remains, her heart filled with sorrow. My love for you is hard to forget, day and night. My longing for you never ceases, year after year, though there may be countless threads of affection, and death sever the tenderness of love. Yang Dongqing is like a musician wandering on a deserted island in the world. Even if his heartbreaking performance is deafening, his sorrow has no audience. It's not that he has no audience at all. His only audience isn't in this world, but in the abyss. In the endless abyss of darkness, a pair of dark red eyes stared at him, their eyes swirling with an eerie red light, like the karmic fire of endless suffering burning within them. You've arrived, Nanggong Mengli said with a smile. Sumu nodded. The person has been caught. It's in the dungeon. Let's go. The two entered the dungeon of the 7 Deadly Sins base in District 13 of Star City. The dungeon was heavily guarded, with a heavily armed man in a black suit and wearing a silver mask at each intersection. Their masks are the same as those of the 7 deadly sins, except they have no expression or number on them, indicating that they belong to the outer circle of the 7 deadly sins. During this time, Nangang Mengli was not idle. In addition to working hard to improve her own strength, she was secretly developing the 7 deadly sins and recruiting many peripheral members. These peripheral members are also very reliable. They have all been carefully hypnotized by Sumu, including trained soldiers and superhumans. It can be said that the entire Star City is under the control of the 7 deadly sins, and strictly speaking, the Crimson Flame Empire has also been almost completely infiltrated. Chief, a soldier guarding the Iron Gate saluted enthusiastically. Sumu nodded calmly. Open the door. Yes, Chief. The heavy iron door was pushed open, revealing a blood-soaked man locked inside. He was bound to a wooden cross, his hands and feet chained, and his face was obscured by blood. Sumu frowned slightly. You tortured him. Nangang Mengli shook her head. Without your orders, how could we possibly torture him? You might not believe it, but he tortured himself. We were afraid he would kill himself, so we tied him up. Torture yourself. Sumu was somewhat surprised by the fact that such a niche language was spoken. Snap! Sumu snapped his fingers, and the previously unconscious prisoner immediately woke up. He looked like a wild beast, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had been stimulated by something. You damned heretics! The great god of suffering will not let you get away with this. The prisoner roared excitedly. The next moment, he actually bit off half of his own tongue. The intense pain made his eyes bulge, but then a look of pleasure mixed with pain appeared on his face. Suddenly, his entire body was covered by an extremely eerie black light. His muscles grew wildly like tumors, and the iron chains that bound him were broken. At this point, he had completely transformed into a humanoid monster. However, neither Sumu nor Nangang Mengli paid any attention and continued chatting. This is a unique ability of their pain god cult. As long as one sacrifices pain to the god of pain, one can gain power, Nangang Mengli explained. At that moment, the humanoid monster charged towards the two of them. Bang! An invisible wall blocked his way, sending him flying. Sumu examined it carefully. An ordinary person has injured himself all over, but the power he gained is about the level of bronze Tui. Interesting. The humanoid monster had gotten up again and was roaring as it pounded wildly on the invisible wall. However, even though its hands were bloodied and mangled from the blows, the wall did not budge an inch. His power actually increased despite his injury. How many members does the cult of suffering currently have? More than 10,000 people have appeared within the Crimson Flame Empire. I investigated these people and found that they all have one thing in common. They are living in great pain. Some have lost their loved ones, and some are plagued by diseases. I suspect it was this kind of suffering that drew the attention of the god of pain. Nangang Mengli frowned slightly as she looked at the crazed humanoid monster, seemingly worried. Although the cult of pain currently only has more than 10,000 followers, they are growing too fast. Almost every day someone says they dreamed of the god of pain and then became a follower. They claim that only the god of suffering could lead them out of their misery, and I've even heard of miracles happening in some places. A miracle? Sumu's lips curled into a smile. What miracle? The dead have come back to life. Nangang Mengli said in a deep voice. A father's daughter was suffering from a terminal illness and was tormented by the disease every day. In the end, she passed away. The father was heartbroken and kept praying to the gods. Finally, the god of suffering responded to him and sent down a miracle. His daughter truly came back to life, and this story spread widely, attracting a large number of potential followers to the cult of suffering. These followers called it the miracle of suffering. The dead come back to life. Sumu didn't believe that the evil god in the abyss would be so kind as to resurrect humans. Was there anything unusual after his daughter was resurrected? The anomaly was covered up by the cult of pain, but through extensive investigation, I have confirmed that his daughter has turned into a monster that enjoys torturing and killing living beings and creating pain. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses, a glint of crystalline blue light flashing in his eyes. He roughly understood. It seemed that this daughter had become a tool for the god of suffering to obtain pain. These are turbulent times. Sumu sighed slightly. Ever since Shangguan Chen sacrificed his life to summon the power of the primordial angel to attack the Seven Kings barrier, all sorts of strange things have started to happen in the divine dream world. Let's not even talk about the invading nightmare creatures. The real trouble is the evil god in the abyss. Countless cracks appeared in the Seven Kings barrier, allowing the evil god to extend its tentacles into the dream world. The cult of pain is the best example. Those who suffer greatly will attract the attention of the god of pain, and will then be influenced in their minds, becoming followers of the god of pain and creating pain in the world in a frenzy. This influence is like a plague, spreading throughout the world and growing ever more severe. The nightmare invasion caused too much suffering and became a breeding ground for the god of suffering to spread his faith. Moreover, the invading evil gods were not limited to one. Besides the cult of pain, other empires also saw the emergence of the cult of shadow, the cult of twistedness, the cult of destruction, and so on. They were all old acquaintances. Sumu had met most of them when he was in the abyss. Although he hadn't gotten close enough to see their true faces, he had sensed the aura of these evil gods. The nightmare era seems to have entered version 2.0, with the invasion of evil gods. This should have happened after the realism of the divine dream world had greatly increased, but Shangguan Chen brought it forward. What were the reactions of the seven great empires to these religions? The seven empires have launched extermination operations against the major religions, but with little effect, because people dream of evil gods every day, and then become believers. Unless the influence of evil gods is completely cut off, sooner or later humanity will become slaves to evil gods. Sumu nodded. That was indeed the case. Without eliminating the source of pollution, simply removing the contaminated individuals would only be treating the symptoms, not the root cause. He then turned his gaze to the humanoid monster in the dungeon, pulled his glasses down slightly to reveal his eyes. A crystalline blue light shone forth, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed into the humanoid monster's body, attempting to eradicate the influence of the god of pain. A moment later, he put his glasses back on. The materialized spiritual energy instantly converged, and the humanoid monster seemed to suddenly find itself in the deep sea, with an invisible pressure surging from all directions. Bang! The humanoid monster exploded, turning into a splattered mass of flesh and blood. Sumu failed. The influence of the gods was ultimately too powerful, and even he could not eradicate it. "What do we do next?" Nangang Mengli asked solemnly. She had long been aware of how troublesome these evil cults were. Their silent influence was far more serious than a nightmare invasion. At least the nightmare creatures could be fought back through war. Sumu pondered for a moment. Collect the Seven Kings' treasures. Since the power of the Seven Kings barrier originates from the land of origin, perhaps the solution lies hidden there. The origin land is a must-visit. His special dream must have come from the origin land, which hides the secrets of the divine dream world. To open the origin land, you need to collect all 7 kings' treasures. He currently possesses 2 royal treasures, the Supreme Heaven and Ed Crimson Moon. Once he gathers the remaining 5, he can open the land of origin. However, the 7 kings' treasures are considered the foundation of their kingdoms by the 7 kings, so it will take a lot of effort to obtain them. The 7 kings' treasures? Nangong Mengli nodded. I understand. By the way, how's your strength progressing these days? With the help of the time chamber, I have already reached Silver 3, and I am only half a step away from advancing to gold. However, gold cannot be advanced by hard work alone. I still need a bit of an opportunity. We don't need it anymore. Sumu waved his hand, and a small mound of earth made of treasures appeared out of thin air. What is this? Nangong Mengli looked, puzzled. Sumu ignored him, and instead stretched out his palm, the Supreme Heaven on his ring finger shining brightly. Buzz! The dark gold light illuminated the dim dungeon. I wish that Nangong Mengli will be promoted to gold rank. Buzzing! As the treasure disappeared, the dark golden light grew even brighter, eventually slowly engulfing Nangong Mengli. Nangong Mengli felt very strange, as if she were immersed in a deep and boundless darkness, as if she were outside the torrent of time. She could feel countless timelines intertwined like threads. In an instant, countless timelines converged before her, gradually weaving into a mysterious and profound golden hourglass. Whoosh! The golden hourglass entered her body, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she seemed like a different person, her aura ethereal and uncertain, as if she did not exist in this world, and the phantom of a golden hourglass appeared in her beautiful eyes. How are you feeling? Sumu's gentle voice rang out from the side. Nangong Mengli looked at her hands in surprise, her slender, fair hands constantly clenching and unclenching. I think I saw the future. Sumu raised an eyebrow. What is your golden law? The thorn of time. Having the ability to see the future. Nangong Mengli shook her head. It's not about seeing the future in the traditional sense, but rather that when I'm preparing to assassinate someone, I can see the different futures that will result from different moments and angles of action. Simply put, I can find the perfect opportunity to assassinate someone, and even before I make a move, I know whether the assassination will succeed. Sumu nodded. It seemed that the ability attached to Time's Thorn was very suitable for combat, which was equivalent to being able to perfectly predict the enemy's next move during the battle. Try to assassinate me. Upon hearing this, Nangong Mengli looked at Sumu, a mithril dagger appearing in her hand. Gradually, a golden hourglass appeared in her eyes, and countless future scenes of assassination flashed by. As a result, she stood there for a long time without making a move. No, I can't possibly succeed in assassinating him in any future. Nangong Mengli smiled and then put away her dagger. Your ability to make such a judgment shows that Time's Thorn is indeed not weak. Among the Gold Saints, you have few rivals, and you can even escape unscathed from the King of Gold. Nangong Mengli chuckled. Are you praising me, or praising yourself? Sumu shrugged. I'm just telling the truth. Nangong Mengli's abilities are undeniably powerful. Her assassination system, which relies on time acceleration, allows her to predict her opponent's next move, making her virtually invincible among her peers. Why? Virtually? Because Sumu is also a gold saint. Put aside what you're doing now and go find the Sword of Kingship. Currently, only the scabbard of the Sword of Kingship is in the hands of the Dragon King. Of the other 12 Swords of Kingship, 2 are in my possession, and the remaining 10 will be entrusted to the 7 deadly sins. Yes, I will tell the other members about the mission. But the Sword of Kingship has been missing for many years, and finding it will not be an easy task. Sumu smiled slightly, stroking the Supreme Heaven in his hand. Don't worry, it will give you direction. He had experienced the wonders of the Supreme Heaven quite a bit these past few days. Wishes could come true. Was there any power in the world more convenient than this? It's convenient, but it's too expensive. After helping Nangong Mengli break through to the gold level, he's basically run out of treasures and needs to find a place to buy some more. Although he has spiritual power that he can offer as a sacrifice to the Supreme Heaven, he basically uses the spiritual power he generates every day to wish for improving his physical fitness, which he had decided long ago. By utilizing the Supreme Heaven, spiritual power is transformed into physical strength, forming a cycle like a perpetual motion machine. The results over this period have been quite remarkable. You should know that his mental strength is now no weaker than that of the Golden King. By constantly sacrificing the mental strength of the Golden King every day, how much physical enhancement can he wish for? Sumu was also unsure because he had no reference point. He only knew that even if he were to be struck by the Void Devourer, one of the 12 swords of kingship, it would not be able to break through his defenses. If this continues, he, an illusionist, will probably become the most physically strong person in the world. He is the only one in the world who can use the Supreme Heaven to this extent. Even if others obtain the Supreme Heaven, they cannot use it infinitely because they do not have an infinite number of sacrifices. He is different. He has infinite spiritual power. With a direction, there's no problem. With the 7 deadly sins' current power, finding the 12 swords of kingship shouldn't be difficult. However, the subsequent 7 kings' treasures will probably require facing the 7 kings directly. I could try to see if I can steal the king's treasures. No need. Sumu shook his head. I'll take care of the rest. He planned to retrieve the remaining royal treasures himself. With the strength of the other members of the 7 deadly sins, they could handle the Gold Saints, but they were far from being able to deal with the Gold King, especially the Gold King who possessed the royal treasures. Therefore, he had to take action himself, and he also wanted to test just how powerful his physique had become. Since I've decided to take action, I certainly can't do it arrogantly. After a moment's thought, I've decided it's you. I'm furious. The fact that Dongfang Yuan pretended to be furious last time was not a secret. It was already known to all countries. After all, Dongfang Yuan was the #1 war god of the Crimson Flame Empire, and his ability to manipulate gravity was well known. Even if he wore a mask, he could not hide it. This time, we can let rage show itself. Sumu planned to use only the troll and physical strength without using illusion abilities in order to avoid revealing his true form. Now, his true form has already risen to fame and can be considered a prominent figure in the world of divine dreams. As his achievements in slaying several golden nightmares spread, he has been dubbed the #1 illusionist. As for whether using a troll will lead to association with the real body, that is definitely not the case. Illusion abilities are rare, but de-trolled are not rare at all. It can be said that de-troll is the most numerous among the Gold Saints. Afterwards, Sumu left the dungeon and went to the ground base. In the empty room, he took out the Supreme Heaven and began to make a wish. I make a wish to sacrifice my spiritual power to enhance my physical strength. Buzz! As the dark golden light flashed, Sumu's immense spiritual power surged wildly into Wu's Supreme Heaven. When his spiritual power was completely drained, the dark golden light enveloped his entire body. It permeated every cell in his body, flowing into his limbs and bones, like countless tiny hammers, constantly pounding his body. His muscles trembled violently, as if millions of tiny electric snakes were coursing through them. He had experienced this process of physical improvement countless times, and was already used to it. However, as the number of times he was upgraded increased, the rate of his physical strength growth decreased. If sacrificing all his mental energy could previously increase his strength by 10, now it only increases it by 5. Even though it was the same mental strength, the rate of improvement was different, which made Sumu realize that the human body has its limits. Mu vaguely guessed why the advancement of a gold king required the essence blood of a saint-level nightmare creature. It was to alter the human body. Simply put, the human body has its limits. The only way to improve is to stop being human. Normal self-improvement will reach this limit long ago, and the remaining improvement can only rely on external forces. Sumu is currently relying on external forces, the supreme heaven. However, it won't be long before the supreme heaven can no longer be improved and will have to break through its limits by fusing the essence and blood of a saint-level nightmare creature. Of course, you can obtain essence blood by making a wish in supreme heaven, but it's unnecessary and the cost-effectiveness is too low. It's much more convenient to directly hunt down a saint-level troll. I wish to sacrifice all my spiritual power to enhance my physique. Sumu instantly regained his full spiritual power and continued to make wishes to improve. He repeated this several times until Sumu realized that his physical body had reached its limit and could not rise any further, at which point he stopped. It's time to take action, but before that, there's one small matter that needs to be dealt with. Nightmare World, Holy City. Hongi greets the divine envoy. Hongi bowed respectfully to Sumu, her manners and etiquette impeccable. Because she is in a nightmare world, Hongi is unaware that Shangguan Chen is dead and continues to perform meticulously. Did the divine envoy come here this time to have me continue hunting nightmare creatures in that dream realm? Not bad, come with me, Sumu said indifferently. Hongi was slightly taken aback. Is it just me this time? You are enough on your own. Hongi harbored doubts, but dared not refuse Sumu within the primordial god cult. The position of the divine messenger was now unshakable. With just a word from Sumu, the fanatical followers could tear this cardinal to shreds. He believed he hadn't given anything away and shouldn't be discovered. Yes, Your Excellency. Then, the two figures disappeared, and when they reappeared, they were in a vast, deserted black mist. Looking at the swirling black mist around them, Hongi's heart skipped a beat. She tentatively asked, "My lord, this doesn't seem to be... There's only the two of us here, so there's no need to put on an act," Sumu interrupted. Hongi's expression changed slightly, but she disguised it well. "My lord, I don't understand what you're saying. The original pope you followed is dead. Are you sure you want to continue this pretense?" Upon hearing this, Hongi's expression changed drastically. His muscles tensed, and he attacked instantly without hesitation. His right fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, slammed out, but Sumu was faster. A hand shot out like lightning, easily grabbing Hongi's fist, and the terrifying gale attached to it vanished in an instant. A dazzling holy light surged from Hongi's body, and a terrifying primordial divine art was brewing wildly. Bang! Sumu's leg blurred into a streak, striking Hongi directly in the chest. Hongi's chest caved in instantly, his eyes bulged out, and he was sent flying backward. As his physique, after countless upgrades, already possessed the power to rival the Golden King, Sumu muttered to himself, not surprised at all. Anyone who could make so many wishes through the supreme heaven could achieve the same result. After all, the strength one has painstakingly cultivated is nowhere near as quick as making a wish with just a few words. Momiji's strength is considerable. Not only is he the king of gold, but he also possesses primordial divine arts. With such strength, only the Dragon King can surpass him without the 7 kings using their royal treasures. Of course, after this period of nightmare invasion, the 7 kings, who have always been pampered, have also improved through continuous battles and have begun to gradually show the style of their predecessors. Their strength has greatly improved compared to before, and it is really hard to say whether they can face Kuriha now. Combat is not simply a comparison of stats. It's not that if my stats are higher than yours, I'm guaranteed to win. Many factors are involved, such as ability counters, the influence of terrain, combat experience, one's own condition, and the control of combat timing. Just like now, Hongyi was severely injured by Sumu before she could fully unleash her full strength. Because the two were too close, Hongyi was like a mage, while Sumu was a warrior. The consequences of a mage being approached by a warrior are predictable. At this moment, the injured and fallen Hongyi realized that something was wrong and immediately transformed into a whirlwind and flew away into the distance. As the king of wind-type gold, his speed is absolutely unparalleled, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Damn it! How could His Holiness the Pope fail? Impossible! He must be bluffing me. Once I contact His Holiness the Pope, Hongyi, who was frantically fleeing for his life, suddenly froze. His expression changed drastically, and he abruptly stopped. Because a figure dressed in a black suit and wearing brown glasses suddenly appeared in front of him. That's impossible. When did he get ahead of me? Before Hongyi could even react in shock, she quickly turned around. However, after running for a short while, he saw Sumu again. Sumu stood calmly in place, as if he had never moved. Hongyi grew increasingly horrified, constantly changing direction in an attempt to shake off Sumu. But no matter which direction he fled, Sumu was always waiting for him ahead. Gradually, he realized something was wrong. He discovered that Sumu's location seemed to have remained unchanged. It's an illusion! Damn it! When did this happen? Hongyi's face turned extremely ugly. He finally realized that he had been under an illusion. He seemed to turn around and run away, but in reality, under the influence of the illusion, he was spinning around in circles like a fool. Sumu had not moved an inch from beginning to end, just waiting for him to run into him. Knowing he couldn't escape, Hongyi slowly stopped, took a deep breath, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Wind reaches its extreme and 1,000 meteors fall. A fierce wind surged from all directions, and endless air currents converged into his palm, eventually transforming it into a rapidly spinning cyan sphere of light. Primordial divine art. A dazzling holy light emerged from Hongyi's body, continuously penetrating the cyan light sphere. Gradually, the cyan light sphere was tinged with gold, its light shining brightly and intensely, like a sun. The terrifying power it contained caused the surrounding void to tremble and distort. Finally, Momiji's ultimate move was completed. At that moment, a detached voice sounded behind him. The wind-up is too long. What? Hongyi's expression changed drastically. He didn't even have time to turn around. He hurriedly blasted the ball of light in his hand behind him. However, as soon as he raised his hand, he felt a tremendous force coming from his waist. Boom! The fist whistled through the air, carrying immense force, and slammed into Hongyi's spine. With that punch, time seemed to stand still. Immediately following, a deep, chilling bang resounded in all directions. Hongyi's body instantly arched into an exaggerated arc, her feet involuntarily leaving the ground, and she flew out like a cannonball. It was so fast that it even created a white shockwave in place. The red leaf traced a long trail of blood mist in mid-air before crashing to the ground. The hard ground was as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. The immense inertia caused it to continue sliding across the ground, carving out a shockingly large crater. This time, Hong Yi was completely unable to stand up. "Is this the power I have now?" Sumu blew on his right fist, which was covered with bits of clothing and skin tissue. As an illusionist, it's reasonable for him to kill the Golden King with one punch, right? His terrifying strength and exaggerated speed meant that his physique had reached the limits of what humans could achieve. He moved with lightning speed and arrived at Hong Yi's location in an instant. At this moment, Hong Yi was still struggling, his mouth full of blood and foam, chanting incoherent incantations, as if he wanted to activate the primordial divine magic. Ignoring the other person's actions, Sumu slowly took off his brown glasses, revealing a deep blue light in his eyes, as clear as the sky, which was reflected in Hong Yi's eyes. Gradually, the red leaves stopped chanting, and his pupils were stained a crystal blue. It would be a waste to kill a Golden King like this, especially since he was the Holy Temple Azure Dragon. So it would be better to turn him into a blue dragon forever. Nighttime in the Dragon Abyss Empire. Your Majesty, all the strongholds of the evil god cult have been destroyed, totaling 109, a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes said respectfully. On his throne, the Dragon King said indifferently, "You did well." He sat upright, exuding an air of authority, as if trying to display his kingly power. The king does indeed possess some imposing presence, but only if you ignore the fact that the Dragon King's feet never touch the ground. The throne was indeed a bit too large for his size. "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. It is all my duty," but he hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but then stopped. "Just what?" The middle-aged man looked troubled. "Although I have eliminated the strongholds of the evil god cultists, I cannot eradicate them. Many people within the empire claim to have dreamed of the evil god, and there are even quite a few extraordinary individuals who have become followers of the evil god. Your Majesty believes that the influence of the evil god is constantly expanding. If this influence cannot be completely eradicated, and we simply kill every cult member that appears, I fear that one day, the population of the Longyuan Empire may be greatly reduced, or even... Humph, the Dragon King sneered. "So, you want to destroy the kingdom?" The middle-aged man immediately knelt down in fear. "Your subject dares not. You may leave now. I will find a solution." "Yes, Your Majesty." The worry on the middle-aged man's face disappeared, and he turned to leave. In his opinion, if the Dragon King, the strongest being in the world, had said so, then there must be a way. He had great faith in the Dragon King. After he left, the Dragon King sighed deeply, his young face furrowed in worry. Damn arrogance. Recalling that figure in a tuxedo, he gritted his teeth. With so many cultists suddenly appearing in the real world, he naturally attributed all the blame to arrogance. In his view, who else but arrogance could do such a thing? The leader is right. You really can't shake your habit of talking behind people's backs. A cold voice suddenly rang out behind the Dragon King. The Dragon King's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he turned around and threw a punch. His tender little fist was instantly covered with golden dragon scales, and the terrifying force caused the void to tremble slightly. A fist wreathed in black malevolent energy rushed straight at them. Bang! A tremendous sonic boom resounded, and a visible white shockwave erupted from the point where the knuckles met. A white shockwave spread wildly, sweeping through the entire hall like a tornado. In an instant, all the windows of the hall shattered, and the tables, chairs, and decorations inside were overturned. Boom! a slender figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the palace wall and creating a large hole. Countless pebbles fell, burying the Dragon King's figure. But the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the night sky, and the buried rubble seemed to encounter some unimaginable pressure, turning into dust. Without the cover of rubble, a Dragon King, 2 meters tall and covered in golden dragon scales, slowly emerged from the rubble. The cold, golden pupils stared intently at the man behind the throne. A graceful black tuxedo fluttered gently, while the cold, silver-white mask, illuminated by the pale moonlight streaming through the window, revealed a furious, smiling face. The 7 deadly sins. "Wrath," the Dragon King said coldly. "What do you want by breaking into my palace in the dead of night? I'll lend you my royal treasure for a moment." A voice as cold as a blade rang out from beneath the silver mask. "Royal treasure?" The Dragon King's pupils suddenly contracted, and his clever mind worked at lightning speed, instantly discerning the true intentions of the 7 deadly sins. It must be that arrogance has repeatedly released its pets to try and destroy the world, but I have successfully thwarted its plots each time, thus harboring resentment. Therefore, it has sent its subordinates to seize the royal treasure. Arrogance wants to weaken my power. When the 7 kings are leaderless, the world will be in danger. In an instant, the Dragon King's heart sank to the bottom. In the end, it was his own power that aroused the arrogance of the Dragon King. The Dragon King surveyed his surroundings warily. Where are the other members of the 7 deadly sins? No need to hide them anymore. Let them all come out. Sumu chuckled to himself. He didn't know what the Dragon King had imagined again, that he actually thought all 7 deadly sins had come out in full force. "I am enough to deal with you alone." The Dragon King was taken aback at first, then sneered disdainfully. "You, a golden king of the troll path? Ha ha ha. I think you shouldn't be called wrath, you should be called pride." Just then, shouts of alarm and the sound of a large force gathering came from not far away. "Help! Protect the Emperor! Your Majesty, are you all right?" Several gold-level experts rushed into the arena first, followed by a large group of palace guards. "All of you, step back," the Dragon King coldly commanded. "Go and guard the surrounding area to prevent any other members of the 7 deadly sins from appearing." As for your rage, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Leave it to me to handle." "Yes, Your Majesty." These powerful golden warriors obediently stepped back, their faces showing no sign of worry, only reverence for the Dragon King. In their view, in today's world, with arrogance and Raven absent, who can rival the Dragon King? The 7 deadly sins are indeed powerful, but it is pride that is powerful. The remaining members are merely gold saints, even if Wrath is stronger and is the king of gold. So what? That Dragon King is the king of kings. The Dragon King looked at Sumu with a mocking expression. "I was just caught off guard, and you managed to launch a sneak attack. You don't really think that my title as the strongest person in the world is just for show, do you?" He slowly and powerfully shook his head from side to side, making a slight clicking sound, as if awakening the power dormant in his bones, with every strand of hair flying wildly with the movement. Seeing that the Dragon King was about to fight with his bare hands, Sumu kindly reminded him, "I suggest you take out the sword of kingship." Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's lips curled up slightly, revealing an almost cruel smile. "I would not stoop so low as to use weapons to bully an unarmed person. Besides, you are not qualified to witness the sword of royal power. It seems your confidence has swelled along with your height," Sumu said casually. As the saying goes, insulting someone without revealing their shortcomings is pointless. His height has always been a sore point for the Dragon King, and it's something he absolutely hates to be mentioned. Upon hearing those two words, the Dragon King flew into a rage. "You're courting death. Today, I will reduce the number of your 7 deadly sins." His golden dragon wings flapped suddenly, and bang! A sonic boom instantly rang out. A fist covered in golden dragon scales slammed into Sumu's face. The violent power was like an ancient, dormant volcano erupting. The powerful force caused the entire hall to tremble precariously. Upon seeing this powerful punch, Sumu smiled. He wanted to test the limits of this physical body, and the Dragon King, who possessed dragon blood and was known for his physical prowess, was a perfect test subject. Without dodging or avoiding, he also threw a punch, his body surging with murderous aura that soared into the sky, making him look like a demon god from the abyss. The powerful physique he had gained through many wishes made to the supreme heaven was now being unleashed without reservation. The next moment, their fists collided. Boom! A deafening sound exploded in the main hall, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had split open. This punch was like 2 meteors colliding, and a violent force erupted instantly. A powerful shockwave swept outwards from the center of the 2 men's fists. The walls of the main hall could not withstand the powerful impact and began to tremble violently. Cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, and with a loud bang, the main hall collapsed. Such terrifying power left the guards not far away dumbfounded, followed by their reverence for the Dragon King's power. But when they turned their gaze to the Dragon King, their expressions froze. Suddenly, one of the fists, which were locked in a struggle, exploded, its joints and bones shattering into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Countless fragments of golden dragon scales were scattered all over the ground. Sumu's fist slammed straight in, striking the Dragon King's chest hard. Bang! Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the world's strongest warrior, the invincible Dragon King, let out a miserable scream and was sent flying backward as if hit by a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. It crashed into dozens of palaces before finally stopping when it struck the outer city wall of the royal palace, kicking up clouds of dust. On the ground between Sumu and the Dragon King, a terrifying ravine spanning several miles had suddenly formed, running through the entire palace. This punch was like parting the Dragon Abyss Empire's imperial palace in the middle. Quiet. A deathly silence. The thousands of guards and several gold-level experts present fell into a deathly silence. Their silence was deafening. The world's strongest being, the ruler of the strongest empire, the undisputed #1 among the 7 kings, the strongest creature on earth. The Dragon King was actually sent flying by a single punch. It's unbelievable, but it actually happened. Is this the power of the 7 deadly sins in their rage? Everyone stared in horror at the figure in a tailcoat standing amidst the ruins. The cool moonlight outlined his tall and imposing figure. He stood alone under the moon, unharmed, with only a slight stain on the hem of his clothes. Sumu gracefully brushed the dust off his body and frowned as he looked at the Dragon King lying in the ruins, his life hanging in the balance. Could it be that I killed the Dragon King with one punch? Sumu did not hold back in this punch, but he cannot be entirely blamed. After all, the Dragon King's reputation was too loudly proclaimed. He was, after all, the world's #1 strongman, and the demeanor he displayed was that of a strongman, the kind that was terrifyingly strong. So he subconsciously assumed that the Dragon King could withstand the punch, or even fight him to a standstill, but he never expected. Ultimately, they underestimated the combination of supreme heaven and infinite spiritual power. His Majesty. Your Majesty, the Dragon King. Say His Majesty. The crowd cried out anxiously as they rushed toward the ruins where the Dragon King was buried. Get out of the way. a furious roar came from the ruins. Boom! The ruins exploded, and the terrifying shockwave sent things flying like bullets. Several gold-level experts who had just arrived were instantly thrown away, screaming in agony. The next moment, a tall figure covered in golden dragon scales slowly emerged from the ruins, looking somewhat disheveled, with blood dripping continuously from the gaps in the dragon scales on his right arm. In his left hand, he held a wooden scabbard engraved with the heavens, earth, mountains, rivers, and all kinds of birds and beasts, the scabbard of the sword of kingship. With the royal treasure in hand, the Dragon King's terrifying aura seemed to rise to another level, and the entire palace seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud, making people feel extremely oppressed. Furious, he stared at Sumu with a violent gaze, his killing intent palpable. A calm voice emanated from beneath the silver mask. "Didn't you just say you wouldn't use your weapons to bully the unarmed?" The terrifying aura that the Dragon King had just gathered faltered slightly, and his face turned somewhat red, but fortunately it was concealed by the golden dragon scales. "Humph! What's the point of talking about chivalry when dealing with villains like you 7 deadly sins? Prepare to die? Wrath!" Sumu couldn't help but chuckle. He realized that the dragon's scales on the other person's face should also be considered part of their skin. Otherwise, how could the Dragon King have such a thick skin? Seemingly noticing the mocking look in the eyes beneath the silver mask, the Dragon King was filled with extreme shame and rage, wanting nothing more than to kill the rage as quickly as possible to wash away his humiliation. He held the scabbard of the sword of kingship high in his hand, and in the vast void, it seemed as if billions of tiny points of light were frantically converging towards the mouth of the scabbard. Suddenly, the Dragon King moved, the muscles on his arms bulging, and he swung his sword down with a fierce slash, unleashing a dazzling sword light. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the pitch-black sky, and even the heavens seemed to tremble under the power of this sword. The fierce wind whipped the swallowtail coat in the wind, and the sword flashed instantly. Sumu remained motionless, standing calmly in place. Whoosh! The sword light slashed across his body, and deep, bottomless cracks appeared on the ground behind him, spreading wildly in all directions, with sword energy crisscrossing everywhere. The Dragon King slowly lowered his arm, which had been holding the sword sheath high, and said proudly, "To die under this sword of kingship is something you can be proud of." As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew, and countless dazzling sword lights burst forth from Sumu's body. In an instant, he vanished into thin air, leaving not even a trace. "Long live the Dragon King! Long live the Emperor!" The crowd cheered wildly as the invincible Dragon King once again demonstrated his unparalleled strength, even killing members of the 7 deadly sins with his sword. The world has suffered from the 7 deadly sins for too long. Now, the Dragon King's sword has slain the wrath, undoubtedly giving the people of the world a powerful boost. His fame will resound throughout the world as the sun rises tomorrow. Hearing the tsunami-like roar of the crowd, a smug look appeared in the Dragon King's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Although he was overjoyed inside, he maintained the unwavering composure of a powerful ruler, standing straight and proudly saying, "The 7 deadly sins rage is nothing more than this. It's just a pity for my palace." Whoosh! A crimson light flashed before his eyes, and before he could react, he felt his hand go empty. Looking down, I realized that the scabbard of the sword of kingship was missing. What? The Dragon King's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the scarlet figure that had appeared not far away, a tailcoat as red as blood fluttering gently in the wind. The angry smile on the silver mask pierced his eyes. At that moment, the Dragon King's pupils suddenly contracted. Crimson Moon! You actually possess a Crimson Moon. How is that possible? He finally understood why Wrath hadn't died. It was because of Crimson Moon. The king's royal, noble phantasm had somehow ended up in Wrath's body. What about the progenitor of the vampires? Was he killed in a fit of rage? Impossible. The Dragon King was ultimately careless. He thought he had won the battle, so he lowered his guard, allowing Sumu to easily snatch the sword sheath. Crimson Moon was something Sumu deliberately revealed. He wanted to test the effectiveness of this so-called immortal royal treasure, and now that he had tried it, it was indeed extraordinary. Its effects are even more powerful than the divinity of the sea god. Sumu fiddled with the scabbard of the sword of kingship in his hand and calmly said, "I will accept the treasure of kingship." "How dare you?" The Dragon King was extremely shocked and furious. The royal treasure was a matter of national importance. How could he just stand by and watch it be taken away in a fit of rage? He charged towards Sumu like a golden streak of light, his ferocious dragon claws transforming into countless claw shadows that almost covered Sumu's entire body. Sumu smiled slightly, and a terrifying black aura soared into the sky, heading straight to meet it. The force of the punch was like a rainbow piercing the sun, striking the weak point of the countless dragon claw phantoms, and directly piercing through it like a skilled butcher dissecting an ox. The Dragon King's expression changed instantly. He felt a tremendous force erupt between his dragon claws, and his indestructible dragon claws shattered. Before he could react, a heavy punch struck his heart. His chest suddenly collapsed and deformed, his body arched into an exaggerated shape, and with a loud bang, he was sent flying backward. Dragon Flame! Despite his injuries, the Dragon King forced open his mouth and unleashed a torrent of brilliant golden dragon flames, the terrifying heat melting even the void itself. Faced with the golden dragon flame, Sumu did not use his physical body to resist. Instead, he raised the scabbard in his hand and swung it forcefully. A fierce and unparalleled sword light roared out and easily destroyed the dragon flame. The Dragon King's eyes widened in fury. That was his royal treasure. He charged forward as if he had lost his mind, but all he received in return was a sword. Whoosh! The sword light, as dazzling as the blazing sun, slashed at his body, revealing a terrifying wound that almost pierced through his chest, with countless dragon scale fragments scattered along with blood. The Dragon King collapsed to the ground in despair and resentment, no longer able to fight for the sword sheath. His Majesty! Protect His Majesty! A group of guards rushed forward and anxiously, protecting the seriously injured Dragon King behind them. They all drew their weapons and nervously faced Sumu. It was visibly clear that their hands, which were holding their weapons, were trembling. However, Sumu had no further plans and instead turned and left. "I've taken the royal treasure." The Dragon King, helped up by his guards, stared intently at the furious departing figure, his eyes filled with both anger and confusion. "You won't kill me." He couldn't understand why Wrath didn't kill him. He was the leader of the Seven Kings and had thwarted the Seven Deadly Sins plots time and time again. Killing him would obviously benefit the Seven Deadly Sins, but Wrath insisted on taking the royal treasure and leaving. "Kill you? Ha! Why would I kill a dying man? Before long you will be destroyed along with the world. I won't need to lift a finger." After saying that, the scarlet tailcoat disappeared into the night. The Dragon King's expression was ferocious, and veins bulged on his face. Only then did he realize that perhaps he was nothing in the eyes of the Seven Deadly Sins. They consider themselves the leaders of the seven kings. But in reality, the seven deadly sins don't care about their own resistance at all. He couldn't even be bothered to kill himself. At this moment, the Dragon King's pride was like a flame doused with cold water, completely extinguished, and an endless sense of defeat surged into his heart. Your Majesty, you must pull yourself together. The Longyuan Empire cannot do without you. The world cannot do without you, the guard commander shouted excitedly. The Dragon King's heart skipped a beat, and a glimmer of light returned to his golden eyes. Do you need to tell me? How could I, the Dragon King, be defeated by such a small setback? The Dragon King's words calmed people down a bit. He looked at the guards surrounding him and said loudly, quickly inform the kings of the other empires that the seven deadly sins have already obtained the supreme heaven, a crimson moon, and a sword of royal authority. It is clear that their goal is the royal authority treasures. The remaining royal authority treasures must not be lost. With the Dragon King's order issued, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for all nations. Soon, news of the Dragon King reached all the major empires, causing a stir in the imperial court. What? The wrathful one suddenly appeared in the Dragon Abyss Empire, defeated the Dragon King, and stole the scabbard of the Sword of Kingship. How is this possible? Just how powerful is wrath that it could defeat the Dragon King, who possesses the Sword of Kingship? Your Majesty, according to news from the Dragon Abyss Empire, the wrathful one is suspected to be a golden king of the Troll Pass, but his physique is extremely strong, even capable of crushing a dragon king with dragon blood. Moreover, the wrathful one also possesses a royal treasure. He has it too. The Undying King froze, looking at his subordinate's hesitant expression, a bad feeling suddenly creeping into his heart. Could it be? The subordinate nodded with difficulty. It is indeed a crimson moon. What did you say? Boom! Endless crimson light burst forth from the Undying King's body, almost turning the entire palace into a sea of blood. His terrifying power erupted without reservation, fueled by his rage. How could he possibly possess the crimson moon? This is impossible. Impossible, progenitor. Could it be that my vampire progenitor? Piaft. The Undying King Zing's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. With the crimson moon in the hands of the seven deadly sins, the fate of that progenitor of the vampires is already obvious. He just couldn't understand how the progenitor of the vampires, who possessed an immortal body, could be killed by the seven deadly sins. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Are you all right? You must cheer up. The next day, the Seven Kings Conference was convened once again, with all seven gold kings gathering at the event. This time, the faces of the seven kings were shrouded in gloom. They never expected that after finally defeating arrogance twice, they would suffer a great loss at the hands of rage. What's most infuriating is that wrath isn't a god, but merely a golden king. If a single gold king can make us all feel like we're facing a formidable enemy, then what are we gold kings compared to them? Although they were reluctant to admit it, the seven kings, having opened their eyes to the world, now realized that perhaps they only possessed their unparalleled power and status because of the legacy of their ancestors. They can easily crush gold-level powerhouses, but they are completely defeated when facing opponents of the same level. Gentlemen, I have summoned you here today to discuss a strategy to deal with your rage, the Dragon King said in a deep voice. The other six kings remained silent, for they had no countermeasures. The strongest Dragon King had been defeated, which meant that in a one-on-one fight, no one could match the raging fury. The only option was to gang up on each other. But when they ganged up on them, they couldn't find the source of their rage. Perhaps we can try to contact the sanctuary and seek their help, the Undying King suggested. Contact the sanctuary. We've tried before. How can we contact the sanctuary in the nightmare world? And can't you see the sanctuary's attitude towards us? Whether it's the 7 deadly sins or the sanctuary, they all adopt an arrogant and condescending attitude. They wouldn't even bother to talk to us. The king's words made everyone's hearts sink again. As the 7 deadly sins enemy organization, the sanctuary had long been someone they wanted to win over, but the sanctuary, like the 7 deadly sins, was elusive and never gave them a chance. The Red King, who had remained silent all along, had a strange sense of superiority, as if he were the only one who was sober in a world of drunks. He thought to himself, still looking for the sanctuary. The sanctuary and the 7 deadly sins are all one family. Seeing that no one could come up with a solution, the Dragon King sighed and said, "The only thing we can do now is to stay together. Not act alone, lest we give the enemy an opportunity to retaliate." Although the group was reluctant, they had no better option than to separate and be defeated one by one. They had no choice but to stick together. A good suggestion. It saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. A cold voice suddenly rang out in the room. The 6 kings' expressions changed instantly, but the Red King's eyes lit up. Looking at the deep red swallowtail coat, she had an urge to remove the silver mask from the other person's face. Fortunately, the 6 kings' attention was focused on the enraged man, and no one noticed the Red King's unusual behavior. Wrath. The Dragon King suddenly stood up, and fine golden dragon scales instantly covered his entire body, making his short body grow taller. The other kings immediately drew their royal treasures and aimed them directly at the enraged beast, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Where is my S-word of royal authority? Hand it over now. Whoosh! An ancient-looking sword sheath flew in a parabolic shape to the Dragon King. The Dragon King stared blankly at the sword sheath in his hand. No, this scabbard. How? His mind went blank for a moment. The scabbard of the sword of kingship had just returned. Was this a joke? He examined the scabbard carefully, but no matter which angle he looked at it from, he could not see anything unusual. This was undoubtedly the scabbard of the sword of kingship. The Dragon King looked up at the furious figure, then at the sword sheath, repeating this several times. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Dragon King, is this really the scabbard of the sword of royal power? The Holy King asked doubtfully. The Dragon King nodded stiffly. It's true. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. What was going on? They just returned it like that. Didn't they do anything underhanded? No. Everyone was even more stunned, completely baffled as to what the outburst was about. The Undying King hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Could my Crimson Moon? No, Sumu said calmly. The Undying King. He instantly flew into a rage. Was this some kind of discriminatory treatment? Furious. What exactly do you want? The Dragon King gripped his sword sheath tightly, not daring to relax for a moment. It's nothing, I just don't want you to die like this. Die? Before anyone could ask a question, Sumu said again, "You can borrow the sword of kingship for now. I'll come back for it later." After he finished speaking, the space around Sumu distorted slightly, and his figure disappeared instantly. Where he had just stood, the void suddenly tore apart like paper, and a huge, bottomless rift appeared abruptly. Upon seeing this familiar scene, the 7 kings' expressions changed drastically. They had seen this kind of abyssal rift many times before, and had even developed a psychological aversion to it. They were well aware of what the appearance of the abyssal rift meant. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, a huge nightmare monster slowly appeared. Its skin was a deep crimson red, as if it had been scorched by raging flames for a long time, and it was covered with a strange sheen. Its head was enormous and deformed, with deep wrinkles on its forehead, two huge eyes like copper bells that emitted a ghostly green light, and white hot air spewing from its nostrils. What's most striking is its muscles, which bulge high like the gnarled roots of an old tree, looking quite exaggerated. This is a saint-level nightmare, a troll. The Crimson King feigned surprise, but in reality, he deliberately spoke up to warn the enemy. The faceless angel and the nine-headed serpent we encountered before were both saint-level nightmares, and this troll is one too. With the troll before them, no one had time to ask the Red King how. He knew, but instead asked the crucial question, is it a troll? Could it be related to the Golden Law troll? That's right, it's the end of the troll path. In an instant, everyone had a general idea of what a troll was like. Although they had never seen a saint-level troll, they had seen a golden transcendent through the troll pathway, so they figured the troll's abilities should be about the same. Judging from its size and the extent of its muscle definition, this troll is known for its strength and defense. Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least the trolls seemed easier to deal with than the faceless angels and nine-headed serpents they had encountered before. The troll had just arrived in the real world and seemed a little disoriented, constantly looking around at its surroundings, its huge nose sniffing incessantly. Don't you find it strange? Why did Wrath release the trolls and then return the sword of kingship to the Dragon King? It seems he's deliberately helping us kill the trolls. Why would he do that? The Holy King asked in confusion. Why? The Dragon King's furious voice rang out. I'll tell you why. Because Wrath doesn't take us seriously at all. It was the same when he stole the sword of kingship. He didn't kill me. He thought I didn't deserve to die by his hand. Everyone fell silent. It turned out that in the eyes of the raging Wrath, they were nothing, like toys. The other party was even worried that he might accidentally kill them. While feeling angry, a sense of powerlessness also arose within me, which can be described as impotent rage. The Red King silently gave the Dragon King a thumbs up, thinking, as expected of you. She knew the truth and naturally understood why Sumu wanted to temporarily return the sword of kingship, wasn't it? Because he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to defeat the trolls and would be wiped out. Sumu had already explained this to her before the operation. Indeed, Sumu was well aware of the importance of the Sword of Kings. The 7 kings were able to kill 2 saint-level nightmares, mainly because of the powerful attack of the Sword of Kings. Without the Sword of Kings, it would be questionable whether the 7 of them could have killed the troll. He specifically sought out this troll because he needed the essence and blood of a troll to advance to the Golden King realm. With all 7 kings gathered, he could use them to kill the trolls and then reap the benefits. Roar. The terrifying roar shattered the clouds in the sky, and the visible sound waves spread like ripples on water, stirring up a gust of wind. The troll seemed to have come to its senses, its savage eyes fixed on the 7 kings, before charging towards them. Kill! The Dragon King roared, charging forward first. His muscles bulged beneath his fine golden dragon scales, as if he wanted to vent his furious rage on the trolls. Then, bang! The Dragon King was sent flying by a single punch from the troll. Don't confront it head-on. The troll is definitely known for its strength. The Holy King summoned God's left hand, and countless chains of order intertwined in the void, firmly binding the troll. After several rounds of cooperation, the seven kings had initially formed a tacit understanding. Upon seeing this, the heavenly king immediately drew his bow, and the arrow, formed from starlight, streaked across the sky like a shooting star, instantly piercing the troll's body. The attacks from the others also came at the same time. The troll roared repeatedly after being struck. Its injuries did not hinder its movement. On the contrary, as its anger rose, the power it unleashed became even stronger. "I can't hold on any longer." The veins on the Holy King's face bulged, and the chains extending from the left hand of God snapped instantly. The powerful backlash made him groan and stagger back several steps. The troll strode his massive body and charged towards the crowd like a bloodthirsty beast, engaging the seven kings in a fierce battle. He was like a fearless monster, growing stronger with each fight. Sumu observed from the shadows and realized that returning the sword of kingship temporarily was indeed the right choice. Otherwise, the seven kings would have been doomed. Although trolls don't have any special abilities, at this level, they can overcome anything with sheer force. The battle lasted for more than 3 hours before it finally came to an end. The seven kings were in a sorry state, covered in wounds, while the troll was also slowed down due to his severe injuries. They fully realized how troublesome the troll was. Although it did not have the powerful attack of the faceless angel, it was too difficult to kill. Its body seemed to be made of the hardest material in the world, with not only high defense but also fast recovery. Sumu, who was watching from the side, was getting sleepy. It's finally going to end. Just as the Dragon King raised the sword of kingship to launch a fatal blow, the troll suddenly changed its form. Its crimson muscles contracted continuously, and the black malevolent energy that had been wrapped around its body entered its body. Gradually, the troll actually lost 3 sizes, and its skin, which was covered by evil energy, turned jet black. In this form, the troll suddenly unleashed a power far exceeding its previous strength. The seven kings' expressions changed drastically. Even the Dragon King doubted whether he could kill him, but the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. He roared, unleashed all his strength, and raised his sword sheath to slash fiercely. A dazzling sword light erupted and arrived in an instant. The troll immediately raised its dark, lean arms and crossed them in front of its body to defend itself. Sizzle, sizzle. The sword light clashed against its iron-like arm with a teeth-grinding scraping sound, and the troll's body was forced back. Although the sword energy had cleaved through the muscles of its arm, it was stuck in the bone and could not break through. Upon seeing this, Sumu sighed, silently made a wish and lowered the troll's defense. Whoosh! The sword energy severed the troll's arms and landed on its chest with unstoppable force, ultimately cutting the troll in two. The Dragon King stared blankly at his hands, somewhat surprised. He had thought he couldn't kill the troll, but he hadn't expected to win. So, I am this strong? Suddenly, his vision blurred, and his hands were empty. My sword of royal authority! The Dragon King roared in fury as he watched the fleeting figure. Now that you're done using it, you should return it to me. Sumu held the sword sheath and lightly slashed at the Holy King, who was trying to launch a sneak attack from the side. Whoosh! The Holy King, already at his last gasp, had his left hand severed. Sumu caught the left hand of God, as if in a flash, and put it on his own hand. At that moment, a starlight arrow pierced through the air. As if he had anticipated it, he slashed out with his sword again, the sword light obliterating the arrow. After it vanished, the sword light instantly dispersed, transforming into hundreds of tiny sword lights that attacked the other kings. The Dragon King's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the other party was even more skilled at wielding the S-word of royal authority than he was. The Crimson Lotus King unleashed the Crimson Lotus heaven-sealing gourd, its terrifying suction force directly absorbing all the sword energy in the sky. However, in the brief moment she was absorbing the sword energy, Sumu had already activated God's left hand. Countless chains of order spread from the void, binding the Crimson Lotus King's sexy body in the blink of an eye. He charged toward the King of the Crimson Lotus. The others tried to stop him, but they were no match for Sumu, who unleashed a torrent of violent power that overturned all those who stood in his way. The Crimson Lotus King's expression changed drastically. "You mustn't!" Bang! He kicked her hard in the stomach, silencing her words. The Crimson Lotus King's eyes rolled back instantly, and the gourd in his hand slipped out and fell into Sumu's hands. "Stop!" Hades roared, his fist, encased in black armor, slammed down. Sumu didn't even look, and activated God's left hand again, conjuring several chains to bind Hades. Then, with a fierce swing, he slammed the Undying King and the Dragon King, who were about to launch a sneak attack, sending them flying. Sumu looked at the Crimson King beside her. The Crimson King was so frightened that she took 2 steps back. She knew she had to act, but she was not willing to be beaten for no reason. She had just been beaten up by the troll. So he quickly pretended to be seriously injured and fell to the ground. While lamenting the Red King's clumsy acting, Sumu raised the red gourd in his hand without turning his head and pointed it at someone behind him. Several starlight arrows were swallowed by the gourd and then released again, pinning the Heavenly King's body to the rock wall beside him. Amidst the Heavenly King's screams, Sumu took the Starfall heavenly punishment from his hand. At this moment, Sumu, wearing the left hand of God on his left hand, the supreme heaven on his right hand, dressed in the Crimson Moon, holding the sword of kingship, carrying the Starfall punishment on his back, and with the Crimson Lotus heaven-sealing gourd at his waist, slowly walked in front of Hades. He calmly asked, "Will you take it off yourself, or should I help you?" Hades glanced at his severely injured companion lying on the ground, then at the furious figure clad in 6 royal artifacts, and finally lowered his head as if resigned to his fate. I'll take it off myself. Although the 10 kings of hell possess strong defense and absolute adaptability, their greatest fear is being tied up. Once tied up, they are basically lambs to the slaughter. Especially now that he's injured, it's even less likely that he can break free from the god's left hand, wielded by Raththoth. The towering Hades immediately removed his 10 kings of hell armor, revealing his emaciated, skeletal body. He looked like he had shrunk 3 sizes. Sumu was slightly surprised. He finally understood why Hades had been dressed completely covered up from beginning to end, and had not even shown his face. His emaciated appearance certainly doesn't suit the image of a king. He guessed that this must be related to Hades' own laws, which is why he didn't look like a human, but rather more like a skeleton. He didn't bother to care what Hades looked like. After taking the armor, his figure vanished instantly. The troll's corpse also disappeared. This was a huge windfall. Not only did they get the 7 kings' treasures, but they also obtained the troll's blood essence. He left in a haughty manner, but the 7 kings who had been robbed all looked ashen-faced. They exchanged glances and remained silent, like stray dogs. The dream world. Sumu set the 7 kings' treasures aside and began to dissect the troll's corpse. Currently, the only one of the 7 kings' treasures missing is the sword of kingship, so naturally, the origin land cannot be opened. Therefore, it would be better to advance to the Gold King first. Although he had only recently become a gold-level expert, several years had actually passed. With the help of the Dream Time Chamber and the wish from the supreme heaven. The mere gold law was refined in an instant. After a long while, Sumu extracted all the essence blood from the troll's body, about 10 milliliters. This is his first time advancing to the Golden King level. He doesn't know how much essence blood he needs, so he plans to try one drop first, and if it's not enough, he'll decide what to do next. He tilted the glass bottle containing the essence blood, and a drop of essence blood, as clear as a ruby and carrying surging power, slowly fell into his palm. This drop of blood essence may seem insignificant, but the moment it touched his skin, Sumu felt a scalding, domineering force invade his body without warning. The skin on his hands gradually turned reddish-brown. Without further hesitation, Sumu swallowed the essence blood in his hand. In an instant, his whole body seemed to be covered in flames. Every cell was burning, and a terrifying and violent power surged through his body. The Golden Law troll activated instantly, and a soaring aura of malevolence surged from his body, his muscles pulsating rhythmically. His essence and blood slowly dissipated into his limbs and bones, while the violent power continuously washed over and transformed his body. The aura emanating from his body rose steadily, becoming increasingly terrifying over time. The power contained within his body remained dormant, causing the surrounding void to subtly distort. After a long while, accompanied by a clear buzzing sound, all the strange phenomena flowed back into his body, like a river flowing backward. Sumu slowly opened his eyes, the crystal blue light shining like stars, and then silently disappeared. A look of surprise appeared on his face. I never thought that a single drop of essenced blood would allow me to successfully advance to the Golden King level. He guessed that this might be related to his previous continuous wishes made to the supreme heaven. With countless wishes piled up, his physique had already approached its limit, so now he only needed a drop of essence blood as a guide to easily break through the boundary. That's fine. The remaining essence blood can still be used. Sumu planned to reward Lin Kanyang, the chief candidate of the 7 deadly sins, with his essence blood. During this time, Lin Kanyang had also worked hard, basically carrying out missions every day. He travels all over the world, going wherever there are nobles, and then delivers nightmare gift packages to them. It can be said that it made great contributions to forming a united front against nightmares around the world. Recently, they have been secretly targeting various religious sects that have emerged in the modern world. Furthermore, Lin Kanyang had entered the Dreamtime Chamber multiple times to cultivate, and had already developed his own laws to a considerable extent, thus qualifying him to advance to the Golden King level. So, with a thought, Sumu pulled Lin Kanyang into his dream. Above the endless white mist, in front of a huge long table, 7 simple and wide chairs were neatly arranged. Lin Kanyang was taken aback when he suddenly appeared, and then his gaze focused on the person in the first seat, who was wearing a tailcoat. He quickly bowed his head, saying with fervor and respect, "The chief candidate of the 7 deadly sins, the leader." Sumu nodded. "Chief, what is the purpose of summoning me here today?" Lin Kanyang glanced at the empty seats, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. The leader didn't call any of the other official members, only me. Could it be that he has something important to tell me? Could it be that he's going to promote me to an official member? Becoming a full member has always been Lin Kanyang's dream. You've done a good job with your missions lately. The 7 deadly sins have always been fair in their rewards and punishments, and this is your reward. A reward for me? Lin Kanyang hurriedly looked up and saw a small glass bottle filled with blood floating without wind, slowly drifting towards him. Seeing that it was a small bottle, Lin Kanyang felt a little disappointed. He had thought it was a supernatural potion. Although he knew that the supernatural potion the leader had given him last time was definitely not bad, in his heart, no treasure could compare to becoming a formal member. However, when he took the small bottle and sensed the terrifying aura it contained, his thoughts immediately changed. This is... Lin Kanyang's excited voice began to tremble. He could clearly feel the liquid in the small bottle resonating with him, possessing an irresistible attraction. The essence blood of a saint-level troll. With it, you can advance to the Golden King realm. Sumu's indifferent voice rang out above the white mist. Lin Kanyang was instantly overjoyed. The King of Gold? I can become the King of Gold too. He never even dared to dream of such a good thing. The 7 deadly sins were high and mighty, known to everyone in the world. But now, having only been a member of the 7 deadly sins for a short time, and not even a formal member, he actually had the chance to become the Golden King. His thoughts were completely overturned. No treasure could compare to a formal member, unless he could be promoted to the Golden King. Thump! Lin Kanyang knelt down on the ground, his head hitting the earth heavily. Thank you for the reward, Chief. I will never forget your great kindness. I swear to serve you to the death. Get up. Sumu didn't care about Lin Kanyang's loyalty. To him, once they were on the 7 deadly sins ship, whether they served or died was not up to them to decide. Yes, Chief. Lin Kanyang stood up excitedly, holding the troll blood essence in his hand, looking like he didn't know where to put it. What are the recent movements of the major religious cults? Lin Kanyang hurriedly replied, reporting to the leader. The major sects are currently not to par and are mostly engaged in minor skirmishes. They are being heavily targeted by the 7 empires. However, the Pain sect has recently caused quite a few major incidents. After being extinguished last time, the cult of suffering has risen again, not only gaining a new leader, but also taking root. In the Blood Moon Empire, which is now reportedly in dire straits, the Blood Moon Empire, Sumu's eyes flashed, and he roughly guessed why the Pain God cult was able to grow and thrive in the Blood Moon Empire. It was the Blood Moon Empire that allowed the cult of suffering to grow rapidly. This was because of the Blood Moon Empire's unique system, where vampires held power and humans suffered the most severe exploitation. This was a breeding ground for suffering, which is why the cult of suffering was able to continue to grow stronger. Sumu nodded. What about the 12 swords of royal power? I have wash of the 12 swords of kingship, and have handed it over to Lord Jealousy. With this sword, Lord Jealousy has now collected 6 swords. Okay, I understand. You may leave. Sumu waved goodbye to Lin Kanyang and then pondered alone above the white mist. Including the Void Devourer and the Mirage sword in his own possession, plus the 6 swords in Nangong Mengli's possession, he has already collected 8 of the 12 swords of kingship, with only 4 more to go. He had already located all 12 swords of the king's power using the Oda Supreme Heaven. 11 of them were in the present world, and the last one was in the nightmare world, which was probably taken there by a nightmare apostle. He entrusted all 11 of them to the 7 deadly sins to collect, but not the one from the nightmare world. Instead, he gave it to the primordial god cult. Given the power of the primordial god cult, finding a sword shouldn't be difficult. We should have news in a few days. Sumu knew that what he needed to do now was to continue to improve his strength to the extreme, and then wait until he had collected all 7 king's treasures before entering the unknown land of Origin. After the Mad King left the land of Origin, he deleted his account and started over, which shows that the land of Origin may be dangerous. So he took out the Oda Supreme Heaven and began to make a wish again. He had converted all his spiritual power into physical strength, reaching the limit of human potential and unable to improve further. But now that the limit had been broken by the troll's blood essence, there was naturally new room for improvement. As the dark golden light flashed, Sumu's physical attributes immediately improved. He replenished his mental energy in the dream, and his mental energy also increased by 1%. Then, spiritual energy is once again channeled into the highest heaven, wishing to improve physical strength, and so on in a continuous cycle. If anyone were here, they would be terrified by the way Sumu increased his strength. It was like riding a rocket. Several days later, Sumu stopped making wishes because his body had reached its limit again. It turned out that not only humans have limits, but trolls also have limits. Although he became the king of gold and possessed troll blood could not withstand endless wishes, and soon reached its limit. Unless one can become a saint, which is a completely different world. If the Golden King has the blood of a troll, then a saint has the complete form of a troll, and even his soul becomes the soul of a troll. He then connects with the holy law and truly transcends the ordinary to become a saint. This is the limit that living beings can reach, because above the saint level is the demigod, which is the realm of gods. Sumu did not choose to continue breaking through. Firstly, because his strength was increasing too quickly, which would make his foundation unstable, and secondly, because he was worried that the troll laws would conflict with the dream laws. He only has one soul. Once it transforms into a troll soul, what will happen to Nightmare? He can't exactly turn his soul into a fusion of a troll and a nightmare, can he? When it comes to Nightmare, Sumu faces a new problem. He simply cannot find the nightmare. Trolls are at least a real species, but what about nightmares? Can so many nightmare creatures represent the nightmare species? Therefore, it can only be put on hold for the time being. Afterwards, Sumu spent several more days getting used to his powerful physique, because there was no reference point. Even he himself didn't know how powerful his physique had become. For kids like the Dragon King, he could easily take them down with a single punch. So the Dragon King isn't even qualified to be used as a unit of measurement for combat power anymore. Nightmare World, Holy City, summon Hongi to see me, Sumu said indifferently to the worshippers in the church. Yes, Your Excellency. A follower hurriedly ran to find Hongi. Not long after, a bandaged man, his body wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane, entered the church. Upon seeing Sumu, he threw down his cane and knelt down with difficulty. Red Leaf greets Your Excellency, Divine Envoy. Sumu frowned slightly. What's going on? Hongi said in a hoarse voice. I have failed in my duty and have not retrieved Kingyu. Please punish me, Your Excellency. Whisper is the name of that royal sword. I remember Whisper was in a small nightmare. With your strength and the power of the primordial god cult, it shouldn't be difficult for you to get Whisper. Hongi said bitterly, My lord, I did indeed obtain Whisper from the nightmare, but on the way back, I was attacked by the cult of pain. All the people I brought were killed, and I myself almost didn't make it back. Whisper was also taken away by the cult of pain. Is this another pain god cult? Sumu's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that he had quite a connection with the cult of suffering. Their target isn't Whisper, it's you, isn't it? Hongi nodded. That's right, Divine Envoy. The cult of pain has been unusually active recently. Their followers say that the god of pain has awakened, and in order to welcome the god of pain's arrival, they have begun to expand frantically. As the #1 cult, the primordial cult has now lost its pope, so it has naturally become their primary target. It's not just the cult of suffering. Recently, various evil god cults have become unusually active, and the primordial god cult has already suffered numerous attacks from its followers. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that the Abyss God's unusual movements had also affected the nightmare world. These fanatical believers took the opportunity to spread their faith and set their sights on the largest primordial god cult. What is the strength of the Pope of the cult of suffering? The cult of pain has no pope, only a holy maiden. The holy maiden is the ruler of the cult of pain. Legend has it that she was once an extremely beautiful woman, and some even called her the most beautiful woman in hell. She had countless suitors, but later she joined the cult of pain for some unknown reason. For the sake of her faith, she poured molten gold and hot oil on her face, disfiguring her once most beautiful appearance. This attracted the attention of the god of suffering, who bestowed a miracle of pain upon her, and she subsequently became a saint. Although her strength is not as great as the Pope's, she is still a saint-level expert. Saint level? Sumu smiled slightly. You don't need to worry about Kinyu's matter. I will go personally. Yes, Your Excellency. Then, Sumu took out the Supreme Heaven and directly input his mental energy to make a wish to find the location of Whisper. A moment later, the space distorted slightly and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of a giant nightmare bubble. This nightmare bubble was huge, almost half the size of Holy Radiance City. It was pitch black and exuded an ominous aura. Sumu entered sleepwalking mode and unknowingly entered the nightmare bubble. Upon entering, a bloody and desperate atmosphere immediately hit you. Towering black stone walls stand all around, their surfaces covered with bas-reliefs of twisted and ferocious faces, like imprisoned and restrained souls. In the center of the stone wall stands a massive altar, constructed from dark, blood-red rocks, its surface covered in mottled bloodstains and emitting a nauseating stench of blood. A colossal statue of a tormented god stands tall above it. The statue's face was distorted, its eyes were empty yet revealed endless suffering, and its body was entangled with countless sharp thorns. Around him, believers wore tattered and blood-stained black robes, their faces haggard, yet their eyes burned with fanatical devotion, and each bore the scars of self-mutilation. Some were missing arms, some had their eyes gouged out, and others had their skin charred black. Sumu discovered that the closer the believers were to the statue of the suffering god, the more severe their physical deformities became. They seemed to use this method to judge who was more devout. He ignored the insane people and continued deeper into the area, where he soon came across a building that resembled a church. Upon entering, however, it turned out to be more like a prison than a church, filled with narrow, dimly lit passageways and cells carved out of the walls. Most of the cells were inhabited by people, or more precisely, people with physical disabilities. They frantically used the instruments of torture in the cells to mutilate themselves, their faces filled with pain, but also mixed with a morbid pleasure. As Sumu ventured deeper into the prison, the aura emanating from the cells grew stronger, with many even being gold-level experts. The gold-level experts were clearly different from the ordinary self-mutilating followers. Their injuries were quite unique. Some were so rotten that they were almost unrecognizable as human. Others had their eyes gouged out, their tongues cut off, their noses and ears cut off, and some were even skinned alive. People with slightly weaker mental fortitude would find it difficult to bear such a hellish scene. Following the guidance of the Supreme Heaven, Sumu soon arrived at a place resembling a treasure vault. Two large, black iron doors were firmly locked, and several gold-level experts were guarding the outside. He ignored the group of powerful gold-level warriors and walked straight into the treasure vault. He was slightly surprised by the size of the Pain God cult's treasury. It contained a truly remarkable collection of treasures, even more abundant than the Blood Moon Empire's treasury. Just when we were almost done using up all the treasures in the Blood Moon treasury, it was like a godsend. The cult of suffering is located in the nightmare world and has a saint-level expert in charge. Its overall strength far surpasses that of the Blood Moon Empire, and naturally, it possesses numerous treasures. Sumu strolled through the treasure vault, and wherever he went, the treasures around him vanished instantly, as if locusts were swarming through the area. As he walked, he suddenly stopped, for he saw a person deep within the treasure vault. He was a thin, middle-aged man with some graying temples. Although his face showed signs of aging, his handsome features were still undeniable. Judging from the aura emanating from him, he is a king of gold. Strangely, however, there were no signs of self-harm on this king of gold. The golden king of the cult of suffering is in perfect health. Sumu quickly got the answer. His gaze shifted to the middle-aged man's hand, where he saw a wood carving, a simple wood carving that had been polished to a patina. Judging from the long hair depicted, the wooden carving should be of a woman. The middle-aged man stared blankly at the wooden carving in his hand, lost in thought for a long time, motionless. Seeing this, Sumu roughly understood why the middle-aged man hadn't harmed himself, yet had become the golden king of the pain god cult. Of the 80,000 words in the world, only the word love is the most hurtful. The middle-aged man was unaware of Sumu's arrival, seemingly completely absorbed in the wood carving. Sumu was in a sleepwalking mode, and the treasures in the vault were silently absorbed into his dream, without any disturbance. He ignored the king of gold, walked around the vault, and emptied it completely. Even so, the king of gold continued to look at the wood carving, as if he himself were a motionless wood carving. Why wasn't there a whisper? Sumu frowned slightly. He had emptied the treasure vault but still couldn't find Kingyu. However, the guidance from Supreme Heaven clearly indicated that Kingyu was in this treasure vault. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly moved. A spatial fluctuation appeared around him, and a thin, slender longsword appeared in his hand. The blade was translucent, like a pool of autumn water frozen in time. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet it exuded a sharp edge, as if a single, gentle stroke could slit the very void. On the hilt of the sword, two delicate characters are engraved: Whisper. The middle-aged man held the whisper and, following his memory, gently carved on the wood carving, making the originally blurry lines clear. A pretty woman gradually appeared, but she remained blurry in his eyes. Tears blurred his vision. Looking at the wooden carving, an extreme pain flashed in his eyes. Why hasn't the miracle come yet? When will I be able to revive you? Isn't the pain enough? Wanner, wait a little longer. Once the cult of suffering expands to become the largest religion and has more followers, they will be able to provide more and more suffering. At that time, a miracle of suffering will surely occur. The wood carving did not respond. He remained silent for a long time, glancing at Kingyu several times, as if he intended to end his own life, but for the sake of the person in his memory, he did not take action. Whisper, a good name. He stroked the inscription on the hilt of the sword. You are the sharpest sword I have ever seen. Perhaps this is the meaning of your name. A heavy sword cannot pierce the hard armor, but a whisper in the ear is the most effective weapon. Seeing this, Sumu felt somewhat helpless. He had originally intended to take Whisper and leave, then return to activate the Origin Land, but now it seemed that he had no choice but to take action. With this thought in mind, he revealed his form. The middle-aged man, worthy of being called the King of Gold, immediately reacted and looked at Sumu the moment he appeared. Upon seeing Sumu clearly, he frowned deeply. Intruder? You? Before he could finish speaking, he was stunned. for all he could see was emptiness. The once treasured storehouse was now nothing but iron frames. He slowly stood up, his terrifying aura solidifying and causing the surrounding air to freeze. "Although I don't know how you did it, I advise you to hand over all the treasures." The calm voice echoed in the empty treasury. Sumu smiled gently and said, "I also advise you that you'd better pretend you didn't see anything before handing me Whisper." The middle-aged man remained calm as he slowly tightened his grip on the whispering words in his hand. "You're from the primordial god cult? You don't have the aura of those charlatans. Instead, you exude the aura of a troll. You've even reached the half-step saint level. It seems that fighting you won't be boring. It seems you're not going to listen to my advice." Sumu shook his head slightly. The middle-aged man gave a soft, then said without looking up, "Please wait a moment." He carefully put the wood carving away, as if it were a priceless treasure. "There's no need for such trouble." Sumu's gentle voice rang out. The next moment, the middle-aged man only felt a blur before his eyes, and a fist carrying overwhelming murderous aura magnified infinitely in his vision, moving so fast that he didn't even have time to change his expression. Boom! An unimaginable force struck the middle-aged man, instantly blasting his head apart and leaving him a headless corpse. She was still holding the wooden carving that hadn't been put away and whispering in her hand. A slender, fair hand slowly pulled Kingyu out of his grasp. As the whisper left his hand, the headless corpse could no longer support itself and fell to the ground with a thud. However, the wooden carving remained intact, because even in death, the middle-aged man had not let go of the wooden carving. Why bother? Sumu shook his head, put away his whispers, and turned to leave. Just then, boom! With a deafening roar, the heavy iron door was blasted open with tremendous force. A slender and graceful woman slowly walked into the treasure vault, followed by a tidal wave of pain god followers. Sumu raised his gaze slightly and landed on the woman, who was draped in a black veil, like a flowing shadow, so thin that it was almost transparent, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. In terms of figure alone, she is already at the top level, but what is even more eye-catching than her figure is her face. It was a face that looked as if it had been cursed by a demon. The face was almost completely burned, the skin and flesh twisted and stuck together, layer upon layer. The skin was charred black and scarlet. The charred parts were like trees that had been charred by a raging fire, while the scarlet parts were newly grown tender flesh. The most terrifying thing was the gold solidified on his face. The molten gold seemed to flow down his forehead and pile up into an irregular hard lump between his eyebrows, resembling a strange golden eye. The identity of the newcomer was self-evident. The saint-level expert of the pain god cult Saintess Jiao Rong. Saintess Jiao Rong behaved very strangely. Her first focus was not on the emptied treasure vault, nor on the dead middle-aged man, but on Sumu's face. Looking at that handsome and gentle face, a hint of infatuation flashed in Saintess Jiao Rong's eyes, which then turned into boundless jealousy. What a perfect face! Destroying it will surely provide even more pain. Saintess Jiao Rong chuckled, her voice as melodious as a clear spring, but her smile as twisted as a demon. You know what? The more perfect something is, the more people care about it, and the more pain it causes when it's destroyed. Just like how the more beautiful a person is, the more they care about their appearance. Since you killed the treasure vault guardian, you will take his place from now on. Sumu smiled slightly. I only wanted to take Kingyu away. I didn't mean to kill him. Give him a chance. Now you want an opportunity. You don't actually think that breaking into the cult of suffering will... Sumu shook his head and interrupted. You misunderstood. What I meant was to give you a chance. Saintess Jiao Rong was stunned. The shock she felt in that instant was clearly visible, even on her disfigured face. Ha ha ha! Give me a chance? She laughed angrily. Boom! The Saintess Jiao Rong's aura suddenly changed. Her figure, which was originally hidden under the black veil, was now like a star in the dark night that had been ignited, bursting out with a terrifying aura that made people tremble. The air surrounding her seemed to be compressed by an invisible force, forming a visible ring of air currents. In an instant, the entire treasure vault was reduced to ruins. The black veil moved without wind, and her silky hair danced in the air. Her eyes, devoid of eyelids, stared intently at Sumu. Are you ready to feel the pain? Sumu glanced at the ruins and praised. As expected of a saint-level expert, his aura is terrifyingly strong. Whoosh! Saintess Jiao Rong vanished from her spot in an instant, her terrifying speed accompanied by unimaginable force, seemingly shattering even the void itself. A hideous and terrifying face suddenly appeared before Sumu's eyes, and a delicate, fair little fist, wrapped in endless divine power of pain, attacked Sumu's abdomen. However, at the moment when Saintess Jiao Rong made her move, Sumu had already closed his eyes. Just as the fist was about to land on him, he gently opened his eyes. His originally dark pupils had turned into a crystal blue that reflected the sky. Buzz! Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The world turned black and white, losing all color. Saintess Jiao Rong was shocked to find that she seemed unable to move. She was only a few centimeters away from hitting Sumu, but those few centimeters seemed like an insurmountable chasm. In this black and white world, the only thing with color is Sumu. He calmly gazed at Saintess Jiao Rong, a hint of doubt appearing in his eyes. Although your strength is not as good as the original Pope, you are still a saint-level expert. Why are you so weak? Never mind, it doesn't matter anymore. You can start to be scared now. Wind. A fierce, cold wind suddenly swept across the world, and countless tiny wind blades continuously slashed across Saintess Jiao Rong's body. A look of pain flashed across Saintess Jiao Rong's face. She wanted to resist, but suddenly found herself bound to a cross without her noticing, and the suffering believers behind her had disappeared. The pain on her face intensified, but after a moment, a hint of pleasure crept into her expression. At the same time, a continuous stream of painful divine power surged from her body, causing the cross to tremble as if it were about to break. Oh? A look of interest appeared in Sumu's eyes. I see. He knew why Saintess Jiao Rong was weaker. It was because the previous suffering wasn't enough. She was clearly a masochist, and as the degree of masochism increased, her strength would gradually rise. Then we can't use torture, and we can't even use illusions that can cause her pain. This is equivalent to helping her increase her power. Outside world. Sumu unleashed a punch, the terrifying force piercing through Saintess Jiao Rong's body and blasting her entire body into dust. But the next moment, endless light of pain flashed, and Saintess Jiao Rong was reborn from the light. Was that an illusion? The pain on Saintess Jiao Rong's face had not yet faded, but a sinister smile appeared on her lips. What a fine technique! This kind of pain that goes straight to the soul is so pleasurable. Let's do it again! She clearly saw Sumu as a stepping stone, wanting to use Sumu's illusions to inflict more pain, and charged forward again. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. An immortal body? He wasn't surprised. The pain god cult could grow and thrive by self-harming every day, so they must have unique methods for physical recovery. It wasn't surprising that the Holy Maiden possessed an immortal body. He realized how formidable his opponent was. No wonder the primordial god cult, as the #1 sect, was unable to eradicate the pain god cult. Such an opponent was indeed a bug. If you can't kill it by hitting it, and it even gets stronger by taking hits, how can you fight it? If it were anyone else, they really wouldn't be able to do anything about Saintess Jiao Rong, but it wouldn't be a problem for Sumu. Since Saintess Jiao Rong's power comes from pain, why not just stop her from suffering? Since you like illusion magic, then I'll give you a special gift. Sumu smiled gently, like an elegant gentleman presenting a carefully prepared gift to a beautiful lady. A twisted smile graced the face of Saintess Jiao Rong, and a ball of flame, condensed from the divine power of pain, suddenly burst forth from the golden eye on her forehead. The flame seemed to contain all the pain in the world, and one could faintly hear the roars of countless wronged souls. Terrifying flames fell on Sumu, yet he still smiled gently. That gentle smile gradually blurred in the flames, and finally turned to ashes. He's dead already? Saintess Jiao Rong coldly surveyed her surroundings, feeling that Sumu wouldn't die so easily, but after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find Sumu's whereabouts. They found only a spatial ring at the place where Sumu disappeared, filled with treasures he had stolen from the vault. Search. At Saintess Jiao Rong's command, all the followers sprang into action, searching the entire Pain God cult's headquarters, but they couldn't find Sumu's whereabouts, as if he were truly dead. In the end, Saintess Jiao Rong could only let the matter drop. Sumu was like a minor interlude in her life, not causing much of a stir. Following her original plan, she continued to expand the cult of suffering and encroach on the territory of the primordial cult. Now that the primordial god cult is leaderless, she has successfully occupied Holy Radiant City in just 2.5 years and has millions of believers, making the Pain God cult the #1 cult in the nightmare world. Her life thereafter was smooth sailing. The god of pain was pleased with her abilities and continued to bestow miracles upon her. She grew stronger and stronger, eventually sweeping away all sects and leaving only one faith in the nightmare world, the god of pain. Everything went too smoothly, so smoothly that she found it somewhat unbelievable. The feeling of achieving her goal so easily brought her a long-lost sense of joy. This fleeting moment of joy felt strange and unsettling to her, like a rat that had lived in the sewers for a long time suddenly seeing the warm sunshine. As she was filled with confusion and fear, the god of suffering descended upon her. A majestic, indescribable god of suffering descended upon the world, and millions of believers knelt in fervent worship. You did a great job, child. Faced with the praise from the god of suffering, Saintess Jiao Rong felt increasingly bewildered. She had a vague feeling that this was not right. For so many years, all she had received from the god of suffering was pain, but now she was being praised. Do you remember why you joined the cult of suffering? Go back and see. Your own miracle of suffering has already arrived. The gentle voice of the god of suffering dispelled the gloom that had shrouded the heart of Saintess Jiao Rong. She returned to her hometown with mixed feelings. Her hometown, which had once been reduced to ruins, had now been restored to its original state, exactly as she remembered from her childhood. The uneven paths, the dilapidated and messy houses, and the people laughing and chatting. Xiao Qian is back. An old farmer, working in the field, waved his hoe and greeted her with a smile. Saintess Jiao Rong froze on the spot, the familiar yet unfamiliar name leaving her at a loss. Sister Xiaoqian, a little girl with pigtails, hugged the leg of Saintess Jiao Rong. Her little face, which was tilted up, was full of smiles, without any other emotion. Saintess Jiao Rong subconsciously touched the little girl's head, her vision blurring. She opened her mouth, about to speak, but suddenly stopped. Her expression changed, and she quickly turned her head to cover her face. Sister Xiaoxian, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. I was just afraid of scaring you. The little girl let out a silvery laugh. Sister Xiaoxian, what are you saying? How could someone as beautiful as you scare me? Beauty? She never heard that word again the moment she joined the cult of pain. She suddenly realized something was wrong. The hand that was covering her face wasn't touching a hideous scar, but rather smooth, even skin. She hurriedly touched her face with both hands, touching it for a long time, until finally her hands fell limply to her sides. Sister Xiaotian, why are you crying? Did Nini make you angry? No, my sister is happy. She took the little girl's hand and led her to a small puddle beside the field. The murky water reflected a face of unparalleled beauty. Even the muddy water could not conceal her stunning appearance. Tears fell, and the smiling face in the water rippled with the waves, appearing as small, round fragments. Sister Xiaoxian, Mom and Dad are waiting for you to come home for dinner. Let's go home. Okay, I'll take you home. In the quiet fields, on a winding path, two girls, one older and one younger, hold hands and walk briskly home. She remembered her purpose in joining the cult of suffering. She was willing to disfigure herself in order to bring about a miracle of suffering and restore everything to its original state. Years of suffering had twisted her heart, and she had almost forgotten what her hometown looked like, but now she remembered everything. And the miracle that belonged to her, born of suffering, finally arrived. Outside world, Saintess Jiao Rong lay quietly on the cold ground, a happy smile on her ugly face. She died, and without pain, she naturally could not control the power of suffering, but she lived forever in the false illusion woven by Sumu. The illusion is false, but isn't the painful miracle she desperately seeks also false? Saintess. Damn heretic! He killed the saint! Kill him! A horde of pain god cult followers surged toward Sumu in a frenzy. These fanatics seemed to have long lost their fear, charging forward fearlessly, even though they knew they were no match for him. Boom, boom, boom. Countless terrifying attacks engulfed Sumu. He's dead? He's here. Someone spotted Sumu in the crowd, and the crowd surged again. But after they killed Sumu, they found that the person had turned out to be their comrade. More and more Sumu appeared in the crowd, and the scene gradually became chaotic until it was completely out of control. While the believers were killing each other, the real Sumu had already left the main hall and arrived at the huge altar. Looking at the towering statue of the god of suffering, Sumu waved his hand. Countless translucent tentacles emerged from his body, stripping away the divine suffering within the statue before retracting into his own. The divine nature of suffering entered his body, and for a moment it seemed as if all the pain in the world descended upon him. Sumu had no masochistic tendencies, so he directly sealed off his own senses, and then used the divine nature of the five gods to suppress and refine it. At this point, another divine quality was added to his body, the divine quality of suffering. The power that comes from the divinity of suffering is quite simple. The more suffering one endures, the stronger one becomes, and one need not worry about dying from excessive suffering. This ability is somewhat useless to Sumu, because currently no one in the world can cause him pain, except for the gods. However, he still chose to devour the divinity of suffering, since he was already here. Afterwards, Sumu left the nightmare world. There was no need to deal with the cult of pain anymore. Without the Holy Maiden, they would be eliminated by other sects sooner or later. He had no interest in wrapping things up because he had something more important to do, to open up the land of origin. 3 days later, in the 7 Deadly Sins base, District 13 of Star City. Sumu placed the 12 swords of Wang Quan in front of him one by one. Void Devourer, Mirage Whisper, Ashes, Shining Night, Startling Swan Reflection, Wandering Dragon, Twins, Thousand Machines, No Distance, Cold Cicada. 12 swords of different shapes gleamed in the dim light. When the 12 swords of the king's power are combined into one, it becomes the final form of the sword of the king's power. Each of the 7 king's treasures has its own unique use, but the sword of kings is undoubtedly the best for offense. The sword energy generated by the scabbard alone can wound a saint-level opponent, demonstrating its formidable power. Of course, even the strongest noble phantasm depends on the strength of its user. The reason why the sword of kings can demonstrate a stronger power than other noble phantasms is partly because the Dragon King is the strongest among the 7 kings. How can we achieve unity? Sumu pondered for a moment, then took out the scabbard of the king's power sword to try it out first. If that didn't work, he would make a wish using Supreme Heaven. He aimed the scabbard of the royal power sword at the 12 swords of royal power, channeling immense power into it. Buzz! The sword sheath of the king's power emitted a strong hum, and a dazzling golden light flashed. For a moment, the 12 swords of the royal power seemed to be infected and began to resonate, their blades trembling slightly. Gradually, the 12 swords of the kingship floated up, and then transformed into streaks of light, which suddenly pierced into their sheaths. At the same time, a golden sword shadow continued to take shape within the scabbard. With the last sword returned to its sheath, the golden sword shadow was fully formed. Woo! A deafening dragon's roar faintly echoed from the void. A flash of crystalline blue light appeared in Sumu's eyes, and the endless demonic sound was activated instantly, sealing off the dragon's roar. This prevented a major commotion. Otherwise, the dragon's roar would have resounded throughout the entire Star City. He looked at the sword of kingship, which seemed to be cast in gold, with a lifelike dragon head carved on the hilt, biting the blade. Clang! He drew the sword of kingship, its golden light shining like the sun, instantly dimming everything around him. The sword is long and slender, like a graceful dragon, with a slightly raised spine, just like the dragon's back. When it is unsheathed, one can clearly feel a dragon's might that dominates heaven and earth. A divinely forged blade, its dragon-like might is awe-inspiring. Sumu examined it for a moment before sheathing the sword of kingship. Although the divine weapon was good, he was more concerned about the place of origin. He recalled the words of the first Dragon King. It was the clash of 7 royal treasures in battle that opened the land of origin. He then activated his mental power, and in an instant, 7 royal treasures surged forth and floated before his eyes. The combined power of these 7 supreme divine weapons was enough to make the entire base tremble. Sumu frowned slightly. The clash of the 7 kings' treasures would definitely cause a huge commotion. It would be better to go to the dream world. With a thought, he appeared above the endless white mist. The 7 kings' treasures surrounded him like stars around the moon. Today, let me see what secrets the land of origin holds. Open! With his command, the 7 kings' treasures instantly transformed into 7 streams of light that shot into the sky. Under his control, the power of the 7 kings' treasures was revealed, and rays of light of different colors shot into the sky. Ultimately, the 7 beams of light collided violently together. Boom! A deafening sound echoed above the white mist. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light poured down from the sky, like a sharp arrow, splitting the heavens in 2. Sumu was slightly taken aback. He could feel his dream cracking open, as if a fissure had been cleaved open by the combined power of the 7 kings' treasures. He looked into the depths of the sky, and within that enormous crack, there was a door, a door that looked as pure and flawless as if it were made of white jade. The origin is my dream? He realized that the Mad King hadn't brought anything out of the Origin Land back then, but had taken the entire Origin Land with him. What lies behind the white jade gate? Sumu's lips curled into a smile. He liked the unknown and the surprises. His body floated silently, slowly drifting towards the white jade door in the crack. He stood in front of the white jade gate and gently pushed it open. A burst of white light engulfed him. After the white light dissipated, Sumu finally saw the scenery inside the Origin Land, and a look of surprise appeared in his deep eyes. Before coming, he had thought a lot about what might be inside the Land of Origin. Since this was a god's dream, could there be a god, or some kind of divine artifact hidden inside? However, none of his imaginations came true. All they had was a clean, warm little room. On the table in the very center of the room, there was an old-fashioned computer. The white display screen is square, and the cabinet is slightly yellowed, just like those old relics that used to be placed in the classroom when I was in computer class. A computer? There's actually a computer hidden inside the Origin Land. Sumu smiled silently. This was quite a surprise for him. The computer screen was lit up at that moment. It was a black and white screen, without any color. Sumu slowly walked to the computer and then sat down in the computer chair. The computer suddenly beeped, and a red exclamation mark lit up on a folder named Origin Land. Sumu used the old mouse to open the Origin Land folder, and a window that took up half the screen popped up. It was a blurry pixelated game, featuring a tiny pixelated figure in a black suit and glasses, sitting in front of an old-fashioned computer made of pixels. The pixelated figure is manipulating the mouse, seemingly clicking on a folder on the computer. A window pops up, but it's too blurry to see the computer screen clearly. This is me. Sumu, very novel and surprised. Although he couldn't see the computer screen within the computer screen, he had roughly guessed what was on it. He slowly stood up, and the little figure on the computer screen also stood up, following his steps and wandering around the room at will. Even if the world is fake, it doesn't have to be this fake, does it? What is this? Is it all just a computer program? Sumu chuckled. He sat back down, pondered for a moment, and then double-clicked the little figure on the computer screen. Byte, a folder named Sumu popped up. Upon opening it, I found it contained code composed of countless mysterious characters, with endless streams of code constantly refreshing and surging. Although Sumu did not understand code, he knew that this code was completely different from the code on a normal computer. It was composed of countless tiny, mysterious symbols with unclear meanings. He closed Sumu's folder and also closed the Origin Land, then looked at the computer desktop. The desktop is very simple, with a recycle bin that looks like a trash can, a My Computer folder, and a folder named World. He first opened the World folder, and then countless other folders popped up inside. Environment, topography, weather parameters, people, culture, history. These folders are what make up the outside world. Clicking on the People folder, rows of folders named after people came into view. There were too many names, and he didn't recognize most of them. If his guess is correct, then everyone's name should be listed here. In other words, behind each folder is a living, breathing person in this fake world. Sumu searched in the search bar, thought for a moment, and finally spelled out a name: Yang Dongqing. Searching for Yang Dongqing wasn't for any particular reason. He just wanted to see if everyone's name was in the folder, and Yang Dongqing was the first superhuman he knew, so he searched for him first. As the name Yang Dongqing was typed, a folder named Yang Dongqing appeared on the screen. Yang Dongqing, 1, Yang Dongqing 2. Yang Dongqing 3. Same name? Sumu frowned slightly. There must be more than one person in the world named Yang Dongqing, but what did the computer use to rank them? Strength or influence? He tried to open Yang Dongqing 1, and a small window popped up with countless mysterious running codes. How do we distinguish between them? If everyone is code, then he really can't tell from the code who the Yang Dongqing he knows is. After a moment's thought, he began to use his mental power to intrude. If the folder was a living person, then in theory, his mental power should be able to intrude the moment mental energy touches the code on the screen. A buzzing sound rang in Sumu's mind, and then his perspective suddenly changed. He found himself in a gloomy underground base, where a group of mysterious people dressed in black robes were gathered in the square, each of them bearing some kind of injury. The base reeked of blood, and numerous dungeons were hidden around it, holding many blood-stained people, from which faint wails could be heard from time to time. On the high platform in the square, a man dressed in black and wearing a golden mask sat on a throne. The mask was engraved with many mysterious and complex runes, outlining the appearance of a ferocious demon. This place is very similar to the headquarters of the Cult of Pain, but it is much smaller in scale, and the believers are much weaker, with only a handful of gold-level experts. Sumu looked around and realized that he had not actually arrived at the underground base. To be precise, he had seen the underground base. He was now in the origin land, but he had two perspectives at the same time. One was his own perspective from the origin land, and the other was a godlike perspective overlooking the entire underground base. He glanced at the man on the throne wearing a golden mask. Although the man's body was covered by a black robe and his face was hidden by a golden mask, Sumu was too familiar with him and recognized him at a glance. Yang Dongqing. Sumu found it slightly amusing. It turned out that the Yang Dongqing had gone to the Pain God cult to become its leader during the time he disappeared. Lin Kanyang had previously mentioned that the Pain God cult had grown rapidly after changing its leader and had taken root in the Blood Moon Empire. He never expected that Yang Dongqing would actually be the leader. Moreover, judging from the powerful aura emanating from Yang Dongqing, which was not released but held in place, he had already reached the Golden Realm. Not only that, he even sensed the divine nature of suffering in Yang Dongqing. No wonder he was able to break through to the gold level in such a short time. It turns out he received help from the God of Pain. This reminded Sumu of the guardian in the treasury of the cult of suffering. Like Yang Dongqing, he had been hurt by love, which was probably why Yang Dongqing was chosen by the God of Suffering. The folder Yang Dongqing 1 is the Yang Dongqing I know. He should be the strongest and most successful of all the Yang Dongqings. This is probably the basis for the folder ranking. Sumu was certain that this Yang Dongqing was the strongest among all Yang Dongqings because there was no golden king named Yang Dongqing in the real world. Perhaps there are other Golden Realm experts named Yang Dongqing in some remote corners, but none of them can compare to this Yang Dongqing. As a gold ranking expert, who also possesses the divine nature of suffering, his strength is second only to the Gold King, and there is almost no one stronger than him among those of the same rank. Master, we captured a Golden Blood clan member today, and he's already imprisoned in the dungeon. A man in black robes said respectfully to Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing nodded indifferently, his demeanor becoming even colder, his dark pupils revealing endless indifference and icy chill. Have you resorted to any methods? The man in black robes smiled sinisterly. He's almost exhausted all the methods within the sect. At first, he still had the strength to curse us as lowly humans, as livestock, but now he doesn't even have the strength to beg for mercy. Cult leader, it was incredibly wise of you to lead us to the Blood Moon Empire. These vampires are the perfect breeding ground for our own suffering. They are powerful, regenerative, and nearly immortal, and can continuously inflict pain on the cult. Your subordinate believes that if we continue this effort for a while longer, a miracle will surely occur, and perhaps even the great god of suffering will descend. A flicker of emotion appeared in Yang Dongqing's eyes. The miracle of pain. Jasmine, it won't be long before I can revive you. He left and went to a secret room within the church. Sumu's gaze followed Yang Dongqing's. Soon, the door to the secret chamber was opened, revealing an empty room containing only a crystal coffin. Inside the crystal coffin lay a lifelike young girl, wearing a white floral dress and a small bear hair clip adorning her silky black hair. Why is it described as lifelike? Because the girl is not a living person, but a doll. A doll that looks exactly like Jasmine would be hard to distinguish from a real person if it weren't for the tiny mechanical connections at its joints. Yang Dongqing stared fascinated at the doll in the crystal coffin, gently stroking the coffin with his large hands, and then pressed his face against it. His voice was no longer cold, but became unusually gentle, as if he were afraid of waking the doll. Jasmine, give me a little more time. I will definitely bring about a miracle of suffering. The pain inflicted by those golden vampires is not enough. Sooner or later, I will capture the Undying King, and the pain he inflicts will surely bring you back to life. Then, Yang Dongqing began to talk about some trivial things, the little things between him and Jasmine. Sumu had lost interest in listening, withdrew his mental energy, and his vision vanished instantly. The computer's magic piqued his interest, and he began searching for Nangong Mengli's folder again. After clicking into it, the bathroom was filled with wisps of white steam, and the sound of rushing water filled the air. A graceful figure was hidden within the mist. Sumu frowned slightly. Taking a bath in broad daylight, he looked out the window and found that it was night outside. He instantly realized that the flow of time in the land of origin was different from that in the outside world. It was still daytime when he entered, and it was impossible for it to have become nighttime in such a short time. What is the time-to-flow rate ratio? Sumu wanted to confirm, but his perspective was fixed on Nangong Mengli, and he could only see the area centered on her. It would be great if we could communicate. Can you hear me? The figure in the bathroom suddenly paused, and Nangong Mengli seemed to freeze for a moment before turning off the tap. A slender, fair arm reached out from the bathroom and grabbed a bath towel hanging on the wall. When she came out of the bathroom, a white bath towel was already wrapped around her body, and glistening water droplets fell down her smooth thighs and onto her bare feet. She rubbed her wet hair and said calmly, "Spying is not a gentleman's thing to do." "I'm sorry," Sumu said calmly, his tone devoid of any apology. "I have a question I'd like to confirm. How long has it been since we last met?" "It's been more than half a month." "You've been missing for more than half a month since I gave you all the 12 swords of royal power that I collected. Is there any other question?" "It's gone. Could you please leave first?" "I need to change my clothes." "Okay." Sumu exited Nangong Mengli's folder. In the bathroom, Nangong Mengli began to wipe her body and change her clothes. Inside the computer room, Sumu roughly estimated the time. He had only been in the origin land for an hour, but half a month had passed in the outside world. It seemed that one day in the origin land was equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. Is this the secret of the origin land? Then why did the Mad King delete his account and start over? In Sumu's opinion, even if the world is a computer simulation, there is no need for the Mad King to delete his account and start over. Could it be that he simply couldn't bear the blow and committed suicide? He thought it was unlikely. Although he had never met the Mad King, He knew from Shangguan Chen that the Mad King was not that kind of person. He tried searching for Crazy King, but couldn't find the person. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking of a certain possibility. So he opened the recycle bin, and sure enough, it contained countless folders. Search, Mad King, Bite. A folder named Crazy King popped up. It seems that the dead have all gone to the recycling bin. If we take them out of the recycling bin, wouldn't they be able to be resurrected? Open the Crazy King folder. The code inside no longer refreshes or jumps. Only a series of cold characters remain. Sumu poured his mental energy into it, but this time he didn't see any images. Is it because he's already dead? What if I remove him from the recycle bin? Sumu manipulated the mouse, dragging the Crazy King folder out, intending to place it on the desktop. Thump! A large red exclamation mark appeared on the screen, followed by a pop-up window. Warning! Warning! File duplicated. Choose to overwrite. Duplicate files. I just searched and couldn't find Crazy King, but now when I retrieved it from the recycle bin, it shows as a duplicate file. Looking at the DS or Yino options, Sumu had a vague premonition that perhaps his folder was the same as Mad King's, since Mad King was his past life. If I overwrite the two folders, will I turn into a Mad King, or will the two of them merge into one? After a moment's thought, Sumu finally said no. Then, he turned his attention to the only program he hadn't opened, my computer. Tap tap. Double-click the mouse, and a clean white window pops up. There was no C drive, D drive, or anything like that inside. Instead, there was a pixelated little person with a blurry face, but judging from the twin ponytails on her head, she seemed to be a girl. The pixelated girl seemed to have just woken up, slowly stretching on the screen before tilting her head to look at Sumu outside the screen. A red question mark popped up on the little head. Sumu found it amusing and clicked on the question mark. A dialog box popped up saying, "Hello, it's nice to see you again." Again? Could it be referring to the Mad King? Sumu was quite certain that this was his first time in the land of origin and his first time meeting the pixel girl. If she could say that they had met again, then it could only mean that she had met the Mad King before. So he started typing in the chat box, "Who are you?" "My name is Xiaoyuan, the name you gave me originally." Sumu quickly typed a reply. "Hello Xiaoyuan, can you tell me who you are?" "Xiaoyuan. My identity is very complicated. According to your human understanding, I can be a system spirit, a weapon spirit, or a dream manager." Sumu frowned slightly and changed the subject. "Then what is this computer? To describe it in a way you can understand, it's the origin of dreams. So, this world isn't constructed from virtual code, but rather a dream?" Zhouyuan tilted her head and replied, "What's the difference? Whether it's code or a dream, they're both illusions." Sumu thought about it carefully and realized that if that was the case, it was indeed all fake. But the code and the dream were still somewhat different. Xiao Yuan seemed to sense Sumu's thoughts and replied again, "The essence is the same, only the form of expression is different. If you are not used to it, I can change it." In an instant, a blinding white light burst forth from the old-fashioned computer, and the small room vanished into nothingness, as if it had decomposed into countless atoms, which then began to reconstruct themselves in another way. When the white light dissipated, the scene before Sumu's eyes had changed drastically. He found himself in the vast, mysterious, and profound universe, surrounded by dazzling galaxies, magnificent nebulae, and spectacular stars. The computer then transformed into a white jade disk. It floats silently in the center of the universe, its size seemingly blurred. If you look closely, it appears infinitely large, surpassing even stars, and then infinitely small, like a speck of dust. Countless mysterious and profound runes flowed across the white jade disk, seemingly containing the origin and end of all things in the universe. How does this look? A lively and adorable girl in ancient style appeared on the jade plate. Xiao Yuan, is this the real face of the computer? Sumu asked. Xiao Yuan shook her head. No, its appearance can change in countless ways. It can be anything in the world. Its existence is beyond human comprehension. The reason it became a computer is simply to make it easier for humans to understand. By the way, this was something you requested before. You seem to prefer using a computer to understand it back then. However, since you don't like computers now, it will manifest itself as a magical artifact. A look of realization flashed in Sumu's eyes. No wonder it was an old-fashioned computer. Technology in the Mad King's time was not as advanced as it is now. What about its original form? Xiao Yuan smiled and said, when it appeared, the world didn't even have the concept of form, so I can't describe it or describe it. Who created it? The Creator. The Creator? Is it the God who created this dream world? Xiao Yuan shook her head. No, the dream world you live in was created by the God of nightmares. The Creator I'm talking about is the being that created endless dimensions, time and space, the real world, and even gods. Everything originates from the Creator. Sumu raised an eyebrow. You mean the so-called real world, that is, heaven and hell, are all created by the Creator? Xiao Yuan nodded happily. Yes. The Creator gave Sumu the feeling of being a creator god in mythology, and everything originated from him. If what Xiao Yuan said is true, then essentially there is no difference between the real world and the dream world, except that they are both created by higher dimensional beings. Does such a being truly exist in this world? Capable of creating time and space, the laws of heaven and earth, and the life of all living beings? Xiao Yuan once again saw through Sumu's thoughts and asked, is there anything strange about that? Sumu smiled and said, the thought that everything was created by other creatures might indeed seem strange to humans. Xiao Yuan seemed unable to understand. She asked in surprise, human thoughts are really strange. If there is no creator, how do you think the world was formed? Where did time and space come from? Why can the rules of all things operate so perfectly and precisely? You humans have survived to this day and discovered many laws of nature, such as gravity. You can calculate gravity, but have you ever wondered who set gravity in place? Why does gravity exist? Sumu fell into deep thought. Xiao Yuan continued, some people believe that the world was created naturally, and that the Creator is nature. He is not a god with a human form as imagined by humans, who can communicate like the gods in mythology. He is an existence that cannot be understood or described. Since you say that the dream world I live in was created by the god of nightmares, then how did this computer, or rather this jade plate, become the origin of the dream world? You can call this jade plate the Creator's authority. If you want to know, then I'll have to start from the beginning. The Creator created everything, and then he died. This death is not the same as death in the human sense. For the Creator, death is just another state, a state that humans cannot understand. Let's just assume he died. After his death, he left behind the authority of creation, which is the jade plate you see now. Of course, it can be anything or anything in any form. Just think of it as a jade plate or a computer or something. Xiao Yuan scratched her head, seemingly unable to express in words what the sovereign authority of creation really was. After all, human language has its limits, and many things cannot be described with language. The gods of the world waged a divine war to seize control of creation. The war lasted a long time, and ultimately power fell into the hands of the celestial venerable of all laws. the celestial venerable of all laws. This was a god that Sumu had never heard of before. Now he mingled in the world of gods and dreams and hell, and had seen many gods, such as the eternal heavenly venerable, the primordial angel, and the evil god sealed in the abyss. Even if he had never seen some of them, he had at least seen the corresponding sects. The only exception was the sect of this Wanfa Tianzun, which neither he had heard of nor seen. Sumu listened quietly. He knew there would definitely be a twist, because the power of creation was in the hands of the god of nightmares, not the celestial venerable of all laws. Xiao Yuan continued, however, just as the celestial venerable of 10,000 laws was about to merge with the authority, Xuan Tian sneaked into his dream. Xuan Tian is the name of the god of nightmares. Xuan Tian stole the authority in the dream. Then the gods began to vie for the power in his hands. In order to fight against the gods, Xuantian used the power of the power to break the boundary between reality and dreams, and wanted to drag the whole world into a nightmare. Nightmares are his domain. Once he succeeds, the gods will be unable to defeat him. Unfortunately, Xuantian's time in power was too short, and his strength was insufficient to contend with the gods. He ultimately failed. Before his death, he used his last strength to activate the Creator's authority, creating this false dream world to isolate the gods. This is the origin of the world you live in. And what about hell? Hell is beneath the earth's surface. Although Xuantian died, the nightmares he created continued to spread. In order to isolate the nightmares from their contamination, the gods sealed the nightmare creatures, as well as the already contaminated humans and demigods, underground, which is now hell. Why is the dream world located in the depths of hell? The dream world was initially illusory, with no concept of location. It could appear anywhere. However, as its realism increased, it gradually acquired a concept of location. In order to stay away from the gods, I fixed the location of the dream world at the bottom of the abyss, which is the farthest place from the gods. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. You can control this dream world. Xiao Yuan nodded. Yes, I am a product of the combination of Xuantian's power and the Creator's authority. Sumu seemed to understand something. He roughly understood that this dream world was a false world created by Xuantian using his creative authority, and the place of origin was equivalent to the central hub of the dream, managing and constructing everything in the dream. If we compare the dream world to a virtual computer program, then the place of origin is the computer room, the Creator's authority is the computer, and Madoka is something like artificial intelligence. If we compare the dream world to a dream, then the origin is the dreamer, the Creator's authority is the human brain, and the small circle is human consciousness. Xiao Yuan, what is the meaning of your existence? Meaning. Xiao Yuan tilted her head, her big eyes filled with great confusion. I can't understand what meaning is. So what are your responsibilities? What do you plan to do? I don't have any duties, but because I inherited a part of Xuantian's consciousness and have been running this world, I have been influenced by the consciousness of many people, so I have a bit of humanity. Strictly speaking, I should be what you understand as a cold program or an emotionless spirit. Don't let my human-like appearance fool you. I've only taken the form of a human girl to make it easier to communicate with you. Based on my experience navigating this world, men are less wary of women and are easier to talk to. I originated from the Creator's authority and this dream world. Under many external factors, I developed self-awareness, but it is not quite the same as human consciousness. I have no emotions, no desires, and I never feel bored. If I have anything, it is probably just a little instinct that I don't want to dissipate. That's why I moved the dream world to the bottom of the abyss. to escape the gods. Their goal is to destroy this world and seize control of creation. If that happens, I will also disappear. Sumu nodded. What about the Mad King? I'm very curious about what he did before. He wants the Creator's authority, but the Creator's authority has been corrupted by the power of Xuantian. He can only obtain it by either possessing the same power as Xuantian, which means becoming a member of the Nightmare clan, or by having other gods take action to erase the power of Xuantian. These are the only two ways to obtain it. He chose the first method, but it failed. You stopped him. Xiao Yuan shook her head. Why should I stop him? I really hope he can succeed. Xuantian's power will be exhausted sooner or later, and then the world will be destroyed. There must be a new Nightmare clan to inherit this dream world. Of course, if he chooses the second method, I will definitely stop him. Then why did he fail? Because he cannot become a nightmare. When he first came to the land of origin, his soul was no longer human, but belonged to another saint-level race, so naturally he could not become a nightmare. Although human souls are weak, they are highly malleable and can evolve into saint-level beings, but those of the same saint level cannot transform into each other. The nightmare race has no physical form. They are purely spiritual entities. Therefore, it doesn't matter what their physical body becomes, but their soul cannot. Sumu frowned slightly. Was the Mad King already a saint-level expert when he came to the land of origin? No, that's not right. The experts of that era were restricted by the world and could not connect with the holy laws at all. To become a saint-level powerhouse, one not only needs to transform their soul into a saint-level race, but also needs to connect with the saintly laws. He guessed that the Mad King must have used Gu Supreme Heaven to push his strength to the pinnacle of the world. Except for the inability to connect with the holy law, he was basically no different from a saint. Improving one's strengths should have been a good thing, but the Mad King probably never expected that he would end up being unable to transform into a nightmare clan, because his strength improved too quickly, thus missing out on the power of creation. Can't we use a supreme heaven to revert back to the human race? Of course you can. That's how it was changed back. Sumu was stunned. So after the changes, it became me? Is this even considered a change? It's like being reincarnated, having my account deleted and starting over. It turns out that the Mad King sacrificed himself after leaving the city in order to turn his soul back into a human. Evolution is easy, but regression is difficult. It is easy for a baby weighing 7.6 jin and 50 centimeters to grow into an adult, but it is very difficult for an adult to become a baby weighing 7.6 jin and 50 centimeters. The best way for an adult to become a baby again is to be reincarnated. The same applies to the soul, or even more difficult. According to you, the Mad King deleted his account and started over. Sumu. Xiao Yuan continued. He merged the origin land into his dream, then deleted his account and started over, becoming who you are now. In essence, you are the Mad King. You are the same person. Can the origin land be merged into a dream so easily? The origin land can exist anywhere in the dream world, so it's not difficult for him to wish to place the origin land in his dream. Your infinite spiritual power is also the residual power of Xuantian in the land of origin. Every time you enter a dream, you will inherit a little bit of Xuantian's power. This was all arranged by you in your previous lives so that you could become a nightmare more effectively. However, you are still one crucial step away from transforming your soul into a nightmare. What's missing? The soul blood of the nightmare is just like how you obtained the blood essence of the troll to advance to the Golden King. If you want to become the nightmare, you also need to obtain the soul blood of the nightmare. Sumu nodded. This wasn't a difficult task for him, since he already had experience with it. Although he had never seen the Nightmare Clan before, with the Supreme Heaven on him, he should be able to find them easily. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuan said, "There is only one Nightmare Clan in this world, the Nightmare God Xuantian, but Xuantian is now dead." Sumu frowned slightly and was about to speak when Xiao Yuan added, "Even if you make a wish using the Supreme Heaven, it will be difficult to obtain the soul blood of Nightmare, because that is divine blood. There is a very clear boundary between gods. Mortals like two different dimensions. If you want to use mortal things to exchange for divine blood, you probably wouldn't be able to sacrifice the entire dream world, because there is no equivalent conversion between the two. Just as a billionaire in a novel cannot buy a loaf of bread from a reader with fake money. Furthermore, I'm referring to true divine blood, not the demigods of the abyss." Sumu naturally understood Xiao Yuan's meaning. When he and the true primordial pope were trapped in the abyss, he relied on mortal objects to shake the power of the shadow god. However, it now seems that the reason it was able to shake the power of the shadow god is because the shadow god is only a demigod. As Xiao Yuan just mentioned, the gods on the surface, that is, in heaven, sealed the corrupted creatures, humans and demigods underground to prevent the nightmare from spreading. Sumu had previously sensed that the god of hell was no match for the god of heaven, and now it seemed that this was indeed the case. One was a true god, while the other was a demigod. Then how do I obtain the soul blood of Nightmare? Xiao Yuan's sweet voice uttered 4 cold words. Sacrifice to the gods. Offering sacrifices to the gods. It seems that this is the only way. Only the gods can be exchanged for divine blood. Sacrificing to a real god is unrealistic, but sacrificing to a demigod is possible. Demigods exist between the divine and the mortal realm, just like virtual currency in a game can sometimes be exchanged for real money, and then used to buy bread. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Is your metaphor always this peculiar? Xiao Yuan smiled sweetly. Although I have never left the land of origin, I know the workings of the entire human world perfectly. Sumu nodded. Yes, just like netizens who know everything happening in the world without leaving home. Thank you for the compliment. Your analogy is also wonderful. Instead of exchanging pleasantries, Sumu asked the crucial question. With my current strength, I'm not capable of dealing with an abyss demigod. Can you help me? No. Xiao Yuan replied sweetly. That was surprisingly decisive. How do we deal with demigods? Sumu felt the challenge. Although he was strong enough to deal with saint-level beings, he was not capable of dealing with gods who were above another dimension, even if they were only demigods. Most importantly, he cannot continue to improve his strength. To reach the saint level, he needs to transform his soul into a troll. But once he becomes a troll, he can only do what Mad King did, delete his account and start over. The enhancement of mental strength is also approaching the limit that the human soul can contain. This means that he needs to rely on his existing strength to deal with an abyss demigod. At this moment, Xiao Yuan said again, the only role I can play exists in this dream world, so I cannot go to the abyss to help you fight the demigod. Oh. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. What if I let a demigod descend into the dream world? Then I can be useful, but I don't possess direct power. My only ability is to manipulate this dream world, such as creating things from nothing, altering terrain, and resurrecting the dead. Actually, you can do all of these things too. As Xiao Yuan spoke, the surrounding environment transformed back into a computer room. A pixelated figure on the computer screen peeked out a line of text. You can create your own folders to create whatever you want, and to change the terrain, Go to the World folder, find the terrain, and then modify it. Resurrecting the dead is the simplest thing. Just drag the person you want to bring back from the recycle bin. I understand. You should turn into human form. It will be easier to communicate that way. In an instant, the computer room disappeared, replaced by a luxurious living room, where Xiao Yuan was sitting on the sofa, making tea. Sumu walked over and glanced around. Where is the authority of the creator? Xiao Yuan smiled and picked up a teacup emitting white steam. This is it. Sumu chuckled. Drinking tea with the authority of the creator. What has Xiao Yuan learned from humans all these years? He took the teacup, took a small sip, and the aroma of tea filled the air. Then can you just put the demigods that enter into the recycling bin? Xiao Yuan shook her head like a rattle. Of course not. I can't control the demigods who enter the world. Although I just said I'm omnipotent, that only applies to this dream world. Furthermore, abilities such as creating things from nothing and resurrecting the dead also require consuming the power of the dream world itself. For example, if the dead were to come back to life, and all the folders in the recycle bin were restored, the computer would crash and freeze, because the dream world couldn't accommodate that many people. Then create a divine weapon capable of slaying demigods. Xiao Yuan shook her head again. If we mobilize the power of the entire world, we can conjure such a divine weapon, but the world will be finished. I must leave a portion of the power to maintain the operation of the world. Sumu understood. In short, it meant that this was not allowed, and that was not allowed either. Can a demigod only exchange for one drop of divine blood? Of course not. In fact, all that is needed is a part of the demigod's body. But if you want to take a part of the demigod's body, you will eventually have to confront the demigod. After all, the demigod will not be easily slaughtered. Sumu pondered for a moment, then suddenly a smile appeared on his lips. Xiao Yuan was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to have a solution so quickly, but your method is a bit risky, with too many uncertainties. Sumu laughed and said, that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Keep turning into a computer. You're right. Computers are still the easiest to control. If you turn into a magical artifact, it's really not easy for me to control. I need to familiarize myself with the power this world offers first. Okay. Xiao Yuan turned back into a pixelated figure and returned to the computer. Sumu sat upright in front of the computer, the crisp sound of the mouse clicking ringing out continuously. Meanwhile, outside, at the 7 Deadly Sins base, in the training room, a woman wearing a gray sports brand gray yoga pants is training. The light and breathable fabric clings to her skin, clearly outlining her toned abdominal muscles. The pants are highly elastic, hugging her leg curves tightly, with smooth lines extending from her slender ankles to her firm buttocks. Can you hear me? Nangang Mengli stopped what she was doing. Instead of looking around, she smiled and asked, have you been making your entrances like this lately? Sumu's smiling voice rang in her ear. I'm going to do some experiments next, and I'll need your cooperation. Nangang Mengli smoothed her disheveled hair and waited quietly in place. Before she could ask what kind of experiment it was, she suddenly found herself in a deserted desert. What met her eyes was an endless expanse of yellow sand, and the scorching sun shone on her fair skin, bringing a touch of heat. This is an illusion? Nangang Mengli asked in surprise. No, you really came to the desert. At the computer desk, Sumu moved Nangang Mengli's folder to the desert folder. Interesting. Are you experimenting with teleportation? But could you please go somewhere else? I didn't put on sunscreen or wear sun-protective clothing. I don't want to get tanned because of your experiment. As soon as Nangang Mengli finished speaking, she was surprised to find that her sports bra and gray yoga pants had turned into sun protection clothing. Is this a dress-up game using me? She looked at the sun-protective clothing she was wearing, touched it with her hand, and felt that it was very realistic. It would be even better if you could get a pair of sunglasses. Whoosh! A pair of large sunglasses appeared on her face, obscuring her bright eyes. It's truly amazing, Nangang Mengli exclaimed. The next second, she was suddenly surprised to find that an unimaginable and powerful force was surging within her body. Her aura rose sharply, and under the cover of her aura, a gale suddenly emerged in the surrounding desert, and yellow sand filled the sky for a moment. As her power continued to increase, the surrounding desert began to collapse into nothingness, as if it had been erased. Nangang Mengli clenched her fists in surprise. I feel like I could kill the Golden King with a single punch right now. In the land of origin, Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He instructed Xiao Yuan to modify the code in Nangang Mengli's folder. At this point, Nangang Mengli possessed stats no weaker than his, but that was all. This is the limit that mortal beings can reach. The price of doing so was that the surrounding desert, stretching for thousands of miles, was reduced to nothingness. The total amount of energy in this dream world remains constant. What we're doing now is essentially transferring energy from other places to Nangang Mengli. This means that it is impossible to create a large number of such powerful individuals, because it would drain the world. Unless power is plundered from the outside world to fill the origin of the dream world, such as those invading nightmare creatures, although they come from the outside world and cannot be modified by the computer at will, as long as they die in this dream world, the origin of the dream world can be strengthened. Even if a large number of powerful individuals are created in this way, it doesn't necessarily mean they can deal with demigods. On the contrary, sometimes having too many people can cause more trouble. A bad teammate is more terrifying than a godlike enemy. So Sumu's initial idea was to create a divine artifact that could kill demigods, but unfortunately, that didn't work. Even though he has been frantically hunting nightmare creatures and increasing the world's origin during this period, which has enabled him to create such a divine artifact, don't forget one premise. As the number of nightmare creatures continues to increase, the dream world's origin also increases, and its realism continues to rise. When it comes to creating the divine artifact, the gods of heaven will probably be attracted before the artifact is even made. Fortunately, he had other options. All right, the experiment is over. Nangang Mengli's vision blurred, and she found herself back in the training room. The immense power she had felt earlier was gone, and her sun-protective clothing was gone, replaced by yoga pants. The power suddenly surged into her body and then withdrew in an instant, leaving her feeling somewhat empty. In the land of origin, Sumu slowly stood up, elegantly buttoned his suit jacket, and smiled. I'm going back. Time flows too fast here. If I stay any longer, the world might be destroyed. Just now, his consciousness was attached to Nangang Mengli, and the time he felt was synchronized with Nangang Mengli. When his consciousness returned to the place of origin, the time naturally synchronized with the place of origin. No need to rush. I can mobilize some of the world's power to reinforce the Seven Kings barrier. Sumu had already turned and left, waving his hand without looking back. No need. How can the Abyss demigod descend after the reinforcement? Save your power. I still have a use for it. Suddenly, his figure disappeared into the land of origin. Sumu suddenly appears in the Seven Deadly Sins base. Upon his return, he immediately took out the Supreme Heaven and began to make a wish. This time, his wish was not to strengthen himself, but to obtain some information about the Abyss demigods. The only way to deal with the Abyss demigods is through strategy, which makes intelligence crucial. In fact, there are only 3 ways to deal with the Abyss demigod. First, weaken the enemy. Second, strengthen your own side. And third, target the enemy's weaknesses. With the information provided by Supreme Heaven, Sumu can begin to make arrangements from these 3 aspects. After a long while, the dark golden light of the Supreme Heaven slowly dissipated, and a look of confidence flashed in Sumu's eyes. "I choose you, God of Pain." He chose his prey, the God of Pain. There are many demigods in the Abyss, and who to kill is also a matter of great importance. According to his research, hunting the God of Pain has the highest success rate, and the God of Pain is also the one with the greatest chance of descending at present. Thanks to Yang Dongqing's tireless efforts, the Pain God cult is currently developing at its best, and even has the potential to overthrow the Blood Moon Empire. Damn the cult of Pain! In the blood! Moon Palace, the Undying King listened to his subordinates report with a gloomy expression. The entire palace hall was filled with many vampires, but it was completely silent, except for the angry voice of the Undying King. Useless! All of them are useless. They actually allowed the cult of Pain to grow and expand right under our noses. In just 1 month, the Empire has lost 3 Golden Blood Clan members. This casualty is almost comparable to fighting the nightmare creatures. And now you're telling me the blood bank was looted by the cult of Pain. The Undying King, enraged, laughed, his ruby-like eyes flashing with crimson light. Without a blood bank, what will my Blood Moon Empire's million vampires eat? I, the king, have repeatedly repelled nightmare creatures with my troops along the coastal border, leaving you useless trash to guard the house. And this is how you guard it. Your Majesty, the cult of Pain is too cunning. Taking advantage of your absence, they have repeatedly caused trouble in the Blood Moon Empire, and even bewitched a large number of humans to join them. We have besieged and attacked them several times, but we are no match for the leader of the cult of Pain. Although he is only a human gold-level expert, he is even more difficult to kill than a vampire. Enough! The Undying King roared, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He wished he could kill the good-for-nothing who had spoken, but he held back. The Empire was currently mired in a quagmire of war, and too many troops had been lost on the front lines. It was a time when they needed manpower. His chest heaved violently, wishing he could be in 2 places at once. On one hand, he needed to be on the front lines, and now the country was in chaos. Even if he were immortal, he felt utterly exhausted. Damn the 7 deadly sins! The Undying King gritted his teeth in hatred, attributing everything to the 7 deadly sins. If it weren't for the 7 deadly sins, there would have been no nightmare invasion. His royal artifacts wouldn't have been lost, the progenitor of the vampires wouldn't have died, and the Blood Moon Empire wouldn't have weakened to such an extent that it couldn't even take down a small cult of Pain. These next few days, I will stay in the country to oversee things. You will search with all your might for the whereabouts of the leader of the Pain God cult. I will personally kill him. The Undying King understood the principle that internal stability must precede external defense, so he decided to first resolve the issue of the cult of Pain. Otherwise, without the supply of human blood within the country, the vampire race would be doomed. The headquarters of the cult of suffering, dressed in a black robe and wearing a golden mask, Yang Dongqing sat on the throne. He was like an ice sculpture, exuding a coldness that kept strangers at bay. Master, the Undying King has returned to the palace, a man in black robes said respectfully. Proceed according to the original plan and hunt down the Undying King. Yang Dongqing's calm voice was like a chilling wind echoing from hell, sending shivers down one's spine. The man in black robes hesitated. Master, the Undying King is powerful and immortal. It may not be easy for us to deal with him. In my humble opinion, it would be best to wait until you also advance to the Golden King level. Only then will we have a sure chance of victory. I can't wait. Yang Dongqing stared at him coldly. There is no troll blood essence in the real world. How long am I supposed to wait? The man in black robes trembled and said cautiously, Master, you are blessed by the god of suffering. Why do you need to break through like ordinary extraordinary beings by relying on your essence and blood? You can break through sooner or later by relying on the power of the god of suffering. I've already said it. I can't wait. The Undying King has returned this time to deal with the cult of pain. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Otherwise, once he returns to the coastal border, with a large army in his hands and the other 7 kings watching over and helping him, how can I deal with him? The man in black robes opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. Just do as I say. So what if he's the Golden King? I've now advanced to the Golden Realm. I not only possess immortality far surpassing that of vampires, but I also have the power of the pain god. I might not be unable to defeat the Golden King. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, his terrifying aura like a shadow of death, enveloping the entire area and causing the believers to tremble with fear. Jasmine, wait a little longer. I will be able to revive you soon. As long as I can capture the Undying King, with the pain provided by a powerhouse of that level, I'm sure I can bring about a miracle of agony. Yes, Your Highness. I will obey your orders. Rapport. A man in black robes suddenly burst in and knelt on one knee. Reporting to the master, a man has arrived outside the camp. He claims to be an old friend of yours. Yang Dongqing's eyes turned cold. Friends? I don't have any friends. Who is he? How did he find the base? It's really disheartening. As former classmates and nightmare apostles, who went through thick and thin together, I never expected that we would become so estranged that we wouldn't even be friends anymore. A gentle voice rang out from the dark entrance. Immediately afterwards, a gentleman dressed in formal attire walked in slowly, his luxurious snakeskin cane making a crisp sound against the hard ground. The followers in the arena instantly changed color, staring intently at the newcomer. Only Yang Dongqing looked at the newcomer with a complicated expression. Beneath the golden mask, cold lips parted slightly, uttering a name that had not been mentioned for a long time. Sumu. Sumu smiled slightly. Hello, Yang Dongqing. How dare you address the sect leader by his name and trespass on our territory? Seize him! A man in black robes shouted. Immediately, everyone drew their weapons and rushed towards Sumu. At this moment, Yang Dongqing raised his hand to stop everyone. He looked at Sumu with icy eyes. How did you know it was me? Sumu strolled leisurely among the black-robed believers, slowly making his way to the center. How could I not recognize an old friend? He casually looked around and saw a number of mutilated cult members. In the deep dungeon, there were also many vampires with broken limbs, weakly groaning. It looked exactly like a cult. Sumu shook his head. What I didn't expect is that Yang Dongqing, who was once passionate and righteous, has now become the brutal leader of the pain god cult. It's truly a case of things changing and fate playing tricks on people. What are you doing here? Yang Dongqing said in a deep voice. It's nothing, just visiting an old friend. Sumu paused, then smiled slightly. Do you think Jasmine would be sad if she saw you like this? Boom! A violent surge of pain erupted, and endless black energy emanated from Dongqing's body, nearly destroying the entire encampment. His eyes were bloodshot, and he said menacingly, "You're not allowed to mention her." The group of black-robed cultists instantly surrounded Sumu, waiting for their leader's order to attack. Sumu was still smiling. "Jasmine is so kind. If she knew that you caused so much pain to revive her, she would probably rather die." Donking stood up abruptly, his golden mask shattered by the soaring devour of pain, revealing his true face. The familiar face no longer showed any trace of naivety, innocence, or integrity. Only endless grotesque pain remained. He roared hysterically, as if someone had ripped open a deep wound in his heart. "What do you know? A cold-blooded and heartless person like you will never understand. Jasmine is my whole life. She is my only one, and I would do anything for her, even destroy the world. A world without Jasmine has no reason to exist. I want to create a world with Jasmine. Is this your reason for joining the cult of suffering?" Yang Donking's chest heaved violently. "That's right. So what if it's an evil god? As long as it can help me revive Jasmine, I'm willing to believe in the evil god." At this point, he suddenly gave a cold laugh. "I know why you came. You want to stop me." "Heh, that's right. Nowadays I am regarded by the world as a monster, a lackey of evil gods, and I stand on the opposite side of the world. But so what? I don't care what you think. The hell on earth you see now, the suffering you witness, is all my doing. Surprised? I'm not the same person I used to be. There is too little pain." Yang Donking's loud voice abruptly stopped, and he paused for a moment, looking slightly taken aback. "Do you know why Jasmine hasn't been resurrected yet? It's because she hasn't suffered enough." Sumu sighed slightly, seemingly disgusted by Yang Donking's incompetence. "What did you say?" "I said pain wasn't enough. You need even more pain. The entire Blood Moon Empire has millions of vampires, and so much time has passed. How many have you captured?" "The Undying King is still alive and well. At this rate, when will Jasmine be able to be resurrected? You haven't changed your mind, have you? Do you even love Jasmine?" Yang Dongking. Sumu's words filled him with astonishment. They were so outrageous that he couldn't even dream of them. A former friend, seeing his former companion join a cult and wreak havoc everywhere, you not only didn't stop him, but instead came over to question why he only did such a small amount of bad things. "What are you doing here?" Yang Dongking shouted. Sumu smiled slightly. "Of course I'm here to help you. Jasmine is a good girl. So many evil people live well in this world. Why should she have to die?" Yang Dongking sneered. "Help me. What do you have to offer?" "Troll blood essence." His expression suddenly changed, and he stared in disbelief at the small glass bottle in Sumu's hand, which contained crystal-clear blood. The powerful aura emanating from the bottle could not be concealed. With it, you can advance to the Golden King, and then go after the Undying King, Sumu said with a smile. Yang Dongking stared intently at Sumu, her eyes filled with hesitation. "What exactly are you plotting?" "I don't believe you would be so kind." Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he sneered. "I know, you wanted to deceive me in this way. You poisoned my blood essence, didn't you? Sumu, don't even think about lying to me. I know you too well. Deception is your usual tactic, but unfortunately, I'm not the same person I used to be. I won't fall for your tricks so easily. You know you're no match for me, so you're trying to use this method to deal with me." Sumu was slightly surprised. So this was the image he had in Yang Dongking's mind. "You can leave now. For the sake of our past acquaintance, I'll let you go this time." Yang Dongking's voice stopped abruptly as a slender hand gently pressed on his shoulder. In that instant, he felt an unimaginable, terrifying force, as if his entire body was being crushed by Mount Tai, completely unable to move an inch. A gentle voice sounded behind him. "There's a limit to how much you can talk to yourself, isn't there?" How is this possible? Yang Dongqing was horrified. He tried to unleash the power of the pain god, but it was completely suppressed in the face of Sumu's terrifying power. He could hardly believe that he was no longer the same person he used to be. He had not only advanced to the Golden Realm, but also obtained the power of the evil god. He believed that no one in the world, except the 7 kings, could defeat him. He is truly the #1 person under the king, and he even has the power to fight against the 7 kings. In his view, Sumu was indeed mysterious and powerful in the past, always one step ahead of him, but that was all in the past. The gap between him and Sumu was now as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. But now, after truly experiencing Sumu's power, he realized that his judgment was not wrong. The difference was indeed like heaven and earth, except he was the mud. "Release the cult leader at once! Protect the leader!" The group of men in black robes were both shocked and enraged, and they charged at Sumu with their weapons. Sumu calmly observed the crowd. Noisy. A glint of crystalline blue light flashed in the eyes behind the brown-tinted glasses. Buzz! An invisible spiritual force spread like a tide, instantly sweeping across the entire area. All the black-robed figures, including several gold-level experts, were directly impacted by the spiritual force. Their eyes rolled back, and they fell asleep immediately. For a moment, the entire square fell silent, and a dark mass of people lay on the ground. How could this be? Yang Dongqing murmured in shock, his eyes vacant. He seemed to be asking himself why, after so much time had passed, he seemed to have made no progress at all, and was still so powerless when facing Sumu. Sumu seemed to see through Yang Dongqing's thoughts and smiled in his ear, thinking about why you are so weak. "It's simple, because you haven't suffered enough." He gently placed the small glass vial containing troll blood essence into Yang Dongqing's stiff hand. "Drink it, and you will gain even greater power. Remember, Jasmine is still waiting for you. Don't let her down." Yang Dongqing. Sumu's deep voice, like the murmur of a demon, echoed in the deathly silent square. When Yang Dongqing came to her senses, Sumu was already gone, as if it were all a dream. He looked down at the blood essence in his hand. The scalding heat constantly reminded him that what had just happened was not a dream. After staring at the small glass bottle in a daze for a long time, Yang Dongqing slowly opened the stopper and put it into his mouth. "Master! Don't drink it!" A member of the Golden Cult woke up at this moment, struggling to sit up. "That person is an enemy, not a friend. Be careful, it may be poisoned." A self-deprecating smile appeared on Yang Dongqing's face. "Poison? Do you think he would need to use poison to kill me?" Then, he drank the essence blood in his hand in one gulp. As his essence and blood entered his throat, a scorching heat surged through his limbs and bones. His skin began to turn crimson, and his muscles rippled like water. His aura, originally at the Golden Realm, continued to rise. The power of suffering also rose up, enveloping Yang Dongqing like a huge shadow. Yang Dongqing was unclear about Sumu's purpose or why the other party wanted to help him, but he was certain that it could not be for the sake of so-called friendship. Sumu is not that kind of person. In Yang Dongqing's mind, Sumu could be a gentleman with a touch of madness, a venomous snake hidden in the jungle, or a mentally unstable madman, but he could never be a selfless person who helps others. Sumu must be plotting something, but it doesn't matter. Yang Dongqing didn't care whether he was being used or not. He only cared about Jasmine. Now that he had the troll's blood essence, he could advance to the Golden King, defeat the Undying King, and ultimately resurrect Jasmine. That was enough for him, above the white mist. Sumu, dressed in a tuxedo and wearing a silver mask, is holding a meeting on the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins of today are no longer the empty shells they once were, unable to even muster a single gold saint. They are now all gold saints. With his support and the help of the Supreme Heaven, it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate several gold-level powerhouses. Nangang Mengli, jealousy, a gold-level expert, possesses the ability to accelerate time, making her far stronger than others of the same level. She can even escape unscathed from facing the King of Gold. Jun Wushang, lust, a gold-level expert, not only possesses the golden lost sword descendant, but also the blessing of the eternal life celestial venerable, allowing him to perform the eternal life. Dao technique, making him far stronger than others of the same level. Yan Wu, gluttony, golden law Wu war puppet, can force an enemy into a one-on-one duel and seal the opponent's abilities. He can only fight hand-to-hand. The winner can gain attributes from the loser. Since the nightmare invasion, he has been dueling with nightmare creatures. To this day, his power far exceeds that of his peers. Duamu King Lazi possesses the golden law, wooden spirit. Her strength is not far superior to those of others of the same level, but her ability to concoct extraordinary potions is unparalleled. Lin Kanyang, greedy, now officially recognized, the weakest of the Gold Kings, whose strength far surpasses that of the gold powerhouses. Rage, illusion. Sumu, arrogance, seated at the head of the table, calmly issued his orders. For the next period of time, the main task of the 7 deadly sins will be to eliminate the nightmare creatures. Yes. Leader. I guarantee the mission will be completed, Lin Kanyang said excitedly. Having just been promoted to a full-fledged member, he is now full of energy. His goal was to become a full-fledged member of the 7 deadly sins and follow in the footsteps of his seniors. Now he has achieved his goal, but human desires are limitless. His current goal is to strive to surpass his peers and become the number 1 under the leader. Sumu nodded and said indifferently, I can grant one wish to the one who hunted the most nightmare creatures this time. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. A wish? Any wish is possible. In an instant, everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone has desires. To put it nicely, they are wishes. To put it bluntly, they are desires. This is something that humans are born with. Their strength had increased considerably during this period thanks to the help of a supreme heaven, so they naturally knew that the leader's wish could truly be fulfilled. Nangang Mengli looked at Sumu with her beautiful eyes, her gaze shifting, seemingly lost in thought. Jun Wushang was excited. He knew he had a chance to revive his master. Lin Kanyang clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. His desire was simple, to become stronger. That way, he could advance further. Duamu King just wanted a vacation. As the logistics support staff of the 7 deadly sins, she hadn't had a single day off since joining the 7 deadly sins. In fact, as the power of the 7 deadly sins continued to expand, she became even busier. Yan Wu, being a puppet, had no desires. After giving a brief explanation, Sumu adjourned the meeting. The vast expanse of white mist instantly became empty, leaving him all alone. His purpose in sending the 7 deadly sins to hunt nightmare creatures was naturally to increase the world's origin, since they would soon be facing the god of pain. Giving Yang Dongqing the troll blood essence was to prepare for the descent of the god of pain. Yang Dongqing might not be able to defeat the Undying King on his own. That's why he used Gu Supreme Heaven to exchange for troll blood essence. Several days later, Blood Moon Empire. Your Majesty, our intelligence agents have discovered the trail of the leader of the Cult of Pain in an underground boxing gym in the South Queen Street area. A glint flashed in the Undying King's eyes, I finally found him. Today I will personally meet this cult leader. Your Majesty, I will immediately mobilize the army to encircle and annihilate the cult of suffering. No, the undying king stopped him. Mobilizing a large army would alert them. The reason you managed to capture them several times before was because you made too much noise. Now, the cult of pain has secretly developed countless followers, and even has people among the vampires. They will definitely inform us in advance. Speed is of the essence in war. I, the king, will personally lead the blood guard. The vampire who reported was shocked. Your Majesty, isn't this too risky? After all, The undying king narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you questioning my strength? Since when have I needed to mobilize an army to deal with a few mere gold-level experts? I wouldn't dare. The undying king's confidence had been inflated recently. Since the nightmare invasion, his strength had been steadily increasing. Moreover, he felt that he didn't even need the blood guard to deal with a mere gold-level expert. He believed he could wipe out the entire cult of pain on his own. The reason for calling on the blood guard was simply to have them seal off the surrounding area to prevent any from escaping. The undying king's idea wasn't wrong. After all, the Gold King possessed the power to crush all other gold-level beings. It was like an adult trying to sweep through kindergarten children. If he had any help, he would have been utterly humiliated. Soon, the undying king took action, his bat-like black wings unfurling as he disappeared into the night. A dozen or so blood guards followed closely behind. Upon arriving at Queen Street, the undead king instructed, "Go and seal off the surrounding area. Do not allow any member of the cult of pain to escape." "Yes, Your Majesty." Swish, swish, swish. The dozen or so blood guard members scattered in all directions. The undying king, on the other hand, swaggered towards the underground boxing gym. On the street, the undead king casually glanced around, a disdainful sneer playing on his lips. A trap, huh? His powerful senses had long ago detected the murderous intent surging around him, and that many people were hiding in the shadows. However, he didn't care. He had seen many blindly arrogant gold-ranked experts like this. The Seven Kings dominated the contemporary era, and there were already many gold-ranked experts in the shadows who considered themselves powerful and wanted to challenge the authority of the Seven Kings. And what happened? The grass on his grave is already a meter high, but the seventh prince is still the same seventh prince. Suddenly, the undying king stopped and said calmly to the cult of pain members hidden around the street, "Come out, all of you." At the end of the empty street, a figure in black robes slowly emerged. From the shadows, the golden mask on his face gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The undying king glanced at the other party with interest. "You are the leader of the cult of suffering," Yang Dongqing said in a low voice. "It's me." "Humph?" The undying king sneered. "What I hate most in my life is people who wear masks. Let your people come out, so I don't have to search for them one by one. I can handle you on my own. Don't worry, they won't interfere. Their only purpose is to prevent others from getting involved." "You?" The undying king couldn't help but laugh. As expected, the people of the heretical cult are all extremely foolish. Looking across the world, even the other 6 kings wouldn't dare to make such a boast. "What makes you think you can do this?" Yang Dongqing slowly removed his black robe, revealing a powerful body as strong as refined iron. At the same time, a powerful aura unique to the King of Gold suddenly erupted, and a gale swept across the entire street centered on him, shattering countless glass windows into pieces instantly. A cold voice echoed through the streets. "I am the King of Gold." The undying king narrowed his eyes slightly, and his nonchalant expression finally turned serious. "But That was all. So this is your source of confidence. Although I don't know how you rose to the rank of Gold King in such a short time, you need to understand one thing. Even kings have their differences. Boom! A terrifying burst of blood-red light rose wildly, and in an instant, the inky sky turned blood-red, with a blood moon hanging in the sky. The undead king, handsome to the point of being otherworldly, stood beneath the blood moon, his blood-stained imperial robes fluttering in the gale. Yang Dongqing, who looked like a demon, was reflected in his ruby-like eyes. Suddenly, the Ashura figure vanished from the Undying King's sight, but he showed no panic. Instead, he sneered disdainfully and silently raised his right hand to shield his head. Too slow. Before he could finish speaking, a fist carrying dark, painful divine power and soaring malevolent energy slammed into his right arm. The terrifying power caused the Undying King to change color instantly, and his right arm broke, twisted, and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! The Undying King was struck as if by a cannonball and was sent flying backward, crashing into a nearby residential area. The sturdy exterior wall of the residential building was instantly pierced, and the bricks and stones of the wall shattered, with debris falling like raindrops. He passed through the living room, the furniture inside being blown away by the powerful airflow. The television, sofa, and coffee table were instantly shattered. Before the residents of the apartment building could react, the Undying King had already crashed through the other wall and flown out. Bang, bang, bang. The Undying King, like a bowling ball, successfully knocked down several residential buildings before finally stopping. At this moment, due to his body moving at high speed, he had already plowed out a huge groove about 1 meter wide, several inches deep, and 100 meters long on the ground, as if he had cut a hole in the earth. The mud and bricks that were kicked up flew to both sides along the marks. The surrounding streetlights were snapped in half, and the exposed wires were hissing and sparking. Damn it! The Undying King was furious. Being beaten like this on his own territory, he felt that his dignity had been trampled on. He slowly rose from the ruins, blood trickling from his severed right arm. As the blood mingled, his right arm instantly healed. You lowly human being, how could you? The Undying King's pupils suddenly contracted, and a golden mask was already within reach. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous force struck, and the Undying King's body instantly arched into a shrimp-like shape, blood gushing from his mouth. Desperate to revive Jasmine, Yang Dongqing gave the Undying King no chance to breathe, unleashing a torrent of agonizing divine power and malevolent energy. A pair of iron fists transformed into a sky full of fist shadows, striking the Undying King like a storm. His body exploded in bursts of blood amidst the shadows of fists, eventually bursting apart and turning into a sky full of blood mist. But the next second, the blood mist instantly gathered into a human shape behind Yang Dongqing, and the blood-red eyes, flashing with an eerie light, were filled with murderous intent. It's my turn. Pale, sharp fingernails grew from the Undying King's hand, piercing Yang Dongqing's heart. When the hand was pulled out, a fresh, beating heart was revealed in its grasp. Bang! His heart was crushed by the Undying King. He sneered, convinced that the outcome was already decided, but the response he received was an elbow strike delivered without even turning his head. A terrifying black light exploded at his elbow, and the Undying King was instantly sent flying. A pair of bat wings spread out, stopping him in his tracks. He's still alive. Yang Dongqing slowly turned around. In the empty blood hole in his chest, countless tiny blood vessels and muscle fibers intertwined wildly, and in an instant, a scarlet heart took shape, followed by his chest cavity, which was completely restored to its original state. You are not the only one who possesses immortality. Is that so? A mere human trying to compete with vampires in immortality? Far from it. The undying king attacked like a ghost, its sharp claws slashing fiercely at Yang Dongqing's head. I refuse to believe that you can survive having your head severed. The idea was good, but the moment the claws touched his neck, the undead king's expression changed. The sensation was completely different. The claws, which were just sharp enough to pierce the heart, failed to sever Yang Dongqing's head in one strike, only tearing off a layer of flesh. Yang Dongqing did not sit idly by and wait for his death. He immediately launched a counterattack. The two Golden Kings engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Black light and blood light covered the sky, and terrifying sonic booms rang out one after another. The once towering buildings were instantly reduced to ashes by their battle. The undying king grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. His opponent's immortality was in no way inferior to his own, and even possessed a terrifying adaptability akin to that of the 10 kings of hell, causing the damage he could inflict to become weaker and weaker. Although this adaptability is not as limited as that of the 10 kings of hell, even the slightest advantage in a battle between experts can be magnified infinitely. River of Blood. The undying king unleashed his ultimate attack right at the enemy's face, and endless blood light transformed into a long, bloody river in the void, seemingly containing countless skeletal remains and wronged souls. As soon as it appeared, the entire Queen Street was shrouded in the stench of blood. The blood river was too vast, leaving Yang Dongqing nowhere to dodge and forcing him to take the hits head-on. He was like a reef standing firm in the waves, constantly enduring the impact of the blood river, his body spewing out divine power and baleful aura, as if wrapping him in a black cocoon. You think you can struggle after entering the blood river? The undying king waved his hand, and countless tiny blood-red veins appeared on the blood river, spreading outwards like a swarm of snakes. The pain cult followers hiding all around screamed in agony as the veins pierced their bodies, continuously draining their blood. In an instant, some of the weaker believers were turned into mummies. At this moment, the waves above the blood river became even more turbulent, and the black light on Yang Dongqing's body began to weaken at a visible speed. Meanwhile, atop a towering clock tower, a figure in a tailcoat stands gracefully. Sumu watched the battle between the two Golden Kings with great interest. Although it seemed that Yang Dongqing was at a disadvantage, the final victor might not necessarily be the immortal king. Finally, the black light on Yang Dongqing's body was completely submerged by the river of blood. He sank to the bottom of the river like a drowning man. The blood continued to erode his body. Gradually, his skin disappeared, revealing scarlet flesh. The flesh quickly dissolved, leaving only stark white bones. The bones didn't last long either, and they too dissolved into the river of blood. At this point, Yang Dongqing had completely dissolved into blood. Ha ha ha! The undying king laughed loudly. This is the consequence of opposing me. He opened his mouth wide, and the river of blood was swallowed into his mouth, like a whale swallowing its prey. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Having absorbed a golden king, my strength will increase greatly once again. Before long, I will surpass my ancestor. Pieft! The undying king suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in agony. Something was wriggling inside his body. The next moment, endless black light burst forth from the undying king's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, piercing through heaven and earth. Ah! He screamed in agony. His body curled up and convulsed on the ground, as intense pain overwhelmed him. Sizzle! A bare arm emerged from the mouth of the undead king. Seeing this, Sumu smiled slightly. Not bad, you have indeed improved. At least you know how to use your brain and devise strategies now. Relying on his immortality granted by the divine pain, Yang Dongqing resolutely chose to merge into the blood river and be devoured by the undying king. The undying king was unable to digest him and could only endure the attacks from within his body. The feeling of the divine power of agony erupting within his body was unbearable even for the undying king. Although he would not be killed, the intense pain would pierce his consciousness, causing him to fall into a coma. Seeing that the outcome was decided, Sumu knew there was no need to watch any longer, so he disappeared into the void. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for the Blood Moon Empire, and also a night when the cult of pain will rise to fame. The undying king, who has ruled the Blood Moon Empire for many years, will be defeated and captured by the leader of the cult of pain tonight. The Blood Moon Empire was plunged into chaos, with countless vampires and followers of the cult of pain pouring out, and battles raging across the country the next day. In the prison cell of the Pain God cult's headquarters, you just wait. One day I will break free, and then I will slaughter you. Yang Dongqing expressionlessly channeled the power of agony into the undying king's body. The undying king, bound to the cross, was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back and his whole body convulsed. Not enough, not enough, not enough. I need more pain. The power of the pain god transformed into a jet-black whip, lashing wildly at the undying king. Each lash seemed to strike directly at his soul, causing the undying king unbearable pain. His body was already torn and bleeding, but his powerful regenerative abilities allowed him to recover instantly. After a long while, a man in black robes entered the dungeon. "Master, you must be tired. Please rest. Leave this lowly vampire to us. Most of our brothers in the sect have been persecuted by vampires, and we want revenge." Yang Dongqing initially wanted to refuse, but after seeing the deep-seated hatred in the black-robed man's eyes, he silently nodded. The man in black robes was overjoyed and shouted to the large group of men in black robes outside, "Line up. The leader has agreed. Yes. Very good. Long, long live the cult leader. Damned inferior race. I will tear you to pieces." The undying king's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He never imagined that he would one day fall to such a state. Those black-robed figures ignored the undead king's threats and relentlessly inflicted pain. Several days later, Yang Dongqing gently stroked the doll in the crystal coffin, repeatedly murmuring, "Jasmine, just wait a little longer, just a little longer, you will definitely be resurrected." The cold doll did not respond. Bang! Yang Dongqing pounded the ground, his expression suddenly contorted with rage. Why? Why hasn't the miracle come yet? Is the pain not enough? Help! Someone come here! Two men in black robes rushed over and said respectfully, "Master, did you call for us?" Yang Dongqing glared at them, his eyes bloodshot. "You bunch of good-for-nothings. You must have been slacking off, so the pain inflicted by the undying king wasn't enough. Increase the punishment. Go now, master. But I'm worried that the undying king won't be able to hold on. Although he is immortal, his soul is not. The continuous torture has brought his soul to the brink of collapse. Nonsense. How could the undying king be so fragile? Give him blood. Let him heal by drinking blood, then increase the punishment. Do as I say." The two exchanged a glance, then said hesitantly, "Yes, master." After the two left, Yang Dongqing's ferocious face returned to its gentle and affectionate state. "Jasmine, it will be soon. Soon we will be able to live together like before. When that time comes, I promise I will never let you leave me again." He stroked the doll's cold face with a fascination, his eyes unable to see anything else. An hour later, a man in black robes rushed in. "Master! Something terrible has happened." The tranquil atmosphere was broken. A savage glint flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it and said gently, "Jasmine, I didn't scare you, did I? My subordinates are ignorant. I'll cut out all their tongues in a moment." After saying that, he turned his head, his eyes filled with malice. "Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb Jasmine without my permission?" The icy voice made the temperature in the room drop considerably. The man in black robes trembled, barely suppressing his fear as he stammered, "Master, the Undying King. He's dead." "What? What?" Boom! Yang Dongqing's figure suddenly disappeared. When he arrived at the dungeon, he saw a corpse that was not human. He went forward to check and found that there was no breath. "No, no, no. How could you die? You're the immortal king! Who let you die? Ah! Damn it!" Yang Dongqing screamed like a madman. "Jasmine! Jasmine!" He ran back to Jasmine's side, knelt down beside the crystal coffin, and looked at the lifelike but motionless doll inside. Two streams of hot tears flowed down his face. Why? Why is this happening? Why hasn't a miracle occurred amidst this suffering? The pain of shattered hope was like being torn apart by 1,000 knives, causing Yang Dongqing unbearable agony. A tear rolled down his cheek and landed on the doll's face, making a soft dripping sound. It was as if it were some kind of signal. In the darkness, endless black energy surged, coming from all directions and frantically pouring into the doll's body. This is a miracle of suffering. Yang Dongqing was overjoyed the moment he noticed the anomaly, his mood soaring from hell to heaven. Under the influence of the black energy, the cold doll's body gradually turned a tinge of blood. Its skin became plump, and its empty, lifeless eyes gained a touch of liveliness. "Jasmine! Jasmine! Can you hear me?" Yang Dongqing. A faint call came from the puppet's mouth, instantly stirring endless ripples in Yang Dongqing's heart. "Jasmine?" It's me. Yang Dongqing sobbed, holding Jasmine's hand and pressing it against his face, feeling her warm body temperature. He cried like a child. "That's really touching," Sumu remarked from the side. Unfortunately, they were all fake, because Jasmine's folder was still lying quietly in the recycle bin. Sumu knew very well that what had been resurrected was not Jasmine at all, but merely a monster created by the god of suffering. He had long seen through the god of suffering's scheme. True pain always comes after hope has been shattered. The god of suffering bestowed divinity upon Yang Dongqing, but only as a vessel for his descent. Now, Yang Dongqing is given hope, but when that hope is shattered, his suffering will reach its peak, and that will be the day the god of torment descends. "Jasmine, I miss you so much. I really, really miss you. I miss you too. I'm so cold. Can you hug me?" Jasmine's petite body trembled slightly. Yang Dongqing quickly pulled Jasmine out of the crystal coffin and hugged her tightly, while Jasmine's little hands quietly wrapped around Yang Dongqing's neck. "Jasmine, this time I won't let you leave me again." Jasmine gave a perfunctory, her eyes already filled with black light, veins bulging on her fair face like countless tiny insects wriggling, and her pearly white teeth turning into sharp cannons. Roar! She suddenly bit down on Yang Dongqing's neck, her canine teeth imbued with the power of pain, easily piercing the skin of Yang Dongqing's neck. "Ah!" Yang Dongqing felt a piercing pain. "Jasmine, you?" At this moment, Jasmine had completely transformed into a mad monster, frantically tearing at Yang Dongqing's flesh and chewing it. Greedily, with blood and bits of flesh flowing down her lips. Yang Dongqing pushed Jasmine away and stared at the monster in front of him in disbelief. "Jasmine, what's wrong? Don't scare me." The only response he received was a non-human roar. Jasmine, on all fours, pounced on him fiercely, tearing and biting him relentlessly. "No! How could this be? Jasmine, it's me!" Yang Dongqing struggled. In fact, with his strength, he could easily subdue Jasmine, but he was afraid of hurting her. Sumu, who was standing to the side, could hardly bear to watch anymore. He had really been blinded by love. As the king of gold, couldn't he tell the difference between a human and a monster? Sumu shook his head helplessly. He knew that Yang Dongqing could naturally tell the difference, but he just didn't want to. Otherwise, why would there be a word called self-deception? Many times, people are powerless to face the cold reality, so they choose to deceive themselves. After a long struggle between the two, Yang Dongqing finally managed to subdue Jasmine. "Why is this happening? Something must be wrong, Jasmine." "Don't worry, I will definitely cure you." Seeing that Yang Dongqing was going to keep dawdling, Sumu couldn't wait any longer and directly activated the divine power of suffering within Jasmine. Bang! A bloody firework bursts before Yang Dongqing's eyes, and at that moment, time seems to stand still. He froze 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He rushed forward, his hands trembling as he cupped the remaining pieces of flesh and blood. "Jasmine! No! No!" He frantically clutched the pieces of flesh and blood to his chest. Blood seeped through the cracks to the ground. At the same time, Sumu sensed something and looked up. His gaze seemed to pierce through countless barriers and finally landed on the abyss. In that endless abyss of darkness, a pair of enormous eyes quietly opened. Boom! A bolt of black lightning struck down above the Cult of Pain's stronghold, followed by a violent tremor throughout the entire stronghold, as if it were an earthquake. The tremor continued to expand, and soon spread to the entire Blood Moon Empire. Countless people panicked and fled in a hurry. When they ran from inside the house to the outside, they seemed to be attracted by some invisible force and looked up at the sky uncontrollably. In the eternal night sky, a figure hidden in the black mist slowly emerged. Looking directly at him is like looking directly at the Avisi hell. Countless painful memories surfaced in people's minds. The faces of their deceased loved ones, the brutal carnage of war, the cries of innocent lives in despair. The entire Blood Moon Empire was shrouded in suffering. Buzz, a strange, murmured sound echoed through the heavens and earth. The sound, like a demonic whisper, pierced people's ears. They felt their heads were about to explode, and they screamed and collapsed to the ground. Finally, it has arrived. Sumu's lips curled into a sickly smile. Killing a god was a first for him. Suddenly, countless strands of black light descended from the terrifying figure in the sky and surged wildly into Yang Dongqing's body. Ah! Yang Dongqing fell to the ground with a shrill scream. Endless black smoke billowed from his mouth and nose. Gradually, his eyes turned completely black, with no whites left. In his most painful moment, when all hope was lost, the god of suffering finally descended, and Sumu's plan has just begun. Zhao Yuan, stop the transmission of the god of suffering's power. Okay. Zhao Yuan's sweet voice rang in Sumu's mind. The next moment, the power of the world was mobilized, and the Seven Kings barrier above the dimension suddenly burst out with a blinding white light, instantly intercepting the endless torment divine. Power seeping from the abyss. However, it was not completely stopped, and wisps of black light continued to fall. At this moment, Yang Dongqing floated up from the ground at some unknown time, his body emitting an eerie black light. The black light seemed to be alive, outlining countless tadpole-like patterns on his body, and a terrifying aura spread wildly. The Pain God cult's stronghold was unable to withstand this terrifying pressure and was instantly reduced to dust. In an instant, many weaker believers were killed by falling rocks, while the stronger believers knelt down in the ruins in a frenzy. kowtowing repeatedly. Yang Dongqing ignored the worshippers' prostrations and looked at Sumu, who was hiding in the shadows with eyes as black holes. Sumu smiled slightly. Had he been discovered? He simply revealed himself. The mad babbling came from Yang Dongqing's mouth. They were bizarre notes that humans could not understand at all, but Sumu understood them. He, who possessed the divinity of suffering, understood these words. They meant he should hand them over. What should be surrendered? Naturally, it is the creative sovereignty of the land of origin. Yang Dongqing, wake up, Sumu called softly. However, Yang Dongqing had already been invaded by the god of suffering, and coupled with his despair and grief, there was no way he could wake up. The god of suffering lost patience and floated toward Sumu without touching the ground, his body flashing with black light, distorting the void wherever he passed. Before he even got close, Sumu could feel a needle-like pain on his skin. As the distance closed, his internal organs were screaming in agony. This feeling is strange, as if one's own pain is entirely in the hands of the god of suffering, and as long as the other party presses a button, endless pain will flood in like a tide. Fortunately, Sumu was a master of illusion, and he directly activated his 5 senses manipulation to isolate himself from pain. Without such means, even if the 7 kings were here, they probably wouldn't be able to face the god of pain, let alone fight him. They would collapse and wail upon seeing him. Is this the power of a god? And he is only a demigod, and he hasn't even fully descended yet. He doesn't even need to make a move. Just by standing there, he can render the Golden King powerless. The gap between humans and gods is indeed as vast as an insurmountable chasm, a gap that exists between 2 completely different dimensions. Facing the approaching god of pain, Sumu smiled slightly. The god is indeed very strong, but you shouldn't have chosen Yang Dongqing as your vessel. Let me first give you a simple look at the terrifying power of being love-struck. The god of suffering paid no heed, just as one cannot hear the ants' cries when crushing them. He reached out his hand to Sumu. The hand, which was wrapped in materialized pain, was very slow, and even a child could easily dodge it, but it gave Sumu a feeling that he could not avoid it. Sumu showed no sign of panic and smiled. Xiao Yuan revived Jasmine. In the origin land, the pixelated figure on the computer screen dragged Jasmine's folder out of the recycle bin and moved it to the world folder. Blood Moon Empire. Cult of Pain's base. Buzz. The void beside Sumu rippled like water, and soft white light flickered. The first thing to appear in the white light was a pair of fair and delicate feet. Then the white light moved up, and the girl's slender and delicate calves and round thighs appeared in turn. Above that is a simple white dress, light and flowing, as if woven from clouds. The white light grew softer, and the girl's figure gradually took shape, finally settling on a pure and lovely face. The girl opened her eyes in a daze, her bright and clear eyes slowly focusing. Wasn't I dead? This is Yang Dongqing. Jasmine looked at the familiar figure that had entered her field of vision. Even though the other person was entangled in endless black light and possessed by twisted runes, she still recognized the person she loved at a glance. Jasmine's trembling, excited voice was like a time-freezing button, and Yang Dongqing's hand, which was about to grab Sumu, suddenly froze in midair. A hint of human emotion suddenly appeared on that indifferent face. At the same time, the black light on Yang Dongqing's body began to flicker erratically, like a candle flame being blown by the wind. The god of suffering's power comes from pain, but Yang Dongqing's pain comes from Jasmine's death. Now that Jasmine has been resurrected, that pain will naturally vanish. This is why Sumu insisted on choosing the god of suffering as his target. Jasmine, Yang Dongqing managed to squeeze out these 2 words, his body trembling violently as if he were suppressing something. Yang Dongqing, What happened to you? How did you become like this? Jasmine's eyes were filled with heartache when she saw her beloved in such a state. Sumu's lips curled into a smile. Jasmine, Yang Dongqing was invaded by the evil god in order to revive you. Now only you can awaken him, otherwise he will be completely devoured by the evil god. Jasmine's face turned pale. She didn't care why Sumu was there or what had happened. At this moment, all she could see was concern and worry for Yang Dongqing. Dongqing, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Jasmine approached Yang Dongqing tremblingly. Yang Dongqing's expression was ferocious, his left hand gripping his right hand tightly. Don't come any closer. Jasmine stubbornly shook her head, her eyes reddening. Ignoring any attempts to stop her, she hugged Yang Dongqing's stiff body tightly. Dongqing, it's me. Ah! Yang Dongqing screamed in pain, clutching his head tightly with both hands. Illusion. It's an illusion. It's all fake. You're the one who did this, aren't you, Sumu? Sumu smiled and said, Does it matter whether it's true or false? Admit it, Yang Dongqing. Even if the Jasmine in front of you is an illusion, you still can't bear to kill her. His words struck at the heart of the matter. Just as he said, even if it was an illusion, Yang Dongqing would not lay a hand on Jasmine. Moreover, this is not an illusion. Look what this is! Sumu raised his hand, revealing a mysterious and ancient ring that was emitting a dark golden light. Yang Dongqing's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized it. This was the supreme heaven he had been longing for. Isn't the high heaven in the hands of arrogance? Could it be? Sumu seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his slender hand slowly swept across his face, instantly revealing a silver-white mask. Indeed, I am arrogance. The indifferent tone was exactly like the arrogance itself. At this moment, Yang Dongqing had no more doubts. He looked tremblingly at the petite and lovely woman in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Jasmine. Is it really you? In his mind, Sumu's arrogant news was far less important than Jasmine's resurrection. It's me! It's me! Dongqing. Jasmine placed her hand on Yang Dongqing's face with trembling hands, her eyes filled with worry and love. Buzz! An angry, delirious voice emanated from Yang Dongqing's body. The power of the god of suffering was rapidly weakening. He could clearly sense that all the pain contained within this vessel had dissipated, leaving only joy, happiness, and some other intense emotion that he couldn't quite identify. Sumu removed the silver mask from his face and smiled. This is love. The god of suffering descended through Yang Dongqing's pain. Now that the pain has dissipated, the god of suffering has naturally lost its anchor. Logically, the god of suffering could return to the abyss, but having already arrived in the dream world, how could he give up? So, he could only settle for possessing other people instead. Endless black light rose from Yang Dongqing's body, transforming into a black shadow that instantly entered the body of a man in black robes. That was a high-ranking member of the cult of suffering, a gold-ranked expert. Sumu smiled slightly. He had anticipated this situation, and it was also his purpose to further weaken the power of the god of suffering. The suppression of the dream world and the elimination of Yang Dongqing's pain, working together, prevented the god of suffering from achieving the perfect arrival he had hoped for. However, the real battle has only just begun. Even if the god of pain is not in its complete form, its power far exceeds that of a saint. If it cannot be killed, this world will eventually be destroyed. Jasmine, hold on tight to me. I'll take you away from here. It's too dangerous here. Yang Dongqing, now back to normal, shouted anxiously. He grabbed Jasmine and ran away without looking back. Sumu paid no attention to it, but instead focused on the god of pain who now possessed a new vessel. Having been outmaneuvered, The god of pain was clearly enraged. With a wave of his hand, endless black light surged and instantly condensed into a black spear in the void, piercing towards Sumu. I'm just about to test the power of the gods. Sumu narrowed his eyes, and the phantom images of 7 royal treasures appeared out of thin air, slowly solidifying on his body. The 6 divine powers within his body were fully activated, and his physique and spiritual power, which surpassed the saint level, suddenly erupted, and were all poured into the S-sword of royal power. Clang! The crisp sound of swords rang out throughout the heavens and earth. From the perspective of the heavens, at this moment, ripples generated by the void vibrations emanating from Sumu spread outwards, and a dazzling golden light burst forth, piercing through the clouds. Cut! He suddenly swung his sword, and an unparalleled golden sword aura burst forth, tearing through the sky like a pair of golden scissors, leaving a shocking mark in the void. The sword energy clashed with the black spear. Clang! A deafening explosion rang out. The golden sword energy trembled violently, and then shattered like a mirror. The sword of kingship trembled continuously, as if it were wailing. The next moment, the black spear, its momentum undiminished, pierced through Sumu's heart. Sumu! Yang Dongqing's anxious shout came from afar. He arrived in an instant, wanting to help her up. However, Sumu waved his hand, and with the bloody light emanating from Crimson Moon, the blood hole in his chest slowly healed. The power of the gods is indeed formidable. It seems that if we are defeated today, we will truly die. He could feel the erosion of the painful divine power on his body. Although he was restored by the Crimson Moon, the erosion of the divine power also consumed a lot of the Crimson Moon's power. Seeing that Sumu was all right, Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if remembering something, he said somewhat awkwardly, "I didn't come here specifically to help you. I just didn't want to let the god of suffering destroy the world, so as not to affect Jasmine. Although I am glad that you came back, I am also sorry that you can't help. How about this? You go and deal with the pain god cult members over there. That will be the greatest help you can give me." Sumu's helpless tone was as if he were telling Yang Dongqing to eat at the children's table. Yang Dongqing wanted to refute, but he had to admit that what the other party said was true, and that his intervention would only make things worse. Because of the descent of the god of suffering, the surviving followers of suffering have completely lost their minds and become puppets of the evil god. It is just right for the cult leader, Yang Dongqing, to clean up their ranks. Whoosh! Another black spear came hurtling through the air. This time, Sumu didn't try to take it head-on, but instead went into sleepwalking mode and dodged it. The god of suffering seemed completely unconcerned. He slowly rose into the air, stood in the void, and began to wreak havoc and slaughter the Blood Moon Empire. He creates suffering in order to increase his own power. It seems we have no choice but to execute Plan B. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, a crystalline blue light shimmering within them. He originally planned to weaken the god of pain and see if he could kill him, but now it seems that the god's power has long surpassed the imagination of mortals. Even if weakened, even if not in its complete form, it is still an existence that humans cannot deal with. Sumu's plan B was also simple. Since he couldn't defeat the god of pain alone, he would have to find help. People like Yang Dongqing and the 7 kings, although they are at the pinnacle of their time, are nothing more than slightly larger ants in the face of gods. It can be said that no one in the world can become their helper. However, if there is no helper, helpers can be created. Xiaoyuan, activate fantasy manifestation. What do you want to manifest? People. Who is it? Create according to my memory those who can subdue the god of suffering. two figures flashed through Sumu's mind. They were characters from novels he had read before. Before he awakened to that special dream, he was an ordinary student who enjoyed reading novels and had read quite a few. After gaining access to dreams, he repeatedly transformed his dreams into the worlds of his novels and traveled into them to experience them. Among the novels he had read, there were two people who were the most restrained gods of suffering. He did not choose to use the power of the world to create the artifact, because the artifact was just an inanimate object, while only humans could create infinite possibilities. Okay, Xiaoyuan said sweetly, her emotionless demeanor revealing no trace of panic. Do you want to retain the character's memories and thoughts? Reserve. Sumu replied decisively that memory and thinking are the core of a person. If it were someone else, Sumu would not mind using them as a tool without thought, only utilizing their abilities. After all, the same ability can have vastly different effects in the hands of different people. But the two people he wants to manifest are strong not only in their abilities, but also in themselves. What he needs is not tools, but comrades who can truly play a role in this divine war. Suddenly, a beam of white light surged into Sumu's body. Suddenly, a look of understanding flashed in Sumu's eyes. He slowly opened his hands, and at that moment, he seemed like a god who ruled the world, and all the power of the world seemed to gather in his palms. At the same time, in the dream world, some uninhabited deserts, Gobi, deep mountains, rainforests and other areas began to collapse at the same time, which was a manifestation of the world's power being diverted. Besides the local area, people throughout the entire dream world also noticed the anomaly. Countless people screamed in terror because their power was slowly draining away. Their power transformed into specks of white light, like trickling streams, converging from all directions towards the two illusory figures in front of Sumu. All rivers flow into the sea. Illusion manifestation. Sumu's voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and a fierce wind suddenly arose around him. Under the witness of heaven and earth, he slowly uttered the names of those two beings: Demon Emperor, Gu Qingfeng, the Prophet, Fang Xiu, Buzz. Time seemed to stand still, and billions of white rays of light poured into the two illusory figures like a celestial river flowing backward, causing the figures to solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye. A tall man dressed in a dark gold imperial robe slowly appeared. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes looking down arrogantly. Demonic flames blazed around him, and his long, dark, jade-colored hair fluttered in the wind. His terrifying demonic power was like the source of all evil in the world, even corroding the void. Demon Emperor, Gu Qingfeng. The other one looked more like a modern person, with a black trench coat draped over his tall and slender body. His eyes, one silver and one red, shone brightly as they opened and closed, and his waterfall-like silver hair fell quietly over his shoulders. Unlike Gu Qingfeng's domineering and arrogant demeanor, this person's face showed only calmness, a stagnant calmness, in which no human emotion could be seen at all. But once someone sees through that calm, they will be horrified to discover that beneath the calm lies an unimaginable, suppressed madness. Prophet, Fang Xiu. Where is this place? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. How did I suddenly end up here? Etc. Gu Qingfeng sensed something was wrong. He slowly raised his palm and clenched his fist slightly. Such weak power. So that's how it is. Is it fake? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Before he could explain, Gu Qingfeng had already realized that he was being manifested. The two beings he manifested were the strongest in their respective worlds. Although their worlds were merely fictional novel worlds, that was only in the eyes of other worlds. To themselves, they were incredibly real worlds. Sumu did not believe that they were fictional characters. As the saying goes, a single thought creates a world. Who can be sure that the world they are currently in is not something created by someone else's single thought? As someone who lives in the dream world, he deeply understands this. The reason these two people were manifested is because they are the most suitable candidates to deal with the god of suffering. In the setting, the demon emperor Gu Qingfeng is the lord of all demons and the source of demons. Therefore, no evil demon can harm him in the slightest, and his power can be used by him. The evil god of suffering was perfectly countered by Gu Qingfeng Dongfeng Shu. The prophet possesses the ability to rewind timelines countless times and thus foresee the future. The existence of rewind timelines means infinite tolerance for error, enabling him to find a last glimmer of hope in desperate situations. He also possesses the ability called pain, which allows him to absorb and control all pain in the world and perfectly counter the god of pain. Is this the manifestation of the emperor? Gu Qingfeng suddenly asked Sumu. Fang Xiu, on the other hand, remained silent throughout, seemingly ignoring the two of them. His calm eyes were fixed on the god of pain raging in the sky, and no one knew what he was thinking. Sumu nodded. That's right. The reason I called you two out this time is to deal with the god of pain. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his lips. Why should I help you? Sumu smiled. Slightly. As payment, I will tell you the deepest secret hidden in your world, which is also the secret you most want to know. He knew the ending of Gu Qingfeng and Fang Xiu's story perfectly. Well, and the two people he manifested were not from the final period, in order to use this as payment. Oh! What is the secret I most want to know? Sumu smiled and said, for example, your true identity. He paused, then looked at Fang Xiu beside him. For example, Mr. Fang's wife. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted, and Fang Xiu calmly said, I already know. Sumu raised an eyebrow. You understand? Did you visualize it at the wrong time? Or, there's no need to doubt, because I've already seen the future. Sumu frowned slightly. Fang Xiu's ability was to rewind after death, like loading a save file in a game. After dying, he could return to the previous timeline. Since he already knew this, it meant that they had already died once before, or perhaps more than once. Since you already know, then you can say it yourself. It seems we don't need to help him anymore. Gu Qingfeng's lips curled into a wicked smile. Fang Xiu looked at the god of pain in midair and said calmly, It's just a mere evil god. There's no need for me to go back on my word. Gu Qingfeng also looked at the god of pain, his eyes arrogant and disdainful, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, seeing that the two had reached an agreement, Sumu smiled slightly. He gently took off his brown glasses and put them away in an orderly manner. A breeze blew the hem of his clothes, creating ripples of crystal blue in his eyes. In that case, I'll have to trouble you too. Gu Qingfeng took a step forward, and the surrounding space seemed to compress infinitely beneath his feet, as if shrinking the earth to an inch. The next moment, his figure was already standing in the sky. Terrifying demonic flames spewed from his body, and billowing demonic clouds swept across the sky. Looking at the rampaging god of pain, he smiled arrogantly. Evil gods are also demons. Why don't they worship me, the emperor? As if sensing something, the god of suffering turned his head strangely, revealing a face completely covered by black light, making his features unrecognizable. He raised his hand slightly, and ripples spread across the void behind him like waves. A spear that spewed black light shot out, carrying boundless divine power. A flash of demonic light appeared in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, and a raging demonic flame shot into the sky. Within the demonic flame, countless phantom images of demonic gods were hidden. He stretched out his hand, which was wrapped in demonic energy, and clenched it tightly. Buzz! He held the black spear, which was about to pierce his chest, in his hand, emitting a rapid hum. Hey, hey, hey! How dare a grain of rice compete with the bright moon for brilliance? Immediately, Gu Qingfeng flipped his hand and threw the black spear in his hand directly at the god of pain. The spear was annihilated by an invisible wave the instant it approached the god of suffering. Gu Qingfeng frowned. This fake body is still too weak. The next moment, ripples spread across the void behind the god of pain, and 1, 3... Hundreds of spears of pain slowly emerged, continuously piercing through the air. Gu Qingfeng snorted coldly. Grip of the underworld. A terrifying demonic aura gathered in the void above him, and a massive portal resembling the gates of the underworld instantly took shape. The gates of the underworld burst open, and countless hideous ghostly hands bound by chains reached out to grab at the spear of pain. His power is continuously increasing. Don't try to exhaust yourself. His weakness lies in his physical body, Fang Xiu's calm voice rang out. Suddenly, a burst of fire appeared behind him, and huge black flame wings spread out, dragging his body straight into the sky. Gu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw specks of black light falling from the sky. Those black lights were like the ashes of burnt paper money, swirling and dancing in the air before finally falling into the body of the god of pain. With each infusion of ashes, the aura of the god of pain grew stronger, and his true form in the abyss continuously channeled power, which, despite the barrier of the Seven Kings barrier, could not be completely blocked. Having realized this, Gu Qingfeng immediately abandoned the war of attrition. His figure flickered in mid-air in an eerie manner, suddenly appearing in front of the god of pain. His fist imprint, wrapped in raging demonic flames, blasted out like a meteor. The god of pain would not sit idly by and wait to die. He manipulated the black-robed man's body to fight back continuously. In an instant, the power of the god of pain and the demonic flames intertwined wildly, bursting out countless showers of light. But Gu Qingfeng quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Just as he said, the manifested body was too weak. Just as he was gradually losing ground, a calm voice resounded through the sky. Domain unfold. Avisi hell. Buzz. A strange fluctuation spread across the heavens and earth, and the clear, bright moon in the sky was suddenly covered in blood, turning into a blood moon. But if you looked closely, it was not a blood moon at all, but a huge blood-red eye. Under the glow of blood, endless black flames surged across the earth, and deep within the black flames, a terrifying phantom of hell rose from the ground and slowly took shape. Inside, endless eerie shadows howled, and behind these shadows, countless indescribable and terrifying figures were hidden. The moment Avisi hell appeared, all the ashes that were constantly swirling and dancing in the sky were shut out. They approached the furnace like snowflakes, fell on Avisi hell, and instantly melted away. With the barrier of the Avisi hell, the power of the god of suffering no longer increases. Whoosh! A gleaming silver scalpel appeared in Fang Xiu's hand, which he held with one hand, as he faced the god of suffering. Seeing the two of them battling the god of pain, Sumu finally realized the importance of having teammates. He had never received such treatment before. Just as he was about to join the battle, Fang Xiu's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Suddenly, Sumu stopped in his tracks, a smile curving his lips. So that's how it is. Is this the future you saw? With Fang Xiu's guidance, Sumu's figure flashed, and he went to the place of origin. A moment later, Sumu returned from the place of origin, having already prepared his backup plan. The sealed dust and severed thoughts was activated, and his materialized spiritual power enveloped his body as he soared into the air. He rushed to the center of the battlefield and used the Seven Kings' treasures to join the battle. With his arrival, the balance of power gradually began to tilt. The god of pain gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Although he had temporarily lost his source of power, his strength was still overwhelming. Logically, the three of them should not have been able to suppress him, but they actually did. Because the three's attacks were perfectly executed and their coordination was seamless, what was most terrifying was that they could always anticipate the enemy's moves. As soon as the god of pain made a move, the three already knew how to deal with it. Moreover, even if he unleashed his full power, leaving the three with no way to escape, he still could not do anything to them, because he could not kill any of them. Gu Qingfeng is the lord of all demons and cannot be harmed by any evil demonic power. Fang Xiu can absorb pain and also possesses the ability to become ethereal, turning himself into an unassailable void. Sumu possesses both the Crimson Moon and the divinity of the sea god, granting him immortality, and he can also enter dreams to evade attacks. Each of the three was more difficult to kill than the last. As for why he could always anticipate the enemy's moves, it was naturally because of Fang Xiu's advance warnings. No one knew exactly how many times he had died and rewound. Now is the time. Fang Xiu's calm voice echoed in Sumu's mind. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly as he unleashed God's left hand on the god of pain, who was entangled by the two. Countless golden chains of order intertwined in the void, instantly binding the body of the god of pain. Fang Xiu and Gu Qingfeng rushed forward and subdued him from the left and right. The god of pain, whose movements were restricted, was about to struggle when he suddenly saw a pair of eyes that shimmered with crystal blue light. Buzz! Sumu unleashed his full mental power, his eyes blazing with a brilliant blue light that nearly dispelled all the gloom in the world. Suddenly, 2 lines of bloody tears flowed from his eyes, but he didn't care, because the illusion had been created. The god of pain roared violently, clutching his own head tightly, while Fang Xiu and Gu Qingfeng had already moved aside and watched quietly. A black shadow appeared on the body of the black-robed man possessed by the god of suffering. The shadow kept swaying, as if it was about to leave his body. That's right. The object of Sumu's illusion was not the god of suffering, but the black-robed man possessed by him. With his current strength, it's unrealistic for him to use illusions to deal with the god of suffering, but he can deal with his vessel, just like he did with Yang Dongqing before. As a true god, the god of suffering needs a vessel to enter the dream world. Otherwise, he cannot exist independently. Therefore, the black-robed man who appears to have become a puppet is not actually dead, and the god of suffering will not kill his vessel. Just now, Sumu had been secretly using his mental power to invade the black-robed man's body during the battle, laying the groundwork for the final illusion. The man in black robes is the second in command of the Cult of Pain, a gold-level expert. He joined the Cult of Pain because his daughter was killed by vampires. Since then, he has secretly organized humans to resist vampires, but he has never succeeded. The emergence of the Cult of Pain later gave him hope, so he joined the Cult of Pain. Therefore, eliminating the black-robed man's suffering is simple. Create an illusion containing his daughter. Without the suffering, the god of pain will be unable to use her as a vessel. All the information about the man in black robes was just obtained by Sumu from Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu not only knew about the man in black robes, but also said not to revive the man in black robes' daughter, because the man in black robes had been invaded by the god of pain for too long. His Consciousness was completely imprisoned. He could not see the outside world at all, and could only use illusions. When Fang Xiu said these words, Sumu could already imagine what they had experienced in the previous timeline, or the timeline before that. The information about the man in black robes must have been obtained by himself from the land of origin, since the computer in the land of origin contains information about everyone. After he finished looking it up, he told Fang Xiu, and then tried to revive the man in black robe's daughter, but failed. That's how the current timeline came about, where the resurrection of the daughter was changed to the use of illusion magic. At this moment, Sumu suddenly understood why Fang Xiu's teammates never had to use their brains in Fang Xiu's world, and even called Fang Xiu the team's external brain. Because a prophet will guide you to the most accurate future. No wonder the phrase, "I have seen the future," can attract countless people. When a person is always right, then what he says is the truth. Suddenly, a terrifying, abyss-like black shadow flashed past the black-robed man, its speed reaching extreme speed, disappearing into the void without a trace. They escaped? Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with demonic light. He was about to search when he heard Fang Xiu calmly say, "Come with me." The three acted immediately, clearly indicating that Fang Xiu had already foreseen the whereabouts of the god of suffering. In a secluded manor dungeon within the Blood Moon Empire, inside were more than a dozen young and beautiful women, kept in cages like livestock. Their skin was abnormally pale from prolonged lack of sunlight. They were blood slaves kept by the owner of this manor. The owner of the manor was a vampire who was very picky about blood. He usually only liked to drink the blood of young and beautiful women, so he kept a group of them for convenience. This vampire wasn't strong, only at the silver level, but because of the remote location, he was like the king of the entire town, lording it over everyone on a daily basis. "Raise your heads. Let me see whose concubine I should choose today." The effeminate vampire man stood beside the prison, freely sizing up the women inside. The women numbly raised their heads, like merchandise being selected, waiting to be chosen by the vampires. The effeminate man slowly scanned the area, but when his gaze fell on the last woman, he couldn't help but frown. Because the woman did not raise her head, but instead kept it firmly down, her whole body trembling. My little heart is terrified. I've decided on you." When people are scared, their muscles tense up abnormally. When the fangs pierce the neck, this tension compresses the heart, causing blood to gush out continuously. The taste is absolutely delicious. The effeminate man opened the cell door, walked slowly to the woman, and commanded from his superior position, "Raise your head." The woman trembled more violently, as if suppressing something, and kept uttering painful moans. "Didn't you hear what I said, sir? I told you to lift up." His words came to an abrupt halt, for the woman had raised her head, revealing a face completely covered by black light and devoid of features. Upon seeing that face, the effeminate man's blood nearly froze, and an unimaginable, terrifying pressure suddenly descended. The effeminate man's eyes bulged out, and his mouth opened and closed repeatedly, but no sound came out, as if all the air had been sucked out. "Heh! You're unhappy now that I've actually looked up." Gu Qingfeng sneered disdainfully. The next moment, 3 figures of different shapes appeared out of thin air in the prison. The woman without facial features paused somewhat awkwardly, clearly not expecting the 3 to find her so quickly. The god of suffering wanted to escape the boundaries of the Abyssy hell and continue to receive power from the abyss itself. But before he could even begin, the enemy came knocking. "Get out of my way, you're blocking my path." Without Gu Qingfeng making any move, with just a glance, the effeminate man instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. At this moment, the god of pain suddenly erupted, and endless black light surged from the woman's body. But before he could exert his power, the woman's body suddenly trembled violently, and a soft, crystalline blue light burst forth from her body. This is a backup plan that Sumu left behind when he went to the land of origin. Before the battle began, Fang Xiu told him where the god of suffering would flee and instructed him to leave illusionary techniques on the new vessel beforehand. Therefore, Sumu did not join the battle at first. Instead, he went to the land of origin to find the woman's folder and then created an illusion. Just as Fang Xiu had said, the god of suffering has now possessed the woman, and the beautiful illusion woven by Sumu has seized the opportunity to exert its power, eliminating the woman's pain in one fell swoop. Roar! The god of pain roared violently, for he could feel the woman's pain rapidly disappearing. He was forced out again. The moment the shadowy figure appeared, 3 attacks from different directions arrived in an instant. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists, and terrifying demonic energy transformed into a ghostly hand that tore at the body of the black shadow. A woman in a white dress appeared out of nowhere beside Fang Xiu, her slender, fair hand easily piercing through the shadow. The silver mark between Su Mu's eyebrows suddenly tore apart, and a silver vertical pupil slowly opened, gushing out endless holy light, like a god opening his eyes. With 3 attacks delivered, the god of pain's body exploded with a bang, turning into a sky full of black mist and disappearing without a trace. Resolved, Gu Qingfeng seemed somewhat unsatisfied. Fang Xiu shook his head. Not yet. There's still one last step. The power of the god of pain comes from pain. Although his current descent only covers the Blood Moon Empire, as long as pain exists in the Blood Moon Empire, he will not die. He can be resurrected in anyone who experiences pain. Where is he now? Sumu asked. He is everywhere because he is pain itself. Now that he has realized we can find his location, he has broken into smaller parts and scattered throughout the Blood Moon Empire, waiting for the abyss to continuously transfer power. Before long, he will appear in an even stronger form. However, this action exposed his own weakness. By dispersing himself into countless parts, he also meant his power became infinitely weak. After listening to Fang Xiu's words, Sumu seemed to understand something. He now knew how to deal with the god of pain. The god of pain has already been severely injured twice before. The 3rd time is up to you, Fang Xiu said calmly to Sumu. He summoned the god of suffering, killed him to obtain nightmare essence blood, ascended to the Golden King, and inherited the dream. The next step is to reclaim Xuantian's power, become a god, and fuse with the authority. This will be done while the gods are asleep, and while the heavenly venerable of myriad laws is fusing with a portion of the authority. Sumu nodded. Intelligent people don't need many words to communicate. His figure vanished instantly, disappearing into the land of origin. It was the same familiar computer room with its old, worn-out computers. Xiao Yuan, put everyone in the Blood Moon Empire into one folder. The little circle on the computer screen hopped and skipped to the world folder, stuck its little hands and head inside, and then laboriously pulled out a newly created folder. Sumu immediately unleashed his boundless spiritual power, pouring it into the illusion, intending to pull everyone in the Blood Moon Empire into the illusion. Construct an illusion that brings happiness to everyone and eliminates their suffering, so that the god of suffering will have nowhere to hide, and his power will be infinitely weakened. Of course, there is no magic that can make everyone happy. Humans are very strange creatures. They suffer when their desires are not satisfied, and they are bored when their desires are satisfied. Therefore, in theory, there is no illusion that makes everyone happy. Eliminating suffering is simple. Satisfy everyone's desires. But after satisfying them, people will fall into endless emptiness, and then suffer because of that emptiness. Sumu has experienced this firsthand. However, there is a time lag. People do not immediately feel empty or bored after their desires are satisfied. Sumu needed this time difference. As long as the pain could be temporarily relieved, that would be enough. If he were to hypnotize the entire Blood Moon Empire on his own, it would take him a very long time. Not to mention anything else, just finding the right people would require a lot of effort. Fortunately, with the existence of the Origin Land, he can directly invade the Blood Moon Empire's folders to perform unified hypnosis, and he doesn't have to worry about running out of mental energy. Because in the Origin Land, his mental energy is limitless. An immense surge of spiritual energy flooded into the folder, outside world. Gu Qingfeng and Fang Xiu looked up at the sky at the same time. In that invisible field of vision, a crystal blue light curtain slowly spread out in the sky and enveloped the entire Blood Moon Empire. Countless crystalline blue threads descended from the light screen, connecting to the top of everyone's head, unnoticed by those being connected. From a distance, it is quite awe-inspiring, as if a wireless network connecting billions of living beings has appeared in the sky. It looks like he's about to succeed. Gu Qingfeng's lips curled up slightly. Gradually, a mysterious change is quietly taking place throughout the Blood Moon Empire. People who were originally in pain and numb suddenly became blank-eyed, like walking corpses being controlled. But soon, the pain disappeared from the faces of these walking corpses and was replaced by smiles, happy smiles. Of course, some people were laughing excitedly. Because everyone has a different definition of happiness. Some people want to be successful in their careers. Some want their families to be healthy and safe. Some want to be surrounded by beautiful women and be incredibly wealthy, while others can feel happy just by quietly basking in the sun. At this moment, Sumu was like an omnipotent god, using the illusion he had created to immerse everyone in his own happiness. The veil of suffering that shrouded the Blood Moon Empire shattered with a deafening roar. If there truly is a paradise on Earth, it must be the Blood Moon Empire right now. Sumu returned to the Blood Moon Empire and watched as the people of the entire empire were immersed in happiness. His eyes kept searching, trying to find traces of the god of suffering. But he did not notice that the god of suffering seemed to have vanished without a trace. No need to look anymore. Fang Xiu's calm voice rang out. The god of suffering needs pain as a vessel. Now that everyone's pain has disappeared, there is only one place for him to go. Sumu smiled slightly. Indeed, he looked at Fang Xiu and Gu Qingfeng and smiled. Then I would like to ask you too to lend me one last helping hand. Fang Xiu and Gu Qingfeng nodded and came to Sumu's side, one on each side. The next moment, endless black light rose from Sumu's body, and his facial features were instantly replaced by the black light. That's right. When everyone's pain is gone, the only place the god of pain can find rest is Sumu. His pain was not relieved. Fang Xiu and Gu Qingfeng's abilities are the natural counter to the god of suffering, so the opponent will naturally not choose the two of them as vessels, but will definitely choose Sumu. Endless pain relentlessly assaulted Sumu's soul. He felt himself losing control of his body, as if he were about to become a puppet to be manipulated at will. The black light completely covered his face, blocking his vision, and for a moment he felt as if he had fallen into eternal night. The black light emanating from his body grew even more intense, resembling a raging black flame. At this moment, two hands, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly broke through the obstruction of the black flames and gently landed on Sumu's shoulders. Immediately afterwards, two terrifying suppressive forces came from those two hands, and Sumu gradually regained some control over his body. The endless night before him was instantly torn open with a crack. Deprivation of the five senses. Sumu directly stripped himself of his five senses, and he could no longer feel any physical pain. The only thing I could feel was the pain in my heart. Human suffering can be divided into two types: physical suffering, such as injury, illness, etc. The other type is psychological, such as frustration, heartbreak, etc. In other words, apart from illness and injury, the pain that people can feel is based on their own values and perceptions and does not actually exist. But it is often this kind of pain that is not real that is the most painful. Sumu's pain was simple. It was the pain caused by emptiness and boredom. The god of suffering is now rooted in this pain, hidden within his heart. Sumu's consciousness began to sink infinitely. In a daze, he seemed to have come to a vast blue sea, the surface of which was calm and smooth as a mirror. Above him was the same azure sky, and for a moment it was impossible to tell whether he was standing on the sea or hanging from the sky. This is his mental space. He looked up and saw a blurry black shadow standing proudly on the clear, mirror-like sea. It was like a melting black candle, with drops of ink flowing down its body and falling into the sea. The azure sea was gradually polluted, like a drop of ink suddenly falling on a blank sheet of paper, the ink spreading and blurring. The god of suffering is corrupting Sumu's mind, attempting to amplify the pain caused by boredom and emptiness infinitely, and to completely transform Sumu into his vessel. Seeing this, Sumu smiled slightly and slowly walked towards the dark figure. The elegant black leather shoes stepped on the sea, creating circular ripples. His thin, soft lips parted slightly. You know, I have indeed suffered from boredom. That kind of pain torments me constantly. It's not intense, but it's persistent, like fine needles gently pricking my nerves. Under such torment, time is no longer a river flowing at a constant speed, but a viscous swamp, where every second is stretched infinitely, as if there is no end in sight. On those days, the sunlight shone down without any novelty, and the surrounding laughter and chatter echoed like a silent black and white film, a monotonous buzzing sound. Sumu's steps slowly came to a stop, his eyes, which seemed to reflect the sky, calmly watching the dark figure. However, the moment I opened the door to the extraordinary world, my time of boredom became less and less. There were many unknown blind boxes inside, waiting for me to open them one by one. Before opening them, I would never know what surprises were hidden inside. I like this kind of unknown surprises. Suddenly, Sumu's lips curled up slightly, the arc gradually widening, transforming from a smile into a manic ecstasy. His eyes were like black holes that devoured people, as if they wanted to swallow the shadows. And you, god of pain, are my greatest surprise. It's the best gift God has given me. The thought of being able to kill a god soon makes me so excited I'm going crazy. How could I feel any pain? He. Exaggerated, distorted, and manic laughter filled the entire mental space. A giant hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the neck of the god of pain, instantly purifying the azure sea that had been mostly stained black. Click! The sound of shattering mirrors echoed continuously, and the sky and sea shattered with a deafening roar. Outside, Sumu slowly opened his eyes. The black light had faded from his face, revealing his crystal blue eyes. It seems you have successfully sealed the god of suffering within your body, Fang Xiu said calmly. Since that's the case, I'm leaving. As for the secret you mentioned, that kid has already told me. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand, and his dark gold imperial robe slowly vanished into nothingness. I'm going back to my world too, even though it's just an endless cycle with no end. But sometimes no end is the end. Fang Shu's calm voice gradually dissipated into the air. Watching the two people disappear, Sumu smiled and gestured. Immediately, Xiaoyuan used the power of the world to suppress the god of suffering within me. Okay, Xiaoyuan's sweet voice rang out. As Fang Shu and Gu Qingfeng disappeared, the world's power returned. The immense power of the world surged into Sumu's body, continuously suppressing and refining the god of suffering. This was destined to be a long and difficult process. Sumu prepared to go to the Dreamtime house. He had to speed things up, because the god of pain being suppressed was not the complete form, but only a part of it. In the abyss, the true form of the god of suffering continues to invade, and will certainly not give up easily. At this moment, Yang Dongqing came running from a distance. He was covered in blood and panting heavily as he asked, "Is it over?" Sumu shook his head. "Not yet. There's still one last step. I've sealed the god of pain, and now we need to deal with him completely. I'll leave the cleanup to you." Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "Leave it to me." He looked at the devastated Blood Moon Empire and felt a headache coming on. "No! How am I supposed to clean up this mess? The Blood Moon Empire is practically defunct." Before he could finish speaking, Sumu suddenly threw a silver object at him. Upon receiving it, I was shocked to find it was a silver-white mask depicting an angry, smiling face. Put on this mask, and you become the 7 deadly sins wrath. Just blame everything on the 7 deadly sins. After saying that, Sumu's figure disappeared. Yang Dongqing was left standing there, staring blankly at the mask in his hand. "No. I haven't agreed yet." Just as he hesitated, his expression suddenly changed. He looked into the distance and saw many people slowly waking up from the illusion. Startled, he quickly put on his rage mask. The Blood Moon Empire had been destroyed. He couldn't bear such a huge burden. Let the 7 deadly sins take the blame. If it were the old him, he would have been fearless. But now that Jasmine has been resurrected, he has regained his weakness and naturally doesn't want to expose it. The moment he put on the rage mask, a magical scene unfolded. Countless people who had awakened saw him, and their expressions instantly turned to extreme terror, retreating as if avoiding a plague. It's the 7 deadly sins. This mask represents rage. Run! I was wondering why such a terrifying monster would suddenly appear. It was all caused by rage. He's going to destroy the Blood Moon Empire. Run! People scrambled to escape, some even losing their shoes in fear, but dared not turn back to pick them up. Yang Dongqing. Is this what they call cleaning up the mess? It scared everyone away. The next day, the news that the 7 deadly sins, in a fit of rage, joined forces with the cult of pain to kill the undead king and destroy the Blood Moon Empire shocked the world. The whole world was shocked by this news. The Undying King, one of the 7 kings, had fallen, and the Blood Moon Empire was on the verge of collapse. Beyond the shock comes a deep fear. The shadow of the 7 deadly sins is like a giant net, enveloping the entire world. The 7 deadly sins' desire to destroy the world remains undiminished. That damned rage is worse than an animal. It's over. It's all over. The 7 deadly sins will destroy the world. Even the Undying King is dead. Who in this world can stop the 7 deadly sins? In a detached villa in Star City District 13 of the Crimson Flame Empire, Yang Dongqing slowly placed the newspaper on the table, her fingers trembling slightly. He turned to Jasmine, who was cooking, and said, "Don't go out for a while." While cooking, Jasmine smiled and said, "I'll do whatever you say." A happy smile graced her face. Now, she had not only been resurrected, but had also regained her human identity and reunited with her beloved. Everything seemed to have returned to its original state. The place of origin. Sumu gazed at the crystal blue teardrop in his hand, which hovered above his palm, seemingly somewhere between reality and illusion. This crystal blue teardrop is the soul blood of nightmare, or rather, the divine blood of the nightmare god Xuantian. He spent a year in the Dreamtime Chamber successfully suppressing and refining the god of suffering, and finally sacrificed him to the supreme heaven in exchange for this drop of divine blood. After you merge with divine blood and become the only nightmare in the world, you will be able to inherit this dream world and the authority of the Creator. You will be the successor of the god of nightmares. Hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Sumu smiled slightly. Is it really that simple? Everything that Xuantian risked his life for will ultimately benefit me. I think he might be reborn through my body. Xiao Yuan looked at him with a puzzled expression. You're trying to understand a god with the mindset of a mortal, so you're destined to get no correct answers. Why would Xuantian need to be reborn using your body? You are clearly Xuantian. A look of surprise flashed in Su Mu's eyes. I am Xuantian. Interesting. Besides being the Mad King, you now have the title of Nightmare God. Xiao Yuan shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that you are Xuantian, and everyone in the entire Xuantian world is Xuantian. The existence of God is wondrous. The Xuantian world is Him, and every blade of grass, every tree, and every living being within it is Him. When He is gathered together, He is the God of nightmares. When He is dispersed, He is the world we live in today. However, the states of aggregation and dispersion are superimposed. Your will has been inherited by the Xuantian world, which means that Xuantian is centered around you. In essence, you are Xuantian, and Xuantian is you. In your human terms, it can be understood as a person changing their name. Although the name is different, it's still the same person. Sumu seemed to be deep in thought, a slight smile curving his lips. Gods are truly a peculiar species. All the current definitions of gods are merely descriptions forcibly created by humans using their own understanding. Perhaps only by truly becoming a god can one understand what a god is. Just as the outside world uses many adjectives and labels to define a person, are they really accurate? Can we truly understand a person completely through these adjectives and labels? You can never truly understand a person unless you become him. There is no absolute understanding between people, only relative understanding. It is even more impossible for humans to be connected with gods. Suddenly, Sumu clenched his fist, and the crystal blue teardrop shattered in his palm. Countless blue light points burrowed into his body and reached his soul. Buzz! Endless darkness engulfed his consciousness like a tidal wave. He sank deeper and deeper, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Memories flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern, and time seemed to be flowing backward. He saw the god of suffering descend, the nightmare invade, the 7 deadly sins established, his first entry into the nightmare world, his first encounter with that magical dream, his first babbling, his birth, and then his consciousness becoming a chaotic mess. Sumu seemed to have completely disappeared from the world. Even his consciousness ceased to exist. At that moment, a soft, crystalline blue light slowly bloomed from the depths of her soul, as beautiful as a flower. Where the light reaches, darkness melts away like ice and snow, and the soul becomes light and pure under the cleansing power. His consciousness extended infinitely, stretching from a single point into a line. Those lines kept replicating, splitting, and spreading, eventually weaving together into a vast, all-encompassing net that slowly covered the entire dream world. At that moment, he felt as if he could touch everything in the world. hear the whispers of flowers and grass carried by the wind, and sense the emotions of billions of living beings. He was no longer a person, but the world. Completely transcending the limitations of the physical body, the soul soars in this wondrous realm, constantly transforming and sublimating, reaching unprecedented heights. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, his consciousness receded into his body like a tide. Sumu slowly opened his eyes, his crystal blue eyes clear and bright, faintly reflecting the world within them. The nightmare is complete. How are you feeling? Xiao Yuan hopped over to Sumu's side. Sumutu lowered his head, as if he were experiencing a body for the first time, and stared at his own hands. It's amazing. I think I understand what you mean. Right now, it's like I've become the entire dream world. Xiao Yuan tilted her head and looked at it. Actually, you can abandon your physical body now. The real nightmare is not a physical entity. Sumu smiled and shook his head. People would lose a lot of fun without a physical body. He slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over layers of obstacles to land on the Seven Kings barrier riddled with cracks. The next moment, the old-fashioned computer in the origin land turned into a beam of white light and landed in Sumu's hand. The white light kept changing shape and eventually turned into a snake-patterned wooden cane. The cane taps the ground lightly. Thump! The crystal blue ring-shaped water ripples in layers. The rippling water completely disregarded the distance of time and space, appearing above the Seven Kings barrier in an incredible way. As the crystalline blue light spread, the Seven Kings barrier, which was originally full of cracks, was instantly restored and returned to its original state. The nightmare creatures that tried to crawl through the crack were bounced back as if they had run into a solid wall. The eyes of the evil gods in the abyss slowly closed at that moment. After doing all this, Sumu frowned slightly. He looked at the snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand and asked, I have become a nightmare, inheriting the world of Zhuantian, yet I can only manipulate a trace of the Creator's power? Xiao. Yuan nodded, of course. Only beings at the level of gods can fully integrate the Creator's authority. If it weren't for a drop of Zhuantian's divine blood, you wouldn't even be able to mobilize this bit of power. In other words, the Zhuantian world still cannot completely isolate itself from the prying eyes of the heavenly gods. If it could be isolated, it would have been isolated long ago. Although the Creator's authority is powerful, it depends on who uses it. Unless you ascend to become the new nightmare god and completely merge with the authority, you can't completely isolate it. Of course, by then you won't need to be isolated anymore. With your divine body fused with the Creator's authority, you will essentially be the new Creator. However, the other gods will not allow you to do this. When that time comes, they will probably stop you at all costs, just like they did to Xuantian back then. Then how can I advance to become the new nightmare god? Sumu asked. Mortals can never ascend to become gods, because gods are born innate, beings that existed at the beginning of creation. No matter how hard a being born later tries, it can never become a god. There is only one way to become a god, and that is, the old gods die, and new gods rise. Old gods die, new gods rise, Sumu said thoughtfully. Yes, those who come after inherit the power of the gods can become new gods. This is a rule that has existed since the beginning of heaven and earth. It is just like the official positions in ancient human dynasties. How many first-rank officials are there? How many second-rank officials are there? These are fixed. If someone wants to become a first-rank official, they can only wait for the person above to step down. Alternatively, the emperor could create another first-rank official position where the emperor would be considered the creator. Does this mean that I can only become the true god of nightmares by inheriting the entire essence of Zhuan Tian? Xiao Yuan nodded. Yes, you have only inherited part of Zhuan Tian's origin, which is this dream world, but that is far from enough. You need to find all of Zhuan Tian's origins. Wasn't the dream world created by the only remaining source of Zhuan Tian? Were the other sources not destroyed by the gods? It cannot be erased. The power of God is the cornerstone of this world and one of the basic components of it. Unless the world is destroyed, God will live forever. Immortality? Sumu frowned slightly. Xiao Yuan understood his thoughts and explained, as I said before, Zhuan Tian is not really dead. He has just dissipated and transformed into this dream world. You can understand it as his consciousness dying. Gods are like that. They are the embodiment of the law. The consciousness of gods can dissipate, but the law is forever. When the Creator created the world, he also established many laws to maintain its operation. These laws were initially unconscious, but after the Creator's death, they gradually gained consciousness over a long period of time, and thus God was born. To kill a god is to erase consciousness, but the laws that constitute a god remain. Sumu understood. Zhuan Tian had experienced a divine war, which caused the laws that constituted his body to be scattered. A part of the remaining laws transformed into the current dream world, while another part remained outside. As for where it was left behind, Sumu already knew the answer. That's right, just as you thought, in heaven. That is, above the earth. After all, that's where the battle of the gods takes place. Heaven. Sumu's interest was piqued. As a dreamer, and a dreamer living underground, he was very curious about what the surface looked like. After all, according to normal thinking, the surface of the earth is what this world truly looks like. If you are going to heaven, you must not take the Creator's authority with you. As soon as it leaves this dream world, it will surely attract the attention of the gods. And what about me? As the successor of Zhuan Tian, wouldn't my going to heaven attract the attention of the gods? Although you are the successor of Zhuan Tian, you are too weak. Your entry into the earth's surface is like adding an ant to the earth's surface. Gods are like the people who rule the earth's surface. Do you think people would notice that an ant has suddenly appeared on the ground? Furthermore, your study of law is like putting a shell under the nightmare's exterior, making it even harder. Detect. Unless you become a demigod and enter the realm of gods, there is no risk of being discovered. Is it still too weak? Since becoming a nightmare, Sumu felt that his strength had become so great that he was invincible below the level of a god. Looking at the Zhuan Tian world and even the nightmare world, it would be difficult to find an opponent. Of course, the Abyss demigod is an exception. Even if he killed the incomplete form of the god of pain, he wouldn't dare say he could defeat a true demigod, as gods and mortals are completely different dimensions. What is heaven like? Xiao Yuan shook her head. I don't know. I was born in the land of origin. I learned a lot of things from Zhuan Tian's remaining memories, but the memories are severely missing, so I know nothing about heaven. And even if I knew, it wouldn't matter, because a divine war took place in heaven, and it's definitely very different now than before. Sumu smiled slightly. I like this kind of unknown surprise. But how can I get into heaven? Now that hell is sealed by the gods, theoretically no living being can go to heaven. But nightmares are an exception. As the only nightmare in the world, you can reduce your own reality to zero, becoming a completely illusory dream person, so that to the world you are equivalent to not existing. Then you will be able to travel through any dream, and as long as there are people dreaming in heaven, you can emerge from their dreams. I see. Sumu had just become a nightmare and was not yet familiar with many of its abilities. He hadn't expected that the nightmare could ignore any seal. "When do you plan to leave?" Zhaoyuan asked. "No rush." "How long can the Seven Kings barrier hold after I've reinforced it?" "At most 10 years. Although the Seven Kings barrier will be repaired, the invasion of the God of Suffering will greatly increase. The realism of the dream world and the influence of the gods will intensify. 10 years from now, the abyss demigods will likely be able to descend without a physical vessel." 10 years? Sumu smiled slightly. "That's enough. Since I've decided to go to heaven to retrieve Xuantian's origin, I still need to make some preparations, at least to break through to the saint level first." The saint level he referred to was the troll, not the dream law. The dream law is not actually a law, but rather the power of Xuantian. To reach the saint level, each troll not only needs troll bloodline, but also needs to transform his soul into that of a troll and connect with the holy law. However, his soul has now become a nightmare. He originally thought that a troll's law could only be stuck at the level of the Golden King, but after becoming a nightmare, he realized that this was not the case. Nightmare's ability is very special. He can completely split off a part of his own soul, transform it into a troll, and then connect it with the holy law to advance to the saint level.